Amidst the vast expanse of the celestial cosmos, a man and a woman were hastily traversing the starry void. Though their appearance was somewhat disheveled, it did little to obscure their extraordinary presence. The supreme sage and resplendent Wenxiu, there is no escape for you today. Cease your flight and prepare to meet your demise, declared a hunchbacked elder with a brooding countenance, exuding an air of confidence. Humph. You, old hunchback, have gathered numerous formidable experts to ambush my wife and me, yet you still dare to demand our surrender? Truly shameless. Your grandson is just like you, he deserves to perish, retorted the supreme sage with unrestrained scorn. My dear, in this desolate place, the surrounding space has been entirely sealed off by them. I attempted to send a message just now, but it was in vain. Today, we are in grave peril. When Xiu expressed her concerns, Xiao, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your escape. Remember, once you are free, seek out my brothers, they will provide you protection, the supreme sage proclaimed with unwavering determination. Old hunchback, we must act swiftly. Delay may bring unforeseen consequences. I believe that with our combined strength, even in our injured states, we can vanquish this couple, advised a figure clad in golden robes and a regal crown. In the distant expanse of the cosmos, a venerable figure, wreathed in celestial azure light, erupted in a furious lament. Who dares to murder my beloved daughter, Xiao? To slay my esteemed son-in-law? Should I apprehend the perpetrators, I shall subject them to eons of torment. He commanded, several of you, seek out your sister and her spouse. Return with their bodies, should they be deceased, and uncover the identity of the assailant. Eradicate all those involved, along with their kin, and obliterate the continent. The celestial patriarch's voice reverberated with wrath as several august individuals, similarly adorned with azure radiance, seethed with indignation. Their youngest sister and her husband had been slain. Despite their peaceful and reclusive existence, the grief-stricken emperor bellowed, devoid of all regal composure, summon my royal brothers. Have them come at once. I am consumed by rage. The demise of the celestial sage and when Xiao Tianzuan reverberated throughout Tianyuan, igniting a frantic search by their respective families for the perpetrators. Yet, their efforts yielded no results. A testament to the meticulous planning and execution of the deed. The fragmented stone was mercilessly engulfed by the black hole, yet it remained intact. Within the boundless abyss of the black hole, an infinite darkness prevailed. The stone drifted for eons, as if time itself had ceased to exist within that tenebrous realm. Amidst the remnants of stone, two ethereal lights interwoven in a tight embrace seemed to fear the sudden disappearance of the other. These were the lingering true spirits of the esteemed sage and his beloved Wenxiu, ensnared within the fragmented stone, devoid of any conscious thought. Their essence was reduced to a primal instinct, an unyielding bond that defied separation. The stone meandered, as if in search of some trace, drifting through a labyrinth of existence. And with a sudden burst, it penetrated into a realm unknown. This world was shrouded in darkness, permeated by an aura of despair, where the sky was thick with wandering souls. A colossal, murky yellow river coursed through the land, alongside which stood an immense divine stone. Engraved with two sacred patterns that divided it into thirds, the stone radiated divine energy, attracting countless souls to prostrate before it. Moreover, spanning the river was an ancient, shadowy stone bridge, where an endless procession of souls traversed, forming a serpentine line upon its surface. What manner of world was this? The remnant stone floated before the divine stone, which emanated a resplendent light, scattering the surrounding spirits and leaving the solitary fragment adrift in its presence. The entwined true spirits, illuminated by the divine radiance, gradually unraveled, transforming into two dim silhouettes. Indeed, the sage and Wenxiu. The pair gazed around in a daze, as a peculiar luminescence emanated from the remnant stone, merging with their ethereal forms. In that moment, a flicker of memory ignited within them. They exchanged glances, and under that illuminating glow, their hands instinctively intertwined, turning to face the divine stone. The remnants of stone drifted once more towards the ancient stone bridge, soaring swiftly above the endless phantoms, stirring gusts of wind that toppled numerous spirits. Some soldier-like apparitions quickly regrouped, but chose not to interfere with the stone remnants. Upon reaching the center of the bridge, an elderly woman, who was busy preparing soup, cast a glance at the remnants. Noticing the faint red glow between the feet of the two individuals, she paused momentarily before presenting two bowls of fragrant and delectable broth. distinctly different from the bitter concoctions offered to others. Ji Sheng and Wen Xiu found themselves compelled to lift the bowls and sip the savory liquid. This time, however, the stone remnants did not intervene. Instead, they allowed the two to consume the broth. With great effort, the remnants absorbed the true spirits of the two once more into the stone, then descended from the bridge, plunging into the surging yellow river. With a resounding splash, they traversed the boundary into a realm suffused with the essence of the five elements. It seemed that the stone remnants had exhausted their final strength to launch Ji Sheng's true spirit into the unknown, while it itself, along with the revered Wen Xiu, plunged headlong into the depths below. This world was known as the Five Spirits Continent. The moment the stone remnants appeared, five true spirits erupted from the deepest depths of the continent, shooting off in various directions, and thus, the tale began to unfold. In the city of Tianyuan, within the estate of the Yuan family, a young couple nestled close together in conversation. Yuan Tianzi, with his striking features and tall stature, exuded an air of charm and grace. Bai Susu, with her captivating beauty and poised demeanor, complemented him perfectly, embodying the ideal of a talented man and a beautiful woman. They were indeed the present-day parents of Ji Sheng. What shall we name our daughter? Should we have one? Bai Susu inquired once again. If it is a daughter, how about we name her Yuan Jingya? Quiet and graceful, like your gentle and virtuous self, Yuan Tianzi chuckled. Ha! How mischievous. It seems we are to have a son. He gently caressed the roundness of his wife's belly, filled with joy. This is the story of Yuan Feng's parents, who led a life of tranquility and harmony, akin to celestial beings, before their child was born. Yuan Tianzi entered the room, bubbling with excitement as he took the newborn from the midwife's hands, grinning foolishly as if forgetting his wife entirely. Meanwhile, Bai Susu lay on the bed, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, clumsily cradling the infant. Yuan Tianzi hurried to her side and asked, Susu, how are you? We have a son, haha. Tiangu, I am well. This is our Fenger. Look how bright his eyes are, so much like yours, Bai Susu replied, her voice weak but filled with affection. And see those eyebrows. They resemble yours perfectly. That little mouth. Yuan Tianzi babbled with delight. Master, it is time for the lady and the young master to rest, the midwife interjected. Of course, I shall step outside, he responded, producing several silver notes from his pocket and handing them to the midwife. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she exclaimed, Thank you, master. Rest assured, I will take good care of the lady and the young master. Nodding in reassurance, Yuan Tianzi exited the room. Time flew swiftly, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. While the couple's appearances remained largely unchanged, a hint of worry lingered on their faces. Over these years, they had traveled far and wide throughout Tianyuan County and its neighboring towns with Yuan Feng in tow. At the moment of Yuan Feng's birth, there was nothing unusual. However, by the time he reached the age of 1, notable differences began to manifest. He struggled to walk and frequently fell ill, ailments that no amount of medical attention in Tianyuan County could remedy. Consequently, his parents embarked on a relentless quest across the nearby counties in search of a healer, which led to years of tireless wandering. Now, although Yuan Feng has progressed to the point of walking, reading, and studying like other children, he remains unable to practice martial arts and is plagued by recurrent illnesses. Many 6-year-olds in the household have already begun their training at the Martial Arts Academy. Each time Yuan Tianchi and his wife witness Yuan Feng gazing enviously at the children practicing their martial skills, their hearts ache with concern. Yuan Tianchi promptly resolved to venture to the Wood Spirit Continent. However, Bai Susu disagreed. Firstly, Yuan Feng was still too young to be left behind, and secondly, they had not yet attained the innate cultivation necessary for a safe journey to the Wood Spirit Continent. After much deliberation, they decided to wait until Yuan Feng turned 8, hoping that by then, he would be more capable, and they could care for him for another 2 years. 2 years later, Yuan Feng's parents ultimately had no choice but to depart in search of medicine for him. Little did they anticipate the tormenting years that awaited Yuan Feng in their absence. Chapter 3. A furious departure from the Yuan residence, young Master Feng. Hurry and get out of bed. With Zhang Xiaolong's urgent shout, Yuan Feng swiftly donned his clothes and grabbed the large scissors beside him as he dashed outside. Why are you in such a rush, Xiaolong? It's not even time yet. Yuan Feng called out while running. Young Master Feng, today is the day of the head steward's inspection. We must hurry, or we shall face punishment. Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed anxiously. Yuan Feng felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. ever since the disappearance of his parents. His standing within the family had plummeted, forcing him to engage in menial tasks to sustain himself, mingling daily with the lowly servants. Today, they were to trim the greenery in the garden, and Yuan Feng, along with the other laborers, hurried to the garden to commence their work. Fortunately, the task was not particularly demanding, merely the pruning of unruly branches and leaves. Ha, ha, ha. The distant sounds of the martial academy's disciples practicing their skills echoed through the air. Yuan Feng cast a wistful glance toward them, pondering when he too might be able to practice martial arts. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted back to reality. What are you doing, Yuan Feng? Slacking off again? The booming voice of Steward Wang thundered from nearby. Startled, Yuan Feng immediately lowered his head and resumed his work, but a wave of bitterness surged within him. Alas, when my parents were alive, I never faced such scolding. Which servant would not greet me as young master? A few of the laborers working alongside him stifled their laughter, with one even whispering, "Does he still consider himself a young master? He can't do anything right. What a waste." Perhaps his parents were similarly inept. Or how else could they have perished outside? Over the years, how much humiliation had Yuan Feng endured? Yet today, he could no longer contain his fury. He might accept any insult directed at himself, but he would not allow anyone to denigrate his parents. Throwing down his shears, he charged forward. At that moment, Xiaolong attempted to dissuade Yuan Feng from acting impulsively, but it was too late. Yuan Feng swung his fist, but with his slight frame, he was no match for the seasoned servant who had spent his life in toil. In a swift and brutal manner, he was left bruised and battered on the ground. Xiaolong hurried over, intending to assist young Master Feng, but was obstructed by several servants who hissed, "This is none of your concern. Do not meddle." At that moment, laughter echoed from a distance as Steward Wang approached, accompanied by several other officials from the estate. Steward Lu mockingly remarked, "What a useless fool, always lost in thought. If you cannot manage such a simple task, you should leave the estate. We do not harbor incompetence here. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. If you are strong, you are justified. Even the unjust have their reasons. If you are weak, your reasoning holds no weight." Yuan Feng clenched his teeth, fighting back tears, repeatedly telling himself, "I must not cry. I cannot allow them to look down upon me any further." Steward Wang chuckled, "How can you treat young Master Feng this way? Is he all right? Come, let me help you up." Yuan Feng, taken aback, instinctively reached out his hand. As Steward Wang grasped Yuan Feng's hand and prepared to assist him to his feet, he suddenly released it, causing Yuan Feng to tumble back to the ground with a thud. Laughter erupted from the surrounding servants, unabashed and cruel, while passers-by from the Yuan family merely offered disdainful smirks, showing no inclination to linger. Such is the harsh reality. Dazed and disoriented, Yuan Feng rose to his feet, resolute in his thoughts. "I must grow stronger. I will not allow anyone to humiliate me. I will definitely become stronger. I must become stronger." Defiantly casting a glance at the mocking servants, he turned and walked away. It's no concern to leave the city. If it gets dark, you can seek refuge at the dilapidated temple halfway up the mountain, 18 miles away. It is safer there at night, a kind-hearted soldier at the left city gate advised. "Oh, understood. Thank you, Uncle Chengwei." Yuan Feng, lost in thought, remarked, "Perhaps I should first spend the night at that dilapidated Taoist temple before contemplating my future, as I have nowhere else to reside." I said, "Brother Ma, why have you sent that child to that crumbling temple? Isn't it said to be haunted? Even the beggars in the city would rather sleep in trees than venture there." The city guard, puzzled, replied, "Oh, Lao Lu, do you see that child's feeble appearance? Does he seem capable of climbing a tree? If we do not inform him about the temple, he may not survive till tomorrow, devoured by the beasts lurking outside the city." Indeed, the two city guards whispered to one another. As dusk settled, one of them exclaimed, "Cough, cough. I'm utterly exhausted." At last, we have arrived. Before them stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, its sign hanging precariously, inscribed with the characters for 5 Elements Temple. Yuan Feng surmised that a gust of wind might send it crashing down. The stone carvings flanking the entrance had long since lost their form, indicating how long it had been since the temple had last seen maintenance. Entering the main hall, he found the idol shrouded in dust, encrusted with cobwebs, rendering it impossible to discern which deity was worshipped. Yuan Feng wondered, "What deity is this? I have never seen it before. It does not resemble the Golden Spirit." The 5-spirit continent comprises 5 realms: the Golden Spirit continent, the Wood Spirit continent, the the water spirit continent, the fire spirit continent, and the earth spirit continent. Each realm venerates its respective deity: the golden spirit, the wood spirit, the water spirit, the fire spirit, and the earth spirit. Yuan Feng resided in the distant Yuanyuan county of the Lianrui Kingdom, which is part of the Jin Tian Empire, one of the three great empires on the golden spirit continent. Tian Yuan County, situated at the lowest tier among the 9 counties of Jiuzhun City, lags behind in both martial arts cultivation and commercial progress, rendering it insignificant within the Jin Tian Empire, essentially a marginalized land. After traversing 18 miles, Yuan Feng, exhausted and breathless, gathered some dry grass and laid it down behind a statue, placing his belongings aside before reclining upon it. As thoughts of the day's encounters weighed heavily on his mind, he succumbed to weariness and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed, jolting Yuan Feng awake. He peered cautiously from behind the statue, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. "Oh, divine spirit of gold, please protect me. I am still but a child. Do not let the wolves devour me." He murmured softly, "I am indeed the divine spirit of gold. Fear not, for I shall safeguard you. Do you have any further prayers?" came a voice, assuring him. "Oh, no, thank you, divine spirit, for your protection. Wait, who is speaking? Come forth at once, or I shall strike you." Yuan Feng exclaimed in alarm, fumbling around until he grasped a wooden stick, waving it aimlessly. "Heh, you little rascal, think you can hit me? Do you even stand a chance? Fool, I am right behind you." No sooner had the words fallen than the stick struck something with a resounding thud. "Ouch, you little brat actually dared to strike. Have you no respect for your elders?" "Ah, I apologize. It was unintentional. You startled me," Yuan Feng replied in a subdued tone. As the surroundings began to illuminate, Yuan Feng finally discerned the newcomer. The figure, clad in tattered garments, wore a worn-out Taoist hat with a hole at the top, through which a few sparse strands of hair peeked out. Disheveled and holding a flickering torch, the person scrutinized Yuan Feng with a mischievous glint in their eyes. "Who are you? Scaring me in the dead of night?" Yuan Feng exclaimed nervously. "I am a Taoist priest from this temple, and you have not even informed me of your presence here. Who permitted you to sleep in this place?" The Taoist scoffed. "TSK, TSK, and you, a mere child, dare to strike my head? I must settle the score with you. You've occupied my space and even struck me. Let us say you owe me 20 copper coins for that." Yuan Feng, in a fluster, replied, "I only have 8 copper coins. How can I owe you 20? So you intend to default on your debt, do you? Very well, I shall expel you from the temple. The wild wolves outside are surely hungry at this hour. Please, no, I can tend to the flowers and sweep the ground." Yuan Feng pleaded. "Do you see this place in need of sweeping? Or perhaps it requires tending to the flowers?" The old Taoist mocked. "What am I to do then?" Yuan Feng lamented. "As long as you do not force me to throw you out, we can work something out." The young lad, at 13, was no match for the cunning old priest, and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed, realizing that securing a place to stay was paramount. "Then it's settled. What is your name?" The old Taoist chuckled mischievously. "Yuan Feng." "Oh, it seems we are quite fated. Henceforth, you shall call me Taoist Feng." "All right, Taoist Feng." Yuan Feng replied with an odd expression. What is that expression?" "It's the foam of plump, not the foam of madman." Taoist Feng exclaimed. "Oh, I see. Good to know, Taoist Feng." Yuan Feng smirked. "That's more like it. Now, hurry and get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, prepare me some food." With that, Taoist Feng flipped over and climbed onto the roof beam, and soon, his snoring echoed down. "Well, this eccentric old man is quite impressive. I suppose I should just be honest," Yuan Feng mused as he drifted off to sleep. To be continued. Chapter 4. Fortuity, oh dear. "Why are you kicking me? You mad Taoist?" Yuan Feng exclaimed as he jumped up. Where's the food I asked you to prepare? The sun is already high in the sky, and you're still asleep. Quickly, fetch me something to eat." "Oh, I completely forgot. I'll go right away." Yuan Feng dashed out in a hurry. Not bad at all." The mad Taoist meandered through the Taoist temple. "Where on this desolate mountain can I find something to eat? If I head to the city, I might not make it in time. Perhaps I should wander through the forest down the mountain." The boundary forest, located 18 miles outside Tianjin City, marks the confluence of the Jinling continent, the Shuailing continent, and the Muling continent, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and is notoriously sparsely populated. Legends say that this forest is home to many mountain spirits and wild creatures, some of which could rival demigod-level powers. Before long, Yuan Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain. He gazed into the distance, where he spotted some yellowish-orange wild fruits in the forest that appeared edible. Casually, he plucked a long branch from a nearby tree and ventured towards the woods. The forest was eerily silent, with towering trees obscuring the sunlight. Only sporadic rays managed to pierce through the gaps in the leaves, casting an ominous glow upon the damp ground. As the saying goes, a horse tires before a mountain. He had been walking for quite some time without reaching his destination, causing a flicker of trepidation within him, especially amidst such an expansive forest. After nearly an hour of trekking, he finally arrived beneath a nameless tree. Looking up, he marveled at its straight, robust trunk, which was too wide for several people to encircle, and the branches were lush, cascading in 3 tiers, each resembling a grand umbrella. The fruits hanging from the first tier were within his reach. As Xuan Feng plucked the fruits and savored them, he was greeted by an explosion of sweet, juicy flavor. He indulged in 3 fruits before pausing, exclaiming how delicious they were, far superior to those found in the city. He contemplated gathering a few more to bring back to the mad Taoist, ensuring dinner would be secured for the evening. A chuckle escaped his lips. Alas, he lamented his inability to climb trees. How splendid it would be to reach the 2nd and 3rd tiers, where the fruits gleamed in a golden hue, their translucent skins hinting at the nectar flowing within. Shaking his head with a sigh, he called out, Mad Taoist, I've brought some fruits. Hurry out and enjoy them. Hey, you rascal, where have you been for so long? It's already noon. Hand over the fruits. I'm nearly starving. The mad Taoist shouted. Xuan Feng reached into his cloak and produced 2 fruits, handing them over. Oh, where did you pluck this from? The mad Taoist exclaimed. As if bewitched, standing at the foot of the mountain near the forest, Xuan Feng, observing his deranged demeanor, hastily replied, How could you have ventured there without noticing the stone tablet at the mountain's base? Is that forest even a place you can access? Furthermore, how is it that I have never seen any fruit trees? The mad Taoist, perplexed, inquired, Where exactly did I pluck it from? I merely saw a large tree in the distant forest from the foot of the mountain, and I went there. Xuan Feng responded with certainty, That is impossible. Take me to see it. The mad Taoist, with disbelief etched on his face, insisted. Come, I shall lead you there. With that, Xuan Feng guided the mad Taoist down the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the base, and Xuan Feng pointed towards the direction of the fruit tree, saying, Look, I harvested it from over there. What nonsense. You must see for yourself, the mad Taoist retorted, shaking his head. Xuan Feng looked up and exclaimed, Oh, it truly is gone. I distinctly went there to pluck it just moments ago. This is indeed strange. Young man, observe this stone tablet, the mad Taoist urged, as he pushed aside the weeds to unveil a dilapidated stone tablet inscribed with the words, No entry for travelers into the boundary forest. Oh, I must have overlooked it just now, he continued. Ever since the illustrious ancestor, the 5 elements Taoist, ascended, not a single practitioner of the 5 elements has emerged from our sect. I am merely a flawed embodiment of the metal, wood, and water elements, and can only seek the fruits of the 3 spirits of metal, wood, and water to achieve completeness. To think I would encounter it here. It truly is serendipitous. As if I had traversed 1,000 miles only to find it effortlessly. My master once chanced upon me while journeying across 5 continents. On this day, in such a remote and desolate place, I encountered the successor. Perhaps this is destiny, mused the mad Taoist. Xuan Feng, were you frail and sickly in your childhood? Did you often lack strength and find it impossible to practice martial arts? The mad Taoist inquired earnestly. Yes, indeed. How did you know? Can you discern that simply by feeling my wrist? That's impressive. Xuan Feng replied, his small face brimming with admiration. Would you like to cultivate? The mad Taoist tempted. Of course. I dream of it. But my constitution is poor, so I can't practice. If only I could cultivate, then no one would bully me. And I could seek out my parents, he lamented, sorrow overtaking him as he burst into tears. After all, he was but 13. Having lost his parents since the age of 8, enduring years of torment in the Yuan residence. One can only imagine the devastation inflicted upon such a young soul. Akin to a descent from paradise into the depths of hell. The mad Taoist gently patted Yuan Feng's head and sighed. Xuan Feng, do you wish to take me as your master? As long as you follow me in your cultivation, I assure you that no one shall dare to bully you. Once you have mastered your skills, you will even be able to search for your parents. What do you say? I am willing to take you as my master. If I can learn martial arts, I would accept anything. With that, Xuan Feng knelt and fervently bowed his head to the ground. The exceptional value of the three spirits fruit lies in the fact that anyone can consume it. For ordinary individuals, it fortifies the body and extends life. For cultivators, it not only prolongs life, but also enhances their perception of corresponding spiritual energies and significantly strengthens their physical prowess. The five elemental physiques, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, represent the most exceptional forms of cultivation. The singular elemental physique is the most accessible for cultivation and facilitates the attainment of profound realms with relative ease. Conversely, the dual elemental physique falls slightly short, typically characterizing the mid-tier practitioners of the five spirits world. The tri-elemental physique, however, is a rarity, scarcely appearing even among 100,000 cultivators. The quad-elemental physique is nearly non-existent across entire continents, while the pent-elemental physique is regarded as a trash physique, emerging once in millennia across 5 continents. Even when it does appear, it proves incapable of cultivation, as the 5 spirits continent solely offers methods for the singular and dual elemental physiques, with no known practices for the tri-dash, quad-dash, or pent-elemental variants. It is not that previous scholars have neglected the study of cultivation methods. Rather, they found that when attempting to merge 3 types of energies, the human body could not withstand the strain, resulting in catastrophic explosions that left no trace of the individual. If the tri-elemental physique struggles, one can only imagine the challenges faced by those with 4 or 5 elements. Consequently, after numerous failed experiments, such endeavors were abandoned. Nonetheless, there are findings. The greater the variety of energies a cultivator can merge, the more formidable they become, yet the difficulty of cultivation increases correspondingly. This explains why singular elemental practitioners can reach advanced realms, while dual elemental cultivators remain confined to the lower tiers, unable to progress with 3, 4, or 5 elements. Even if the merged energies are powerful, the disparity in realms remains insurmountable. As for the legendary 5 elemental sage, comprehensive records of his existence are scarce. No one knows his origins or his methods of cultivation. Nevertheless, his formidable prowess is widely acknowledged, transcending the common understanding of the 5 spirits deities. According to legend, during the era of the 5 elemental sage, the 5 spirits deities refrained from manifesting, which serves as the primary impetus behind the fervent quest for multi-elemental cultivation by earlier scholars. The primary sovereigns of each continent are formidable beings of the transcendent realm. They also reign over the great empires, acquiring abundant resources for cultivation through their dominion. The families and kingdoms subordinate to these empires follow a similar pattern, albeit their rulers belong to the transformation realm, while the prominent families within the kingdoms are typically led by those of the innate realm. Very well, come with me to the Grand Hall to pay homage to the Master. Upon arrival at the hall, the formalities commenced. First, bow to express gratitude for the nurturing of this vast universe. Second, bow in appreciation of the ancestral masters for imparting their teachings. Third, bow to honor the Master. Once a master, always a father. From this day forth, I shall be your master, declared Taoist Feng, guiding Yuan Feng through the ritual of apprenticeship. Today, as your master, I bestow upon you the 5 elements spirit jade. This is an heirloom passed down from our esteemed ancestors. In that moment, a crystal-clear gem materialized in Taoist Feng's hand, radiating brilliant hues of gold, green, and blue, an awe-inspiring sight. Yuan Feng hurriedly received it. The jade felt incredibly smooth and warm, as if waves of comforting heat flowed into his palm. In an instant, the jade, previously shimmering in 3 colors, transformed to reveal 2 additional, more subdued shades of red and yellow. Taoist Feng chuckled. Indeed, it is the essence of the 5 elements. Splendid. This 5 elements spirit jade has confirmed its authenticity. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the jade towards the statue of the ancestral master, causing the statue to sway thrice, followed by a resounding laughter echoing in the minds of both individuals. Haha, it seems the legacy of the 5 elements Taoists remains unbroken. A descendant has activated the 5 elements spirit jade. Chapter 5. The 5 elements body refinement art. Ha! Are you the inheritors of the 5 elements sect? Who has awakened the 5 elements spirit jade? I am the 5 elements Taoist. The voice resonated from the statue. The Taoist Feng hastily prostrated himself before the ancestral statue. Bowing deeply, I pay my respects to the master. I am Zhang Sanfeng, the 1880th generation disciple of the 5 elements sect, known as Taoist Feng. This beside me is my newly accepted apprentice, Yuan Feng, who has activated the 5 elements jade. With reverence, Taoist Feng continued. A beam of golden light radiated from the statue's eyes towards Yuan Feng. Indeed, you possess the essence of the 5 elements. Excellent. Excellent. Yuan Feng felt as though he had been reborn, his body never having felt so unburdened before. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to the master, Taoist Feng urged. Ah, thank you. Thank you, master. Yuan Feng stammered. Do not mention it. Since you have entered the 5 elements sect and activated the jade, it signifies a fateful connection between us. Devote yourself to your cultivation, and you shall surely comprehend the wondrous utility of the golden light. As he spoke, another beam of red light shot towards Taoist Feng. You have sought out a successor for our 5 elements sect. You deserve a reward. By the way, how has my 5 elements sect fallen to such a state? Taoist Feng posed his query. Thank you, master. The lineage of the 5 elements sect has dwindled to just Yuan Feng and me. According to records, it abruptly declined thousands of years ago, leaving only a few wandering disciples to survive. The reasons have been persistently investigated by generations of disciples, yet no substantial findings have emerged. Each generation, upon discovering the legacy, would investigate the ruins of the 5 elements sect, yet hundreds of predecessors have vanished without a trace. My master entered the old site of our sect, and has since been lost without word of his fate. Taoist Feng divulged all that he knew, while Yuan Feng listened intently. The statue pondered for a moment. Nonsense. The 5 spirit gods. My 5 elements sect shall not rest until this matter is settled. The integrity of my lineage has been compromised. My disciples and successors throughout generations have been wronged, and this enmity is one that cannot be reconciled. Even the 5 elements Taoist, a figure of remarkable prowess, is engulfed in rage. Thousands of years ago, the 5 elements Taoist secluded himself in the abyss of heaven for several centuries, during which he severed all ties with the 5 spirit continent. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he found himself unable to reconnect with the continent. The Taoist initially intended to manifest his divine presence in the mortal realm. Yet the barrier between the abyss of heaven and the 5 spirit continent had inexplicably thickened, rendering descent into the lower realms impossible. Just moments ago, the 5 elements Taoist, through a calculation, discerned an ominous connection to the 5 spirit deities. His extraordinary cultivation allowed him to infer the underlying circumstances with remarkable clarity. Thus, his voice reverberated with fury. The 5 spirit deities originated from the 5 spirit continent, much like the 5 elements Taoist, albeit with a later emergence. Yet they had risen to prominence. Presently, the cultivation of the 5 elements Taoist has surpassed that of any of the 5 spirit deities. During the era of the Taoist ascent, the descendants of the 5 spirit deities frequently conspired against him, even attempting to summon the deities from the abyss of heaven to confront the 5 elements Taoist. However, he triumphantly overcame each of these tribulations. Subsequently, he established the 5 elements sect, which could contend with the descendants of the 5 spirit deities. Thus, the 5 elements Taoist attained a significant standing, undoubtedly ascending to the abyss of heaven, where the 5 spirit deities found themselves powerless to impede his rise. After all, the abyss of heaven connects to all realms and is beyond the dominion of the 5 spirit deities. Even after his ascension, the 5 elements Taoist chose not to pursue retribution against the 5 spirit deities. At times, he even offered assistance, as they all hailed from the same origin. However, he was taken aback to discover that the 5 spirit deities had seized the opportunity of his seclusion to extend their influence to the mortal realm, attempting to obliterate his lineage. This is a transgression that cannot be tolerated. Henceforth, the 5 elements Taoist shall confront you head-on. For countless millennia, my 5 elements sect has been on the brink of utter extinction. Very well. Let the temple of the 5 spirits in Tianyuan be shattered. Sanfeng, Yuanfeng, you virtuous ones should diligently cultivate in the lower realm. I bestow upon you the art of concealment, to safeguard your identities. Remember this. Once I obliterate the temple of the 5 spirits, I shall find a way to breach the barrier between realms. At that time, I will manifest my divine presence in the lower realm and re-establish the 5 elements sect. The 5 elements Taoist instructed. The disciples understood, yet they inquired. How may Yuanfeng cultivate his 5 elements physique? Please, Master Ancestor, provide guidance. Taoist Feng hastily interjected. You need not worry about Yuanfeng. I shall bestow upon him the 5 elements Tao scripture. With the combination of the concealment technique and the 5 elements Tao scripture, his cultivation will be difficult for others to detect. Humph, humph. Unless one surpasses my cultivation level. Having spoken, Yuanfeng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed. Losing consciousness. Master Ancestor, is Yuanfeng all right? Taoist Feng asked anxiously. He will be fine. Once he reaches the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, he will be able to unlock the 5 elements Tao scripture. It is crucial that Yuanfeng establishes a solid foundation early on. I now impart to you the 5 elements body refining technique. You shall teach it to him once he awakens. My consciousness cannot linger in the lower realm for long. So take good care of Yuanfeng. He is the hope for the resurgence of my 5 elements sect in the lower realm. Sanfeng, you cannot cultivate the 5 elements Tao scripture, so I shall impart to you several protective secret techniques. A red light once again emanated from the statue's brow and entered Taoist Feng's mind. After the red light faded, the statue reverted to its decrepit appearance. Ah, how exhausting. That mad old Taoist is truly merciless, making me stand in meditation every day, chop wood, carry water, and endure toxins. He must be insane. Yuanfeng muttered to himself in complaint. Half a month has passed since the arrival of the 5 elements ancestor, and Taoist Feng has devised a regimen for Yuanfeng. Each morning, he practices standing meditation for 2 hours, followed by 3 hours of chopping wood and fetching water in the afternoon. In the evening, he dedicates another 2 hours to studying the comprehensive history of the continent and various eclectic texts. The food he consumes daily ranges from bitter to spicy, and even encompasses a medley of sour, sweet, and pungent flavors. At times, Yuanfeng contemplates resorting to tree bark rather than partake in the fare prepared by Taoist Feng. A mischievous chuckle suddenly broke the silence, startling Yuanfeng. It was lunchtime once more. Yuanzi, come, taste the delicacies I have prepared for you. Taoist Feng called, presenting a bowl filled with a dark, unappetizing concoction. Ah, master, I am not hungry today. I think I shall continue my standing practice a while longer. Please, enjoy your meal. Yuanfeng responded, his expression betraying a profound sense of despair. Nonsense. This nutritious dish is meant for you. After all, your constitution is currently weak. I have my own food to attend to, so do not worry about me. Hurry over. Taoist Feng insisted, approaching Yuanfeng as he held the bowl of murky mixture. Trembling, Yuanfeng took the hefty bowl and softly inquired, Master, what flavor is this today? I hope it won't cause me any distress. Fear not. Just drink it down. Taoist Feng replied with his characteristic grin. With a resigned sigh, Yuanfeng shut his eyes and gulped down the contents. Ugh, ugh, master, what on earth have you given me? He exclaimed, bending over and retching. Oh, it's merely a bit of mixed in. Such a splendid ingredient. Taoist Feng remarked, munching on a roast chicken. Master, I would much prefer the roast chicken. Yuanfeng lamented, his cravings evident. What delights can be found in roasted chicken? It lacks substantial nourishment. So do not squander the sincere efforts of your master. With those words, Master Feng swiftly devoured the entire roasted chicken, leaving only a few fragments of bone. Have you had enough to eat? It is time to chop wood and fetch water. I shall prepare for a bath today, so do not dawdle. With that, Master Feng swaggered towards the main hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 years of arduous training had passed, transforming Yuanfeng into a graceful young man. Although he still appeared somewhat frail, he was significantly stronger than the sickly figure he had been 3 years prior. Through 3 years of standing meditation, wood chopping, and water fetching, Yuanfeng had established a solid foundation for his initial cultivation. Today, Master Feng imparted the teachings of the postnatal realm to Yuanfeng, the 5 elements body refinement technique, a method specifically designed by the Grand Master of the 5 elements for those with a multifaceted constitution. This technique can be practiced by those with any singular element, but it yields the best results for those with a multi-elemental body. The principle lies in refining the human body and initially absorbing the spiritual essence of the 5 elements to nourish the cultivator's physique. For 3 years, Master Feng's rigorous training aimed to prepare Yuanfeng for the practice of the multi-element body refinement technique. Given Yuanfeng's frail constitution, it could not be achieved overnight. The black porridge he consumed over these years was meticulously concocted by Master Feng from various nourishing ingredients to restore and rejuvenate Yuanfeng's body. Additionally, it served to amplify the potency of the 3 spirit fruit. which not only facilitates the revival of the Tao body, but also enhances the multi-elemental constitution's sensitivity to the 5 elements' spiritual energy. Over these 3 years, Master Feng had diligently sought numerous fire and earth herbs, and at last, he had compensated for the deficiencies, demonstrating the immense effort and dedication he had devoted to Xuan Feng. The first step of the 5 elements body cultivation technique is to sense the spiritual energy. In the golden spirit continent, the gold spiritual energy is the most abundant. At this moment, Xuan Feng has been seated atop the grand hall for 2 days. In my own experience, it took me 3 months to sense the spiritual energy. I wonder how long it will take this lad, Xuan Feng? Master Feng mused. Oh, has he sensed it in just 2 days? A stream of golden spiritual energy was flowing towards various parts of Xuan Feng's body. Perhaps it's due to the 3 spirit fruit? Oh, there are also wisps of green spiritual energy merging into Xuan Feng's being. Indeed, it is truly a result of the 3 spirit fruit. Now, a trickle of blue spiritual energy has also entered Xuan Feng's body. He has sensed the energies of gold, wood, and water, 3 elements in total. The 3 spirit fruit lives up to its name. Master Feng sighed in admiration. Immediately after, a thread of fiery red spiritual energy surged towards Xuan Feng. Fire element spiritual energy. Soon after, a stream of yellow energy flowed into Xuan Feng as well. Now, Xuan Feng was enveloped in a tapestry of 5 colored energies, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The 5 elements body indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Master Feng exclaimed once more. Master Feng then delivered a playful slap to Xuan Feng. Chapter 6. The 5 elements sword manual. You, young Feng, spend all day and a days, pondering who knows what. Master Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated. Master, the 5 elements body cultivation technique you imparted to me is truly remarkable. I have only practiced for 2 days and can already perform lightness skills. I feel as though I walk with a buoyancy, as if my strength has increased. Xuan Feng exclaimed with excitement. You have already achieved the strength of a postnatal 3rd stage, but mere physical strength without martial arts techniques is of no use. Go and fetch me some wild chickens and hares to eat. Once I am well fed, I shall teach you a move or 2. The Taoist Feng remarked, all right, master. Just wait for a moment. With that, Xuan Feng dashed out like the wind. Taoist Feng sighed, reflecting on his own journey. Back when he first sensed the flow of spiritual energy, he only achieved the 1st level of postnatal cultivation. Yet this lad, Xuan Feng, has already reached the 3rd level. Alas, how one's fortune can vary. Outside the temple, Xuan Feng summoned all his strength and sprinted up the mountain, each stride covering 3 yards. How amusing. Fetching water and chopping wood will be so much easier from now on. Though his postnatal 3rd level prowess may not be accompanied by any techniques, it is more than sufficient for catching mountain chickens and wild rabbits. In no time, he had captured 2 mountain chickens and a wild rabbit. Go away. Quickly hide your shamelessness. I won't fall for your tricks, he exclaimed. In these past 3 years, how many times have you cooked for me only when you needed something? You rascal, you've tasted my black porridge countless times. But, master, I've endured all your sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy dishes as well. Xuan Feng retorted. Taoist Feng scolded him fiercely. Over the past 3 years, Xuan Feng had nearly become desensitized to the flavor of the black porridge. Thus, he devised a plan. Each day, he would prepare ingredients for his master, cooking according to the taste of the black porridge. If you call it bitter, I shall call it spicy. If you say it's bitter, I shall call it sour. The master and disciple engaged in a playful battle of wits, yet Xuan Feng's character was undoubtedly honed by Taoist Feng. Ultimately, he had learned never to suffer losses. One thing that remained unchanged was Xuan Feng's tendency to space out, a natural trait that Taoist Feng found impossible to alter. How could that be, master? Am I not presenting you with a variety of dishes? Do not concern yourself with the trivialities. Can our bond as master and disciple be swayed by such minor matters? Xuan Feng stifled a laugh, feigning seriousness. The venerable Taoist remarked, I have indeed suffered losses at the hands of my unscrupulous disciple. In my youthful wanderings across the continent, how many gifted individuals have been rendered utterly lost by my masterful teachings? Countless fair maidens have bowed before my remarkable prowess. The eccentric Taoist began to boast once more. Very well, master, I express my gratitude. I shall now endeavor to cultivate my own brand of cunning, aspiring to attain your unparalleled level of craftiness. Once I have succeeded, I do hope you will bestow upon me a fine cunning, dear master, hee. Yuan Feng chuckled. All right, enough of the chatter, hurry along, urged the elder Taoist Feng. Yuan Feng found a suitable spot and began to study the sword manual. The 5 elements sword manual consists of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. The metal element embodies sharpness, the wood element signifies vitality, the water element represents softness, the fire element embodies aggression, and the earth element symbolizes defense. The cultivation of the metal sword is the simplest. It involves infusing the sword with metal spiritual energy to enhance its sharpness. However, one must persistently practice to perfectly integrate the metal energy into the sword's body. This process necessitates the continuous honing of sword techniques. Once the sword spirit's energy is flawlessly infused, both the resilience and sharpness of the sword will see tremendous enhancement. One must ponder, how can an ordinary sword withstand a direct confrontation with a sword imbued with metal energy? With such a weapon's advantage, one naturally gains the upper hand in combat. The wood sword, in contrast, is a sword of mercy. To cultivate solely through bloodshed is insufficient. The balance of yin and yang resides in this principle. The wood sword not only extends compassion towards adversaries, but also serves to temper one's own malevolent inclinations. A cultivator who is aligned with righteousness will find their path to cultivation smooth and untroubled by inner demons. Moreover, the cultivation of the wood sword enhances the practitioner's vitality and extends their lifespan. Certainly, such mastery requires years of diligent practice. Merely wielding a sword technique a few times will not extend one's lifespan. The water sword technique is characterized by entanglement, emphasizing the concept of binding. This style is particularly effective in close combat. When one finds oneself at a disadvantage against a foe, the water sword can be employed to ensnare the opponent, gradually wearing down their patience and composure before launching a counterattack. It could be said that the water sword technique possesses a certain cunning nature. Conversely, the fire sword technique stands as the most formidable among the 5 elements sword techniques, embodying pure aggression with no regard for defense. It emphasizes striking with overwhelming force to vanquish adversaries without the slightest mercy, marking every encounter as a battle for survival. The earth sword, in stark contrast, serves as a defensive technique, excelling in protection while eschewing any offensive maneuvers. It seeks only to defend, prioritizing resilience over aggression. Each of the 5 elements sword techniques necessitates the infusion of one's spiritual energy into the sword's body. The more profound the energy, the stronger the technique. Moreover, a greater variety of spiritual energies leads to more versatile swordplay. Yuan Feng, gazing at the sword manual with exhilaration, realizes that despite having just begun to perceive spiritual energy, he is still far from the ability to channel it into a weapon. Furthermore, the meager amount of spiritual energy he has absorbed is insufficient for such endeavors. Yuan Feng understands that his excitement upon acquiring the sword manual is merely a fleeting indulgence. The intricate interplay of the 5 elements sword techniques is endlessly profound. It took him 2 days to memorize the entire manual. He resolved to commence his practice with the metal sword technique. As the metal elemental energy is particularly abundant in the metal spirit continent, making it much easier to absorb, Yuan Feng, wielding a branch with great enthusiasm, began his practice. Whenever he encountered perplexing aspects, he would seek the guidance of Elder Feng, who patiently elucidated the nuances, even demonstrating a few moves of the golden sword technique. Yuan Feng watched in awe, his eyes gleaming with admiration, wishing fervently that he himself could wield the sword. Thus, each day after completing his 5 elements body cultivation, Yuan Feng would diligently practice his swordsmanship. It must be noted that he possessed a fierce determination. He would only cease his training once he was utterly exhausted from wielding the branch. Elder Feng nodded in approval, completely satisfied with his disciple. Not only did Yuan Feng exhibit innate talent, but he also possessed a tenacious spirit. What more could one desire for successful training? Occasionally, Elder Feng would instruct Yuan Feng to take a few days off, encouraging him to delve into various texts, herbology, alchemy, and travelogues. It was a mystery where Elder Feng acquired such an abundance of literature. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, and Elder Feng understood this principle well. Therefore, he would intermittently allow Yuan Feng time for quiet reflection. For martial arts training is not merely a matter of relentless physical exertion, it also requires mental acuity. Elder Feng aimed to enrich Yuan Feng's knowledge. After all, one cannot produce a fool through training. The five elements path should not merely cultivate a martial idiot. Before long, 6 months had passed, and Yuan Feng had made remarkable strides in his five elements body cultivation. His body had begun to accumulate a considerable amount of elemental energy, predominantly the energy of metal. He had also mastered the golden sword technique, successfully infusing the elemental energy into the branch, albeit for only a fleeting few seconds. The other 4 elemental sword techniques had also been practiced to a commendable level. It was indeed the venerable Taoist Feng who regulated Yuan Feng's cultivation time. Otherwise, given Yuan Feng's relentless spirit, his progress would have been even more remarkable. Despite Taoist Feng's constraints, Yuan Feng advanced 3 levels, achieving the 6th stage of postnatal development. Taoist Feng could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of the 5 elements Tao body. The 5 elements body refinement technique seemed tailor-made for him. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity, reflecting upon his own 3 years of cultivation to reach the 6th stage, while Yuan Feng accomplished it in merely half a year, and this was still under deliberate suppression. Nevertheless, the foundation of this young man was solid. The interplay of the 5 elements was indeed not without reason. Now that you have attained the 6th level of strength, you may wander around the outskirts of the boundary forest, but remember, do not venture too deep. 3 years ago, you stumbled upon good fortune and thus escaped being snatched away by a spirit beast. Do not be under the illusion that the boundary forest is safe. Even I, your master, would not dare to delve too deeply. Do you understand? Moreover, spirit beasts are not like wild rabbits or chickens that can be easily captured. They are capable of attacking humans. You may attempt to engage with the spirit beasts at the periphery of the boundary forest. If you can defeat them, capture them. If not, flee swiftly. Survival is paramount. Our current principle at the 5 elements view is survival first, and you must remember this. Taoist Feng's admonitions continued for quite some time. Chapter 7. Return to Tianyuan County during these 3.5 years of companionship. The bond between the two was one of both teacher and father. Yuan Feng relished the feeling of being lectured and disciplined. When he was 8 years old, just beginning to understand the world, his parents departed from his life. After turning 9, he faced exclusion and oppression within his family, suffering even humiliation from the servants. Apart from the little dragon, no one had ever offered him even a modicum of warmth. Although Master Feng often speaks at length and occasionally presents challenges to Yuan Feng, his intentions are always rooted in concern for the latter's well-being. Now at the age of 16, Yuan Feng possesses a certain understanding of these matters. Understood, Master. I shall heed your teachings, rest assured. After more than 3 years of your guidance, I have learned that survival is paramount. Yuan Feng chuckled. Quickly, you rascal. Prepare this rabbit for me. Master Feng urged. Of course. Please wait a moment. As Master Feng observed Yuan Feng's retreating figure, a smile crept upon his face. The boy, possessing both exceptional character and talent, nonetheless harbored an emotional flaw stemming from his parents. Alas, over the past 3 years, Master Feng had witnessed Yuan Feng shedding tears in solitude more than once. Yet, he felt powerless to alleviate the boy's sorrow. Resorting instead to sharing tales of wonders from the mainland to provide some distraction, for he recognized that a child of his age was burdened enough. Once Yuan Feng attains his innate potential, he shall be allowed to venture forth. After their meal, Yuan Feng strapped 2 sturdy wooden sticks to his back and set off toward the foot of the mountain. Having lived in the mountains for over 3 years, he had developed a profound understanding of survival in the wilderness. Aside from imparting lessons in cultivation and literature, Master Feng had instilled in Yuan Feng the essential instinct for self-sufficiency. As their sustenance had been entirely dependent on Yuan Feng since his ascent, it would be peculiar not to learn self-reliance. Before long, he arrived at the boundary stone. Stepping across it and venturing into the forest, the towering trees shrouded the afternoon sun, allowing only a few scattered beams of light to pierce through the dense foliage, casting their glow upon the dark and damp undergrowth of the woodland. Yuan Feng still recalls the path he traversed 3 years ago, pondering whether fortune might favor him once more in his quest to locate the elusive spirit fruit tree. The esteemed Taoist Feng had previously informed Yuan Feng that the spirit fruit tree possessed a sentient essence, capable of wandering in accordance with the terrain and would not linger in one place for an extended period. 3 years prior, Yuan Feng had experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, effortlessly gathering the fruit without encountering any wild spiritual beasts, indeed, a stroke of destiny. However, the present Yuan Feng is vastly different. With strength at the 6th level, he reached the site of his past harvest in less than a quarter of an hour. Yet, to his dismay, he found it utterly desolate. Alas, the opportunity has slipped away. A sense of regret washed over Xuan Feng. At that moment, the eerie howls of wolves echoed around him. Maintaining his composure, Xuan Feng retrieved a wooden staff from behind him and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing 3 wolves advancing towards him in a triangular formation from 30 meters away. Sensing their aura, he discerned they were only at the 4th level. This could be a worthy challenge. His master often refrained from sparring with him, but today, he thought, he would take the opportunity to test his skills. Steadying his mind, Xuan Feng assumed the stance of the golden sword technique, channeling a faint stream of golden spiritual energy into the wooden staff, which could easily withstand the infusion. The staff emanated a soft glow. The leading wolf, almost humanoid in its scrutiny, seemed to be searching for a point of attack, while the other wolves emitted low growls, as if attempting to create an opening for their leader. Subsequently, Xuan Feng retreated to a side chamber, where he picked up several books and began to read. This had become a steadfast habit. Whenever he paused his martial training, he would immerse himself in literature. Over the past 3 years, he had lost count of the numerous tomes he had perused. Xuan Feng, relying on the advantage of his 5 elements Tao body, possesses an extraordinary memory, hardly forgetting any book he has perused. He often wonders where Taoist Feng has acquired such an extensive collection of texts. Every time Xuan Feng informs him that he has finished reading, a new stack of books invariably appears in the side hall the following day. Thus, Xuan Feng has devoted himself to rigorous cultivation over the past few years, not only to honor his master's efforts, but also to expedite his search for his parents. Regardless of the outcome, Xuan Feng is determined to pursue this endeavor. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber, though he had practiced little that day. His duel with Sanlang had drained his mental energy, leading him to retire early. As the moon rose high in the midnight sky, Taoist Feng emerged from the main hall and ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the full moon while contemplating the opportune moment for his breakthrough. Since obtaining the 3 spirit fruit from Xuan Feng, Taoist Feng's 3-line body had reached a complete state, and he had already transcended to the 9th heaven, having suppressed his potential for over 3 years. For him, breaking through to the next level was no longer a challenge. However, the completion of his 3-line body would require considerable time to solidify his newfound realm, likely around 2 years. Unlike Xuan Feng, who, as an anomaly, faced no such concerns upon achieving a complete breakthrough, Taoist Feng recognized the limitations of his situation. He could not afford to neglect Xuan Feng during this period, as he could not confidently advance until Xuan Feng had reached the innate stage. Moreover, to ensure his identity remained concealed, he needed to find a secluded location for his breakthrough. While he had a suitable place in mind, he pondered whom he could entrust Xuan Feng to. Of course, he could send Xuan Feng to the Royal Academy for a couple of years of study. Just then, Xuan Feng, striding forward, called out to his master, "Master, may we discuss something?" "What is it?" Taoist Feng responded. "Speak." Taoist Feng said, "Master, could you refrain from calling me second fool? I merely have moments of distraction." Xuan Feng implored. No, I actually find the name second fool rather charming. You fail to comprehend the master's intentions. A notorious name often leads to longevity, do you understand? Just like second dog, donkey egg, and dog shung. Aren't there plenty of such names? Taoist Feng chuckled. The master and disciple shared light-hearted banter as they swiftly traversed the distance. It remained uncertain whether Taoist Feng intended to test Xuan Feng's agility, for he maintained a brisk pace ahead, eluding Xuan Feng's attempts to catch up. In just a few minutes, they covered the 18-mile journey without breaking a sweat. Xuan Feng had intended to express gratitude to the 2 gatekeepers who, 3 years prior, had guided him, preventing him from perishing in the wilderness. However, upon arrival, he found that the guards at the entrance were not the same 2 from 3 years ago. Disregarding the disheveled appearance of the new guards, he was allowed entry without further ado. The city's defense forces were formidable and had no fear of disturbances within the city limits, as there had been no incidents in many years. Chapter 8. Punishment of the evil slaves of Yuan Manor. The Lianrui Kingdom lies on the fringes of the Jintian Empire, with Tianyuan County being the most remote area of Lianrui Kingdom, positioned at the convergence of 3 continents. Logically, such a border area should thrive in prosperity. However, it is ironically separated by an endless expanse of boundary forests. There have been attempts by large merchant groups to establish trade routes, Successfully connecting the 3 continents would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. It is said that one such merchant group expended considerable resources to enlist several masters of the transcendental realm, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. Yuan Feng lowered his head and lamented, "Even the common iron is superior to the stout club on my back. Heirloom, why don't you wander about for a while? I have matters to attend to. Let us reconvene at the city gate in 2 hours." Master Feng declared before swiftly disappearing into the throng. "All right, master. By the way, where are you headed?" Yuan Feng called after the vanishing figure. Master Feng paid him no heed. That mischievous master, surely off to indulge in some illicit feast. Sigh, he never takes his apprentice along. Very well, I shall meander on my own. Yuan Feng shook his head and plunged into the crowd. Ouch, what just hit my head? The trio exclaimed, rubbing the lumps on their foreheads. Who dares to strike a member of the Yuan family? Step forward if you have the courage. The leader, Steward Liu, growled menacingly. Yuan Feng could not suppress his laughter at the sight of their disheveled state, chuckling, This is what you get for bullying me back in the day. With a few pebbles launched in their direction, Yuan Feng mischievously aimed at their foreheads, eliciting another round of ouch from them, leaving them too frightened to lift their heads. Each bore 2 lumps on their foreheads resembling small buns, and they hurriedly squeezed their way out of the crowd, too humiliated to utter a word. The surrounding spectators erupted in laughter. Zhang Laowu bowed to the crowd, grateful for the unexpected assistance. Once Steward Liu and his companions departed, the crowd dispersed, and Yuan Feng's gaze fell upon Zhang Laowu's stall, where he spotted a rusty broken sword. Intrigued, he approached, saying, "Old Zhang, may I take a look at that broken sword of yours?" Zhang Laowu gazed at the youth before him. Though his attire was somewhat disheveled, his stature was tall and robust, and his features could certainly be described as handsome. His eyes occasionally sparkled with a glimmer of vitality, revealing that he was undoubtedly a practitioner of martial arts. Zhang Laowu mused to himself that this young man might very well be the one who had assisted him moments ago. Very well, young man, feel free to look around. Today, I am in high spirits and shall offer you a discount, he exclaimed with a broad grin. Thank you, Zhang Laoda, the youth replied, his voice warm with appreciation. Yuan Feng picked up the broken sword and examined it closely. The blade was encrusted with a thick layer of rust, suggesting it had not been cleaned in many years, obscuring any indication of its material. Intrigued, he reflected on the numerous books he had read concerning various ores, yet he found himself unable to discern the metal from which this sword had been forged. He lifted it, noting its considerable weight, and inquired, Zhang Laoda, what price do you intend to sell this broken sword for? This sword was fortuitously discovered by my ancestors in the forest along the outskirts of the county. Due to the misfortune of my descendants, we have come to this plight and must part with it for sustenance. I shall let it go for 5 copper coins. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed you who helped me out of that predicament, young man, Zhang Laowu replied with a chuckle. Indeed, Zhang Laoda. I had little fondness for those individuals, so it was merely a matter of convenience, Yuan Feng responded with a smile. He did not conceal his thoughts, for there was no need. He was no longer the Yuan Feng of 3 years prior. With his innate strength at the 6th level of the acquired stage, he might not be the strongest in Tianyuan County, but he certainly ranked in the mid-tier. Moreover, Yuan Feng's mastery of the 5 elements body was not something ordinary practitioners could contend with. Very well, I shall take your word for it, Zhang Laowu said, pulling out 5 copper coins and placing them on the stall. Young man, do take care as you depart, he added courteously. Yuan Feng grasped the broken sword and strolled away toward the distant street. This young man is aware of the origins of the source manor, yet dares to act in such a manner. Quite remarkable indeed. As he spoke, he began to tidy up his stall, concerned that Manager Liu and his associates might revisit old grievances, prompting him to leave hastily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 copper coins landed steadily before Zhang Laowu's stall. Zhang Laowu's eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. Alas, this young man. Yuan Feng wished to offer more, but he had only 8 copper coins he had cherished for many years. In this world, who would show compassion for those commoners who could not cultivate? To practitioners, commoners are but ants, and even the servants of cultivation families often wield their authority to trample upon the common folk. Yuan Feng could never fathom why people should not be equal. Just because one possesses talent for cultivation, does it necessitate superiority? Are not their sustenance cultivated by the toil of commoners? Are not their garments woven by the hands of the ordinary? Why can they not receive a modicum of fairness? Ordinary people on the Five Spirits continent lack any physical constitution, inherently unable to sense any spiritual energy, and thus cannot engage in any form of cultivation. Even training the body proves futile, as they cannot attain any rank. Yuan Feng, lost in thought while holding a broken sword, was met with manager Lu's derisive gaze. Observing Yuan Feng's tattered clothing and his dazed expression with the sword, Lu could not help but mock. "Oh, is this not young Master Yuan Feng? After 3 years, I thought you had perished by the roadside. Who would have imagined you have become a mere beggar? Have you still not shaken off that dazed demeanor?" Yuan Feng furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Manager Lu, his mind preoccupied with the broken sword, and retorted casually, "Is your head no longer aching?" Lu, the steward, was consumed by rage as he exclaimed, "You filthy beggar dare mock me? Do you see the 2 warriors by my side? Are you seeking a beating? Do you wish to bully me as you did 3 years ago? The Yuan family truly harbors a multitude of scoundrels. How dare a mere servant act so brazenly? Do you believe that I, the young master, will spare you today?" Yuan Feng, without a hint of courtesy, retorted with scorn. Lu's nostrils flared in indignation. How could this once timid wretch now speak to him with such audacity? He shouted, "You lot, teach this filthy beggar a lesson. Just do not kill him. After all, a mere servant of the Yuan household would not dare to face a murder charge." Upon hearing these words, the 2 warriors swung their fists toward Yuan Feng. Yet to Yuan Feng, their movements appeared as sluggish as those of a snail. With a swift motion, he evaded them and delivered a powerful kick to their backsides. Although the 2 warriors were somewhat stronger than the average person, they were hardly formidable opponents. Unable to withstand Yuan Feng's might, they were sent sprawling 3 meters away, landing face down and utterly dazed, likely losing a few teeth in the process. They were left in a most pitiful state. Lu was utterly astounded. He could not fathom that Yuan Feng possessed such strength. Yuan Feng turned his gaze toward Lu, who recoiled in fear and stammered, "Yuan Feng, what do you intend to do? I am the steward of the Yuan household. If you harm me, they will not let you go." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu, too, followed in the footsteps of the 2 warriors and collapsed to the ground. Onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, chuckled quietly, remarking that this wicked servant of the Yuan family had finally encountered his match. Indeed, it was well-deserved. Seizing the opportunity before the patrolling soldiers arrived, Yuan Feng deftly slipped through the crowd, clutching a broken sword as he made his way toward the Yuan residence. He sought to uncover the whereabouts of his parents and had no choice but to inquire within the Yuan family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yuan residence, Yuan Feng could not help but reminisce about 3 years ago. Had he not left the Yuan estate in a fit of anger, how could he have encountered his master? How could he have obtained the 5 elements scripture passed down by the ancestral master? He would likely still be toiling away in the courtyard, subjected to the torment of cruel servants. Is this fate? In life, one must either lead a mundane existence, drifting aimlessly, or rise with determination, braving the storms, and carve out a space for oneself in the world. Now that fortune has favored me, I must seize this opportunity. Yuan Feng silently resolved. 2 guards at the entrance, upon seeing the raggedly dressed Yuan Feng, shouted, "Hey, where did this foul beggar come from? If you're here to beg, go elsewhere. Do you not know this is the Yuan residence? Beware, or we shall break your legs." "Ah, indeed, they are all of the same ilk. Today, I shall teach the Yuan estate a lesson." Yuan Feng boldly advanced towards the main gate. "What do you intend to do?" One guard charged at him. With a swift kick, Yuan Feng sent the guard sprawling aside. The other guard hurriedly ran inside, calling out, "Help! Someone has breached the estate. Quickly come." Yuan Feng stepped over the threshold and continued deeper into the residence. After just a few strides in the courtyard, he noticed a group rushing towards him, led by the formidable coach Li from the Martial Academy. "Who dares to trespass upon the Yuan estate? Have you grown tired of living?" Coach Li bellowed. With the power behind his voice, Yuan Feng surmised that Coach Li must possess at least the strength of the 4th heaven. Otherwise, he could not have attained his position as the Academy's instructor. Accompanying Coach Li were several young masters of the Yuan estate at the 2nd heaven and a few household servants of the 1st heaven, while the remainder were of no significant rank. Chapter 9. News of parents. Yuan Feng later became a menial worker, and he did not shy away from exerting himself. Yuan Feng's father, Yuan Tianzi, though a secondary branch, overshadowed the main lineage of Yuan Ji, whose father was Yuan Long. With the disappearance of Yuan Tianzi and his wife, Yuan Long vented his frustrations upon Yuan Feng, and Yuan Jie became the unwitting instrument of this strife. Little did Yuan Feng know of these intricacies. At that moment, Master Li was the first to react, exclaiming, "How dare you treat a scion of the Yuan family in such a manner?" With that, he extended his fingers like claws, aiming for Yuan Feng's crown. Unperturbed, Yuan Feng swung Yuan Jie towards Master Li with a raw, yet effective force. Master Li transformed his claw into a palm, attempting to catch Yuan Jie. However, upon making contact with Yuan Jie's shoulder, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Master Li several meters towards a nearby pond, resulting in a resounding splash as both men fell into the water. The onlookers were left in utter shock. If even Master Li, a formidable figure at the fourth level of the acquired realm, could be so effortlessly subdued, what then was Yuan Feng's true prowess? It was indeed an extraordinary spectacle. Amidst the astonishment, someone finally shouted, "Quick! Save them!" A few disciples of the Yuan family hastily plunged into the water to rescue the two. Once they emerged, it was evident that Yuan Jie had lost consciousness, while Master Li, though awake, bore a bloodstain on his chest, an injury inflicted by Yuan Jie's collision. Master Li gazed at Yuan Feng in horror, a dull ache piercing his heart. He dared not make any rash moves, had he not fallen into the pond. His injuries could have been far worse. Yuan Feng had shown him mercy. Thus, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "Young sir, I thank you for your leniency. May I inquire what brings you to the Yuan residence?" Yuan Feng harbored no animosity towards the esteemed Master Li. Thus he refrained from inflicting any serious harm. The surrounding disciples of the Yuan family and their servants were enveloped in a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Yuan Feng remained largely unaffected. For such is the nature of reality, the mightiest prevail. He ambled leisurely behind Master Li towards the Yuan family's conference hall, the designated venue for the family's deliberations, where the head of the Yuan family could be found. Before long, they arrived at the conference hall, where the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Shanhai, was engaged in conversation with several elders of the clan. Although Master Li was not a core member, he held a respectable position within the family and had access to the hall. After announcing their presence, he quickly approached the head of the family, whispering a few words. Yuan Shanhai, displaying an expression of surprise, nodded and said, "Please invite Yuan Feng in." Inside the hall, Yuan Feng observed the gathered individuals, most of whom were at the 5th level of cultivation, while the head of the Yuan family, seated at the center, appeared to exceed the 6th level, his prowess beyond Yuan Feng's discernment. The elders regarded Yuan Feng with curiosity, unable to gauge his cultivation level. "You must be Yuan Feng," Yuan Shanhai stated. "I am Yuan Shanhai, the head of the Yuan family. Regrettably, I am unaware of the whereabouts of your parents, Yuan Tianci and his wife, who have gone in search of medicine." Yuan Feng was taken aback. The head of the family did not know where his parents had gone. How was he to find them? "Oh, thank you, elder. May I ask where Physician Song is? I must seek him out for clarity," Yuan Feng implored eagerly. "Alas, my old friend passed away just last year," the elder sighed. Yuan Feng was momentarily speechless. His objective had been achieved, and he contemplated leaving to reunite with his master. Yet, he took little heed, for he had a master to guide him. "My master is truly formidable. Beware, for he may unleash his wrath upon you." Yuan Feng jested. The members of the Yuan family exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that Yuan Feng might indeed possess a master. "Oh, which esteemed individual from Tianyuan County is your master? Pray, reveal their name," inquired an elder. "My master is the illustrious Sanfeng Taoist," Yuan Feng proclaimed with pride. The members of the Yuan family stared at one another in astonishment. Most had resided in Tianyuan County for the better part of their lives, yet had never heard of such a figure. They surmised that Yuan Feng had fabricated this character to instill fear in them. Yuan Shanhai, aside from the city lord and the heads of the other two families, was virtually unrivaled in Tianyuan County. As for the innate realm and the transcendent realm, Yuan Shanhai had never contemplated them, for he had never encountered any masters of the innate realm in Tianyuan County, let alone those of the transcendent realm. Yuan Shanhai laughed heartily and declared, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Rising to his feet, he revealed his formidable 8th-layer cultivation. His aura surged forth, pressing down upon Yuan Feng. Chapter 10. The Secrets of Cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Feng swiftly unleashed the earth element sword, parrying several attacks before skillfully leaping out of the fray. He drew the broken sword from his back and assumed the fire element sword stance. Yuan Feng seldom employed the fire element sword due to its immense lethality. A strike was bound to inflict harm. Originally, Yuan Feng had no intention of engaging in conflict. He sought only to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. Unexpectedly, he found himself the target of others' ambitions. Observing the ruthless techniques employed by the Yuan family, fury ignited within him, compelling him to abandon restraint. Yuan Shanhai felt an unbearable pain in his arms, attempting to lift them, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Beside, the incredulous expression of Coach Li was unmistakable. He had presumed that Yuan Feng was merely at the 5th level of cultivation, yet to his astonishment, he had ascended to the 6th level and single-handedly vanquished multiple elders of the 5th level and the patriarch of the 8th level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coach Li hurried to assist the patriarch, who was struggling to rise. Yuan Shanhai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, gasping for breath, clearly having sustained significant injuries. As for the other elders, they had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Yuan Feng addressed Yuan Shanhai, stating, "I did not come here today with any ulterior motives. My sole purpose was to inquire about the whereabouts of my parents. However, your greed has led to this calamity. The Yuan family is, after all, the place of my birth. Today, I shall spare your lives, but from this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Yuan residents. When I eventually locate my parents, I shall relay the entire truth. As for how they choose to handle the matter, that is entirely their prerogative. Furthermore, should I encounter any of Yuan residents' lackeys harassing others again, I shall undoubtedly return." With that, Yuan Feng strode toward the exit of the Yuan residence. The patriarch wore a look of deep regret. Had it not been for their avarice, there might have been a possibility of retaining Yuan Feng within the family, or at the very least, mitigating the relationship to a less hostile state. Yet, it was too late for any words of remorse. "Oh, and I intend to take Zhang Xiaolong with me," Yuan Feng declared as he made his way to Zhang Xiaolong's quarters. "As you wish," Yuan Shanhai replied weakly. Upon reaching the servant quarters, Yuan Feng promptly retrieved Zhang Xiaolong, who willingly agreed to accompany him. The surrounding servants regarded Yuan Feng with palpable anxiety, each having, to varying degrees, bullied him in the past, and now feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, within Yuan Feng's heart, there was scarcely a ripple. The Yuan family no longer bore any connection to him, and these household servants were merely ordinary individuals, unworthy of his consideration. The cultivation of the wood element sword technique had alleviated much of Yuan Feng's resentment. Although merely a 16-year-old youth, his mind had broadened considerably. At that moment, Steward Wang, accompanied by several managers, hurriedly approached Yuan Feng, kneeling before him with a thud. Among them was Manager Liu. "I beseech young Master Feng to forgive this servant's past transgressions. This servant acknowledges his faults," Steward Wang implored. Upon witnessing this, all the subordinates who had ever bullied Yuan Feng knelt in unison. In that instant, any lingering animosity in Yuan Feng's heart dissipated entirely. He felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, his thoughts unfettered, soaring towards the heavens. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Yuan Feng with wild intensity, forming a vortex of energy centered around him, violently propelling the nearby servants and Zhang Xiaolong away. Yuan Feng's body shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, his complexion radiant, and divine light occasionally flickered at his heavenly acupoint. The entire Yuan residence was astounded by Yuan Feng's extraordinary breakthrough. The younger members gazed at him with envy, while the elders, privy to the events, were filled with regret. Yuan Shanhai could hardly suppress his frustration, wishing he could collide with the wall. How could such a genius have gone unnoticed until now? With such remarkable talents in his parents, how could the offspring possibly be lacking? Truly foolish. Utterly foolish. It was unclear whether he was cursing himself or the subordinates below him. Ah, the 7th level. Who would have thought it would come so easily? It appears that one's mindset is indeed crucial in the path of cultivation, Yuan Feng contemplated. "Xiaolong, let us depart," he said, and the two strolled leisurely towards the estate's exit. Only a group of subservient figures knelt upon the ground, accompanied by the dazed young men and women. In a corner, Yuan Jia's father, Yuan Long, sighed, lamenting, "Indeed, a tiger begets no dog." He reflected on his own shortcomings, realizing that he fell short in comparison to them, and that his children were even more lacking. Subsequently, he too knelt down. Yuan Feng observed this, but paid it no heed. Engaging in conversation with Xiao Long, he recounted the experiences of the past few years, leaving Xiao Long astonished. Naturally, He refrained from mentioning the matter of the 5 elements practitioner. Xiao Long, filled with yearning, expressed his desire to cultivate as well. Upon returning to the temple, Elder Feng cast aside a tome and climbed up to the main hall's beam, closing his eyes to rest, devoid of his usual jovial demeanor. Yuan Feng promptly picked up the book, discovering the golden flame divine art. After a cursory glance, he noted that this technique encompassed the cultivation methods from the postnatal to the transcendence realm, making it well suited for Xiao Long. Elder Feng had indeed been thoughtful. Casting a glance at the elder, Yuan Feng felt a wave of joy. This is a manual passed down from my master. You should follow its teachings for your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Xiao Long, with a face brimming with delight, responded, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, Elder Feng." He bowed deeply, and Yuan Feng assisted him to his feet. There is no need for such formality. After all, we have grown up together. Yuan Feng remarked, "From now on, you need not address me as young master. Simply call me Brother Feng." However, Xiao Long insisted, "That won't do. I shall still call you young master. I will always remain by your side." With a stubborn expression, he declared, "Ah, you are truly obstinate. We have already left the Yuan residence." Ultimately, unable to sway Xiao Long, Yuan Feng resigned himself to the situation. One evening, Master Feng summoned Yuan Feng to the rooftop and said, "Ere long, I must embark on a journey that will require 2 to 3 years. This period is crucial for you, and I wish to arrange for you to train at the Kingdom Academy. What are your thoughts on this?" Yuan Feng's heart raced as he wondered, "Master, what could possibly require such an extended absence?" "Ere long," Master Feng continued, "I have previously spoken to you about the 6 realms of a cultivator: postnatal, innate, transcending the mundane, sage, demigod, and divine. I have reached the pinnacle of transcending the mundane and must now seek a safe haven to break through to the realm of sage." Yuan Feng was taken aback. He had always believed Master Feng to be at the innate level, unaware that he was on the verge of transcending to sage. He felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Joy at his master's impending breakthrough, which would elevate his cultivation to greater heights, and sorrow at the thought of his master's departure for 2 to 3 years. "Next month, I plan to impart several life-preserving techniques to you. The 5 elements Tao scripture passed down by our ancestors can only be cultivated once you reach the pinnacle of postnatal. During this time, it is imperative that you possess some form of self-preservation. I have 3 secret methods to share with you, which are the most complete teachings from our 5 elements sect's lineage. Additionally, I will also pass on the breath concealment technique inherited from your grandmaster. First and foremost, you must master the breath concealment technique, as it is of utmost importance for you. As the name suggests, it allows one to hide and restrain their own aura. Once mastered, you will be able to conceal your energy, rendering your cultivation level undetectable, while also masking your 5 elements physique. As long as you do not exceed your grandmaster's realm, no one will be able to discern your true nature. Master Feng added, "Ah, indeed. You are still young and may not fully comprehend this yet. In the future, you must diligently cultivate the dragon's dance technique. Its wonders are manifold, ha. Old Master Feng displayed a look of bewilderment. Yuan Feng scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. After 3 years of relentless cultivation, when would he have had the leisure to delve into matters of the feminine persuasion? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong, who was contemplating the golden flame divine art in the courtyard, remarked thoughtfully, "Young master, I often overhear the servants at the Yuan residence gossiping about the maidens, commenting on their voluptuous figures and ample bosoms. Much like the expressions of old Master Feng just now. How dare they? Those maidens cannot be compared to my esteemed princesses, empresses, and holy maidens." Old Master Feng exclaimed, leaping up in indignation. Zhang Xiaolong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head awkwardly. Blood escape, a technique designed for evasion, allows one to flee when faced with insurmountable foes. The distance one can escape depends on their own cultivation level. I shall instruct you in this for 1 month. You must master these 3 life-preserving techniques. Remember, this is a secret not to be divulged to outsiders of our 5 elements sect. Even Zhang Xiaolong cannot share it. Old Master Feng declared with unprecedented seriousness. Yuan Feng promptly vowed, "Master, why is it that all we learn are skills for fleeing? Are there no offensive techniques?" My expertise lies in the art of survival. As for offensive techniques, possessing the 5 elements sword manual suffices. It is an ancestral sword technique passed down through our sect, though no one has successfully mastered it aside from our founder. Nevertheless, its power is undeniable. Old Master Feng replied. In truth, Old Master Feng would have liked to impart some offensive secrets to Yuan Feng, but he simply had none left to give. The Five Elements sect had fallen into decline, leaving no formidable techniques behind. The teachings had been passed down in a singular line throughout the generations. To speak of inheritance, apart from the Five Elements body training technique and the Five Elements swordsmanship, everything else has been lost to the relentless passage of time. For it has indeed been over 880 generations. Chapter 11. A first encounter with Huang Qingyao first. Find solace in cultivating at the Lianrui Kingdom Academy. And your primary focus should be on diligently practicing the Five Elements body training technique, the breath restraint technique, and the Five Elements swordsmanship. Your postnatal realm is the time to lay a solid foundation. Be sure to hone your skills meticulously. In the future, once you attain the 5th level of innate realm, you may visit the Imperial Academy, for it is there that you truly belong, amidst a plethora of masters. Even if I, your teacher, were to break through to the human realm, it would not guarantee your unrestrained success. Remember, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. When you transcend to the transformation of ordinary realm, we shall seek the ancestral grounds of our Five Elements sect together. Master, where is our ancestral ground? Asked Yuan Feng. I am uncertain. Your Grandmaster merely provided me with a general direction. However, I firmly believe that we, as master and disciple, shall surely locate our ancestral land. For you possess the Five Elements Tao body. Until then, remember that preserving your life is paramount. Our lineage of the Five Elements sect is passed down solely through one disciple. I would not wish for the hard-won Five Elements Tao body of my generation to be severed. Elder Feng spoke earnestly. Understood, Master. Rest assured, I shall always keep in mind that preserving my life comes first. Do not fret. Quickly impart to me the secret techniques so that I may commence my cultivation and strive to attain proficiency within a month. During this month, please guide Xiaolong. He is my childhood companion, the only friend I have had from childhood to this day. As soon as the words left his lips, Elder Feng nodded thrice towards Yuan Feng, and immediately 3 secret techniques appeared within Yuan Feng's mind. Peek, remember, it is imperative that you keep this confidential. All right, you may proceed with your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire of me. As for the young dragon, while others may perceive his dual-element physique as unimpressive, our Five Elements philosophy remains unperturbed by such trivialities. Rest assured, I shall guide him with utmost care, remarked Master Feng. Very well. Then I shall take my leave, Master, replied Yuan Feng, who, in his eagerness, dashed towards his humble shrine, neglecting even to greet the young dragon. A testament to his fervent enthusiasm for these secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. Yuan Feng sat cross-legged within the dilapidated temple, his mind racing with the contents of the 3 tomes he had thoroughly committed to memory. The breath-curtaining technique proved to be the simplest to master. He had successfully achieved a preliminary level of proficiency, enabling him to adeptly conceal the 5 elemental energies within him, manipulating 2 types of energies at will, and even suppressing the essence of the 2nd layer of heaven. This marked a significant milestone in his progress. As for the dragon's dance technique, he could now execute it briefly, enhancing his speed by over 50% compared to his usual pace. The blood escape technique was nearly mastered, though he refrained from using it, as such an endeavor could jeopardize his cultivation realm. In the remaining fortnight, Yuan Feng resolved to diligently refine the dragon's dance technique, propelling himself towards the forest at the base of the mountain. Indeed, I am much faster now. I shall capture some formidable spirit beasts to enrich Master S meals. Yuan Feng exclaimed with excitement. Thus, as he practiced the dragon's dance technique, it became increasingly fluid. It must be noted that possessing a 5 elements physique is truly remarkable. One learns with astonishing swiftness. Master Feng observed Yuan Feng's progress in cultivation with quiet satisfaction. Achieving preliminary mastery of both the breath-curtaining technique and the dragon's dance technique in merely half a month was nothing short of extraordinary. Reflecting upon his own journey, he mused. One must compare oneself with others. The disparity can be quite disheartening. Despite his formidable prowess, he remains the disciple of Master Feng. Master Feng leisurely strolled towards the dilapidated temple. In the blink of an eye, the day of parting arrived. The master and disciple sat facing each other, with Yuan Feng's eyes glistening, for after nearly 4 years, he had come to regard Master Feng as his closest kin. Master Feng's expression was also somewhat somber. Having spent half a lifetime in solitude, he now found himself tethered by emotional ties, feeling an undeniable sense of reluctance. A few days later, Xiaolong, have you finished your training? Master has departed and asked me to seek out the Lord of Tianyuan County. Let us go together, Yuan Feng called out. Xiaolong appeared much more robust, indicating that his month of practicing the Jinyan divine technique had borne fruit. Xiaolong possessed a dual constitution of metal and fire, a combination that is typically detrimental to cultivation, often relegating one to remain in the postnatal realm throughout their life. However, Master Feng's Jinyan divine technique adeptly harmonized these opposing energies, allowing for cultivation, albeit limited to the transcendence realm. Beyond this stage, the coordination of energies would become increasingly challenging, and whether Xiaolong could progress further would depend upon his fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaolong felt immense satisfaction. After all, he was previously unable to cultivate at all. Now, with the opportunity to advance to the transcendence realm, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. In his heart, Xiaolong held deep gratitude for Master Feng, but even more so for Yuan Feng, for he understood that without Yuan Feng, Master Feng would never have bestowed upon him the Jinyan divine technique. Thus, Yuan Feng held an unparalleled significance in Xiaolong's heart. An orphan from a young age, he was taken in by the Yuan family, and his bond with Yuan Feng had been forged since childhood. Yuan Feng had never treated him as a mere servant. Rather, he was his only true friend. Yet, Xiaolong too was undoubtedly Yuan Feng's sole companion. Young master, are we heading to Tianyuan County now? Will the Yuan mansion cause us any trouble? Xiaolong asked timidly. Rest assured, Xiaolong, the Yuan mansion would not dare to trouble us. You are now a cultivator, albeit still at the initial stage. Yet you must possess a heart that dares to forge ahead. Fear cannot deter you. Otherwise, you will find it exceedingly difficult to succeed in your cultivation. Yuan Feng replied with an air of sagacity. Xiaolong, his face brimming with admiration, responded, Yes, young master, you are absolutely right. I will heed your words. Pleased by the boy's response, Yuan Feng hummed a light tune as they descended the mountain, making their way directly to the county city. Upon their arrival at Tianyuan County, the duo inquired casually and soon learned the whereabouts of the city lord's mansion, which they promptly headed towards. Before long, they stood before the gates of the city lord's mansion. Xiaolong approached the guards and said, Brothers, we are here to see the city lord. Could you kindly relay our visit? To their surprise, the guards did not dismiss them due to their attire, indicating that the city lord's mansion was significantly more accommodating than the Yuan mansion. Once inside the main hall, Huang Tianxin dismissed the servants and engaged in conversation with Yuan Feng. It turned out that a month prior, the esteemed Feng Laodao had visited the city lord's mansion and offered guidance to Huang Tianxin, enabling him to break through from the 9th level of the acquired realm to the innate realm. It is noteworthy that the innate realm is exceedingly rare even within the Lianrui kingdom. Most city lords are typically at the 9th level of the acquired realm, with only the noble families in the royal city possessing innate realm experts. As for the transcendent realm, it is only rumored to exist within the royal family. Huang Tianxin's breakthrough to the innate realm undoubtedly holds immense significance for the Huang family, as they could leverage this opportunity to extend their influence to the royal city, a far more advantageous pursuit than remaining in a remote county. The children of the Huang family are presented with greater opportunities, perhaps even the chance for an innate realm cultivator to emerge. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that Huang Tianxin regards Taoist Feng as a benefactor. Shortly thereafter, a young maiden entered the hall, gracefully carrying 3 cups of tea. Father, the tea has arrived, came a voice as delicate as an orchid in a tranquil valley. Yuan Feng lifted his gaze to see the maiden holding the tea tray. Her slender hands were as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled like morning stars, illuminating her perfect oval face. Her elegant nose complemented her exquisite features, and her cherry blossom lips and graceful figure were strikingly ethereal. This is my youngest daughter, Huang Qingyao. Qingyao, these are our family's benefactors' disciples, Yuan Feng and Zhang Xiaolong. Huang Tianxin introduced, looking at Yuan Feng with a teasing smile. His daughter was renowned as one of the most beautiful maidens in the kingdom, attracting fervent admiration from the young men of the royal city every year, a fact that Huang Tianxin had long since become accustomed to. Upon hearing Huang Tianxin's laughter, Yuan Feng quickly composed himself, his earlier demeanor of foolishness giving way to a look of embarrassment. Having grown up in the Yuan residence, He had never encountered such an enchanting and refined beauty. Moreover, having spent time with his master in the Taoist temple, his experiences were limited. Xiaolong, too, dared not raise his gaze, fearing he might offend the celestial beauty. Hello, Sister Qingyao. I am Yuan Feng, and this is Xiaolong, my brother, Yuan Feng said, scratching the back of his head, his face flushed with shyness, akin to a maiden on her wedding day. Huang Qingyao, noticing Yuan Feng's youthful and bashful countenance, smiled gently and replied, "Hello, brother Yuan Feng." Huang Qingyao, the youngest daughter of Huang Tianqin, is naturally exquisite and unparalleled in beauty. However, she is unable to cultivate and suffers from an extreme chill every full moon night. In her childhood, she could endure this discomfort by simply adding more stoves. But since turning 13, she has required the ingestion of fire essence elixirs to survive. Fortunately, being born into the Huang family has provided her some relief. Had she been born into an ordinary household, she likely would not have survived. Due to her inability to cultivate, Huang Qingyao has become taciturn, having once enjoyed accompanying her father to the royal city, yet she has not ventured there in 3 to 4 years. Spending her days within the city lord's manor has caused Huang Tianqin considerable heartache. Now 18 years of age, she is merely 2 years older than the origin peak. On the day Master Feng arrived at the city lord's manor, Huang Tianqin sought his counsel. Master Feng immediately discerned that Huang Qingyao possessed a mutated constitution, specifically a variant of the water element known as the cold spirit body. If cultivated properly, this unique constitution could surpass the innate talent of a standard water element. Not only would she have the ability to manipulate water element energy at will, but she could also wield ice element energy, which is significantly more powerful than mere water element energy. However, Master Feng is notably cunning. Upon witnessing Huang Qingyao's exceptional beauty, he was reminded of his own disciple. This girl possesses remarkable talent and charm, surely a fitting match for his somewhat foolish disciple. Hence, he informed Huang Tianqin that his disciple had a solution, one obtained from a serendipitous encounter in the border forest. He insisted that only his disciple could resolve the issue, and that any willingness to assist would depend on his disciple's consent. Yuan Feng gazed at Huang Qingyao, a slight frown crossing his brow as he inquired, "Sister Qingyao, why have you not pursued cultivation? I observe that your body is heavily imbued with coldness. You must possess a water-type mutated constitution known as the cold spirit body." Both Huang Tianqin and Huang Qingyao's eyes brightened at Yuan Feng's words. Huang Qingyao, unable to contain her excitement, asked, "Brother Yuan Feng, what is this cold spirit body? I have never heard of it before." Huang Tianqin wore a similarly perplexed expression. It was no surprise, as Tianyuan County was a remote locale on the Jinling continent, limiting their exposure to such knowledge. Feng Laodao, however, was a seasoned traveler who had traversed multiple continents, his breadth of experience unmatched, even among the Jin Tian Empire. Yuan Feng recalled having read about the water-type mutations in a text concerning the various cultivation physiques of the continent, prompting him to speak up. Huang Tianqin had summoned Huang Yanshan to serve tea with the underlying intention of soliciting Yuan Feng's assistance. Yuan Feng's remarks coincided perfectly with Feng Laodao's teachings. Rising from his seat, Huang Tianqin approached Yuan Feng, bowing respectfully. "Dear brother Yuan, I implore you to heal my daughter Qingyao. Should you succeed in restoring her health, I shall grant you any request you desire." Yuan Feng hastily stood, attempting to support Huang Tianqin. Yet the inherent disparity between innate and acquired abilities was not something mere talent could bridge. Yuan Feng recalled his master's parting words, realizing the significance of the moment. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he pondered, "Is my master attempting to play matchmaker? Truly remarkable." He reflected on his master's cleverness, quickly grasping the implications of his master's intentions. "I have heard from a benefactor that you once encountered an opportunity in the border forest that could aid Qingyao in resolving her physical condition. I earnestly request your assistance." "Brother Yuan Feng," Huang Tianqin pleaded. There was no choice. Huang Tianqin had grown fond of this little daughter, or else he would not have taken her to the royal city each year. "Lord Huang, do not be anxious." Upon saying this, Yuan Feng reached into his bosom and produced a tome along with a spirit pill that emanated a chilling aura. It was indeed the cold spirit technique and the cold spirit pill. Yuan Feng recalled that the tome contained instructions on how the cold spirit body required the cold spirit pill to be activated for cultivation. And the cold spirit technique was an excellent manual for practicing the cold spirit body, capable of advancing to the transcendence realm. This treasure was acquired by Elder Feng during his travels across the continent, showcasing the vastness of his collection. Yuan Feng explained how to consume the cold spirit pill to the father and daughter, handing the cold spirit technique to Huang Qingyao. Although Huang Qingyao had matured significantly at 18, her delicate hands trembled as they held the tome. It was no wonder she could finally cultivate, and no longer would anyone in her family label her as a useless ornament or a bottomless pit wasting family resources. Overwhelmed by the thought, she began to weep silently. This distressed Yuan Feng greatly. "Sister Qingyao, why are you crying? What is the matter? Please, do not cry. If you have any questions, just tell me." Yuan Feng stammered. The issue concerning his daughter's physique was finally resolvable. Huang Tianxin sighed with relief. The father and daughter expressed their heartfelt gratitude, leaving Yuan Feng in a flurry. "From now on, just call me Uncle Huang. There's no need to keep addressing me as Lord. It feels rather distant." Huang Tianxin chuckled. "All right, Uncle Huang. Qingyao needs your assistance in consuming the cold spirit pill. Remember, she must take it on the night of the full moon, as it will enhance the efficacy of the elixir. Sister Qingyao, it is imperative that you thoroughly memorize the cultivation method of the cold spirit technique before consuming the cold spirit pill. During the process, you must guide the pill's energy to follow the cold spirit technique. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Remember, do not act with haste," Source Peak cautioned. Huang Qingyao nodded in understanding, her heart brimming with unspoken gratitude towards Source Peak. She silently resolved that she would do everything within her power to assist this younger brother in the future. Once Source Peak had finished his instructions, Huang Tianxin directed Huang Qingyao to escort the two to their guest quarters. Huang Qingyao further instructed the maidservants to take the measurements of the two, preparing to select exquisite fabrics to craft new garments for them. Xiaolong hurriedly informed the maidservants, "I am the young master's attendant. Please do not make my attire identical to his." The maidservants giggled and nodded as they departed. Thus, Source Peak and Xiaolong settled into the Lord's residence. Chapter 12. The cold spirit physique. After Huang Qingyao had arranged for the two, her mother called for her. It turned out that Huang Tianxin had conveyed the news to her mother, Qin Yaxin. In her youth, Qin Yaxin was considered one of the kingdom's most remarkable beauties. It is no wonder she bore such an extraordinarily beautiful daughter. It remains a mystery how Huang Tianxin managed to persuade Qin Yaxin to come to this distant county. Qin Yaxin, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to the 7th stage of the acquired realm, was quite exceptional among women. Upon learning that her daughter's issues had been resolved, she was overjoyed and hastily summoned her to her chamber. "Qingyao, is what your father said true?" Qin Yaxin inquired, still somewhat skeptical. "It is true, mother. I can finally begin my cultivation." Huang Qingyao choked on her words. To say that women are made of water is indeed untrue. The mother and daughter held each other tightly and began to weep softly. "I've heard it was a young man who resolved your issue. You must express your gratitude to him. Where does this young man reside? What is his family like? How does he look? Do you fancy him?" Qin Yaxin bombarded her with questions. "Mother, Yuan Feng is the disciple of our Huang family's benefactor. As for his looks, why do you ask such things? What do you mean by like or not like?" Huang Qingyao stammered, her cheeks flushed. "Oh dear, why is your face so red? You wouldn't have feelings for him, would you? After all, you're 18 now and should be considering marriage." Qin Yaxin teased. It was undeniable that Huang Qingyao felt grateful towards Yuan Feng. Her circumstances had been quite similar to his, and she had endured even more ridicule than he had. Yuan Feng had helped her resolve her predicament, and she truly appreciated it. However, to speak of romantic feelings seemed somewhat forced, considering they had only met once. Yet, she certainly felt a sense of fondness, which caused her cheeks to flush when her mother inquired. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yuan Feng and Xiaolong enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable stay, with the household sending them a variety of delectable dishes daily, along with numerous exquisite garments. Each piece was remarkably beautiful, and upon donning them, Yuan Feng underwent a striking transformation, resembling a graceful young gentleman. Naturally, they did not neglect their cultivation, spending each day meditating and practicing in their small courtyard. The day after settling into the small courtyard, Huang Tianxin and his wife, Qin Yaxin, paid a visit. In the following days, Qin Yaxin would regularly send servants to deliver food and clothing to the couple. She often engaged Yuan Feng in casual conversation, exhibiting a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law. However, Huang Qingyao had not been seen in recent days. Qin Yaxin informed Yuan Feng that her daughter was diligently studying a particular secret technique. With the full moon approaching, It remained uncertain how well Qingyao had prepared for the occasion. As if summoned by fate, Huang Tianqian arrived with his daughter, Huang Qingyao, at Yuanfeng's courtyard. Uncle Huang, Sister Qingyao, you have arrived. How are the preparations coming along for tonight's full moon? Yuanfeng inquired. I am in optimal condition, Huang Tianqian replied. I have committed the entire cold spirit technique to memory. There will be no issues. Huang Qingyao softly stated. Excellent. Uncle Huang, please find a secluded courtyard, tonight. The three of us will activate Sister Qingyao's cold spirit body there, Yuanfeng declared earnestly. Very well, I shall arrange for the servants to tidy up a courtyard. Qingyao, take Yuanfeng for a stroll around the city. He has been cooped up at home for far too long, Huang Tianqian said. Subsequently, Huang Qingyao led Yuanfeng outside the estate. The adage clothes make the man held true, as Yuanfeng appeared remarkably different in his new attire, prompting Huang Qingyao to steal a few glances at him. As they walked along the bustling street, Huang Qingyao seemed somewhat distracted, while Yuanfeng remained blissfully unaware, gazing around with curiosity. Yet, Yuanfeng was not oblivious. He understood that Huang Qingyao's preoccupation stemmed from her concerns about the evening's events. Sister Qingyao, you need not worry. After tonight, you shall emerge as a prodigious talent in cultivation. Yuanfeng chuckled. Sister Qingyao, I am genuinely worried. I was just silently reciting the Hanling Ju and became a bit distracted. Haha, no worries. After wandering for so long, I find myself a bit hungry. Sister Qingyao, why not treat me to some delicious food? I am completely broke, you know, Yuanfeng said with slight embarrassment. Seeing his expression, Huang Qingyao couldn't help but smile. Come, sister will take you to the Qinghong restaurant. Their lion's head meatballs are quite exquisite. With that, Huang Qingyao led Yuanfeng towards the direction of the Qinghong restaurant. Waiter, bring the finest wine. Waiter, hurry with the dishes. The restaurant buzzed with a lively atmosphere. As the two arrived at the entrance, a waiter hurriedly approached them. What would you like to eat? He asked, gesturing towards the dining area. Upon noticing them, the shopkeeper was taken aback. Miss, you are here today? He quickly came forward to greet them. Waiter, you attend to the other guests. I will take care of these too, he said. Miss, welcome. I am Hushang. I have seen you when reporting to the residents. Yuanfeng realized that the Qinghong restaurant was indeed a property of the Huang family. This is splendid. We are in for a treat, he thought. Aside from his tendency to be absent-minded, Yuanfeng possessed a remarkable talent for eating. Hello, shopkeeper Hu. I brought a friend today to enjoy some food. Please make the arrangements, Huang Qingyao said softly. Certainly, Mississippi. Let us proceed to the inner hall, where private rooms are reserved exclusively for the Huang family. With that, the two followed shopkeeper Hu to a private room in the inner hall. As he regarded them, one was as beautiful as a flower, while the other, though somewhat youthful, was also striking in appearance. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the Mrs. Manager Hu. My brother is hungry. Please make sure to prepare some food for him, Huang Qingyao instructed. Certainly, Mississippi, rest assured. I will ensure your satisfaction, the manager replied, clasping his fists together and stepping outside to make arrangements. Yuanfeng, is your surname Yuan? Are you from the Yuan family? Huang Qingyao inquired. Yes, Sister Qingyao. I once resided in the Yuan family, but I have since departed and have no connection with them now, Yuanfeng replied dismissively. Sister, I must caution you. When your constitution changes tonight, you may experience significant physical discomfort. You should prepare yourself mentally, as the cold on the night of the full moon is intense. The chill that may enter your body will not only be painful, but also unbearably frigid, Yuanfeng warned. Do not worry, sister. No matter how excruciating it may be, I can endure it. Compared to the whispers and rumors I have endured over the years, this is nothing, Huang Qingyao said, her voice tinged with sadness. The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, several attendants arrived, carrying exquisite dishes to fill the dining table. Yuanfeng gazed hungrily at the sumptuous food, prompting Huang Qingyao to chuckle lightly. Yuanfeng, you should eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? Huang Qingyao teased with a smile. Well then, I shall not be polite. Yuanfeng responded, picking up a lion's head meatball and devouring it eagerly. Huang Qingyao frequently introduced the dishes to him and served him food, which Yuanfeng graciously accepted, eating as much as she offered. This scene exuded a harmonious atmosphere, suggesting that their bond had deepened through this shared meal. Over the course of nearly a day spent together, they enjoyed each other's company immensely. Yuanfeng's humor and antics often elicited delightful laughter from Huang Qingyao. Huang Qingyao has become considerably more cheerful, which is precisely the outcome that Yuanfeng desired. with her spirit uplifted. The events of the evening are likely to unfold more successfully. As night falls, the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Huang Tianqian, Yuan Feng, and Huang Qingyao have prepared everything. Huang Qingyao sits cross-legged on the ground, while Huang Tianqian ascends to the rooftop. Yuan Feng administers the cold spirit pill to Huang Qingyao and instructs, Sister Qingyao, quickly visualize the cold spirit technique. Uncle Huang, please draw in the cold energy. Huang Tianqian, possessing dual affinities for both water and wood, has a certain sensitivity to coldness. His innate prowess allows him to summon wisps of cold energy that drift toward Huang Qingyao. A look of anguish crosses her face. At this moment, no one can assist her. She must rely solely on herself. Uncle Huang, slow down a bit. Yuan Feng observes the intensifying cold energy emanating from Huang Qingyao, feeling a sense of relief. The increasing coldness indicates that she is capable of operating the cold spirit technique and attracting the cold energy independently. Uncle Huang, you may cease now. Huang Tianqian descends from the rooftop, beads of sweat on his brow, for attracting cold energy demands considerable amounts of water spiritual energy. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, it is a sacrifice he willingly makes. Yuan Feng, how is it? Will Qingyao succeed? Huang Tianqian inquires. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Yuan Feng replies, gazing at the dense fog enveloping Huang Qingyao, nearly obscuring her form. According to the texts, this is a promising sign. It is recorded that the more cold energy surrounds an initial cultivator of the cold spirit body, the stronger their innate constitution becomes. May Sister Qingyao endure this process a while longer. Chapter 13. The Roots of Fortune and Misfortune. Yuan Feng and Huang Tianqian wait anxiously as the dense fog fills the courtyard, chilling to the bone. It is truly perplexing how Huang Qingyao has managed to persevere amidst the dense fog. Sister Qingyao, muster your strength and hold on. Thus, 2 hours passed. In the dead of night, many of the Huang family's descendants were awoken by the biting cold, each wondering why the temperature had plummeted so suddenly. Bewildered, they sought blankets to continue their slumber. Had anyone awakened to ascend the rooftops, they would have been astounded, for the entire Huang residence lay enveloped in thick mist, while the luminous moon intermittently cast its silvery beams upon the estate. Yuan Feng and Huang Tianqian withdrew slightly. After all, both possessed sufficient cultivation to endure the chill. Yet, Yuan Feng felt a pang of anxiety, for according to the records, the fog should not extend beyond 100 feet around those with a cold spirit body. However, it had now enveloped the entirety of the Huang estate, which spanned far beyond 100 feet, at least 1,000 feet, in fact. Disturbed by this thought, Yuan Feng darted towards the heart of the fog, prompting Huang Tianqian to follow suit, only to be thwarted. Yuan Feng too found himself obstructed, yet he radiated a dazzling spectrum of lights, forcing his way through. Uncle Huang, wait for me outside. Do not rush in recklessly, Yuan Feng urged. However, he remained uncertain of his next course of action, as the texts offered no guidance for such a scenario. It was likely old Feng had not anticipated this predicament, leaving behind merely a worn tome and some medicinal pills. What should be done? Observing Huang Qingyao, now adorned with layers of ice crystals, Yuan Feng was at a loss. What to do? What to do? After half an hour, the physician arrived, conducting a thorough examination, yet could discern nothing amiss, for Yuan Feng exhibited no unusual symptoms. Merely lying in a state of unconsciousness. The physician merely advised them to rest more before taking his leave. The father and daughter felt reassured upon hearing the doctor's words. They settled in the room and began to converse. How do you feel now? Inquired Huang Fu. Father, I feel quite well. The cold energy within me is gradually circulating, and I am ready to cultivate, Huang Qingyao replied excitedly. Qingyao, channel all your strength and strike me with a palm. Bang. Huang Tianqian remained utterly unperturbed. You possess the strength of the second level of the acquired realm already? That is astonishingly swift. At your age, being at the second level is sufficient to train in the royal city. Huang Tianqian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huang Qingyao shared in the excitement, and the father and daughter engaged in an animated discussion, with Huang Tianqian continuously elucidating the nuances of postnatal cultivation while Huang Qingyao diligently absorbed the information, occasionally glancing at Yuan Feng by the bedside. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke. Yuan Feng still showed no signs of awakening, prompting Huang Qingyao to urge her father to rest while she remained, gently leaning back in her chair to take a break. Within Yuan Feng's body, The intertwining and entangling five elemental energies gradually absorbed the cold spiritual energy. Ultimately, the cold energy could not compare to the five elemental energies. The hue of the water element gradually shifted from blue to deep blue, imbued with traces of chill, yet considerably stronger than before. Yuan Feng, by chance, found himself on a path distinct from that of the five elemental practitioners. The awakening of the five elemental spiritual body hinted at a trend of mutation. Whether this was a blessing or a curse would depend on Yuan Feng's fortune. Should all five elemental energies successfully mutate, the new five elemental energies would undoubtedly surpass their current form. Yuan Feng wearily opened his eyes, stretching his somewhat numb neck and shoulders as he rose to his feet. He sensed an abundant flow of spiritual energy coursing through his body, seemingly more potent than that of the other four elemental energies, likely due to the considerable amount of cold energy he had absorbed. However, Yuan Feng did not dwell on this. After all, a boost in strength was ultimately beneficial. Noticing Huang Qingyao resting against the wall, he chose not to disturb her. She, too, had exhausted herself the previous night. After the initial excitement waned, fatigue had claimed her, and she had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yuan Feng gently draped a garment over Huang Qingyao before quietly stepping out of the room. Upon entering the small courtyard, he instinctively began his practice, a habit that had solidified over time. His rapid advancement in cultivation was largely attributable to the merits of the five elements body, as well as his unwavering diligence. Without the heart of a warrior, even the best of conditions would be rendered futile. Indeed, the heavens reward hard work. Surrounding Yuan Feng, the five elemental energies gradually merged into various parts of his body, continuously nourishing and fortifying his physical form. At this moment, the strength of Yuan Feng's body was likely beyond comparison to that of an average practitioner at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. His cultivation in the acquired realm was sculpted through the five elements body refinement technique, further enhanced by over 3 years of rigorous training, rendering him remarkably strong. The prevailing cultivation system in the five-spirit continent primarily focuses on how to absorb spiritual energy into oneself, often neglecting the importance of physical strength. Practitioners in the acquired realm typically concentrate on accumulating spiritual energy in their dantian to bolster their power. Upon reaching the innate realm, the emphasis shifts to compressing this energy into elixirs, marking the breakthrough from the mundane to the extraordinary on the day the elixir is formed. The cultivation of the transcendence realm can be delineated into 2 distinct stages. The initial phase involves the transformation of the inner spiritual elixir into an infant form, known as the infant elixir. The latter stage focuses on refining this infant elixir to integrate it with one's own being, enabling it to detach from the physical body, a process referred to as the out-of-body state. The disparity between these 2 realms is vast. Even a multitude of practitioners at the infant elixir stage may find it challenging to contend with a solitary practitioner at the out-of-body stage, as the 2 are fundamentally incomparable. Typically, rulers of kingdoms reside within the infant elixir realm, with few, if any, achieving the out-of-body state. Within the source peak, the abundant intertwining of the 5 elemental energies within the dantian is evident, each occupying its own domain. Currently, the water element stands prominently at the center, exhibiting its formidable prowess, while the other 4 elemental energies revolve around it. Among these, the fire and earth elements are relatively weaker, yet not significantly so, as they too benefit from the rich resources of spiritual herbs, albeit not as potent as the fruits of the 3 primary elements, yet their abundance compensates for this. Once source peak attains the innate realm and gains introspective clarity, such truths will likely become apparent. As the training progressed, Huang Tianxian arrived, and source peak engaged him in conversation about the extraordinary phenomena witnessed the previous night. Huang Tianxian was puzzled by the origin of the 5-colored light. Source peak could only explain that it was a result of mist refraction, leaving Huang Tianxian momentarily bewildered, yet he soon dismissed the matter. Upon discussing Huang Qingyao, Huang Tianxian became exceedingly excited, his enthusiasm surpassing even that of his own breakthrough into the innate realm. With the issue concerning Huang Qingyao resolved, Source Peak broached the subject of training at the Royal Academy, to which Huang Tianxian eagerly agreed, insisting that Source Peak bring Huang Qingyao along. After all, the conditions at the Royal Academy were far superior to those in Tianyuan County, and even if it required some underhanded maneuvering, he was determined to secure a place for his daughter to cultivate. Yuan Feng, have you ascended to the 5th level of the celestial realm? Indeed, a distinguished master produces exceptional disciples. You have yet to reach 17, and you have already attained the 5th level. Admission to the Kingdom Academy is more than assured. Rest assured, I shall handle the matter of your quota. I will compose a letter to the people of the royal city, and within a fortnight, it will certainly be accomplished. Huang Tianxin remarked, as Yuan Feng had been diligently practicing the breathing technique, so do outsiders. He merely appeared to possess the cultivation of the 5th level. Thank you, Uncle Huang, Yuan Feng responded politely. Are you not belittling me? Your master is a benefactor of the Huang family, and you have resolved Qingyao's health issues, making you a benefactor to my entire family. Henceforth, do not be so courteous. Huang Tianxin said with gravity. Thank you, Uncle Huang. I will also strive to cultivate diligently, aspiring to one day venture forth to seek information about my parents. Yuan Feng declared. Good child. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform Uncle Huang. I shall never refuse. Huang Tianxin stated earnestly. Chapter 14. Earth Spirit Grass. While the two conversed, Huang Qingyao had, unbeknownst to them, entered the courtyard, having overheard part of their discussion. She gazed at Yuan Feng, her eyes filled with a trace of compassion. What kind of childhood had this younger brother, nearly 2 years her junior, endured? Qingyao, you are awake. How does it feel to be a cultivator? Is it not exhilarating? Yuan Feng teased with a grin. Thank you, little brother. If it were not for you, I would probably have turned into an ice cube. Of course, being able to cultivate brings me great joy. Huang Qingyao replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, while Father Huang cast a gratifying glance at his daughter. After all these years, it was the first time he had seen her smile so genuinely, so joyously. In Yuan Feng's eyes, her smile resembled a flower poised to bloom, instantly rendering everything around it devoid of brilliance, save for the dazzling colors of this blossoming flower. Huang Qingyao noticed Yuan Feng's dazed expression and playfully tapped him on the head. Why did you hit me, Sister Qingyao? Yuan Feng inquired, feeling a bit embarrassed. It is natural for a young man to take pride in his appearance, and Huang Qingyao, who already harbored some affection for Yuan Feng, was not bothered by his momentary bewilderment. Sister Qingyao, I heard you have achieved the strength of the second heaven. That's wonderful. Haha, you are quite the expert now. Make sure to diligently practice the techniques of the ice-cold art, Yuan Feng remarked with a smile. Yes, I understand. I will certainly strive towards that. Such opportunities for cultivation are rare, Huang Qingyao sighed. Before long, half a month had slipped by. Huang Tianxin and Qin Yaxin were bidding farewell to their daughter in front of the Huang residence, while Yuan Feng and Xiao Long were packing their belongings. It is often said that a mother worries as her child ventures far, and the distance to the royal city was certainly no trifling matter. All right, mother, father. We must set off now. If we delay any longer, it will be noon. Besides, I will have my brother waiting for me in the royal city. You need not worry. I will keep in touch with you using the messenger eagle, so rest assured. Huang Qingyao said with a hint of exasperation. Very well, Yuan Feng. You all hurry and depart. Lao Zhao, Lao Jin, you will accompany and look after these children. Everything has been arranged in the royal city. Once you arrive, just head to our Qinghong Tavern. The matters concerning the Kingdom Academy have been taken care of, and a free person will be there to assist you, Huang Tianxin stated. Young miss, Master Yuan Feng, let us set forth, Old Jin exclaimed. Immediately, Yuan Feng and Xiao Long boarded Old Zhao's carriage, while Huang Qingyao and her maid Cui Lan entered Old Jin's carriage. With a flick of their whips, they declared, head of the family, mistress, we are off, and swiftly departed. Alas, now that Qingyao has left, there is no one to converse with me. Qin Yaxin sighed. Ha, am I not still here? Huang Tianxin jested. How about I keep you company for a chat every day from now on? Oh, go away, you old scoundrel. Qin Yaxin retorted, and here we are, still outside, without a care for others' laughter. Who would dare mock this city lord? Huang Tianxin bellowed, prompting the surrounding servants to dutifully lower their gazes to the ground. The group traveled, stopping intermittently, sometimes resting in the mountains at night, and other times in towns. When hunger struck, Yuan Feng and Zhang Xiaolong would hunt for wild game to prepare a meal, relishing their freedom. Old Jin and Old Zhao, both possessing profound cultivation at the sixth heaven realm, navigated the routes with ease, alternating between official roads and byways, thus maintaining a swift pace. After several days of travel, they arrived at a small town, Meishan Town, part of Tianyang County, which lies adjacent to the royal city, approximately 20,000 miles away. True to its name, Maishan Town is situated on the hillside of a winding mountain, its elongated layout resembling a graceful eyebrow when illuminated by the myriad of lights at night. Thus, it earned the moniker of Maishan. This locale marks the boundary between the plains and plateaus. Traversing through Maishan Town, the terrain gradually ascends. Despite its small size, Maishan Town is bustling with activity year-round, far more prosperous than many towns in Tianyuan County. To travel from the various counties to the royal city, one must traverse this well-trodden path. Otherwise, the journey leads through treacherous mountains where human presence is scarce and no roads exist, compelling travelers to scale peaks and valleys, likely to be devoured by mountain spirits or wild beasts before reaching the royal city. This is the very reason for the prosperity of Maishan Town. The town's most renowned feature is its bustling trading market, a designated space for commerce where one can exchange goods for necessities. Lao Jin and Lao Zhao, having arranged for a carriage at the inn, led a few companions towards the market. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene of bustling crowds, with guards patrolling to maintain order and the occasional sound of haggling filling the air. The group meandered through the throngs, and over the past few years, Yuan Feng had absorbed countless texts under the tutelage of Feng Lao Dao, encompassing a wide range of subjects such as medicinal herbs, weaponry, materials, elixirs, the history of the continent, and biographies of notable figures. Fortunately, Yuan Feng possessed an exceptional memory, capable of retaining information after a single reading, a feat that would take others a decade to accomplish. Very well then, as you suggested, 20 gold coins for the transaction. But I would like you to gift me these 2 spirit peaches, Yuan Feng proposed. That is not feasible. I can only part with 1. The shopkeeper replied. This spirit peach is worth 3 gold coins, so 1 is all I can offer as a gift. In that case, how about you throw in this worthless herb as well? Yuan Feng casually pointed out. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, chuckling to himself as he realized he had encountered a naive young man. Very well, I shall give you the herb. It is of no use to me anyway. He agreed with a grin. Sister, do hurry and settle the bill. You are the wealthy one, while I find myself short on coins. Yuan Feng joked with a playful smile. Huang Qingyao had long since grown accustomed to Yuan Feng's unscrupulous demeanor and handed over a 20-tael gold note without hesitation. The proprietor, glancing at the note, promptly began to wrap the spiritual herb. Upon entering the room, Yuan Feng eagerly unveiled the earth's spiritual herb, cradling it in his palm. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the bed, he gradually began to absorb its essence, enveloped in a soft, earthy yellow light shield. Fortunately, the glow was not overly radiant and remained contained within the confines of the room. As Yuan Feng continued to absorb the energy, he sensed the earth's spiritual energy within him becoming significantly denser, his body feeling increasingly robust. The prospect of reaching the 8th tier seemed within grasp. However, he vaguely perceived an imbalance in the 5 elemental spiritual energies within him. It was evident that he needed to harmonize these energies. His intuition was correct. Prior to the amalgamation of the 5 elemental energies, achieving equilibrium was essential. Without balance, their functionality would be compromised, akin to the impossibility of cooperation between an ant and an elephant. Chapter 15. The royal city. At this moment, it was noon, and the first floor of the tavern was filled to capacity with patrons. The private rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors displayed the occupied signs, with elegantly attired young women stationed at the entrances, ready to cater to the esteemed guests. The tavern's manager approached, escorting several individuals to the 5th floor, which was not open to the public and was reserved for the Huang family residing in the royal city. Notably, Huang Qingyao's older brother, Huang Qinglan, would frequently gather with a multitude of students here after classes, transforming the Qinghong Tavern into a social hub for the Huang family's acquaintances and friends. Huang Qingyao and Yuan Feng engaged in a casual conversation, while Xiao Long and Cui Lan nestled nearby, chattering away about matters unknown. Occasionally, they would glance up at Yuan Feng and Huang Qingyao before quickly lowering their heads, anxious not to intrude upon their exchange. Before long, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Hurry, take me to see my sister. I haven't seen her in nearly a year. All right, young master, please be patient. There are still many guests outside. We mustn't disturb them. Manager Zhou hastily led the way. The door swung open, revealing Huang Qinglan, who exclaimed, "Ha! Sister, have you missed your brother? It has been nearly a year since we last met. Brother, this is Yuan Feng and Zhang Xiaolong. Please keep your voice down." Huang Qingyao cautioned. Oh, Huang Qinglan exclaimed, seizing Yuan Feng's hands warmly. Hello, Yuan Feng. I am Huang Qinglan. Thank you for assisting my sister in activating her cold spirit body. Father has already informed me in his letter. Rest assured, should you require anything in the royal city, do not hesitate to ask. Hello, Qinglan. Since Uncle Huang has already briefed you, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I will follow your lead in all matters. Yuan Feng replied with a smile. Noticing Yuan Feng's exceptional demeanor, Huang Qinglan recalled her father's words, emphasizing the importance of forging a strong bond with Yuan Feng at all costs. His master aided father in breaking through to the innate stage, and he has helped your sister activate her cold spirit body. Our Huang family must repay this immense kindness. We must fulfill any requests he may have. You should spend more time communicating with Yuan Feng. This young man has already reached the 5th level of the acquired stage before even turning 17. His future is boundless. We must be diligent. Yuan Feng also scrutinized the eldest scion of the Huang family, noting the resemblance to Uncle Huang. Both possessed a handsome, refined demeanor that was immensely appealing. Such individuals are effortlessly accepted by others, likely having inherited Uncle Huang's remarkable talent for friendship. Yuan Feng recalled his master's instructions to study at the Royal Academy for 2 to 3 years. He felt a surge of impatience, having traveled for days without engaging in reading. He was certain that the Royal Academy harbored a vast library. Over the years, Yuan Feng had cultivated a habit of reading, and he felt a peculiar emptiness when he was unable to do so. I understand, Brother Qinglan. Yuan Feng exclaimed. Brother, I have been diligently practicing these past 2 weeks. My younger brother Yuan Feng suggested that I should cultivate in places abundant with water elemental spirit energy, where I would surely make rapid breakthroughs. Are there such places in the royal city? Please take me there. I aim to achieve a breakthrough within half a month. Huang Qingyao replied, somewhat defiantly. Haha, my sister is formidable now. Once you excel in your cultivation, you must look after your brother. The 4 beauties of the kingdom will finally become a reality. Let us see who dares to call my sister a mere flower vase. Huang Qinglan said joyfully. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingyao's delicate face flushed with a charming hue. The 4 beauties of the kingdom? Sister Qingyao is indeed stunning. I wonder how the other 3 compare. Yuan Feng mused silently. The 4 beauties of the kingdom were selected from the younger generation of Lianshan City. The first beauty, Yin Mimi of the Yin family. The second beauty, Liao Tianjiao of the Liao family. The third beauty, Qing Lian of the Qing family. And the 4th beauty, Huang Qingyao of the Huang family. The 3 individuals before them were not only exceptionally beautiful, but also possessed remarkable talents in cultivation. Among them, Yin Mimi from the Yin family achieved the highest accomplishments, rumored to have already reached the innate stage. However, she was several years older than the latter 3, having reportedly experienced a fortuitous breakthrough during a recent trial. Presently, Huang Qingyao had commenced her cultivation, possessing a rare variant water physique known as the cold spirit body, which undoubtedly promised a shift in her future standings. Over the years, Huang Qinglan had engaged in numerous brawls in the royal city, unable to tolerate others referring to his sister as merely a pretty face. Now that his sister could cultivate, he was undoubtedly elated. Had it not been for their father's admonition in his letter, the whole royal city would have likely known of Huang Qingyao's ability to cultivate by now. As Huang Qinglan gazed at Yuan Feng and his sister, his admiration grew, and a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Yuan Feng, my sister is one of the 4 beauties of the kingdom. You are indeed fortunate to be so close. With that, he dashed out of the room. Huang Qingyao, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush as her brother disappeared from sight. Yuan Feng, equally surprised, had not anticipated Huang Qinglan's sudden remark and awkwardly scratched his head. Sister Qingyao, you should rest. I will return to my guest room. After speaking, he exited with little dragon in tow. Miss, young master Yuan Feng has already departed. Do not be lost in thought. The maid, Cui Lan, whispered with a soft laugh. Oh, you dare to tease me, little Cui Lan? Just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, she playfully tickled Cui Lan under her arms. The master and servant duo engaged in a delightful scuffle, their camaraderie evident. As dusk fell, the bright moon hung in the sky, its arrival unnoticed. Huang Qinglan strolled through the Lantern Festival with a few companions, regaling Yuan Feng with amusing anecdotes about the city, which Yuan Feng found thoroughly entertaining. Being new to the royal city, he was eager to absorb its unique charm. Ah, is that not young Master Huang? A rotund young man exclaimed. What brings you out to admire the lanterns? Step aside and do not hinder my enjoyment. As the saying goes, good dogs do not block the path. Laughter erupted from the elegantly dressed youths accompanying him. Han Fatty, today, I am out enjoying the sights with my siblings and cannot be bothered with you. Get lost, or I shall deal with you. Huang Qinglan retorted sharply. This Han Fatty, whose real name was Han Shuo, was the young master of Tianfeng County. Portly and robust, he had a long-standing rivalry with Huang Qinglan. Their fathers had clashed, yet neither could best the other due to their distinguished backgrounds, leaving their enmity to be passed down to the younger generation. Han Shuo was considered a prominent figure among the youth of various counties within the Lianrui kingdom. Hence he was surrounded by numerous young masters from other counties. Despite Han Shuo's attempts to assert dominance over Huang Qinglan, the latter consistently outshone him in both strength and connections, leading Han Shuo to seek trouble at every opportunity, only to be thwarted time and again. Tonight, encountering Huang Qinglan at the Lantern Festival, he noticed that his rival was without a retinue, prompting a few young masters from the counties to conspire to confront him. Huang Qinglan, it seems you are without allies today. Are you still unwilling to yield? Come over and call me brother, and I may let you go, he said, casting a lecherous glance at Huang Qingyao. Isn't this the lovely sister Qingyao? Do you miss your brother Han Shuo? Han Pengzi leered. Huang Qinglan, who had always doted on his sister, could hardly tolerate such insolence from Han Pengzi. Han Pengzi, do not tempt fate. If you dare utter another word about my sister, I shall not rest until I have reduced your pig-like head to pulp. Huang Qinglan exclaimed in fury. Yuan Feng had initially paid little attention to Han Pengzi and his companions, but upon hearing his lewd remarks towards Huang Qingyao, a flame of anger ignited within him. Huang Qingyao, sensing the grim expressions on her brother and Yuan Feng's faces, hastily intervened. Brother, we cannot engage in violence in Wangqing. Yuan Feng, let us depart and ignore them. Han Pengzi's intention was to provoke Huang Qinglan into a confrontation. Knowing that the one responsible for maintaining order in Wangsheng was his distant relative, thus he felt no fear of repercussions. Huang Qinglan's countenance darkened. Unable to avenge his sister's honor against Han Pengzi, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had they been at the academy, Han Pengzi would have surely faced Huang Qinglan's wrath by now. Yuan Feng cast a mocking glance at Han Pengzi and remarked, Good Sir Han Pengzi, with your corpulent frame, I dare say your upper half must outweigh your lower half to the point where your second limb resembles a mere bamboo chopstick. Haha, Yuan Feng, you speak the truth. Indeed, Han Pengzi is but a chopstick. Huang Qinglan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Huang Qingyao's face flushed crimson as she retreated to the back. Enraged by Yuan Feng's words, Han Shuo bellowed, Who is this insolent wretch that dares speak to your Han De Yi in such a manner? Do you wish to court death? Come, brothers, surround them. In an instant, several youths behind Han Pengzi swiftly encircled Yuan Feng and his companions. Yuan Feng, unyielding in his demeanor, continued, Fatty Han, not only are you akin to a bamboo chopstick, but your corpulent frame also constrains your kidneys. You are merely a decorative piece. Are you not often overwhelmed by your own limitations? Huang Qinglan chuckled, realizing that Yuan Feng's subordinate was indeed an intriguing character. Enraged and humiliated, Fatty Han bellowed, Bring this brat down. I will take full responsibility for any repercussions. However, Fatty Han and his companions were oblivious to the realm of Yuan Feng's prowess. Only Fatty Han himself was at the 5th rank, while the others were merely at the 4th. They stood no chance against Yuan Feng. Chapter 16. The Academy Assessment. Yuan Feng activated the Dragon's Dance technique, swiftly charging toward the group. In an instant, Fatty Han and his companions were struck down, leaving only a fleeting shadow in their wake. All but Fatty Han bore the marks of defeat, sporting darkened rings around their eyes, while Fatty Han received special attention. Receiving a blow to his groin, bending over like a shrimp on the ground. The sight filled the others with terror, prompting them to hastily shield their own groins. Huang Qinglan was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet before he could even make a move, Yuan Feng had single-handedly dispatched them. It was astonishingly swift. Huang Qingyao, witnessing Fatty Han's pained expression, couldn't help but chuckle shyly. So, Fatty Han, do you concede? Shall I summon your cousin? Let me be clear. You rely on your cousin, but the Huang family is not without its own support. Are you not fearful of escalating this matter? If so, let us continue. Huang Qinglan proclaimed arrogantly. Fatty Han, unable to rise due to the pain, was hastily assisted by his companions. Huang Qinglan, and you too, brat. This time, I concede defeat, but mark my words, you shall wait for your reckoning. Next time, I will surely break your legs. After that, the group of Han the Fat left in disarray. Haha, what a relief, laughed Huang Qinglong. With their grievances aired, their spirits lifted considerably. Huang Qingyao pondered for a moment and asked, Brother, have you found a place rich in water elemental energy for me? Are you still worried about my capabilities? The moonlit lake in the East District is abundant in water elemental energy. I have already made arrangements for you there, Huang Qinglong replied. Yuan Feng, what is your affinity? I would like to arrange a training chamber for you as well. Yuan Feng had been practicing the breath-concealing technique, which rendered his cultivation affinity and level imperceptible to others. After some contemplation, he gradually relaxed the technique, revealing both gold and water attributes. Brother Qinglong, I am a dual-element practitioner, gold and water, Yuan Feng said. Oh, I had thought you were a single-element practitioner. Gold and water is indeed remarkable. You will achieve great things in the future. Huang Qinglong continued, by the way, our Kingdom Academy has recently welcomed several talented single-element practitioners, and the elders are scrambling to take them as disciples. Thankfully, my sister, with her mutated cold spirit body, surpasses them all, Huang Qinglong boasted. Indeed, Yuan Feng, your strength is impressive. You knocked Han the Fat down with a single kick. His family is known for their bulk, primarily due to an ancestral innate technique that requires substantial energy intake for cultivation. Han the Fat's physical prowess ranks among the best in the Kingdom Academy. Do not underestimate your opponents once you enter the academy, Huang Qinglong advised. Rest assured, Brother Qinglong, I am well aware, with their meager skills, they cannot pose a challenge to me. Yuan Feng chuckled as he returned to the tavern, where he resumed practicing the 5 elements body cultivation technique. His movements were deliberately slow, yet each gesture was infused with strength and vigor, allowing the ethereal energies of the elements to gently flow into various parts of his body. Yuan Feng moderated his pace to avoid drawing attention. Had he unleashed his full potential, the elemental energies would converge upon him with great haste, creating a vibrant spectacle akin to the multicolored radiance that had once emanated when assisting Huang Qingyao. Even employing the breath-concealing technique would be insufficient to mask such a phenomenon. After nearly an hour of practice, Yuan Feng felt invigorated, his body free of perspiration, and he succumbed to slumber upon his bed. The following morning, Huang Qinglong took Huang Qingyao to the moonlit lake in the Eastern District, where dedicated training chambers awaited. It was anticipated that their next meeting would not occur for another fortnight. Yuan Feng merely relocated to a secluded courtyard behind the tavern. For the abundant gold element spiritual energy in the Golden Spirit continent rendered a specialized training chamber unnecessary, as there was little difference in the environments. Each day, Yuan Feng, accompanied by Zhang Xiaolong, rose early to commence his training. As dawn broke and life stirred anew, the elemental energies were at their most abundant. Yuan Feng engaged in constant practice, whether it be the body cultivation technique, the 5 elements sword, or the breath-concealing technique. During moments of leisure, he wandered through the city, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and seeking serene locales for reading. This pursuit had become a habit, in idle moments devoid of books. Yuan Feng found himself at a loss for what to do. 5 days prior to the Academy's assessment, Yuan Feng sensed a stirring within him as the elemental energies surged restlessly, and the barrier of the 8th heavenly layer began to waver, hinting at a potential breakthrough into that realm. Yuan Feng leapt directly into the water pool within the courtyard, holding his breath as he fervently practiced the 5 elements body refinement technique, simultaneously exerting the breath concealment technique. The 5-colored spiritual energy continuously converged, casting radiant hues through the water, though the brilliance diminished after refracting through the pool. Under the abundant midday sun, its luminosity became less pronounced. The young master is truly remarkable. He has made a breakthrough during his practice. Zhang Xiaolong marveled from the side. After Yuan Feng attained the 8th heaven in the pool, he pondered how to better conceal the spiritual energies of wood, fire, and earth, for how could he dare to advance further within the academy otherwise? In the final 5 days, he dedicated himself to mastering the breath concealment technique, striving for further breakthroughs. Now that he had reached the 8th heaven, the path to the innate realm lay closer ahead. His master had mentioned that ascending to the acquired realm is relatively simple, yet it poses risks of establishing a fragile foundation. Countless individuals find themselves stagnating at the 9th heaven of the acquired realm. Having advanced from the 3rd heaven to the 8th heaven in merely a few months, he still had 2 months until he turned 17. It was imperative for him to solidify his foundation and refrain from hasty advancements. While there may be prodigies on the five-spirit continent who have attained this realm at a younger age than Yuan Feng, in terms of cultivation speed, few could surpass him. Achieving the 8th heaven in just over 10 months was a result of deliberate restraint. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. And today marked the day of the entrance examination for the academy. Yuan Feng and his companions followed Huang Qinglan towards the Royal Academy, situated beneath the 3 connected peaks of the royal city. Built against the mountains and ascending in layers, the academy sprawled across the terrain, extending along the 3 connected peaks. It is said that the higher the cultivation ground, the greater the innate talent of the student, showcasing their exceptional nature and serving as an inspiration for their diligent practice. At the Royal Academy, the students are categorized into various groups: servants, external students, internal students, core students, and inheritors. The servants are those with the least talent, who remain to perform menial tasks in exchange for some cultivation resources. However, as their realms elevate, they may challenge the trial arrays. Once a servant successfully navigates the first array, the Stone Man array, they ascend to the status of an external student. An external student who conquers the second array, the Iron Man array, becomes an internal student, and an internal student who surpasses the Copper Man array is recognized as a core student. As for the inheritors, they must undergo a separate assessment arranged by the Academy. The Royal Academy also nurtures students specializing in alchemy, array formation, and artifact forging, who are considered unique and do not fall into the aforementioned 5 categories. Nevertheless, they are prioritized for cultivation and may receive resources surpassing even some core disciples. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Royal Academy, Yuan Feng beheld the grand gates, spanning several dozen yards and opening inward. He surmised that even those of innate realms would find it challenging to breach such iron gates, reflecting the Academy's immense wealth. Flanking the gates were several statues erected in honor of the prodigies who had made outstanding contributions to the Academy. On either side of the entrance, long lines formed, one for males and the other for females, designated for registration. Only those under the age of 18 who had attained the 3rd layer of the acquired realm were permitted to undergo the entrance examination and classification. Yuan Feng and the veiled Huang Qingyao stood apart, knowing this was merely the first step. Only after the review could they enter the academy for assessment and ranking. Huang Qingyao, not yet 18 and having reached the 3rd layer, fully met the requirements. Yuan Feng marveled at how swiftly the cold spirit physique cultivates. From the moment Huang Qingyao activated her physique until now, it has only been 3 months, yet she has already reached the 3rd level. I have cultivated for nearly 4 years to only reach the 8th level. In reality, Yuan Feng was being unduly modest. The actual time he spent cultivating the 5 elements body refinement technique was less than a year, and he had already reached the 8th level. The assessment soon reached Yuan Feng. Name, age. He was instructed to stand on the Bone Age stone to measure his age, and then on the Talent stone to measure his attributes. Yuan Feng, 17 years old. Yes, the Bone Age stone shows the correct age. The Talent stone is a peculiar stone found on the 5 elements continent. As long as a person stands on it, it can measure their 5 elements attributes and determine their physique. Yuan Feng obediently stood on the Talent stone, which suddenly emitted several dazzling rays of 5-colored light. The assessor was taken aback. How can there be 5 colors? Yuan Feng quickly activated his aura concealment technique to suppress it. Finally, golden and blue lights filled the gemstone. Oh, this gemstone is malfunctioning again, the assessor muttered to himself. Yuan Feng, 17 years old, possesses a metal-water physique, a mutually generating constitution. Metal is the dominant element. Meets the requirements for the 3rd level. Recommendation for inner court cultivation. The surrounding students participating in the assessment looked on with envy. He was being recommended for inner court cultivation even before the assessment. In fact, the assessor had already discerned Yuan Feng's suppressed 5th level realm, hence the remark. Dual element physiques are divided into 3 types: mutually generating, mutually overcoming, and non-overcoming. Among these, the mutually generating physique is the best. After cultivation, the mutually generating dual element spiritual energies are relatively harmonious within the body, making it easier to cultivate to profound levels. Mutually overcoming physiques are difficult and considered the worst among dual element physiques. Non-overcoming physiques are in the middle, and cultivation is moderate. The auditor merely circled the name Yuan Feng and summoned an academy member to announce this information within the institution. After all, the Jinsui physique, despite being a singular type, is indeed commendable within the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, this young man, at the tender age of 17, had already attained the 5th level of the heavenly realm, indicating his remarkable aptitude. It is likely that he would be directly taken as a disciple by an elder of the innate realm within the inner academy. Suddenly, a wave of excitement erupted. Another long dragon of talent stones emitted a dazzling azure light, shocking the auditors. This was a singular physique, the water element. Moreover, the radiant azure hue signified an extraordinary water element physique. Although the academy had recruited 3 singular physique geniuses in recent years, each was merely of average singular type, and none could compare to this exceptional water element. Yuan Feng glanced over and smiled, for he recognized it to be Huang Qingyao. Chapter 17. Breaking the formation suddenly. Several figures descended from above the entrance, causing the surrounding crowd to part in a flurry. The auditors hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Esteemed elders, greetings." The elders scrutinized Huang Qingyao, nodding in approval. One must understand that only those who have reached the metamorphosis realm can traverse the skies. These elders were indeed at that level. The Royal Academy is truly a place of hidden talents, as several metamorphosis realm figures have appeared in such a short span. Yuan Feng promptly activated his breath concealment technique to suppress his aura, although his master had assured him that as long as he did not surpass him, no one could see through the breath concealment technique. One could never be too cautious. Others might possess fortuitous encounters and develop extraordinary abilities, potentially unveiling Yuan Feng's presence. Well then, Elder Yuxuan, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elders. Elder Yuxuan said with a respectful gesture. Haha, no need for such formality. We take our leave, replied the elders. And with that, they soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Are you Huang Qingyao? Would you be willing to take me as your master? I am Bai Yuxuan, the Vice Dean of the Kingdom Academy. By joining my tutelage, you will be exempt from the entrance examination and become my esteemed disciple, Bai Yuxuan said warmly. I am willing to become your disciple, Huang Qingyao replied, bowing respectfully. Excellent. Rise quickly. I shall now take you to the academy. From this moment on, you will reside with me in Lishui Pavilion. With that, Bai Yuxuan and Huang Qingyao soared into the sky. Huang Qingyao gasped softly, as it was her first experience of flight. Do not worry, my vital energy envelopes you, ensuring you do not fall. Once you cultivate to the transformation realm, you will be able to fly on your own. Bai Yuxuan chuckled lightly. Bai Yuxuan was in high spirits. He had not harbored much hope this year, for it was already remarkable for the kingdom to produce 1 or 2 singularly talented cultivators annually. The absence of water elemental cultivators had nearly extinguished any possibility of encountering one. To his surprise, a singular water elemental girl had appeared, reminiscent of himself. After years of searching for a suitable successor, his joy was immeasurable. As he observed Yuan Peak, having completed the registration, they were escorted to the assessment hall for the entrance examination. The first trial was the Stone Man Array. Those who successfully navigated this array would gain admission as external disciples. The second trial was the Iron Man Array. Those who overcame it would be accepted as internal disciples. The third trial was the Copper Man Array. Those who triumphed would become core disciples, eligible to ascend the cloud ladder for further cultivation. Yuan Peak arrived before the Stone Man Array, where students were already attempting to conquer the trials. Before him stood 5 stone figures arranged in an intricate formation. Although their lower bodies were immobile, their upper bodies wielded weapons with remarkable speed, effectively blocking all potential paths forward. Yuan Feng contemplated his options, either to forcefully shatter the weapons of the Stone Guardians or to deftly maneuver through them, as there was a discernible interval between their attacks. In a matter of moments, several candidates had already been eliminated by the stone figures. One individual, attempting to slip past using agility, was struck on the arm by a weapon while navigating around the third stone figure, resulting in his expulsion from the challenge. Yuan Feng noted that this individual's agility paled in comparison to his own. He believed he could navigate through effortlessly. Subsequently, some participants managed to progress by shattering the weapons of the stone figures, while others relied on their agility to succeed. Those who employed agility found the challenge considerably easier, as they avoided the onslaught of the Stone Guardians. Yuan Feng greeted the examiner with a nod, signaling his intent to attempt the trial. Channeling the essence of his Dragon S motion technique, he deftly darted through the stone array, weaving left and right, and in mere moments, he had successfully traversed it. Accompanied by envious glances from those around him, he proceeded towards the middle tier, resolved to take on the challenge. For the privileges afforded to Class 5 students were markedly superior. As he approached the Iron Guardian array, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of participants. Only a scant few dozen were attempting to navigate the iron figures. Yuan Feng remained unhurried, patiently observing, a trait cultivated through his scholarly pursuits. The operational patterns of the Iron Guardians were far more intricate, and unlike their stone counterparts, these figures possessed mobility, wielding their weapons with even greater speed. Relying solely on agility would not suffice. He would have to withstand the assaults of the 4th and 5th Iron Guardians to advance. As Yuan Feng gestured to the examiners, he proceeded to the front of the formation. First, he activated the Dragon Dance technique, then infused his arms with the golden elemental energy from within. He charged into the array, swiftly maneuvering past the first 3 iron figures. In an instant, he arrived before the 4th iron figure, whose weapon was already descending upon him. Yuan Feng crossed his arms, and with a resounding clash of metal, he propelled himself away using the force of the impact. However, as he slid beneath the 5th iron figure, its weapon swept toward him. At that moment, with his lower body still unsteady, he had no choice but to channel the golden energy into his fists and strike against the weapon. After more than 3 years of foundational training, coupled with nearly a year of physical cultivation, his body had significantly surpassed that of an ordinary postnatal realm martial artist. Enhanced by the golden energy, he managed to momentarily halt the Iron Figure's assault, seizing the opportunity to swiftly escape the weapon's range and successfully pass through the challenge. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuan Feng reflected on his earlier carelessness. Had he not held back before the 4th iron figure, he would not have been caught off balance. The spectators looked on in astonishment. This seemingly frail young man had withstood 2 strikes from the iron figures without issue. Most would have suffered fractures, yet he appeared lively and unscathed. When had the 5th level of the realm become so formidable? The examiners were equally taken aback. Was this boy made of iron? Even a 9th level postnatal martial artist could not endure such an onslaught. This was a clash of iron against flesh, not weapons against weapons. Despite relying on the enhancement of golden energy, one could not overlook the extraordinary strength of his physique. A true anomaly. Yuan Feng had no time to engage with the astonished examiners and fellow candidates behind him. Having successfully navigated through the 3rd tier, I have now become an inner courtyard disciple. Should I dare to venture into the remaining 3 tiers and ascend directly to the rank of core disciple? My master once advised that one must always exercise restraint, for a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind. Currently, I find myself at the 5th level of the acquired realm. Should I boldly attempt to breach the 9th tier, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the academy. What should I do? Advance or refrain? Yet, the necessity to advance is paramount. Without it, I cannot secure additional resources for my cultivation, nor can I embark on the journey to find my parents. To hell with the consequences. Resolute in my decision, I soon arrived at the Copper Man array. Before the array, only a handful of individuals were attempting the challenge, all seasoned disciples clad in inner courtyard garb. My arrival caught the attention of a few. Oh, it's you. Truly, you have traversed great distances to find me without much effort, exclaimed Han Shuo, the corpulent disciple. I have been searching for you, and that Huang Qinglan fellow. I never imagined I would encounter you here. I turned to see Han Shuo, the chubby one, who, despite his girth, had somehow managed to endure the Copper Man array. How curious it is that he has yet to learn from his past lessons. Do you require another lesson to remind you of your place? I replied nonchalantly. Han Shuo's expression darkened, and he seemed ready to charge at me. But upon reflecting that we were in front of the array, he hesitated. What makes you think this feeble frame of yours can challenge the latter 3 tiers? Aren't you afraid of being crushed? He taunted with a smirk. Huh? Who do you think you are, you defeated foe? How dare you speak so boldly? I retorted, my words laced with scorn. Han Shuo's face grew even darker, his temper flaring. This brat's tongue is truly venomous. It infuriates me. No, I must teach him a lesson. Han Pengzi pondered to himself as a few individuals beside him anxiously observed the contender navigating the Bronze Man formation. Upon hearing the exchange between Han Pengzi and Yuan Feng, they turned their gazes toward the two. Han Pengzi leaned closer to a figure clad in white and spoke a few words. prompting the white-clad individual to stride towards Yuan Feng. "Is it you, brat, who dared to strike Han Pengzi? Come forth and bow in apology, and I shall spare you this time," declared the young man in white with an air of arrogance. Yuan Feng, however, paid him no heed. His attention fixed on the bronze man formation. The young man in white, feeling slighted by Yuan Feng's indifference, immediately darkened in countenance. "How audacious! You dare disregard the words of your esteemed Zhang Xiao. Once you emerge from the bronze man formation, you shall face the consequences," he proclaimed ominously. Yuan Feng remained entranced by the scene within the formation, entirely unfazed by the threats posed by the self-proclaimed Zhang Xiao. Within the formation, the young contender appeared on the verge of collapse, having been battered by the bronze men, his strength to advance nearly exhausted as he struggled desperately. Success would grant him a place among the elite, while failure would leave him wandering the inner sect aimlessly. Observing that the contender's aura was at the 6th level, Yuan Feng noted with concern how he was still being overpowered by the bronze men. The young man in white, visibly irritated, turned his attention to Huang Qinglan and his companions. "Huang, keep your mouth shut. Can't you see Jin Xiao is attempting the formation? If you wish to avoid a beating, you best retreat to the sidelines." Huang Qinglan, unfazed, responded with a grin. "Zhang Chengkai, I truly wonder what nonsense you are spouting here. If I desire a beating, what of it? Come, strike me if you dare. Your grandfather bestowed upon you a name that suits you perfectly." The youths accompanying them erupted into laughter. The name Zhang Chengkai carries an intriguing significance. Born in the spring, he is characterized by the elemental properties of wood and water, a combination that inspired his grandfather to bestow upon him this name, hoping for a future of accomplishment. Huang Qinglan, with a smile, recounted this to Yuan Feng. Zhang Chuansai's face flushed crimson. He loathed the mention of his name. Huang Qinglan's teasing left him feeling quite embarrassed. "Heh, Huang Qinglan, you scoundrel, reveling in your verbal jests. Just wait until Jin Xiao emerges from the array. You shall see," Zhang Chengkai retorted, filled with indignation. In this moment, Yuan Feng wore a cheerful expression, having only heard tales of father's mischief, but never of grandfather's antics. He greeted his friends surrounding Huang Qinglan before advancing toward the formation. "Yuan Feng, do exercise caution. The Copper Man array is unlike the previous two. Should you find it insurmountable, do not hesitate to retreat," Huang Qinglan advised earnestly. Yuan Feng nodded slightly, activating the dragon's movement technique, wielding his fists in place of a sword to execute the 5 elements sword technique. The Copper Man's attacks were fierce and rapid, yet he countered with the earth element sword technique. Although he could not harness the full defensive capabilities of earth element spiritual energy, it still provided a significantly stronger defense than other techniques. With a proactive defense, he countered the attacks as he approached the first Copper Man. His left fist met the Copper Man's sword with a resounding thud, quickly retracting, while his right fist struck the Copper Man's arm. There was a dull thump, and to everyone's astonishment, the Copper Man's arm was slowed in its weapon's movement by the force of his punch. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could this young man possess such strength? After all, this was a Copper Man crafted from fine bronze. At this moment, the attacks from the remaining 4 bronze figures commenced, their swords encircling Yuan Feng from all directions. Yuan Feng, left with no choice, sprang into the air, attempting to leap out of the combat zone. The bronze figures, swift in their movements, swiftly closed in before Yuan Feng could touch the ground, forming a tighter encirclement. Despite his formidable physical strength, Yuan Feng found it impossible to withstand the onslaught of 5 swords. He executed a sliding kick towards one of the bronze figure's legs, hoping that any slight delay in their movements would allow him to escape using the dragon's flow technique. His strike bore fruit. This particular bronze figure exhibited a momentary sluggishness compared to the others. Encouraged by this progress, Yuan Feng endured several more attacks, his body jolted and his blood surging. But he ultimately succeeded in inflicting damage upon the legs of several bronze figures, resulting in a noticeable reduction in their speed. Yuan Feng, employing the dragon's flow technique, withstood 2 more strikes before finally breaking free from the encirclement of the bronze figures. The examiners of the bronze array quickly gathered around, effortlessly pulling Huang Qinglan out as well. Huang Qinglan, with a resigned expression, exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Feng. The group of examiners began to extol the merits of their respective spiritual peaks. Overwhelmed by the barrage of information, Yuan Feng cleared his throat to interrupt their discourse. "Esteemed teachers, I am of the Golden Water Constitution and seek a spiritual peak that shares a similar cultivation system for my training, Yuan Feng stated. One of the examiners chuckled. Given your affinity for gold, our academy is replete with spiritual peaks aligned with the gold element. You have ample options. Once you enter the core, you may ascend the cloud ladder to access the spiritual peaks. However, I must inform you that 4 out of the 9 spiritual peaks have already chosen their inheritor disciples. Entering any of these would be of little consequence to you. Due to the fact that each of the 9 spiritual peaks selects only one inheritor, it is advisable to choose from the remaining 5, thereby retaining the possibility of ascending to inheritance. The 9 spiritual peaks are as follows: Jinsheng Peak, Xuanmu Peak, Lingshui Peak, Jihua Peak, Huta Peak, Jinshui Peak, Dimu Peak, Shuimu Peak, and Wuxing Peak. Among these 9 peaks, Jinsheng Peak stands as the most formidable, serving as the primary peak. Conversely, Wuxing Peak is the weakest among them. With Jinsheng Peak, Xuanmu Peak, Lingshui Peak, and Jihua Peak already having selected their inheritors, while the remaining 5 peaks have yet to determine their inheritors. One of the examiners patiently elucidated this. I am from Jinshui Peak, Yuan Feng. Greetings. Jinshui Peak is indeed the most suitable spiritual peak for you. And you also hold the potential to become an inheritor. There are only a few core positions available in Jinshui Peak. The examiner from Jinshui Peak declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the other peaks felt disheartened, as it had already been stated that one should select a peak that aligns with their attributes. Alas, it seems Jinshui Peak is the clear choice. Yuan Feng, however, remained unperturbed. Upon learning about Wuxing Peak, he devised a plan. Recognizing that his 5 elemental attributes naturally made Wuxing Peak the optimal choice. Apologies to all examiners, and thank you for your kind invitations. But I wish to join Wuxing Peak. May I inquire if the examiner from Wuxing Peak is present? Yuan Feng inquired. Yes, I'm here outside. Please, everyone, make way for me, shouted a somewhat diminutive examiner as he squeezed through the crowd. Haha, Yuan Feng, are you truly joining Wuxing Peak? Are you certain? The shorter examiner queried with uncertainty. Yuan Feng, Jinshui Peak is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. Why would you choose Wuxing Peak? The evaluator from Jingshufeng had initially set his sights on a certain victory, only to find that the prize had slipped through his fingers, causing him considerable distress. What has become of Wuxing Peak? With our diverse attributes, we at Wuxing Peak possess the ability to cultivate in various ways. How can you possibly compare? The diminutive evaluator asserted that, given your innate talent, there exists a significant possibility for you to ascend to a higher lineage. Laughter erupted among the surrounding evaluators. Indeed, Wuxing Peak comprises merely a handful of disciples. Thus, it is hardly feasible to select a successor from such a limited pool. The shorter evaluator, flushed and at a loss for words, could only listen. I wish to cultivate at Wuxing Peak. Please guide me there. Upon this declaration from Yuansheng, the crowd fell silent, unable to respond. What else could they say when the decision had already been made? The short evaluator, brimming with excitement, seized Yuansheng's hand and led him towards the peak. In truth, Yuansheng's choice of Wuxing Peak was not solely due to his affinity with the 5 elements. He recognized that he could cultivate just as effectively at any spiritual peak, employing the art of breath restraint to practice safely. Most evaluators present were at the 8th heaven realm, yet the slightly shorter evaluator from Wuxing Peak remained an enigma, his aura elusive and difficult to gauge. This peculiarity sparked a profound curiosity within Yuansheng. Yuansheng, should you require anything, simply seek me out at the Qinghong Tavern. Huang Qinglong called out. Yuansheng waved in acknowledgement and departed with the evaluator from Wuxing Peak. The other evaluators gradually dispersed, but the Jingshufeng evaluator called out to Yuansheng. If you find Wuxing Peak unsuitable, do come to Jingshufeng. Upon hearing the call, the short-statured individual hastily grasped Yuan Feng's arm and hurried towards the 5 elements cloud ladder. Seemingly anxious that Yuan Feng might escape, Zhang Ziheng led Yuan Feng directly to the mountaintop to pay homage to the Peak Master. The Grand Hall of the Peak Master faced south, flanked by 2 imposing stone statues of the fiery beast, exuding an air of authority. Inside, stone pillars adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings spiraled upward, and in the center of the hall reclined a languid figure on a stone chair, revealing long, fair legs. To Yuan Feng's astonishment, the master of the 5 elements spiritual peak was an exceptionally young and beautiful woman. Zhang Ziheng, noticing Yuan Feng's surprise, quickly urged him. Pay your respects to the Peak Master. Yuan Feng complied with a bow. Not a bad year, indeed. You've brought forth a handsome young lad, remarked the Peak Master. Zhang Ziheng, you have performed well. Later, go to the medicine pavilion to collect a step spirit pill. At your age, still not having broken through to the innate level is rather disappointing. Now, be off, and do not disturb me while I converse with our charming young guest. A languorous voice echoed through the hall. Zhang Ziheng, with a resigned expression, wiped his forehead, thanked the Peak Master, and winked at Yuan Feng as he retreated. Pray tell, what is your surname and given name, my handsome young guest? The Peak Master inquired. As Yuan Feng raised his head, he was taken aback. The beautiful Peak Master, who had been in the center of the main hall, was now standing right in front of him. His forehead was just a fraction of an inch away from brushing against her voluptuous bosom. Yuan Feng, having never encountered such a situation, broke out in a cold sweat. I've only just arrived and haven't even begun my cultivation, yet I've already brushed against the Peak Master's bosom. How will I ever survive the days to come? He couldn't help but be stunned. A series of delightful giggles awakened the dazed Yuan Feng, who hastily apologized. Haha, look at how timid you are. I'm not much older than you. I entered the Five Elements Peak around the same time as Zhang Ziheng. The old Peak Master has been traveling for years without returning, and I don't know if he's even alive. So, I became the acting Peak Master. Come, call me elder sister and let me hear it, giggle. I just adore handsome young men like you. The beautiful Peak Master teased. Now I finally understand the meaning behind Zhang Ziheng's helpless expression when he left. The beautiful Peak Master chuckled. You're such an interesting fellow. Elder sister likes you. I'll arrange for you to cultivate in the cave on the west side of my mountaintop palace. Go now. And later you must go down and greet your senior sisters and brothers, and collect some welcome gifts while you're at it. Feel free to visit elder sister here often. I'm too lonely here by myself. He heard a series of silvery laughter echoing through the hall. Yuan Feng didn't even know how he left the hall. He didn't even get a good look at what the Peak Master looked like, only catching sight of two long, white legs and a pair of luscious breasts. Reluctantly, I meandered down towards the foot of the mountain. Yuan Feng, who had always been somewhat cunning while following his master, unexpectedly encountered a rival today. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the mountainside, where a group of senior disciples gathered around, led by Zhang Ziheng. What do you think? Is our Peak Master not stunning? Haha. Have you been put in your place? Are you stationed at the mountainside or the foot? The crowd clamored with questions, creating a lively atmosphere that warmed Yuan Feng's heart. It seemed he had truly chosen the right place by coming to the Five Elements Peak. All right, everyone quiet down. Yuan Shidi, what arrangements does the Peak Master have for you? Zhang Ziheng inquired. With a sly glimmer in his eyes, Yuan Feng replied, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. The Peak Master said I am rather shabby and tarnishing the reputation of the Five Elements Peak. He requested that you all take good care of me during our first meeting. Upon finishing, Yuan Feng adopted a pitiful expression. Upon seeing Yuan Feng's feigned vulnerability, Zhang Ziheng's expression darkened. Being a few years older than the rest, he could easily discern Yuan Feng's act. Thus, it seemed that the Five Elements Peak had gained a new cunning young master. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters immediately overflowed with sympathy, some pulling out gold notes, others producing elixirs, and a few unfastening their long swords and knives from their backs. Zhang Ziheng smacked his forehead and said, Junior brothers and sisters, I must make a trip to the apothecary pavilion. You all should converse more with Yuan Shidi. With that, he dashed off, chuckling to himself, I shall take my leave. You fools are in for a treat with this Yuan fellow. At that moment, the voice of Yuan Feng resonated. Brother Zhang, you may attend to your matters first. I shall visit your cave tomorrow to seek your guidance. Zhang Ziheng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It seemed this lad had no intention of letting him off the hook. Junior brother Yuan, I am Wen Yusen, your little junior sister. This young lady exuded an enchanting charm, reminiscent of a precious jade from next door, leaving one feeling as if bathed in the gentle warmth of spring. Junior brother Yuan, I am your third senior sister, and Rumming. This third senior sister lived up to her name, appearing ethereal and transcendent, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intelligence. Though not as breathtaking as Huang Qingyao, she possessed a unique allure of her own. Junior brother Yuan, I am your fourth senior brother, Li Xiaobai. This senior brother carried himself with exceptional grace, a sword sheathed at his waist, emanating an air of nonchalance. Junior brother Yuan, I am your fifth senior brother, Hua Shirtsong. His booming voice announced his presence. This senior brother was sturdy and robust, clearly skilled in external martial arts. Junior brother Yuan, I am your sixth senior brother, Meng Chaoran. This senior brother bore an aura of scholarly elegance, drawing Yuan Feng's attention, for he too was a lover of literature. After each had introduced themselves, Yuan Feng returned their salutes. The little junior sister presented him with a spiritual elixir, the third senior sister gifted him a piece of spiritual jade, and the fourth senior brother offered a long sword, filling Yuan Feng with exuberance. The fifth senior brother bestowed upon him some gold tickets for him to procure supplies, while the sixth senior brother handed him several scrolls, much to Yuan Feng's delight. After expressing his gratitude to each of his senior brothers and sisters, Yuan Feng inquired, "Is brother Zhang the eldest senior brother? Why do I not see the second senior brother?" And Rumeng chuckled softly, prompting laughter from those around her. She replied gently, "Where is there an eldest senior brother among us? There is only one eldest senior sister, whom you have already met. Ah, our esteemed senior apprentice sister. Or rather, let's discuss our second senior apprentice brother, Zhang Ziheng. Now you comprehend fully. Ah, it turns out the Peak Lord is our most senior apprentice sister. What, pray tell, is our senior apprentice sister's appellation?" Yuan Feng inquired cautiously. Yanmimi, Yanmimi, someone whispered, almost inaudibly. Yuan Feng felt a chilling sensation on his scalp, as if something had flown across it, carrying away a few strands of hair, heading straight for Li Xiaobai's posterior. Ouch! Li Xiaobai yelped, rubbing his behind. Wen Yusin stepped forward and murmured, "Junior apprentice brother, our 5 Elements Peak has a total of 8 core disciples, including you. Those residing at the foot of the mountain are our attendants. You may also seek an attendant. Remember, never casually mention our senior apprentice sister's name. Are you all right?" "Senior apprentice brother Xiaobai?" Yuan Feng asked cautiously. Li Xiaobai rubbed his tenderized flesh and said warily, "It's nothing. Our senior apprentice sister is just like that, petty and malevolent. You must be careful in the future. She delights in tormenting new junior apprentice brothers. We've all been disciplined." No sooner had he spoken than a fist-sized rock flew towards Yuan Feng and Li Xiaobai. Yuan Feng, startled, employed the wandering dragon skill to dodge aside. Li Xiaobai clangorously drew his treasured sword and cleaved the rock, shattering it into pieces with a resounding bang. "Senior apprentice sister, your junior brother acknowledges his error and will now retreat to his cave to cultivate." Li Xiaobai exclaimed hastily. "Hee, little eighth, our caves are all located on this mountainside. Should you require anything, seek us out. Little 7, let us depart. Allow little 8 to tidy up the cave. Here, take this core token of the 5 Elements Peak." She casually tossed a medallion to Yuan Feng. "With this token, you may traverse freely within the academy, accessing areas reserved for core disciples. It serves as your pass to our 5 Elements Peak." After her words, the 2 senior sisters floated away gracefully. "Oh, dear junior brother, as you have just entered the mountain gate, the senior sister will be responsible for your guidance for the next 3 months, Wen Yusin kindly reminded him. A melodious laugh echoed from Rumeng. Yuan Feng felt a wave of concern wash over him. Would this senior sister be his mentor or his tormentor? Judging by the expressions of the senior brothers, it seemed they had not escaped her disciplinary measures. With a heavy heart, Yuan Feng trudged towards the mountaintop cave. First, he would descend the mountain to fetch Little Dragon. Fastening the token to his waist, Yuan Feng made his way to the cloud ladder. As he stepped onto it, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the 9 spiritual peaks surrounding him. Even the descent offered its own scenic beauty, and he felt a swift breeze whip around him, enhancing his sense of freedom. In high spirits, he activated the dragon dance technique beneath his feet, quickening his pace. Numerous core disciples traversed the other cloud ladders, yet none moved with the same fluid grace as Yuan Feng. Many remarked on the youth's impressive agility, while some criticized him for his arrogance. Regardless of the mixed opinions, Yuan Feng paid no heed and swiftly descended the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the assessment area, where the number of individuals undergoing the Copperman formation test had increased. As Source Peak caught sight of the disciple's badge hanging from his waist, he was pleased to receive envious glances from those around him. Unconsciously, he gave his body a little shake, causing the badge to sway. Particularly as he passed by the likes of Fatty Han and Zhang Chengkai, he deliberately slowed his pace, his air of triumph almost infuriating them. Their faces darkened with rage, and the flesh on Fatty Han's face quivered with indignation. Ever since Source Peak had ascended to the rank of core disciple, he was no longer someone they could provoke. Should they dare to anger him, he could easily teach them a lesson, and any resistance would be deemed an offense. The hierarchy among students was indeed quite rigid. After giving his badge another flourish, Source Peak made his way outside the academy. Realizing that those like Fatty Han and Zhang Chengkai would no longer have the opportunity to contend with him. Outside the grand entrance, Huang Qinglan waited with palpable excitement. He understood that both his sister, Huang Qingyao, and Source Peak would need to come down and make arrangements before entering the mountains for their cultivation. One was his sister who had become a legacy, and the other was the closely related Source Peak who had attained the status of core disciple. From now on, even the core disciples of the academy would think twice before provoking him. At this thought, he couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. It seemed that this elder brother was celebrating the newfound respect that would shield him from being easily challenged. Source Peak, however, could only shake his head in resignation at this notion. Before long, Huang Qingyao stepped out of the courtyard, adorned in a flowing azure robe, her countenance veiled by a delicate layer of gauze that provoked boundless imagination. Though her face remained concealed, her graceful silhouette captivated the gazes of countless admirers. Chapter 20. Promises and Cultivation. Brother, Yuan Feng, my little brother, you are all here. Huang Qingyao exclaimed with a light-hearted smile. Yuan Feng, how have you fared? Surely you've passed through the 3 trials and ascended to core status by now. Indeed, my sister is astute. Huang Qinglan interjected eagerly. Yuan Feng has also attained core status. As a core disciple of the 5 Elements Peak. 5 Elements Peak. I have heard my master speak of the 9 spiritual peaks, and it seems that 5 Elements is the least formidable. Why did you choose the 5 Elements spiritual peak, dear Yuan Feng? Huang Qingyao inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. Seeing Huang Qingyao's frown, Yuan Feng found her beauty utterly enchanting, nearly drooling at the sight. Yet, he refrained from expressing such sentiments, recognizing the importance of decorum. No worries. Sister Qingyao, the essence of cultivation remains the same regardless of location. The 5 Elements Peak is quite splendid, and I truly admire my senior brothers and sisters there. I have faith that you will shine brightly, no matter where you are, dear Yuan Feng. Huang Qingyao affirmed with a nod. The 3 of them conversed and laughed as they made their way toward the Qinghong Tavern. Surrounding them were several small tables, designated for the servants. For Huang Qingyao's elevation to a disciple of inheritance was no trivial matter, had it not been for the great distance. It was likely that Huang Tianxin and his wife would have come to celebrate their daughter's achievement. A few individuals took their seats, including Xiaolong and Suilan. At the grand table, they indulged in copious amounts of wine as the servants around them came forth to offer their congratulations. Although Yuan Feng and Huang Qingyao merely smiled in a symbolic manner, the sheer volume of guests was overwhelming, particularly as Huang Qingyao's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, leaving Yuan Feng momentarily entranced. This was hardly surprising. Young gentlemen of Yuan Feng's age typically had more experience in intimate affairs, unlike Huang Qinglan, who had already accumulated several such experiences. Noticing Yuan Feng's daze, Huang Qingyao's complexion deepened in color. After a round of toasts, the group found themselves somewhat inebriated. Huang Qinglan had been carried upstairs to rest by the servants, having celebrated heartily, while Xiaolong had also drunk his fill in joyful support of his master. Suilan too had partaken generously on behalf of her young mistress. With the others assisted away, only Huang Qingyao and Yuan Feng remained. Both, possessing unique constitutions, found themselves impervious to the effects of the wine. As they engaged in casual conversation, Yuan Feng learned that Huang Qingyao's mentor, Bai Yuxuan, was not only the vice president but also the esteemed elder of Ling Shui Peak, holding a position of great significance within the Royal Academy. Even the royal family treated her with utmost respect. After all, the Royal Academy stood as the most prestigious institution within the Lianrui Kingdom, where many of the realm's elite had spent considerable time studying. Yuan Feng recounted some amusing tales from the 5 Elements Peak, leaving Huang Qingyao astonished to discover that it was overseen by a senior sister, which caused her to feel a twinge of concern for Yuan Feng. As Huang Qingyao pondered this, her heart raced uncontrollably, wondering why she had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Yuan Feng lately. Could it be that she had developed feelings for this younger brother, who was a mere year her junior? As this thought crossed her mind, the flush that had just faded from her cheeks returned with fervor. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, had feasted his eyes today, utterly captivated by the beauty before him, lost in a reverie as he gazed at Huang Qingyao. The next day, Huang Qinglan personally escorted Yuan Feng, Xiaolong, and Huang Qingyao to the academy, marking the commencement of their journey into the world of cultivation, a pivotal step in their lives. Yuan Feng, accompanied by Xiaolong, traversed the academy with ease, ascending the cloud ladder. Xiaolong had made notable progress, having recently entered the first level of the celestial realm, allowing him to navigate the ascent with relative stability. The winds atop the ladder were fierce, and Yuan Feng offered guidance from behind, instructing Xiaolong on how to maintain his balance. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yuan Feng located the miscellaneous affairs courtyard and ensured that Xiaolong was settled into his accommodation. After imparting a few words of caution, he took his leave, trusting that the appointed managers would oversee the remaining arrangements. Each peak had its regulations. Core disciples were permitted to bring only one companion to the mountain for cultivation. Although they were merely residing at the mountain's base, the spiritual energy in these 9 spirit peaks was exponentially more potent than that of the outside world, making cultivation here far superior to that in the inner academy. Some privileged youths spare no expense, even resorting to rare elixirs, to secure a coveted position as a core disciple's attendant. Observing the inscription on the stone cave, Xiaoba's cave, Yuan Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. Yuan Feng estimated that his senior sister's cultivation must be at least at the innate level. Otherwise, how could the stones hurled from the mountaintop possess such formidable power? I must hasten my own training, he thought, as he set down his luggage and sought out his enchanting senior sister, for it was she who guided newcomers in their practice. Standing outside the hall, Yuan Feng called out, "Senior sister Feng Master, are you there?" No sooner had his voice faded than a long whip whistled through the air, swiftly ensnaring Yuan Feng and dragging him into the grand hall. Once he regained his composure, he beheld a colossal water barrel positioned at the center of the hall. There lay Yin Mimi, reclining within the barrel, her 2 fair legs exposed, the nature of the cushion beneath her unknown. She floated on the water's surface, enveloped in a misty haze. "Xiaoba, have you come to join me for a bath this early?" Yin Mimi's languid voice echoed. Yuan Feng felt his throat tighten as he unconsciously swallowed. His senior sister was undeniably alluring, living up to her name. I dare not. Senior sister, I merely wish to come and train with you," Yuan Feng stammered, his voice filled with hesitation. The sound of splashing water echoed, prompting Yuan Feng to lower his head hurriedly. Yin Mimi, with a casual wave of her hand, donned several garments, and, glancing at the bowing Yuan Feng, chuckled softly. "Little 8, lift your head and accompany your sister to the training room. I shall properly instruct you." Following closely behind Yin Mimi, Yuan Feng was captivated by her enchanting figure, feeling a surge of fiery spiritual energy coursing through him, radiating towards his abdomen. The training room was spacious, measuring over 100 feet in size. It was adorned with a myriad of weapons and several large bookshelves filled with various tomes, alongside a few enigmatic spheres made of unknown materials. "Little 8, I've heard you possess both gold and water attributes. The cultivation methods of our 5 elements peak are all contained on those shelves. With your current innate strength at the 5th level, you can observe the text related to the dual cultivation of gold and water. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to approach me, even in the evening." Yin Mimi seductively continued, her serious tone quickly dissolving into playful banter, leaving Yuan Feng feeling somewhat helpless. "Your first task is to refine your physical form. I perceive that your body harbors considerable medicinal power. Do you have a mentor?" Yin Mimi inquired. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "Senior sister, I do have a master, but he is currently in secluded meditation." Very well. It seems your cultivation system has been well arranged by your master, and I shall not interfere too much. Focus on refining your body here in the training room, and awaken the medicinal energy within you," Yin Mimi advised. "Senior sister, I wish to learn some martial arts techniques. Do you possess any such manuals?" Yuan Feng asked. After all, the master had only imparted to him the 5 elements sword manual, and at present, he could only wield the dual powers of metal and water, rendering him devoid of any formidable offensive techniques. Xiaoba, I possess a plethora of martial arts techniques. How about I personally instruct you?" she proposed. Master sister, as the peak leader, you are burdened with numerous responsibilities. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my training. I can manage on my own. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I will seek your guidance," Yuan Feng replied, scratching his head. "Well then, you may search among those shelves. There are numerous cultivation techniques for you to discover. We at the 5 Elements Peak have no pressing matters to attend to," she remarked, seemingly regretful. "Master sister, time will unfold its course. There is no need to rush. Please take your rest, for I shall commence my training now," Yuan Feng said, gently wiping his forehead. With that, Yin Mimi departed, and Yuan Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. This Xiao Ba is quite endearing. Yin Mimi chuckled as she exited the training chamber. Chapter 21. The first whispers of the demon ruins after Yin Mimi's departure. Yuan Feng began practicing the 5 elements body training technique, repeating the movements until he was drenched in sweat. Only then did he pause and approach the large sphere, attempting to push it. To his astonishment, he found that his physical strength alone was insufficient to budge it. What material could be so heavy? Yuan Feng mused. Channeling his quintuple-layered cultivation power to try once more, the sphere merely quivered slightly in response. What is this? No wonder the senior sister advised me to refine my physical body with it. I used to believe my physique was sufficiently robust. Yet it appears there remains much to improve. It seems I can no longer rely solely on infusing my body with spiritual energy. I must also depend on my own strength. Yuan Feng, suppressing his 5-fold aura, gradually directed his energy towards the colossal sphere, diligently practicing the 5 elements body refinement technique. He pushed the sphere and, during occasional breaks, perused the tomes on the shelf until the moon ascended to the zenith, at which point he exited the training chamber. During this time, Yin Mei discreetly observed Yuan Feng several times, noting how diligently he practiced. It seemed that the 5 elements peak had finally acquired a reliable junior brother. The following day, at noon, Yin Mei noticed Yuan Feng had yet to arrive for training. She had planned to share something important with him, yet he was still absent. Just as she pondered this, Yuan Feng entered the hall and said, "Senior sister, I drank too much last night and just awoke. If there's nothing urgent, I shall proceed to train." "Ah, wait a moment, little brother. I have something to tell you," Yin Mei replied alluringly. "What is it, senior sister?" Yuan Feng inquired. "You've been at the academy for a month now, and all you do is seclude yourself, practicing day in and day out. Aren't you afraid of becoming foolish? In merely a couple of months, the academy will host the pivotal core competition, boasting substantial rewards. The top 10 victors will earn the chance to venture into the demon waste for training, a place rife with untold opportunities." Yin Mimi enticingly elaborated. The demon waste is the demarcation between the 5 spirits continent and the demon spirits realm, perpetually engulfed in the flames of war. Enduring a harsh cultivation environment, the demon spirits realm expended tremendous resources to forge this colossal passage linking the 2 continents upon discovering the 5 spirits continent, now known as the demon waste. The 5 spirits continent comprises 15 grand empires, each encompassing scores of kingdoms. Consequently, each kingdom is granted quotas for entry into the demon waste, serving as both training and demon extermination. Little Ba, you must strive diligently to secure a spot among the top 10 and obtain a place. Even a mere sojourn in the demon waste will yield immeasurable gains. Yin Mimi reiterated persuasively. Yuan Feng, captivated by his senior sister's account, felt a surge of longing. The Golden Sky Empire encompasses 18 kingdoms, with our Lianrui kingdom ranking last, thus granting us only 10 slots. Other powerful kingdoms boast dozens, even hundreds, of places. Those who venture into the demon waste are the true prodigies, and those who survive half a year of training there are the geniuses among geniuses. Training in the demon waste presents both opportunities and perils, with casualties occurring virtually every year. Little Ba, are you afraid? Yin Mimi inquired earnestly. Senior sister, how can a cultivator be hesitant? If one fears death, one might as well lead an ordinary life. Rest assured, senior sister, I will undoubtedly triumph in the core competition. Yuan Feng affirmed resolutely. Well done, little Ba? Yin Mimi exclaimed, materializing beside Yuan Feng in a flash, embracing his shoulders and planting a kiss upon his cheek. Ah, Xiaoba, your skin is truly exquisite. I am quite envious, teased Yin Mimi, provoking Yuan Feng, who found himself momentarily entranced, a warmth creeping across his face. To think that he had been playfully teased by the illustrious senior sister Yin Mimi, this was indeed a first, being kissed by a girl. It feels so soft. She continued, draping her arm around Yuan Feng's shoulder. Xiaoba, for the next 2 months, I shall personally guide you, honing your skills. Each day, I will engage with you in practice, and I will arrange for other senior brothers and sisters to spar with you. You must strive to ascend to the 8th heaven within these 2 months, for only then can you secure a place among the top 10. Achieving a spot in the top 3 would be splendid, though given your current level, I shan't hold my breath. Senior sister, I have already reached the 6th heaven. Yuan Feng modestly replied, slightly restraining his aura to reveal the essence of his 6th heaven cultivation. Haha, Xiaoba, that is splendid. It will certainly be much easier to ascend to the 8th heaven in 2 months. You possess the dual body of gold and water. Now, go forth and cultivate while I procure some elixirs for you." With that, Yan Mimi swiftly departed to the Great Hall. Yuan Feng entered the training chamber to continue refining his physique. He had already attained the 8th heaven and felt no urgency to break through just yet. He aimed for a solid foundation to achieve the 9th heaven in 2 months, ensuring a robust groundwork. Approaching the weapon rack, he withdrew a long sword and began to practice the 5 elements sword technique. The gold element sword progressed the fastest, and he was nearing mastery, while the other 4 elements were advancing comparably. The ultimate sword technique of the 5 elements is the fusion of all 5 elements. Yuan Feng estimated that to achieve this fusion, he must at least reach the realm of the transcendent. His master had mentioned that he could merge 3 elements, but had done so through sheer force. He pondered, what level of cultivation would I need to attain the fusion of the 5 elements? First, let us strive for the harmonious fusion of dual elements. With that, Yuan Feng activated the water element sword, which felt somewhat unwieldy. Although he executed the sword technique, it lacked the fluidity of the metal element sword. Yuan Feng attempted to merge the absorbed metal element spiritual energy with that of the water element onto the long sword. As he did so, golden and deep blue hues intertwined and spiraled around the blade, emanating a chilling sharpness that was palpable even to Yuan Feng, the master of the spiritual energy, who found the sword's aura exceedingly formidable. At that moment, the sword shattered with a loud crack, scattering into pieces, with the dual spiritual energies devoid of a vessel. They dissipated. Fortunately, the 2 energies did not clash, or else Yuan Feng would have suffered injuries from the explosive spiritual energy. After all, metal and water are inherently complementary, thus avoiding any conflict. Chapter 22. A small advantage leads to a heavy beating. As they spoke, when Yusin brandished her dual rings and charged at Yuan Feng. By this time, Yuan Feng had already switched to another long sword and deftly wielded the water element sword. Being at the 6th layer, he could only engage in a close combat struggle with Wen Yusin, seeking an opportunity to exploit a flaw. The water element sword's entanglement technique was executed quite adeptly by Yuan Feng, while Wen Yusin's dual rings danced with impeccable precision. Yuan Feng could not find a single flaw, and on several occasions, he narrowly avoided critical strikes. This gentle and charming junior sister truly showed no mercy. In their battle, Yuan Feng ultimately succumbed. Wen Yusin, a core disciple of the Kingdom Academy, was significantly stronger than the same 6th layer Yuan Shanhai, unable to utilize the immensely powerful fire element sword technique. Yuan Feng eventually exhausted his spiritual energy and physical strength. In contrast, Wen Yusin was also glistening with fragrant sweat, her lovely visage marked by droplets. The scarcity of martial techniques could be considered Yuan Feng's greatest shortcoming at this moment. Xiaoba, you are truly remarkable. Little sister, you rely solely on your superior cultivation. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to gain the upper hand against you. However, I still have my secret techniques yet to be unveiled. Wen Yusin appeared somewhat dissatisfied with her performance. It was unexpectedly strenuous for her, at the 8th layer, to contend with her little junior brother at the 6th layer. After approximately 2 hours, Meng Haoren leisurely arrived at the training room, fanning himself with a paper fan. At this point, Yuan Feng had already ceased his cultivation. Meng Haoren sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy in the training room was significantly diminished today. Without further thought, he struck up a conversation with Yuan Feng. Unbeknownst to them, the sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings, marking the completion of Yuan Feng's meditation. Yan Mimi entered the training room, carrying an assortment of food and drink, and cheerfully inquired, "So, little junior brother, how do you feel today?" Yuan Feng rubbed his head, responding gloomily, "It's still just as sister knows to show mercy. Otherwise, brother Haoren nearly shattered my skull." Yan Mimi burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter causing her to tremble like a blossoming flower. Occasionally, glimpses of her fair, delicate skin at the waist made Yuan Feng swallow hard. He couldn't comprehend why. Of late, the fiery spiritual energy within him was inexplicably restless. "Sister, please stop teasing me," Yuan Feng said helplessly. Amidst another round of laughter from Yan Mimi, she exclaimed, Come. After a long day of cultivation, let us have something to eat. Once we've finished, I shall impart some guidance." After a while, noticing that Yuan Feng had sufficiently rested, Yan Mimi engaged him in a spar. She directly suppressed her cultivation to the 6th layer, declaring, "Sister is at the same level as you. Let us see if you can withstand my prowess." Upon witnessing the 6 layers of ethereal presence from Yin Mimi, Yuan Feng felt invigorated. After being teased by her all day, he finally found an opportunity to confront his senior sister. Yuan Feng appeared somewhat exhilarated as he charged in barehanded. Yin Mimi, fully aware of Yuan Feng's intentions, gracefully dodged his advance with a swift motion of her own. The two exchanged blows. Yuan Feng, in his eagerness, resorted to a series of rather unscrupulous tactics, attacking from both the upper and lower paths. However, Yin Mimi, unfazed by his lewd maneuvers, merely laughed and evaded his strikes. Yuan Feng, panting and exhausted, found himself unable to even graze the hem of her clothing. A flash of inspiration struck Yuan Feng as he recalled the dragon's dance technique. He thought to himself, how could I have forgotten it? With a mischievous grin, he prepared to catch his senior sister off guard. As they engaged once more, Yuan Feng suddenly activated the dragon's dance, significantly enhancing his speed. Caught unawares, Yin Mimi found herself ensnared by his embrace, her waist clasped by his grasp. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a surge of energy, she forcefully pushed Yuan Feng away. It is worth noting that while Yin Mimi often enjoyed teasing her junior brothers and sisters, she remained an untamed flower in her youth, unaccustomed to such brazen advances. The following day, as Yuan Feng meditated within his abode, Li Xiaobai and Guo Shizong arrived to inquire why he had not retreated to the training room. Yuan Feng, steeling himself, stepped out to greet them. The duo quickly noticed his battered appearance, limping as he walked, clearly having endured a severe beating. Li Xiaobai's eyes glinted as he instantly comprehended the situation. After all, these brothers had previously faced their fair share of scuffles. With a hearty laugh, Li Xiaobai exclaimed, "Junior brother Yuan Xiaobai, you possess quite the audacity. Huh? To dare extend your wicked claws towards the senior sister? It seems you have received quite the thrashing." Beside him, Guo Shizong, having grasped the situation, chuckled softly as well. "Two esteemed brothers, do refrain from your foolish banter. Am I, Yuan Peak, of such despicable character? This injury is merely a result of my own rigorous training." Yuan Feng defended himself unabashedly. "We practitioners must, like myself, continuously refine our physical forms. What is this trivial wound in the grand scheme of things?" "Huh, well said. Yuan Xiaobai, your martial prowess is indeed commendable," Li Xiaobai mocked. "Shall we not have Brother Guo assist you further in honing your physical endurance today?" Guo Shizong readily complied, cracking his knuckles with a resounding pop. "Ah, esteemed brothers, I appreciate your kind intentions, yet today is not suitable for training. Might I request a brief respite? As the saying goes, haste makes waste. I require time to consolidate." Yuan Feng anxiously wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Xiaobai, even without your words, we can surmise how you acquired these injuries." Guo Shizong chuckled heartily, while Li Xiaobai cast yet another teasing glance at Yuan Feng. "Dear brothers, let us cease this jesting. In the future, I shall host a lavish banquet for you at the Qinghong Wine House. Allow me to treat you well, and please, spare me today." Yuan Feng sulkily lowered his head in concession. Chapter 23. 2 months in the blink of an eye. Over 2 months of grueling training had passed. Yuan Feng had endured the hellish trials imposed by his 7 senior brothers and sisters, and had now broken through to the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Though only the 8th layer was revealed when he employed the breath-holding technique. After 2 months of rigorous training, Yuan Feng has become more acquainted with several senior brothers and sisters. When Yusin, charming and gentle, resembles the girl next door, bringing a refreshing breeze. Yet, when it comes to combat, her style transforms instantly, striking at vital points with unyielding ferocity. Whenever Yuan Feng encounters this little sister, he furrows his brow, acutely aware that should he provoke her ire, the other senior brothers would undoubtedly show no mercy during their bouts. Especially Meng Haoran, that bookish fellow, who strikes the hardest. Thus, Yuan Feng approaches every battle with her with utmost caution, fearful of inciting her wrath. As for Meng Haoran, he possesses an air of scholarly wisdom. Yet when faced with Yuan Feng, he targets his head specifically. Each time it is his turn to spar, Yuan Feng always carefully protects his head. But not once has he succeeded, leaving him with a multitude of bruises. Meng Haoran even has the audacity to proclaim that he is merely honing Yuan Feng's intellect and enhancing his ability to evade strikes. Yuan Feng suspects that he is merely attempting to curry favor with the little sister, for whenever he inadvertently displeases her, this little brother is sure to be the first to challenge him, leading to yet another painful encounter. Furthermore, there is Li Xiaobai, who causes Yuan Feng even greater distress. This fellow wields his sword with unparalleled finesse, demonstrating mastery that is nothing short of extraordinary. And his temperament is as unpredictable as it is cunning. Yuan Feng has been struck by the long sword in nearly every conceivable spot. Li Xiaobai has remarked that every bruise marks a flaw in Yuan Feng's defense, vowing to deliver a more punishing blow should he be struck again. These vulnerabilities are not something that can be rectified in a fleeting moment. Yuan Feng has certainly endured his fair share of beatings at the hands of others. Speaking of Guo Shizong, he is a quintessential brute, always engaging in direct and forceful combat with Yuan Feng. It is quite perplexing how Guo Shizong has honed his physique. As he is as resilient as iron, Yuan Feng, with his current constitution, finds himself unable to withstand his might. However, this senior brother Guo possesses a unique blend of toughness and gentleness. After each training session, he takes the time to assist Yuan Feng in relieving his meridian blockages. Compared to others, Yuan Feng has developed a fondness for this seemingly simple-hearted senior brother Guo. As for enroming, whenever Yuan Feng engages in sparring with this extraordinarily beautiful senior sister, he is invariably provoked by her words. For instance, she would tease, "Junior brother, you're not doing well. You can't even withstand a third of my strength. A man must not be weak." Such remarks, uttered from the lips of this enchanting senior sister, left Yuan Feng utterly speechless the first time he heard them, as her exquisite image lingered in his mind, never to return. Another example would be, "Junior brother, you must be steadfast. No woman desires a man who is not." It was through these interactions that Yuan Feng came to grasp the profound meaning of the saying, "Do not judge a book by its cover." Thus, he lost a stunningly beautiful senior sister in his heart, only to gain a sharp-tongued one. Then there is Zhang Ziheng, the short senior brother who introduced Yuan Feng to Wuxing Peak. He has consistently defeated Yuan Feng with a single move. Yuan Feng has never managed to last beyond 2 exchanges. Fortunately, this senior brother is generous, always bringing along some elixirs to aid in Yuan Feng's cultivation, proving to be quite benevolent. At times, Yuan Feng ponders the nature of his senior brothers and sisters, wondering if they have been influenced by the eldest sister. As for Yan Mimi, she consistently tantalizes Yuan Feng, leaving him invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Particularly during the night, Yan Mimi invariably adorns herself in gossamer garments, swaying her hips as she ventures to Yuan Feng's cave abode, ostensibly to inquire about his slumber. Each evening, as this hour approaches, the fiery spiritual energy within Yuan Feng surges uncontrollably, compelling him to swiftly employ his breathing technique to suppress it. Consequently, over the past 2 months, Yuan Feng has made significant strides in mastering this technique. This enchanting eldest sister, alluring and beguiling, perpetually veiled, stirs a yearning within Yuan Feng, who longs to unveil her mysterious visage, yet he has never succeeded. Ever since that fateful day when he impulsively embraced Yan Mimi, only to be soundly chastised, Yuan Feng has been denied the opportunity for close combat with her. Any attempt to approach within 2 steps results in an immediate rebuke. Yuan Feng finds himself perplexed by his senior peers, each exhibiting cunning techniques and venomous prowess, resembling disciples of the esteemed Master Feng. Alas, he wonders about Master Feng's well-being, as it has been over 6 months since their last encounter. Great ancestor of the 5 elements, may you bless Master Feng in his quest for breakthrough. Having experienced familial affection in his youth, Yuan Feng once again feels it amidst the trials he endures. Though accompanied by suffering, he finds a peculiar delight in it. At times, he muses whether he harbors a penchant for masochism. Despite being beaten, he wore a cheerful smile, much to the amusement of several senior brothers and sisters who often patted Yuan Feng's head, observing him closely. Particularly, Meng Haoran expressed concern that Yuan Feng's mind might have been adversely affected. Moreover, there is a noteworthy incident to mention. During a gathering where Yuan Feng hosted his seniors, they conspired to get him thoroughly intoxicated. In an unexpected turn, even the name Yuan Erling was cunningly extracted by the sly Li Xiaobai. From that point onward, the moniker Yuan Erling became synonymous with Yuan Xiaobai on Wuxing Peak. Upon realizing his drunken indiscretions, Yuan Feng was utterly vexed. Of course, Huang Qinglan also mingled seamlessly with the crowd at Wuxing Peak, especially with Li Xiaobai. The two seemed to be kindred spirits, frequently frequenting various entertainment venues together, exuding an air of carefree elegance. However, it became customary for Li Xiaobai to receive a reprimand from Yan Mimi afterward, who disapproved of his actions, tarnishing the reputation of Wuxing Peak. It goes without saying who was responsible for tidying up after such escapades. Yuan Feng also faced his share of beatings from Li Xiaobai, earning the dubious title of selling friends for lust. Over the past 2 months, Yan Mimi procured a manual, which Yuan Feng diligently practiced until he reached the pinnacle of postnatal mastery. The tiger roaming the world fist is an attack technique of the metal element, comprising 9 stances, all of which Yuan Feng has mastered the first 4. Additionally, a suit of soft armor was specially crafted for him from the shells of mystical turtles, aptly named mystical turtle armor. According to Yan Mimi, several senior brothers and sisters had scrimped and saved to commission this for him. Yuan Feng was touched yet bemused by the name, pondering whether it was intentional. At this moment, Yuan Feng was practicing the tiger's domain fist. The fierce tiger breaks free. The white tiger strikes the heart, the white tiger sweeps the hall, and the white tiger embraces the fist. The first 3 moves were offensive, while the 4th served as a defensive stance. Junior brother, your execution of the tiger's domain fist is truly impressive, resembling a spirited little tiger. Yan Mei chuckled lightly. Yuan Feng felt a surge of fiery spiritual energy coursing through him and hurriedly employed the breath control technique. Sister Yan, are you here to tease your junior brother again? I still have to train. Can you please attend to your own matters? He replied. Yan Mei laughed. You little rascal, why do you seem so fearful when you see your elder sister? Am I going to eat you? Just take a break from training for a few days. The core competition is approaching. Yuan Feng smiled slightly and said, Then I shall descend the mountain and see how Xiao Long has progressed in his training over the past few months. I do miss him. With that, Yuan Feng activated the Dragon-S flow technique, and, before Yan Mei could respond, swiftly dashed out of the training room. He was concerned that lingering too long with her would cause his internal fiery energy to spiral out of control. That little rascal descends the mountain every month. I wonder what he is up to. Yan Mei mused. During the 2 months of seclusion, Yuan Feng had visited the Qinghong Tavern at the foot of the mountain on the same day each month, yet he had not encountered Huang Qingyao. Like the wind, he glided down to the base of the mountain. The senior brothers and sisters training on the mountainside marveled at Yuan Feng's speed, giving him enthusiastic thumbs up. This little brat has become even swifter. At that moment, Xiao Long also paused his training. Over the past 2 months, he had advanced to the 2nd layer of the postnatal realm and was gradually becoming more robust, appearing noticeably stronger than Yuan Feng at a glance. Yuan Feng summoned Xiao Long, and the two descended the mountain. This time, Xiao Long exhibited considerable improvement while traversing the cloud ladder. Huang Qinglan, with no hesitation, accepted the spiritual elixir and began discussing matters concerning Huang Qingyao with Yuan Feng. Huang Qinglan had made inquiries through several acquaintances regarding the situation at Lingshui Peak. For the past 2 months, Huang Qingyao had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating, as her status as a successor disciple left her at a rather modest 3rd heaven realm. The master of Lingshui Peak, Bai Yuxuan, had expended great resources to procure a Bai Shui Ling Dan from a renowned elder in the academy. An elixir capable of elevating one's cultivation to the 4th heaven without any adverse effects. Huang Qingyao had been engrossed in refining the Bai Shui Dan, thus unable to leave the mountain. However, she was likely nearing completion of her refinement and could descend at any moment. Chapter 24. The long-awaited reunion. With this in mind, Huang Qinglan said to Yuan Feng, "You should accompany your sister Qingyao for a stroll to seek out some delicacies. I must hasten to refine my spiritual elixir and shall not join you." After speaking, he gave Yuan Feng a pat on the back. Yuan Feng chuckled and responded, "Understood." Brother Qinglan. Yuan Feng and Huang Qingyao meandered leisurely through the royal city, with Yuan Feng recounting his experiences from the past 3 months at Wuxing Peak. Huang Qingyao listened with rapt attention, occasionally chuckling at Yuan Feng's amusing anecdotes, though he judiciously omitted any mention of the more scandalous events. Thus, they found themselves at the bustling night market of the royal city, alive with activity and an array of delectable street food. Huang Qingyao had spent 3 months atop the mountain, her appetite having waned. However, upon encountering a plethora of delectable snacks, such as meat skewers, candied hawthorn, and fried tofu, she felt a surge of indulgence. Yuan Feng accompanied her, sampling delights at every turn. Eventually, the pair chose a charming tea house with a pleasant ambience, settling into a serene private room. Huang Qingyao recounted her experiences on Lingshui Peak, mentioning how her master, Bai Yuxuan, had inquired about the Han Lingju. She merely brushed over it, stating that it was imparted by a remarkable individual. Bai Yuxuan did not press further. instead encouraging her to continue her practice of the Han Ju, assuring her that she could address other cultivation matters independently. Over the past few months, Bai Yuxuan had discerned Huang Qingyao's extraordinary constitution, leading to his astonishment. He promptly informed the dean, who convened several elders of the academy, even involving the esteemed Grand Elder. Ultimately, they resolved to cultivate Huang Qingyao in secrecy, committing to cover all her future cultivation expenses, thereby elevating her status within the academy to one of unparalleled prestige. Her path to advancement would be remarkably smooth, at least until she reached the transformation realm. The academy could adequately support her. The dean even visited Huang Qingyao at Lingshui Peak, revealing that he and the vice dean were, in fact, a married couple. Huang Qingyao was taken aback, uncertain how these two managed their cultivation, for both appeared no older than 30, remarkably youthful. Bai Yuxuan assured her that with diligent effort, her achievements would undoubtedly surpass theirs, even reaching heights far beyond their own. Huang Qingyao relayed a multitude of matters to Yuan Feng. It is rather peculiar that the Kingdom Academy prohibits its inheriting disciples from venturing into the demon ruins, a regulation seemingly established only in recent decades. Logically, one would assume that core disciples would benefit immensely from such an expedition. However, there exists a specific restriction against the three families of inheritors. It is said that in earlier times, both core and inheriting disciples would embark on trials in the demon ruins together. Yet, following a series of unfortunate incidents resulting in the demise of numerous inheritors, the academy found itself in a state of decline, with a dearth of talent across the various spiritual peaks, to the extent that there were scarcely any disciples left to uphold the legacy. Thus, this rule was instituted. After all, each generation of inheriting disciples only manages to attract one or two from each peak, and there are occasions when several years might pass without a single recruit. Furthermore, many inheritors who reach the innate stage are compelled to venture out into the continent to broaden their horizons. However, the innate realm merely signifies the initial threshold of cultivation, and such expeditions across the continent are fraught with peril, leading to further losses. This has resulted in the academy experiencing a significant generational gap, even to the point of severing its lineage. Hence, this regulation was established. The two shared a harmonious rapport. And with only a few days remaining until the core competition, Huang Qingyao expressed her desire to cheer for Yuan Feng, which brought him immense joy. The exuberance of youth is often vividly displayed through their emotions. Although Huang Qingyao is slightly older, she has spent the past few years sequestered within the Huang residence, seldom engaging with outsiders. It can be said that Yuan Feng is the sole individual who has managed to capture her attention during this time. Certainly, while it cannot be ruled out that Yuan Feng's treatment of her physical ailments played a role, after several months of companionship, Huang Qingyao had unconsciously begun to hold Yuan Feng dear in her heart. She could discern that Yuan Feng's feelings for her extended beyond mere sibling affection. However, emotions of such nature often feel incomplete until that fragile barrier is breached. Both of them yearned for an opportunity, a moment to shatter that transparent veil. Yuan Feng, in high spirits, engaged in conversation with Huang Qingyao, predominantly taking the lead in dialogue while she listened attentively, her face uplifted in earnestness, occasionally interjecting with light laughter. Their interaction appeared effortlessly natural. Yuan Feng was soon to turn 17, possessing striking features, with eyes that occasionally sparkled with brilliance. In the elegant chamber, Huang Qingyao removed her veil, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, smooth as cream, with a delicate rosy glow, and her enchanting eyes twinkling like stars, a sight to behold. The maidservants who came to refill their tea remarked upon the couple's striking compatibility, exclaiming that they were a match made in heaven, causing Huang Qingyao to blush. Her cheeks suffused with warmth. A certain youth, Yuan Erling, found himself momentarily lost in thought once more. As the night breeze turned cool, Yuan Feng gently draped his long robe over Huang Qingyao's shoulders, to which she instinctively tightened the garment around herself. The two then strolled toward the Qinghong Tavern. Along the way, they occasionally glimpsed couples leaning against one another, prompting Huang Qingyao to lower her head, feeling a flush rise to her face. Yuan Feng, observing those couples, felt a pang of envy wash over him, yet he lamented the disparity between his desires and his courage. Internally, he chided himself. "Oh, Yuan Feng, how utterly inept you are. How is it that one hesitates to take action?" Unbeknownst to them, the two arrived at the Qinghong restaurant, where Yuan Feng reluctantly ushered Huang Qingyao into her room. Only then did he proceed to his own quarters. As he opened the door, Huang Qinglan suddenly leapt out, startling Yuan Feng. It was only upon recognizing her that he relaxed his guard. Yuan Feng, how do you intend to thank me? Where have you two been? What have you done? Huang Qinglan teased. Yuan Feng shrugged and replied, Brother, would it suffice if I brought you more elixirs in the future? Your cultivation is still somewhat lacking. How could I possibly bully Sister Qingyao? I would rather cherish her in my palms. Now that's more like it. Rest assured, little Yuan Feng. I shall create more opportunities for you in the future. Huang Qinglan bantered. Oh, you would cherish her in your palms. My teeth nearly fell out from laughter. Simultaneously, for the sake of some elixirs, he would sell his sister to Yuan Feng. Years later, Huang Qinglan would regretfully pound his thigh, lamenting, had he known. He would have had this young brother sign some agreements. As for the demands, he could easily have someone else foot the bill. Surely, he would not dare to deny it. Naturally, had Huang Qinglan looked down upon Yuan Feng, he would not have so easily surrendered his sister to him. He genuinely cared for this younger brother, who was 2 years his junior, and his sister harbored feelings for this young man as well. Huang Tianxin, his father, had once sent him a message requesting assistance in inquiring about Yuan Feng's parents. However, progress had been slow thus far. Yet, Huang Qinglan discerned that Huang Tianxin was quite concerned about Yuan Feng, which made him more than willing to facilitate this beautiful union. Chapter 25. The transformation of the broken sword. Yuan Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow. How effortlessly his second senior brother spoke, and how delightfully mischievous was the expression of his senior sister. Alas, fate had not been kind to him. With a sense of resignation, Yuan Feng accepted the documents and began to scrutinize them closely. Among the 9 great spiritual peaks, the core members numbered in the hundreds, with Jinsheng Peak boasting the largest contingent of 40 to 50 individuals, while the remaining 7 peaks had a comparable count of 20 to 30 disciples each. Almost all the core disciples from the 8 major spiritual peaks participated in the core competition, save for Yuan Feng, who was the sole representative of Wuxing Peak. This was hardly surprising, for several years prior, when the master of Wuxing Peak was still present, Yuan Feng's 7 senior brothers and sisters had already taken turns to venture into the demon ruins, with his senior sister, Yan Mei, benefiting from such experiences to achieve a breakthrough to the innate level. Though Wuxing Peak had fewer disciples, each was exceptional, handpicked by the former peak master. Furthermore, the academy had instituted a regulation that prohibited core disciples who had previously entered the demon ruins from partaking in further trials, thereby ensuring opportunities for those who had yet to experience the trials. Otherwise, the seasoned core disciples would monopolize the top 10 slots. Nonetheless, each year, it was not uncommon for veteran core disciples to participate in the core competition, provided they did not exceed the innate level. While they could not receive rewards or opportunities for further trials in the demon ruins, the sheer number of competitors in the core competition made it immensely appealing, even without any tangible rewards. This allure stemmed from the wealth of combat experience that these seasoned core disciples possessed, drawing them to the annual core competition with a fervent desire for practical engagement. The multitude of individuals present were predominantly of the 7th level and above, with 9 among them ranking within the top 10. Yuan Feng, however, remained largely unconcerned. After all, his true prowess had already reached the 9th level, and he had mastered the first 4 strikes of his tiger roaming the world technique to perfection. Furthermore, his physical constitution could be deemed superior within the realm of postnatal warriors. Yun Meimei, observing Yuan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, chuckled, Yuan Xiaoba, Yuan Erlang. This time, the core competition offers more than just the top 10 a chance to train in the demon ruins. The higher your rank, the better the rewards. The first prize includes a 5-element spirit weapon and a postnatal barrier-breaking pill. Spirit weapon? The academy has certainly invested heavily, Yuan Feng remarked with astonishment. In the 5-spirit continent, weapons are classified into 6 tiers: mortal weapons, spirit weapons, treasure weapons, sacred weapons, lesser divine weapons, and divine weapons. Each category is further divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Typically, mortal weapons are wielded by postnatal warriors, while spirit weapons are reserved for those of the innate realm. Treasure weapons can only be possessed by those who have transcended the mundane, and sacred weapons are cultivated from treasure weapons through the spiritual energy of a saint-level warrior. Lesser divine weapons require a demigod to nurture a sacred weapon, while divine weapons are often relics from ages past. In the present 5-spirit continent, no one can cultivate them independently. Securing a spirit weapon would undoubtedly provide Yuan Feng with an additional safeguard during his trials in the demon ruins. The topic of their earlier discussion revolved around this very matter. The Five Elements Peak could at most furnish Yuan Feng with an exceptional mortal weapon. However, should he claim victory, he would then have the opportunity to select a spirit weapon that aligns with his own attributes. As for the barrier-breaking pill, it allows practitioners of acquired cultivation to unconditionally ascend to another level, regardless of how many levels they wish to elevate. Naturally, its efficacy pales in comparison to that of the Azure Water Pill, yet it remains a coveted elixir for martial artists of the acquired realm. In second place, there lies an exquisite ordinary artifact. Third place boasts a superior ordinary artifact. The subsequent positions are occupied by various pills. In comparison, the reward for first place is indeed substantial. Yuan Feng pondered in silence, realizing that securing first place would grant him a spiritual weapon along with a barrier-breaking pill. Oh, splendid. He could exchange the spiritual weapon for a water elemental spiritual sword to gift to Sister Qingyao, while the barrier-breaking pill could be presented to Brother Qinglan. He chuckled to himself, imagining how Brother Qinglan might whisper sweet nothings into the ears of his elder brother, believing that both he and Sister Qingyao would surely advance further. Lost in such thoughts, Yuan Erling found himself momentarily entranced once more. Noticing Yuan Feng's daze, Yin Mimi floated over and playfully delivered a light smack to his head, exclaiming, "You rascal! You spend all day in a stupor, and at a time like this, you're still daydreaming." Yuan Xiaoba clutched his head, grimacing in feigned pain. Zhang Ziheng laughed heartily, acknowledging that during these 3 months on the mountain, only Yin Mimi could truly put this little rascal in his place. The other senior brothers and sisters had all been led around in circles by him, and he himself was no exception. After sparring, he always ended up parting with some precious elixirs, and his savings were nearly exhausted by this little imp. Truly, it was deserving. Watching Yuan Feng's comical expressions, Zhang Ziheng's laughter grew ever more joyful. "Yuan Shaba, if you secure first place and bring glory to our Five Elements Peak, I shall bestow upon you the most treasured possession of our sect." Yin Mimi began to entice Yuan Feng. Upon hearing of the most precious treasure, Yuan Feng's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Sister, pray tell, what treasure is it? I shall exert myself tirelessly to bring glory to our Five Elements Peak." With a playful giggle, she added, "And how do you find your sister? Is there anything on Five Elements Peak more valuable than me?" After her words, Yin Mimi pretended to shyly fiddle with the hem of her garment, leaving Yuan Feng with a face full of exasperation. Here she goes again, feigning modesty. Yet, how could a demure lady utter such self-praise and offer herself so freely? "Sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Zhang Ziheng, sensing the impending awkwardness, made a hasty exit. Yuan Feng smacked her forehead and remarked, "Sister, you should familiarize yourself with the information on these individuals first." Without waiting for Yin Mimi's consent, she dashed away in a flash. This little rascal must think I am too old, you ungrateful man," Yin Mimi teased as she watched Yuan Feng's retreating figure. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Feng quickened her pace, moving like a gust of wind, overtaking Zhang Ziheng and startling him into a shudder, thinking that the elder sister was after him. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment and decided to infuse another stream of spiritual energy for experimentation. Thus, she resolved to channel wood-type spiritual energy. The energy flowed from her palm, gradually infusing the gold and blue dual-colored broken sword. As the wood-type energy mingled with the existing dual energies, it forcefully carved out a space that began to swirl above the broken sword. 3 strands of spiritual energy, intertwined in hues of gold, blue, and green, emanated a formidable aura from the fragmented sword. The sword trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of shattering. Yuan Feng found himself struggling to maintain control, exerting the full extent of his abilities through the 3 strands of spiritual energy, which had already pushed him to his limits, rendering even his breath-concealing technique ineffective. In a desperate bid, Yuan Feng grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand, channeling power from both hands to stabilize the trembling blade. Yet, an array of peculiar energies surged from the sword, leaving Yuan Feng bewildered regarding their nature. It was as though the fragmented sword possessed a consciousness, attempting to establish communication with him. However, Yuan Feng soon found himself on the brink of collapse, as the 3 strands of spiritual energy within him were being incessantly siphoned away. Nearing depletion, What was even more alarming was that the fire and earth energies began to be voraciously consumed as well. Yuan Feng was utterly dumbfounded. If this continued, would he not be drained of all his essence? When he infused the dual strands of energy, there had been no notable reaction. Why did the infusion of all three strands provoke such a drastic change? At this moment, Yuan Feng could no longer afford to ponder the matter. If he failed to devise a solution, he would be left entirely devoid of all 5 elemental energies. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Feng resolved to reactivate his breath-concealing technique in hopes of severing the connection between the sword and his internal energies. Swiftly, he invoked the technique, and the 5 elemental energies within him began to be subdued, leading to a gradual weakening of the sword's pull. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Yuan Feng intensified his efforts. And finally, just as his energies were on the brink of depletion, he forcefully severed the connection between the 5 elemental energies and the fragmented sword. At this moment, Yuan Feng lay powerless and unconscious on the ground, while the broken sword flickered with faint light before returning to its original state, lying discarded on the floor. The eerie yet potent aura emanating from Yuan Feng's cave ultimately alerted Yan Mimi. Being of innate caliber, she sensed the disturbance and promptly rushed to Yuan Feng's abode. Upon arrival, she found him collapsed alongside a rusted broken sword, and after confirming there were no other presences, she breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared an invasion. Quickly, Yan Mimi helped Yuan Feng up and examined his wrist, discovering that he had merely fainted from exhaustion. She gently placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket, then sat by his side with a furrowed brow. Yan Mimi could not fathom the source of that strange and formidable aura, as there were no other individuals present in Yuan Feng's cave. And it was inconceivable for someone at the 8th level of the postnatal realm to emit such energy. Chapter 26. Meng Xiuxiu. Yan Mimi kept vigil over Yuan Feng, remaining by his side for an entire day and night. It was not until the next morning that Yuan Feng awoke, only to be startled to find someone leaning over him. This surprise roused Yan Mimi from her slumber, and she lazily stretched, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair skin, which caught Yuan Feng's eye, causing his inner fire spirit energy to stir restlessly once more. However, the distance between the two was subtly charged. Yan Mimi was so preoccupied with her concern for Yuan Feng that she forgot she was still seated beside him, her hand lingering on him. In that moment, they resembled a married couple, with the wife gently stroking her husband's brow as he lay in repose. A waft of enchanting fragrance permeated the air as Yuan Feng gazed intently at the breathtakingly alluring visage before him, feeling the fiery essence surge towards the heavens. Raising his eyes, he beheld 2 snowy peaks nestled in that hidden alcove, and with a startled gasp, blood spurted from his nostrils. "Dear elder sister, esteemed master, please spare me," he implored. Even the accomplished spirit monk would be captivated by your charm. With great effort, Yuan Feng propped himself up, his body creaking from disuse. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not swayed by your flattery. Save that for your little sweetheart." Yan Mimi retorted nonchalantly as she stood up. "How could that be? In my heart, you are the most beautiful of all," Yuan Feng declared, shamelessly. He couldn't help but add, of course, aside from Qing Yaojie. Yan Mimi beamed at his words, clearly pleased. "Well, it's not in vain that I have watched over you for so long. Now, if you're feeling better, go fetch some food for me. I haven't eaten in a day and a night." Yuan Feng hastily descended from the bed and made his way outside the cave. Fortunately, he mused, a few flattering words had rendered the master sister somewhat dazed, preventing her from probing further into his affairs. Women, he thought with a chuckle, are most susceptible to compliments about their beauty. He pondered what delicacies she might enjoy but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he would head to the miscellaneous affairs courtyard to arrange for some food. Upon reflecting on this, his stomach began to grumble, a reminder of the day and night spent without nourishment, leaving Yuan Feng rather famished. He made his way to the miscellaneous affairs courtyard and summoned the steward to relay his instructions. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Yuan Feng decided to venture to the inner courtyard's grand dining hall in search of some fruits and snacks to delight that enchanting senior sister. In no time at all, Yuan Feng arrived at the inner courtyard, having dedicated himself to cultivation since joining the 5 Elements Peak. He was unfamiliar with the location of the grand dining hall. Just then, a young woman dressed in the inner courtyard's attire approached, her head bowed. Yuan Feng courteously inquired, "Excuse me, senior sister, could you please direct me to the dining hall?" The woman was taken aback upon seeing Yuan Feng, a remarkably youthful disciple adorned in the garb of a core disciple. His presence exuded an air of scholarly refinement, reminiscent of her elder brother, Meng Haoran. She had nurtured a love for reading from a young age, which led to her neglect of cultivation, relegating her to the inner courtyard for her studies, unlike her brother, who had been chosen as a core disciple. Yet, she cared little for such distinctions. As long as there were books to read, she was content. After scrutinizing Yuan Feng more closely, she realized he was indeed a core disciple of the Five Elements Peak. Ah, are you not Yuan Feng, the esteemed senior brother of the Five Elements Peak? She exclaimed. Although she was not a core disciple herself, she was well acquainted with the matters of the Five Elements Peak, having heard much from her brother. Meng Haoran had spoken highly of a remarkable junior brother who possessed a profound love for books, despite his youth. Senior sister, do you have pressing matters to attend to? You seem rather hurried. Yuan Feng inquired. It's nothing. Just as Meng Xiuxiu's words fell, a voice of reprimand echoed from afar. Meng Xiuxiu, do not harbor any thoughts of escape. The commands of your parents and the words of the matchmaker cannot be disregarded in such a reckless manner. How could you, a scion of a scholarly family, behave in this way? Several figures soon emerged before the two, and to Yuan Feng's astonishment, he recognized Han Shuo and Zhang Chengkai among them, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed young gentleman who appeared to hold a superior status over the other two. Upon seeing Yuan Feng, Han Shuo and Zhang Chengkai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, for Han Shuo had previously clashed with Yuan Feng, who had now ascended to the rank of core disciple, far surpassing their standing within the academy. A hint of concern flickered across their faces as they whispered something to the young gentleman in the center. You are Yuan Feng, the one who once injured Han Shuo? The young gentleman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng. Indeed, and what of it? Yuan Feng retorted, showing no signs of deference. How dare you speak to young Master Jin in such a manner? Zhang Chengkai admonished Yuan Feng. Han Shuo added, Yuan Feng, this is young Master Jin, a scion of the Wang family, not someone you can afford to underestimate. The intent behind Han Shuo's words was piercingly malicious, first elevating young Master Jin's lineage, then exacerbating the conflict with Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng frowned slightly, perceiving Han Shuo's motives. It was unexpected that this defeated foe possessed such cunning. It seemed that few among the noble offspring roaming the royal city were amiable. Yuan Feng thus tempered his initial disdain. Observing young Master Jin, who wore a stoic expression that revealed little of his thoughts, it became evident that he was also a person of considerable depth. Yuan Feng turned to Meng Xiuxiu and said, Senior sister, please lead me to the dining hall. I am quite unfamiliar with this path. After finishing his words, he winked at Meng Xiuxiu. Understanding his intention, Meng Xiuxiu replied, Let us go, Brother Yuan Feng. I shall lead you there. Chapter 27. The Buddha speaks. Jin Mingyang's expression finally darkened. Meng Xiuxiu, do not unfairly label me. Your arguments are mere sophistry. I, Jin Mingyang, firmly believe that both my lineage and innate talents are no less than others. Why do you persistently reject the union between us? Pray, articulate your reasoning. Meng Xiuxiu, observing the deepening gloom on Jin Mingyang's face, pondered for a moment before responding. Jin Mingyang, within the Jin royal family, you are indeed regarded as a capable individual. Your cultivation and intellect surpass those of the frivolous science. If you truly embody such virtues, I would have no objections to acquiescing to familial expectations. However, I, Meng Xiuxiu, am neither blind nor naive. Your constant association with unworthy companions in the capital S entertainment districts reveals your lack of true devotion. How could I entrust my fate to you? Jin Mingyang, now genuinely flustered, was troubled that his clandestine escapades with Han Shuo and Zhang Chengkai had been uncovered, potentially jeopardizing the proposed alliance. He furrowed his brow and retorted, Pray tell, among the young nobles of the capital, who is not indulgent, who has not long since taken a maid to their bed, who among them does not aspire to multiple wives in the future? Jin Mingyang, refrain from further discourse. You focus solely on the idle sons of wealthy families, yet you fail to recognize what true prodigies are like. Engaging with the frivolous. What prospects can one hope to attain? Why not observe the core disciples? See if they, like you, rely on their ancestors' fortunes to exert influence and dominate the capital. In the future, they shall be the pillars of the kingdom, the pioneers that foster its greatness. There are certain matters I did not fully articulate. Take heed of your own conduct. Brother Yuan Feng, let us depart. After Meng Xiuxiu's incisive remarks, Jin Mingyang, Han Shuo, and Zhang Chengkai were rendered speechless. Meng Xiuxiu's final words undoubtedly struck fear into Jin Mingyang, Han Shuo, and Zhang Chengkai. If it were merely a dalliance with the pleasures of life, it could still be rationalized. After all, is youth not meant for exuberance? However, should their transgressions against women be exposed, none of them would escape unscathed. Though Jin Mingyang hails from royal lineage, he is not exempt from the stringent ancestral laws. If a discerning individual were to unveil such deeds, the repercussions would be dire. The Lianrui kingdom may not be particularly powerful within the Jin Tian Empire, yet it stands as one of the oldest kingdoms, with the Jin clan perpetually at its helm. The great families of the kingdom have long supported the Jin clan for good reason. The Jin royal family imposes exceedingly strict regulations upon its descendants. The ancestral laws are particularly severe, regardless of which royal member transgresses these laws. The elders who oversee the clan's discipline possess the authority to enforce harsh penalties, even against current rulers of the kingdom. Moreover, Jin Mingyang is merely a royal scion. Thus, Meng Xiuxiu's words indeed instilled fear in him. Yuan Feng gazed at Sister Meng Xiuxiu in astonishment, never anticipating that she would wield such sharp rhetoric. He had expected a physical confrontation, yet these three were unexpectedly intimidated by Meng Xiuxiu's succinct remarks. How curious it is that someone so delicate, seemingly imbued with an air of refinement, could exhibit such a dramatic transformation. This sister is truly intriguing. The more Yuan Feng gazed at Meng Xiuxiu, the stronger the urge to draw nearer to her became. This sensation was markedly different from that which he felt towards Huang Qingyao. Undoubtedly, Huang Qingyao's beauty was beyond reproach and was the first woman to capture Yuan Feng's heart. However, his initial attraction to her was solely due to her stunning appearance, contrasting sharply with the innate sense of closeness he experienced with Meng Xiuxiu, as if he had known her from a previous life. Is it true, as my brother mentioned, that you have already mastered the heavens and the earth at the tender age of 17? Meng Xiuxiu inquired, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Yuan Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, that is merely an exaggeration from senior brother Meng. I simply have a passion for reading, nothing so remarkable. Are you truly 17? Meng Xiuxiu tugged at his sleeve, seeking confirmation. If I am not mistaken, I have indeed turned 17. And you, senior sister? Yuan Feng spoke somewhat awkwardly. Who inquires about a lady's age? She teased. From now on, I shall call you brother Yuan Feng. I am quite familiar with your escapades on Wuxing Peak. Oh no, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant your training. Meng Xiuxiu corrected herself, giggling. Yuan Feng's expression fell. Senior brother Meng, it seems you truly are his sister. He has divulged everything to you. By the way, I have discovered a secret you might find amusing. Hee, it concerns senior brother Meng. She continued. Huh. I already know my brother's secret. He harbors a crush on Sister Yusin, does he not? You must have endured quite a few bumps on your head. Meng Xiuxiu laughed. That scoundrel brother of mine has put you through quite a bit in his pursuit of her affection. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the dining hall. Yuan Feng selected an assortment of snacks, and together they made their way towards Wuxing Peak. As the two individuals met for the first time, they engaged in delightful conversation, seemingly possessing an endless array of topics to discuss, ranging from Meng Haoran to the mystical realm of Mo Su. Meng Xiuxiu, well-versed in the lore of Mo Su, shared her knowledge with Yuan Feng, who reciprocated by recounting tales from the Boundary Forest, captivating Meng Xiuxiu's imagination. She confided in Yuan Feng her ambition to traverse the 5 spirit lands and absorb the wisdom of the world. Yuan Feng was genuinely impressed by the vastness of her aspirations. With a selection of snacks and delicacies prepared by the courtyard's kitchen, Yuan Feng swiftly ascended to the summit and entered the grand hall. There, he found Yan Mimi languidly reclined on a stone chair, idly flicking her long whip in boredom. Placing the food on the stone table, Yuan Feng called out, "Senior sister, come down quickly. The meal is ready." Yan Mimi stretched and floated gracefully to the table. Yuan Feng praised her remarkable agility, to which she responded with a playful grin, "I was just waiting for you to say that. I'm quite famished myself." With that, Yuan Feng began to feast. He had prepared an ample assortment of snacks and dishes sufficient for both of them. As he indulged heartily, he felt his body rejuvenated with vigor, though he noted that his internal spiritual energy remained rather scarce. Yan Mimi, however, did not possess an appetite as large as Yuan Feng's. After a while, she paused, watching him with a cheerful smile. Contentedly, Yuan Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, reaching for more snacks. I must say, The snacks from the inner courtyard's dining hall are quite delightful, though they pale in comparison to those from the Qinghong Tavern. He remarked, "Be grateful for what you have. The academy is meant for cultivation, not for dining establishments." She replied, "In just 2 days, the core competition will commence. So you must prepare well. After all, the first place spiritual artifact will greatly aid in entering Mosu. Now that the master is absent, we have no means to impart the methods for preserving our lives. However, with the aid of a spiritual artifact, survival should pose little difficulty." Yin Mimi rested her chin on her hand, and Yuan Feng reassured her, "Senior sister, do not fret. Rest assured, I shall strive for first place. Besides, with my astute nature, it would be quite improbable for me to perish so easily." Indeed. Moreover, the core competition has yet to commence. Perhaps formidable contenders will emerge, rendering your place in the top 10 elusive. Yin Mimi cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Feng. "Oh dear, senior sister, why do you strike me again? Everyone stumbles at times, even horses trip. You still remember that?" Yuan Feng rubbed his head. "I have lived for over 20 years without ever being taken advantage of. And yet I stumbled through you, which makes my teeth itch just thinking about it." Yin Mimi declared fiercely, "Senior sister, do not allow anger to consume you. It invites wrinkles and hastens aging." Yuan Feng replied with a smile. "Begone. I was upright in my youth, and I must inform you. Should you fail to enter the top 10 this time, I shall not spare you, and your fellow disciples will likely not spare you either. When that time comes, without a quota for the Demon Ruins expedition, you shall be left to train at the 5 Elements Peak." Yin Mimi threatened, "Do not bestow upon me the most precious treasures of the 5 Elements Peak. My frail constitution cannot bear it." Before Yin Mimi could respond, Yuan Feng had already unleashed the dragon's dance technique and dashed out of the hall. "What a fool. He dares to provoke me. Just wait, Yuan Xiaoba. Your time will come when you find yourself in my grasp." In the 20th chapter, titled The Storage Belt, Yan Ming chuckled lightly. 2 days later, the 5 elemental spiritual energies within Yuan Feng had completely restored, and it appeared that the broken sword had established a peculiar connection with him. Each time Yuan Feng grasped the sword, he felt a subtle stir in his mind, as if something wished to communicate with him. Although Yuan Feng had not yet cultivated the innate divine consciousness due to his postnatal realm, he understood that this phenomenon was likely a result of the sword absorbing the 5 elemental energies within him. In other words, if Yuan Feng could provide sufficient elemental energy, perhaps the stirrings in his mind could initiate contact with him. Yuan Feng, realizing that the core competition was imminent, declared, "Today, let us have you, Brother Gua, test your tiger's roar technique." Gua Shirtsong, with a fierce determination, replied, "You shall witness my full strength. I shall not hold back, lest I be taught a lesson by our esteemed leader." "Indeed," Yamim responded playfully. "Be cautious, junior brother Xiaoba, for my mastery of the tiger's roar technique far surpasses yours." Without allowing Yuan Feng a moment to respond, Gua Shirtsong charged at him, unleashing a ferocious attack reminiscent of a tiger leaping from its lair. Seeing Gua Shirtsong's swift advance, Yuan Feng readied himself to confront the challenge, mirroring his opponent's assault with the same technique. Their fists collided with tremendous force, producing a resounding thud that echoed through the air. Yuan Feng was propelled back 3 steps, while Gua Shirtsong merely staggered back a single step, thus clearly establishing the victor of this initial clash. "Xiaoba, your progress is remarkable. You have managed to push me back a step with the same technique. It seems I must exert all my strength now." Gua Shirtsong has indeed been provoked. The mocking laughter of Yin Mimi and Rum echoed. Even the gentle and charming senior sister Wen joined in with a light chuckle. As for the other senior brothers, they had already brought over tables and chairs, sitting back with their legs crossed, engaged in their own discussions. It appears these unprincipled senior sisters and brothers have come today merely to witness my defeat. Yuan Feng's expression fell completely as he saw everyone pulling out gold notes, all placing their bets on the table, uniformly wagering on Gua Shirtsong. Even at odds of 1 to 2, it was a surefire win. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng's side was empty, not a single note in sight. Does Yin Mimi not lack for money? Yuan Feng touched the gold note Huang Qinglan had given him, still intact, a single 1,000 taels. Without hesitation, he placed it under his own name. "Fellow senior brothers and sisters, have you all thought this through before placing your bets?" Yuan Feng chuckled mischievously. "Go away. Junior brother, the senior sister is about to pay us our wages. What are you, a little brat, understand?" Li Xiaobai quickly interrupted Yuan Feng. Meng Haoran shook his paper fan and tapped Yuan Feng on the head, saying, "Your head really is not very bright. How dare you place a bet on yourself? Just wait and see how Guo Shizong deals with you later." Wen Yusin nodded in light laughter in agreement. Everyone, refrain from speaking. Respect others' choices. Bets are final. No turning back. Zhang Ziheng declared. This little brat has benefited from my elixir too often. Let him suffer a minor loss today, he. Come on, Xiaoba. My iron fist is eager for action. Guo Shizong said with a grin. He. Today I shall allow you to suffer a slight loss, revealing a glimpse of my true prowess. Yuan Feng thought to himself. The white tiger heart-piercing strike. The white tiger sweeping the hall. Guo Shizong had indeed cultivated this martial technique to a level of profound mastery, seamlessly linking the two strikes and denying Yuan Feng any opportunity for resistance. However, Yuan Feng had already devised a plan. Channeling all his strength into the dragon's dance technique, his speed surged to nearly double its original pace. Guo Shizong's fist met only empty air, leaving him feeling a tumult of energy with no outlet for release. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Feng had already positioned himself behind Guo Shizong, unleashing a thunderous roar. The fierce tiger breaks free. Despite his extensive combat experience, Guo Shizong was forced to pivot his body and barely managed to counter Yuan Feng's fierce assault. Thud, thud. He was knocked back several meters by Yuan Feng's strike. What on earth is happening? How can Yuan Xiaoba's agility be so extraordinary? Li Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. The others too began to sense something amiss. If Yuan Feng could engage Guo Shizong with such swiftness, the outcome might truly be a toss-up. For although Guo Shizong possessed formidable physical strength, his offensive techniques were lacking. This disparity stemmed from innate talent. Some individuals find it effortless to cultivate lightness techniques while struggling to achieve mastery in physical enhancement. Guo Shizong, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable prowess in the latter, far surpassing his contemporaries among the core disciples, yet was woefully inadequate in lightness techniques. Yuan Feng continuously executed the dragon's dance, leaving Guo Shizong utterly bewildered. He could not even manage to graze the hem of Yuan Feng's garment, let alone land a blow. You cunning rascal. Your lightness skills are simply exceptional. Can we not pause for a moment and engage in a proper duel? Guo Shizong grumbled in frustration. Haha, brother Guo. It would be wise for you to concede. Otherwise, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Hee. Weren't you the one who placed a bet? I'll make you pay? Yuan Feng chuckled, and Li Xiaobai remarked. Doesn't Xiaoba's face resemble a chrysanthemum blossoming? Huh. Yours looks like a chrysanthemum. Yuan Feng, momentarily distracted, nearly fell victim to Guo Shizong's strike. The seniors and sisters burst into laughter. Brotherly harbors ill intentions. I must act swiftly to counter this distraction. Without hesitation, I unleashed the aura of the ninth heaven, channeling my energy into my fists and executing the white tiger heart-piercing strike, sending Guo Shizong flying out of the ring. The seniors felt the overwhelming pressure of Yuan Feng's ninth heaven aura and were nearly propelled from their seats in astonishment. Supporting Guo Shizong, Yuan Feng approached the table with a grin, saying, regardless of the outcome, senior sister, you must first reimburse me for the bet. Yan Mimi shot a fierce glare at Yuan Feng. Women can be particularly vindictive, and Yan Mimi was no exception. She had intended to seize this opportunity to teach Yuan Feng a lesson for the earlier provocation, but instead, this rascal had managed to turn the tables and gain a fortune in gold notes. With a swift motion to her waist, she produced 4,000 tael gold notes, which, combined with the 6,000 tael notes on the table, perfectly covered Yuan Feng's losses. Yuan Feng laughed joyfully as he picked up the gold notes and called to his fellow seniors and sisters, Today, I shall treat everyone to a gathering at the Qinghong restaurant. I hope you will honor me with your presence. With that, he beamed widely once more. What could he do? A child from a poor background had never seen such a sum of gold notes before. Holding a stack of gold notes before everyone, he began to order lavishly. The expressions on their faces darkened once again. Winning money and inviting others to dine was one thing, but flaunting wealth in such a manner? Was this a mockery? Thus, the group resolved to indulge in a lavish feast at Yuan Feng. They must order an exquisite array of delicacies today. Yuan Erling, put away your meager bills. It is truly embarrassing. You have a mere 11 bills. How many times do you intend to order? Yan Mimi remarked disdainfully. Oh, senior sister, you are meddling a bit too much. This is my victory, haha. Yuan Feng laughed once more. Am I meddling in your affairs? I care not for your trifles. Yan Mimi retorted with a hint of annoyance. The crowd erupted in laughter, basking in the camaraderie. By the way, senior sister, you just touched your waist and produced gold bills out of thin air? Could it be that you possess a storage treasure? Yuan Feng inquired curiously. Humph. I never expected this naive fool to possess such insight. Indeed, I have a storage belt. Hee. I obtained it in the demon ruins. Yan Mimi boasted proudly. Yes, junior brother Xiaoba, we have all ventured into the demon ruins, and if one were to speak of treasures, our senior sister has reaped the most rewards, having acquired a storage belt, which has left us quite envious. When Yusen explained, furthermore, only those of innate strength can utilize a storage belt, as it requires spiritual consciousness. Zhang Ziheng elaborated. Ah, what a marvelous item. When will I possess a storage belt of my own, to store the gold bills I have won? Yuan Feng continued to flaunt the gold bills in his hand. Oh, are you never satisfied, you rascal? Just because you won a few bills, you are endlessly boastful? Guo Shirtsong. Meng Haoran. Come, let us teach this lad a lesson. Li Xiaobai cracked his knuckles, ready for action. No. The younger brother acknowledges his mistake and states that he will descend the mountain to make arrangements, promising a splendid evening of revelry. In the evening, everyone gathers at the Qinghong wine house, and even the esteemed senior sister Yan Mimi makes an appearance. This greatly excites Huang Qinglan, who promptly reserves an entire floor for the gathering and vacates the largest private room. Naturally, Huang Qinglan stays behind, as he shares a close acquaintance with Li Xiaobai and the others. As everyone arrives and takes their seats, an array of exquisite dishes is soon presented on the table. The atmosphere is filled with camaraderie as cups clink and laughter ensues. It is then that Yuan Feng realizes that even the senior sisters possess impressive drinking capacities, rivaling that of the senior brothers present. Although Meng Haoran is a scholar, he partakes in the drinking with great enthusiasm, downing his cup with abandon while attentively pouring wine and serving dishes to one Yusen, indicating their burgeoning closeness. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobai and Huang Qingyao are engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly plotting their next escapade. Guo Shirtsong and Zhang Ziheng are engrossed in their drinking contest. Although Zhang Ziheng appears mature and capable, he is still quite young. Under the leadership of Yan Mimi from the Five Elements Peak, he shoulders the responsibilities, and today, he is determined to ensure Guo Hanzai is thoroughly intoxicated. Guo Shirtsong, undaunted, joins in the revelry, oblivious to the others around them. As for Yan Mimi and Enrumeng, they are busily commanding Yuan Feng to refill their drinks and serve them food, leaving him with little choice but to cater to their whims, especially since he has won their favor with his golden ticket. Even more infuriating was the fact that the two women took turns to indulge in drinking with Yuan Feng. Though Yuan Feng prided himself on his capacity for alcohol, he could not withstand their relentless onslaught and soon succumbed. His fellow brothers mocked him for being out-drunk by mere maidens. This remark did not sit well with Yan Mimi and Enrumeng, prompting them to retort. Who says women are inferior to men? With that, Enrumeng joined the fray alongside her two senior sisters. Before long, the group was in disarray, reeling from the effects of their indulgence, while Yuan Feng remained relatively sober. To his astonishment, he noticed a thin mist emanating from behind Yan Mimi. It dawned on him that this unscrupulous senior sister was employing trickery. At that moment, Yan Mimi cast a fierce glare at Yuan Feng, conveying a clear warning. Should you dare to speak out, I shall not spare you. Yuan Feng, well aware of her temperament, pretended to drift into unconsciousness. Only then did Yan Mimi triumphantly raise her chin, clasping the hands of her two companions, channeling spiritual energy into them, reviving them from their stupor. The trio then abandoned the inebriated crowd and exited the private room. The following day, core disciples from various spiritual peaks gathered at Jingxing Peak under the guidance of their respective elders. Young men and women, resplendent in their attire, lined up neatly on the training grounds, save for the oddity that was the Five Elements Peak. There, only Zhang Ziheng, lackluster and disinterested, led Yuan Feng and another disciple to stand in a corner of the training field, occasionally subjected to disdainful glances from others. Zhang Ziheng remained unfazed, indifferent to the opinions of his peers. Yuan Feng, too, chose to ignore them, focusing intently on devising a strategy to secure first place. Whispers occasionally wafted through the arena. Look, the Five Elements Peak has actually come to participate in the core competition this year. They haven't attended in several years. Have they? And that frail disciple behind Zhang Ziheng, is he really daring to compete? Isn't he afraid of being knocked off the stage with a single blow? How embarrassing. The arena boasted 5 platforms, all open simultaneously, each accommodating dozens of participants. The core disciples drew lots to determine which platform they would compete on. To their honor, Yuan Feng drew the first platform and promptly made their way there to select their order of entry. The matchups were organized as follows: the first against the last, the second against the second last, and so forth. The defeated would be eliminated without any chance of reprisal, with the top 2 from each platform advancing to the top 10. Ultimately, the top 10 from all platforms would converge on the first platform for further contests. On the first platform, Yuan Feng drew number 8. Ah, little 8, how fortuitous, Yuan Feng thought, feeling a surge of delight. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that others had also drawn their lots and were awaiting the commencement of the competition. A multitude of spectators had gathered before each platform, eager to witness the events unfold. Atop the high stage of the arena, the 9 peak masters sat in solemn assembly, including Yen Mimi, who lounged languidly. At that moment, the master of Jinsheng Peak, Yen Nantian, stood to announce the competition rules. First, no fatalities. Second, no permanent injuries. Violators would be disqualified from the competition and stripped of their core disciple status, ultimately facing expulsion from the academy. After all, each core disciple was a treasure of their respective peaks, with the potential to give rise to innate talents or even transcendent beings. Yuan Feng retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and, upon comparing it with the images, discovered with a mix of disappointment and excitement that 3 of the top 10 contenders were assigned to Arena 1. Securing the top position in this arena would not be an easy feat. Among the top 10 participants assigned to Arena 1, the 3rd place belonged to Ling Shui Feng Qinglai, a stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting figure and captivating features, truly a rare beauty. The 2nd place was held by Jin Shengfeng Yin Qingshan, whose name perfectly matched his attire, dressed in a flowing blue robe, exuding elegance and charm. Occasionally, female students from the academy could be heard cheering for him, indicating his favorable reputation within the institution. Moreover, he was the only son of Yen Nantian, the esteemed leader of Jin Shengfeng, blessed with exceptional talent, striking looks, and a powerful lineage, naturally attracting the adoration of many young ladies. The 6th place went to Chun Mu Feng Lu Sui Feng, a handsome young man brimming with vitality, evidently a master of wood element spiritual cultivation. Lu Sui Feng also possessed a considerable number of supporters. As for the other competitors, Yuan Feng felt little concern. They mostly ranged between the 7th and 8th levels of cultivation, while Yen Qingshan, Lu Sui Feng, and Qinglai were all at the 9th level. At that moment, Yen Nantian announced, "The grand competition begins. All competitors, prepare for the matches as the judges of each arena will declare the order of the contests." In Arena 1, the first contestant, Yen Qingshan, and the 39th contestant, Zhang Shanhux, stepped onto the stage to compete. Yen Qingshan gracefully leaped onto the arena, while Zhang Shanhux also effortlessly ascended. The fact that Yen Qingshan ranked 2nd on the list clearly indicated his formidable strength. The illustrious Zhang Shanhu ranks a commendable 28th on the roster. Possessing the formidable dual constitution of earth and wood, he excels in defensive techniques. As for Yen Qingshan, he requires no introduction. Endowed with a powerful dual constitution of gold and wood, he boasts tremendous offensive capabilities. It is rumored that his recovery abilities are equally astonishing, further enhanced by the rigorous training under Yen Nantian, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Upon recognizing Yen Qingshan, Zhang Shanhu's expression turned grim, acutely aware of his inferior strength. Yet, he had no choice but to muster his courage, for this was an elimination match. Defeat meant disqualification. The two exchanged no further words. Yen Qingshan initiated the confrontation with his signature technique, the radiant golden fist, directed toward Zhang Shanhu. In response, Zhang Shanhu hastily summoned the spiritual energy within him, channeling it into his arms. He braced himself, adopting a horse stance, determined to withstand the blow of the radiant golden fist. In a fleeting moment of collision, the outcome was decided. Zhang Shanhu was forcefully knocked off the stage. Yen Qingshan bowed to the audience below, and the referee announced Yen Qingshan's victory. Zhang Shanhu, rising to his feet, reciprocated with a bow toward Yen Qingshan. He understood that Yen Qingshan had shown restraint, merely displacing him from the platform without inflicting any harm. However, the sense of disappointment weighed heavily on him as he trudged back towards the group from the Earth summit. Meanwhile, the Source Peak rallied with renewed vigor, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Lan Yunyu was on the verge of breaking through to the ninth heaven, her strength not to be underestimated. Even amidst the counterattack from Source Peak, she navigated the situation with remarkable ease. Faced with no other option, Source Peak abandoned their usual tactics, adopting the stance of the tiger's roar fist. "Be cautious, senior sister," Source Peak advised. On the sidelines, Zhang Ziheng scoffed. "This brat softens at the sight of a beauty. By the way, who is that young woman cheering for Source Peak? Even Meng Shimi has come to support him? How does she know this insufferable brat?" Chapter 30. A sense of familiarity. Brother Yuan Feng, you are truly remarkable. Even senior sister Lan is no match for you. Meng Xiuxiu's melodious voice floated over. "Junior sister Meng, you have arrived as well. Thank you for your support." Yuan Feng expressed his gratitude. For some inexplicable reason, Yuan Feng felt an innate sense of closeness upon seeing Meng Xiuxiu. Momentarily lost in thought, Meng Xiuxiu waved her delicate hand before Yuan Feng's eyes and teased, "Brother Yuan Feng, why don't you introduce me to this sister?" "Oh, why do you still look so dazed? It seems I've always known about your tendency to daydream." Yuan Feng, roused by her words, replied, "This young lady seems strikingly familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Huang Qingyao inquired with curiosity. "Oh dear, my mind. Junior sister Meng, this is my elder sister, Huang Qingyao, a disciple of Ling Shui Peak." Yuan Feng quickly introduced. "Sister, I too feel an inexplicable familiarity with you. Perhaps we have crossed paths in the past?" Meng Xiuxiu naturally took Huang Qingyao's hand, laughing softly. Huang Qingyao appeared equally drawn to this junior sister, allowing her to hold her hand. The two young women engaged in a delightful conversation, their laughter echoing, while Yuan Feng stood by, once again lost in thought. Surely, everyone has experienced such moments when an unfamiliar stranger suddenly appears, yet you feel an uncanny sense of recognition. That feeling is truly wondrous. Despite being a stranger, they seem so familiar. Numerous researchers have sought to elucidate the phenomenon of déjà vu. Yet neither the medical nor scientific communities have reached a consensus on its nature. However, a prevailing perspective embraced by many posits that this sensation may signify an extraordinary mental faculty, perhaps an ability to foresee the future or recall past lives, potentially representing a genuine glimpse into what is to come or a journey into one's previous existence. Yuan Feng, with a firm grip, led the two women to a serene locale. "Yuan Feng, please let us go," one of them protested. Despite having known Yuan Feng for quite some time, Huang Qingyao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at being pulled along in front of others. Meanwhile, Meng Xiuxiu appeared unfazed, allowing Yuan Feng to guide her with a smile gracing her lips. "Do you have any idea how perilous that situation was? Those students are like a pack of hungry wolves." Yuan Feng scratched his head, attempting to clarify. "Hee, I hardly perceive them as wolves. Rather, it seems you, Brother Yuan Feng, are the one who appears more wolf-like, dragging us along for so long. I suspect this incident will soon spread throughout the entire academy." Meng Xiuxiu chuckled. "Indeed, Yuan Feng, holding hands in front of so many people does induce a sense of awkwardness," Huang Qingyao diplomatically remarked. "I'm not a wolf at all. I'm merely looking out for you too. Just observe their gazes. They seem eager to devour you. If I encounter those fellows in the arena, I shall ensure they leave with nothing but their shattered teeth." Yuan Feng reiterated his defense. With a playful giggle, she remarked, "Regardless, now that you have taken my hand, you must take responsibility for this matter. If my brother discovers you parading me around in public, you shall surely have to face the consequences. And that bothersome Jin Mingyang will undoubtedly seek trouble with you as well." Meng Xiuxiu expressed a hint of schadenfreude. Huang Qingyao, however, remained unfazed. The bond between the two was quite intimate, and she harbored no concerns about such troubles. As for her brother, she secretly wished Yuan Feng would take her along on his adventures every day. Thus, the two young women donned their veils and followed Yuan Feng to a secluded corner to continue watching the competition, for he still had several matches to engage in. It would certainly benefit him to familiarize himself with the strengths of his opponents. The trio conversed amiably, the atmosphere harmonious, though Yuan Feng occasionally seemed lost in thought. Meng Xiuxiu nudged Huang Qingyao, revealing that Yuan Feng was nicknamed Yuan the Simpleton at the Five Elements Peak. Huang Qingyao glanced at Yuan Feng, covering her mouth with a light laugh, remarking that the name was quite fitting. In his heart, Yuan Feng cherished Huang Qingyao and would never divulge his embarrassing moments to her. "Sister Qingyao, junior sister Meng, do you think I can secure first place?" he inquired with a grin. Huang Qingyao shook her head, responding, "Little brother Feng, your strength is formidable, having defeated Sister Lan at the peak of the 8th heaven, which is indeed impressive among the core disciples. However, there are many 9th heaven disciples in the academy, far more powerful than Sister Lan. Do not underestimate them. Brother Yuan, please refrain from calling me Junior Sister Meng all the time. It sounds so distant. From now on, call me Xiao, she exclaimed playfully. I believe Sister Qingyao is right. Caution can capture 1,000 cicadas, and a careful approach can navigate a ship for 10,000 years. Meng Xiao remarked, and the surrounding spectators cast scornful glances at Yuan Feng. Undeniably, Yuan Feng's ability to defeat Lan Yunyu is a testament to his formidable strength. However, with the top 10 competitors being masters of the 9th heavenly realm, it is hardly plausible for someone of the 8th heavenly realm to claim victory so lightly. Some even derided, calling him reckless and destined for humiliation. Yet, Yuan Feng paid them no heed, continuing to enjoy the match alongside Huang Qingyao and Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao felt a surge of indignation. Although she had wagered against Yuan Feng, the disparaging remarks about him unsettled her. Had it not been for Huang Qingyao's gentle grip on her hand, she might have impulsively confronted them. The competition on the first stage was intense, contrasting sharply with Yuan Feng's swift conclusion. Some matches extended for hundreds or even thousands of exchanges without a clear victor. With Yuan Feng's bout concluded, the trio shared a leisurely lunch during the intermission before returning to the stands to watch the ongoing contests. The next match featured Yin Qingshan against a seasoned core disciple. As Yin Qingshan stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Yuan Feng felt a twinge of envy. Soon, Yin Qingshan triumphantly concluded the battle, elegantly leaping off the platform. With a mocking tone, Meng Xiao commented, "How ostentatious. What more poses will he strike on the next stage?" Yuan Feng responded with a thumbs up. The camaraderie among the three was palpable, and Yuan Feng experienced a sense of déjà vu. Meng Xiao glanced at him, seemingly attuned to his feelings, while Huang Qingyao appeared lost in thought, her mind wandering to unknown realms. Chapter 31. The Weeping Willow in the Wind. On the second day of the core competition, Yuan Feng ascended the arena once more, facing a seasoned core disciple. This opponent proved to be far more formidable than Lan Yunyu, possessing extensive combat experience. Nevertheless, Yuan Feng, with his strength at the 8th heavens, found it no arduous task to contend with an adversary newly entering the 9th heavens. After all, not every participant possessed the remarkable physical prowess of Brother Gua. With a single execution of the tiger's dominance fist, he sent the veteran core disciple tumbling off the stage. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Feng emerged victorious. This outcome left many surrounding disciples from various spiritual peaks utterly astonished, their jaws agape. An 8th heaven triumphing over a 9th heaven disciple, especially one of such repute, caught the attention of other top contenders on the first arena, prompting them to reassess Yuan Feng's capabilities. Meanwhile, Meng Xiao and Huang Qingyao continued to cheer him on. However, wherever the two appeared, they inadvertently attracted a throng of admirers. Fortunately, today they donned the veils gifted by Yuan Feng, concealing their enchanting visages, though their graceful figures still captivated many gazes. Yuan Feng leapt down from the arena and approached the two, grinning. "Hee, how about it, Sister Qingyao, Sister Xiao? I have emerged victorious once again. Next up is the battle for the top 10 on the first arena. I shall secure the first position." With a playful smile, he added, "Who would have thought that Brother Yuan Feng could be so formidable that even those of the 9th heaven would find themselves outmatched? It seems your wager with us was quite calculated, don't you think, Sister Qingyao?" Meng Xiao began to exhibit a hint of mischief. Huang Qingyao shook her head and remarked, "The distinction between the initial stages of the 9 heavens and its later phases is quite significant. You must not be complacent." Brother Yuan Feng, seemingly having forgotten about their wager, Huang Qingyao simply cautioned Yuan Feng to remain vigilant. Meng Xiao, observing the exchange, decided to relent and not press the matter further. Yuan Feng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, exchanged playful gestures with her, eliciting a desire in Meng Xiao to pounce on him and bite him playfully. At present, Yuan Feng had firmly secured a position among the top 10 of the first arena. He merely awaited the conclusion of the matches involving the others to finalize the top 10 standings, after which the top 6 would be determined, culminating in a grand finale that would bring together the top contenders from 5 arenas for the ultimate competition. During midday, the trio continued to share a meal together. Throughout the meal, Meng Xiao did not miss the opportunity to tease Yuan Feng, compelling him to sign an agreement of sorts. even if Yuan Feng emerged victorious in the bet. He could not demand the two women to undertake any tasks against their will, but could only request actions they were willing to perform. Additionally, Meng Xiuxiu leaned in to whisper something into Huang Qingyao's ear, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Yet she too consented to the agreement. In the top 10 of the first arena, Jin Xingfeng claimed 3 spots, affirming that the Nine Spirits Peak was indeed not to be underestimated. Intriguingly, Li Mingho and Li Mingguo were identical twin brothers, while Lan Yunyu and Lan Yunshan were siblings as well. According to Meng Xiuxiu, there should be 3 siblings in total, including an elder sister named Lan Yunxia. The competition rules remained unchanged, still employing a draw system for the numbers. This time, Yuan Feng drew the number 1 and was left waiting for the others to complete their draws. Soon, the remaining participants gradually finished drawing their numbers. On the Springwood Peak, Lu Suifeng drew number 10. His opponent was none other than Yuan Feng. The referee announced, "Yuan Feng, Lu Suifeng, step onto the stage for your contest." Yuan Feng greeted Huang Qingyao and Guo Xiuxiu before gracefully leaping onto the arena, followed closely by Lu Suifeng. This marked Yuan Feng's 3rd match, while Lu Suifeng, boasting formidable strength, ranked 6th on the roster. For those who have reached the late stage of the 9th heaven realm, it is possible to channel their inner spiritual energy to enhance the power of their techniques and provide a defensive measure. Lu Suifeng had evidently mastered the art of enveloping his palm with spiritual energy, clearly indicating that he had attained the late stage of the 9th heaven. Below the stage, the two ladies clenched their palms in worry. Upon hearing the cheers for Lu Suifeng, Meng Xiuxiu began to rally support for Yuan Feng, and even Huang Qingyao joined in with a few soft shouts of encouragement. As their fists and palms collided, azure spiritual energy erupted, sending Yuan Feng staggering back 3 steps, while Lu Suifeng was only pushed back by 1, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their abilities. Lu Suifeng chuckled, "Junior brother Yuan, your Tiger-S Roar Fist from the 5 Elements Peak does not appear to be as impressive as I had expected. It seems your skills lie more in your verbal prowess." Yuan Feng rubbed his shoulder, seemingly unbothered, retorting, "While my skills may not be exceptional, they are more than sufficient to handle you, senior brother Lu." He. With that, Yuan Feng summoned the golden spiritual energy, gradually enveloping his hands to unleash the white tiger heart-piercing strike. Lu Suifeng was astonished to witness Yuan Feng's ability to channel spiritual energy into his hands. His earlier disdain dissipated as he executed the 2nd form of the Qingmu palm, the overlapping palm technique. Pushing with his left hand to augment the right, he concentrated all the wood element spiritual energy into his right hand, a technique that seamlessly combined offense and defense. Lu Suifeng was known for his methodical approach. Initially, he had deliberately provoked Yuan Feng, partly to disrupt his mental state, yet he was swiftly rebuffed by Yuan Feng's succinct retorts. This interaction revealed Lu Suifeng's considerable experience in combat. Yuan Feng, contemplating his own strength at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, realized that to triumph over Lu Suifeng, he must employ cunning tactics to catch him off guard. He continued to circulate the Yulong formula, unleashing a series of powerful moves, including the fierce tiger breaking through and the white tiger's heart extraction. Although Lu Suifeng possessed agility and finesse, his speed remained inferior to Yuan Feng's, and before long, he was sent tumbling off the stage by a well-placed kick. This was a deliberate act by Yuan Feng, who had toyed with Lu Suifeng, seizing an opportunity to humiliate him. Lu Suifeng sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled. The earlier calm erased from his visage. He glared at Yuan Feng with a fierce intensity, as if wishing to devour him alive. When the referee announced Yuan Feng's victory, Lu Suifeng finally realized his predicament, overwhelmed by shame and wishing for a hole to hide in. Ranked 6th on the Academy's core roster, he had been unceremoniously cast down by a disciple from the lowest tier of the 9 peaks, the 5 Elements Peak, with just a few strikes. The thought of countless onlookers mocking him made him cough up blood in frustration. "Yuan Feng, mark my words. The humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." Lu Suifeng, having uttered a sharp retort, was supported by the disciples of Chun Yufeng as he withdrew into the distance. The disciples surrounding the first arena, who had held little faith in Yuan Feng, were left utterly astonished. Regardless of Yuan Feng's capabilities, they now found themselves in no position to judge, for Yuan Feng had ascended to the 6th position on the roster, a status far beyond their reach. Yan Qingshan and Qing Lai both exhibited expressions of intrigue. Yuan Feng, despite being merely at the 8th level of cultivation. Not only wielded spiritual energy with ease, but also triumphantly defeated Lu Suifeng. While it was true that Yuan Feng relied on his agile footwork, his strength was undeniably formidable. Even they would require considerable effort to overcome Lu Suifeng. As Yuan Feng concluded his battle, Yin Qingshan, ranked second on the roster, promptly ascended the arena to face his opponent. Qi Xiao of the 9th Blaze Peak. True to his reputation, Yin Qingshan swiftly dispatched Qi Xiao after only a few exchanges, a far more decisive victory than Yuan Feng's. With this, both Yuan Feng and Yin Qingshan had firmly secured their places among the top 5. Next came the contest between Wu Yao of the 3rd Solid Earth Peak and Li Mingho of the 8th Golden Prosperity Peak. This matchup was indeed a clash of titans, with both combatants evenly matched at the 8th level. One boasted formidable defenses while the other delivered sharp, incisive attacks. After several hundred exchanges, Wu Yao ultimately fell, allowing Li Mingho to claim his spot in the top 5. The 4th match commenced immediately, featuring Qing Lai of the 4th Spiritual Water Peak against Li Minghua of the 7th Golden Prosperity Peak. Qing Lai, ranked 3rd, exhibited a strength that far surpassed that of Li Minghua, swiftly defeating him in just over a dozen exchanges. Without a doubt, Qing Lai secured his position among the top 5. In the final match, the 5th-ranked Lan Yunyu from Waterwood Peak faced off against her brother, the 6th-ranked Lan Yunshan from Golden Water Peak. The sibling rivalry proved to be quite intriguing, as Lan Yunshan, an experienced core disciple who had previously participated in the trials of the Demon Ruins to hone his combat skills, found himself pitted against his own sister. How could he possibly go all out? He promptly conceded defeat. Thus, the top 5 contestants emerged: Yuan Peak, Jinsheng Peaks Yin Qingshan, Lingshui Peaks Qing Lai, Jinsheng Peaks Li Mingho, and Waterwood Peaks Lan Yunyu. As for the remaining competitors, one more would be determined to fill the 6th spot. At this juncture, the trio from Yuan Peak ceased their observation, for the identity of the 6th contestant held little significance for them. The outcomes of the other 4 arenas would only be revealed in tomorrow's rankings. Chapter 32. Qing Yuan Cave. Unbeknownst to them, the two had ascended the cloud ladder and arrived at the foot of Lingshui Peak. Huang Qingyao halted her steps and turned, saying, "This is far enough. It would be rather inconvenient to go further." "Oh, come on. It's such a rare visit to Lingshui Peak. Sister, won't you show me around?" Yuan Peak feigned a pitiful demeanor, merely seeking an excuse to spend more time with Huang Qingyao. Seeing his sorrowful expression, she couldn't help but soften, replying, "Fine. I will take you for a little tour, but you must behave and not wander off. Lingshui Peak is predominantly inhabited by female disciples. If you cause any trouble, the peak master will have to deal with you. Generally speaking, disciples of different peaks are not permitted to step foot onto the grounds of another spiritual peak, as each peak possesses its own unique heritage. Although they are part of the same academy, they maintain distinct systems. Naturally, disciples of the lineage hold the privilege to bring outsiders into their respective peaks. Huang Qingyao, being a new disciple of the Lingshui Peak, is certainly entitled to do so. Thus, Yuan Feng followed Huang Qingyao as they ascended towards the mountaintop. Huang Qingyao contemplated that since they were to explore together, she ought to invite Yuan Feng to visit her abode. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely what Yuan Feng desired. In Yuan Feng's eyes, no matter how enchanting the scenery of Lingshui Peak, it could not rival the allure of Huang Qingyao's private chamber. As a disciple of the lineage, Huang Qingyao astonishingly possessed her own small peak, which was situated a few dozen feet away from the main peak and was named Qingshui Peak. A broad cloud ladder connected the two, wide enough to accommodate 2 individuals walking side by side. Such privileges for a lineage disciple were found solely within this one peak among the 9 spiritual peaks, for only Lingshui Peak boasted a secondary peak. Walking side by side, Yuan Feng was filled with envy and could not stop praising Huang Qingyao and how impeccably she complemented this peak, deeming it a divine gift. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave dwelling, Cui Lan had been eagerly awaiting her mistress's return and, upon noticing Yuan Feng accompanying her to Qingshui Peak, hurried forward to greet him. "Young Master Feng, you have come as well. Our young lady has mentioned you quite often. What nonsense are you spouting, you little girl? When have I ever spoken of him?" Huang Qingyao, after finishing her words, reached for Cui Lan's waist. Cui Lan, however, was no match for Huang Qingyao. Bursting into fits of laughter as she was caught, Yuan Feng looked up and noticed the name Qing Yuan Cave inscribed above the cave entrance, which seemed to convey a sense of tranquility and elegance, suggesting that fate comes naturally. Yuan Feng offered an explanation, to which Huang Qingyao lightly chuckled and shook her head. It was Xuan who erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What tranquility and elegance, and fate that comes naturally?" Clearly, the names of the young lady and young Master Feng were combined to create this name. Oh dear. Huang Qingyao hastily covered Suilan's mouth. But the words had already slipped out, reaching Yuan Feng's ears. Is it truly so, as the sister of the source? Yuan Feng chuckled. Huang Qingyao's cheeks flushed, resembling the delicate hue of rouge, adding a touch of allure to her already exquisite features, much to Yuan Feng's delight. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall truly tear your mouth apart. Huang Qingyao playfully threatened Suilan. The two had grown up together since childhood, though they were master and servant. Their bond resembled that of sisters. If anyone understood Huang Qingyao best, it was not her parents or her elder brother, but rather Suilan, who had shared her life since childhood. After spending several months at Qishui Peak, Suilan was acutely aware of her young mistress's feelings towards Yuan Feng. And today she seized the opportunity to say a few words. After all, it was young Master Feng who had yet to awaken to his feelings. At this moment, Yuan Feng was overjoyed, digging out a few gold notes from his pocket and placing them into Suilan's hands, instructing, "When you descend the mountain, be sure to buy some nourishing supplements. Both of you look rather frail. Since it is from young Master Feng, I shall graciously accept." Suilan giggled. "Miss, I shall go prepare some tea for you both." After Lan finished speaking, she swiftly made her way towards the stone house. "Sister Qingyao, will you not invite me to tour this Qingyuan cave dwelling?" chuckled Yuan Feng. "This is my first visit to the place where my sister cultivates." Huang Qingyao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and replied, "Since you are here, of course you must come in. Who would care about you?" With some secrets unveiled by Lan, Huang Qingyao felt a twinge of shyness in facing Yuan Feng, especially since this mischievous individual always wore a smiling demeanor. Huang Qingyao entered the cave dwelling first, with Yuan Feng following closely behind. Inside, the corridor's stone walls were adorned with aquamarine drapes, creating a warm ambience. At the end of the corridor lay a circular hall, which housed a neatly arranged stone table and several stone chairs. On either side of the hall were two rooms. The left side was Huang Qinyao's chamber, while the right side belonged to Lan. "This is the place where Lan and I live day to day," Huang Qingyao spoke softly. "Sister's cave dwelling is far superior to mine, truly worthy of a disciple of inheritance." Yuan Feng remarked, "And how is the water elemental aura here so rich?" "That is because, upon learning that I possess a cold spirit body, my master personally procured the water spirit jade bed for me. Master mentioned that this jade bed was acquired during her adventures with the Academy's dean on the continent. It is an invaluable treasure for practitioners of the water elemental physique in the postnatal realm, and it has been inscribed with a small gathering array by my master, allowing it to autonomously absorb water elemental aura," Huang Qingyao elucidated. "But sister, where is this jade bed? I haven't seen it," Yuan Feng inquired. Yuan Feng inquired with curiosity, "You mischievous little brother, the jade bed is undoubtedly in my chamber. It would be quite improper for it to be displayed in the hall." Huang Qingyao snorted, fully aware of the implications behind Yuan Feng's words. He was suggesting a visit to her private quarters. "Haha, now that my sister is here, will you not allow me a glimpse of this jade bed?" Yuan Feng chuckled. "Tomorrow marks the core competition, the battle for the top 10. Although my dear junior brother has defeated the illustrious Lu Suifeng, ranked 6th on the roster, it was not an effortless victory. Perhaps this is an opportune moment for him to cultivate overnight on that ethereal jade bed? Yet, would that be inappropriate? I shall inquire first." Huang Qingyao mused to herself. "Sister, what are you pondering?" Yuan Feng noted Huang Qingyao's prolonged silence and asked, "Junior brother, since the grand competition is upon us tomorrow, why not stay here today?" Huang Qingyao suggested, still deep in thought. Yuan Feng wore an expression of bemusement, half smiling as he replied, "Sister, are we not advancing a tad too swiftly? We have yet to inform Uncle Huang and Aunt Qin, and here we are, making such arrangements. It seems rather improper. Does it not? I shall strike you, you rogue. Where are your thoughts wandering? I intend for you to train, to harness the jade bed's spiritual energy and cultivate diligently." Huang Qingyao's face flushed crimson as she brandished her delicate fist, playfully threatening Yuan Feng. "Haha, sister. Had you articulated it thus earlier, I would have understood." Yuan Feng laughed heartily. Huang Qingyao's cheeks deepened in hue as she pondered her own thoughts, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Miss, young Master Feng, it is getting late. I have brought some dinner. Huang Qingyao hurriedly called in Sui Lan, placing the dishes upon the stone table, alleviating the atmosphere. Huang Qingyao's mind began to settle, all thanks to her younger brother, who was truly indispensable. Yuan Feng was naturally delighted to dine alongside Huang Qingyao, while Sui Lan, having set down the dishes, discreetly withdrew. Typically, she would accompany her young mistress. But with young Master Feng present today, she preferred not to be an unwelcome presence. The Mingguangzu, a luminary of the five-spirit continent, was a luxury only the affluent could afford, as common folk relied on candles. Lingshui Peak, however, had no such concerns. As the two dined, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing the moment. Sister, it seems that during my visit to Lingshui Peak, I have yet to encounter a single male. Is it truly devoid of them? Yuan Feng inquired. Did I not mention that Lingshui Peak predominantly consists of female disciples? The Peak Master is a woman. Hence the inclination to recruit more female students. I've heard that it's to prevent someone from growing jealous, information I gathered from some older sisters, Wang Qingyao whispered. Haha, how amusing. Even a transcendent cultivator like Tang Tang could feel jealousy. Yuan Feng chuckled in response. By the way, young brother Feng, you might not be aware, but Lingshui Peak has an alternative name, Huang Qingyao remarked. Yuan Feng asked, Sister, what is this alternative name? I have spent several months on the mountain, wholly absorbed in my cultivation, leaving little time for such inquiries. Marin Peak, she replied, revealing the name's origin, which had emerged in recent years due to the influx of stunningly beautiful female disciples at Lingshui Peak. Are you familiar with Qing Lai? She hails from our Lingshui Peak, and she has a sister named Qing Lian. Is it the twin pearls of Marin Peak? Would you like me to introduce you? Huang Qingyao inquired. No need. No need. Those so-called extraordinary twin pearls pale in comparison to you, dear sister. Besides, you are one of the four beauties of the kingdom. In my eyes, you should be the foremost beauty. Yuan Feng carefully coaxed. Oh, is that so? The foremost beauty among the four beauties of the kingdom is your senior sister, Yan Mimi. If she hears you say this, you will not escape unscathed. Huang Qingyao retorted. Hee, I would dare to say it in front of her. Yan's senior sister is indeed beautiful, but her temperament is too fiery. How can she compare to my gentle and graceful sister Qingyao, who is so dignified and poised? Yuan Feng stated earnestly, without a hint of embarrassment. Achoo, achoo. I wonder who is speaking ill of me. Yan Mimi inexplicably sneezed twice atop Five Elements Peak. Yuan Feng felt that Huang Qingyao had undergone a remarkable transformation today, entirely different from her usual self. At such a young age, how could Yuan Feng comprehend that women are the most capricious of creatures? And the more beautiful a woman is, the more so it seems. Moreover, after Huang Qingyao's feelings were revealed by Cui Lan on 2 occasions, her original reserve was difficult to maintain in front of Yuan Feng. In Chapter 33, The Affectionate Bond of Qingyuan Cave, there seemed to be a thin veil between Yuan Feng and Huang Qingyao. Yuan Feng always appeared reliant, while Huang Qingyao, being a lady, needed to maintain some modesty. Thus, although their relationship was intimate, it had not yet reached the stage of being romantic partners. Today, Huang Qingyao let go of her modesty. It remained to be seen whether Yuan Feng could seize this opportunity. The two chatted while dining, and they even enjoyed a few cups of wine to enliven the atmosphere. Huang Qingyao opened her heart to converse with Yuan Feng, who, shedding his previous demeanor, listened attentively and engaged earnestly in dialogue. Yuan Feng, may I inquire about your childhood? Huang Qingyao asked. Yuan Feng pondered momentarily before responding. Very well. I shall share tales of my youth with you, dear sister. With a gentle sigh, Huang Qingyao continued. But where have your parents gone? I happened to overhear part of your conversation with your father. Indeed, your primary focus now must be on cultivation, otherwise you will lack the capability to seek out your uncle and aunt. In the future, I shall join you in the search. Huang Qingyao lowered her gaze, somewhat shyly expressing her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, a shadow lifted from Yuan Feng's heart as he grasped Huang Qingyao's delicate hand and exclaimed, Haha, is that truly so? Sister Qingyao, you must hold true to your word. You silly boy, you are squeezing my hand too tightly. She retorted, yet she did not withdraw her hands from his grasp. Sister Qingyao, we have dined together. Now, will you take me to your chamber to cultivate? Hee. Yuan Feng persisted, still holding onto her hand. Huang Qingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she rose, allowing Yuan Feng to lead her towards her room. Sister, perhaps you should enter first? I worry there may be things I am not meant to see. Yuan Feng feigned a kind reminder, urging, "Go on, those things are hardly placed in plain sight." Huang Qingyao lightly tapped Yuan Feng's head, laughing, "Haha, thinking about entering my sister's boudoir makes me a tad nervous." Yuan Feng shamelessly replied. Observing him revert to his usual self, Huang Qingyao's mood brightened, and she lifted the curtain, leading Yuan Feng into her chamber. The interior was immaculate, adorned with azure drapery hanging against the walls, a dressing table, a jade bed, and a wardrobe simple yet elegant. The arrangement of the room harmonized perfectly with Huang Qingyao's character. Indeed, the abundant water elemental energy was evident. Living in such a room, it was no wonder her sister appeared increasingly vibrant. Yuan Feng subtly complimented. "That jade bed is equipped with a small gathering array. I am now nearing the seventh heaven, thanks to its effects. You shall cultivate here tonight and absorb some of the water elemental energy." Huang Qingyao guided Yuan Feng to the bedside, saying, "So, sister, can I get on the bed?" Yuan Feng chuckled. "Hurry up and cultivate. Gather as much as you can. The gathering array will replenish automatically." Huang Qingyao replied, "Then, sister, where shall I rest tonight? Why don't you join me? After all, I will merely be meditating on the bed, with no other intentions. This bed is spacious enough for both of us." Yuan Feng sincerely invited. "You are courting disaster. Who would want to share a bed with you?" Huang Qingyao feigned a strike, but Yuan Feng swiftly evaded, reclining on the jade bed and exclaiming, "How delightful." Huang Qingyao, feeling helpless, recognized that this mischievous younger brother always found ways to take advantage. Blushing, she sat at the edge of the bed, admonishing Yuan Feng to focus on his training and avoid unnecessary distractions. Yuan Feng acknowledged, understood. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate, with a solitary man and woman sharing the space, both harboring mutual affection. "Sister, why don't you lie down as well? This jade bed is truly comfortable." Yuan Xiaoba invited again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huang Qingyao's delicate fist was raised, ready to chastise him. "You mischievous Yuan Erling. Instead of concentrating on your training, you dare to suggest I join you on the bed. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Huang Qingyao exclaimed, her face flushed like the dawn. She quickly straightened up, her cheeks still rosy. "And you dare to laugh, having taken advantage of me." She lifted her slender fist and playfully struck Yuan Feng on the shoulder. "Sister, I have something to confess," Yuan Feng said earnestly, shedding the playful demeanor from earlier. "What is it? Speak freely." Huang Qingyao nodded, her complexion growing even warmer. "Sister, ever since the moment I laid eyes on you, I've been fond of you. Truly, I wonder how you feel about me." Yuan Feng finally confessed. I also hold a deep fondness for you, Yuan Feng," Huang Qingyao replied, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Haha, is that true? How wonderful. Haha." Yuan Feng excitedly stood up, his hands and feet dancing with joy. Upon witnessing his exuberance, Huang Qingyao felt a warm delight in her heart and rose to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. "Sister, may I embrace you?" Yuan Feng inquired with a chuckle. Unlike the young masters from affluent families such as Huang Qinglan and Li Xiaobai, who had warm rooms and maidservants by the age of 13 or 14, Yuan Feng possessed a rather naive understanding of romantic sentiments. The kiss they shared moments ago was merely a spontaneous expression of nature, although Yuan Feng was somewhat mischievous. He remained refreshingly innocent in this regard. He had only embraced Yin Mimi once, a result of her frequent teasing. Tentatively, he wrapped his arms around Huang Qingyao, and seeing that she did not resist, he exclaimed, "Haha, I used to see my sister only in a sideways embrace, but today I can finally hold you properly. How wonderful." Huang Qingyao nestled in Yuan Feng's embrace, feeling a wave of warmth. In that moment, words escaped them. Time seemed to stand still, capturing the image of their shared embrace. Nearly half a year had passed since their acquaintance, during which they had developed mutual feelings, yet the veil of unspoken affection remained intact. Today's serendipitous opportunity, facilitated by the ever-influential Xuan, had paved the way for their emotional revelation, allowing Huang Qingyao to cast aside her reservations and Yuan Feng to find his courage in expressing his feelings. In the vast starry sky, a stubborn stone emerged, transcending trials to attain spiritual form with divine assistance. In the realm of Wuhua, amidst the endless passage of time, past debts of gratitude and present bonds of affection intertwined. Chapter 34. Candor. As Yuan Feng entered a state of cultivation, the surrounding dense water element spiritual energy nearly expelled the other four elemental energies, surging wildly into his body. The water element spiritual energy within Yuan Feng's dantian radiated a profound, deep blue hue, even darker than on the fateful night when Huang Qingyao experienced an incident. That night, the core disciples of Ling Shui Peak distinctly noticed that the water element spiritual energy within the spiritual peak had become somewhat thin, as if someone were drawing the energy towards Qing Shui Peak. Upon returning home, they assumed it was Huang Qingyao in meditation, preparing to break through her realm. They could not help but exclaim that the water element spiritual body indeed cultivates at a much swifter pace than their own. Was it not merely a few months before she was set to transcend the seventh heaven? As for the Peak Master, Bai Yuxuan, he had been summoned early for an urgent matter at Jinxing Peak. Yuan Feng voraciously absorbed the water element spiritual energy, to the point where even the spirit-gathering formation etched upon the jade bed seemed unable to keep pace with his demands. Even Huang Qingyao, who was in the hall, was awakened by the frenzied influx of water element spiritual energy. She was taken aback by Yuan Feng's extraordinary capacity to absorb such a vast amount of water element spiritual energy. Concerned, she stealthily lifted the curtain, only to discover that Yuan Feng was enveloped by 5 ribbons of spiritual energy, with the blue ribbon being the most prominent. Huang Qingyao was astonished. It was the first time she had heard of someone capable of cultivating 5 elemental energies. Was it not said that the 5-element physique was a once-in-a-millennium rarity, one that was inherently incapable of cultivation? As Yuan Feng fervently absorbed the water element spiritual energy, the dramatic increase within him triggered a chain reaction. The other 4 elemental energies were also drawn into motion by the water element, causing Yuan Feng's body to involuntarily absorb these energies. The constantly circulating technique of breath restraint had long been disrupted by the robust flow of these 5 energies. The water element continued to grow, nourishing the wood element, which in turn fueled the fire element. The fire element perpetually stimulated the earth element, while the earth element, refusing to be outdone, birthed the metal element. Consequently, the 5 elemental energies within Yuan Feng surged forth from his dantian, coalescing at his surface to form 5 distinct ribbons of energy, a spectacle that Huang Qingyao had just witnessed. The 5 elemental energies engaged in a dynamic interplay of generation and restraint, continually merging together. The water element temporarily held the dominant position, drawing the various energies to revolve around it, as if to assert its supremacy. The other 4 elemental energies, lacking the same strength and robustness, could only orbit around it. Among them, the wood element seemed the most jubilant, closely aligning itself with the water element and steadily enhancing its own power, now occupying the position of second in command. Following closely was the earth element. Having previously absorbed a strain of earth spirit grass, its condensed energy ribbon was not inferior to that of the wood element. Yet, it was reluctant to associate with the water element, relegating it to 3rd place. The manifestation of the 5 elemental energies within Yuan Feng was truly remarkable. One could only wonder if the ancestral spirit of the 5 elements experienced something similar. As dawn broke, Yuan Feng ceased his cultivation, and the 5 ribbons of elemental energy, having exhausted their supply, faded back into his dantian. Yuan Feng rose, sensing that the elemental energies within him had become remarkably more robust. It struck him as peculiar. He had merely been absorbing water elemental energy, yet it felt as though the other 4 elemental energies were simultaneously strengthening. Pondering this, he carefully examined the changes within his body, and, finding no abnormalities, he felt reassured. Huang Qingyao, noticing the fluctuations in Yuan Feng's expression, couldn't help but feel a genuine concern. Sister, please do not speak of what you witnessed today to anyone. I possess a 5-element constitution, and the 5 colored ribbons you saw are the manifestation of the elemental energies coalescing within me. This is my greatest secret. My inability to cultivate in the past was due to this very constitution, but I was fortunate enough to encounter my master later on, which allowed me to begin my cultivation journey. Yuan Feng earnestly conveyed to Huang Qingyao, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. Huang Qingyao replied with determination. Yuan Feng instinctively stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around her. She leaned into his embrace, comforted by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Before long, Yuan Feng released Huang Qingyao, naturally taking her hand as they made their way toward the cave's entrance. Huang Qingyao, like a little girl, allowed him to lead her. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interjected. Ah, son-in-law, the young lady has awakened. Congratulations. Congratulations. It was Cui Lan. who appeared from seemingly nowhere, brimming with joy. "I'll have your head for this, you little rascal," Huang Qingyao exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully chased after Cui Lan. Yuan Feng watched with a smile, feeling elated. The elemental energies within him were operating harmoniously, seemingly stabilizing at the mid-stage of the ninth realm. He chuckled to himself, pleased with the considerable gains of the night. For achieving the mid-stage meant that securing first place was now well within his reach. Yuan Feng called out to Huang Qingyao, and they descended the mountain together. Taking advantage of the dim light of dawn, it would not be wise for a solitary man and a female disciple of such esteemed lineage to be discovered together. They hastened downwards towards the inner courtyard. After a night of cultivation, Yuan Feng felt invigorated, though his stomach growled incessantly. Huang Qingyao smiled gently, suggesting, "Let us first head to the dining hall." Ignoring Yuan Feng's embarrassment, she marched directly towards the inner courtyard's dining area. "Haha, sister, slow down. I can hardly keep up with you. It seems you are even hungrier than I am, unable to wait," Yuan Feng teased. "Before you, sister. I have no reason to feel bashful," he replied playfully. By the time they reached the dining hall, it was still rather empty. They chose a table at random and sat down. Yuan Feng stood to fetch some porridge for Huang Qingyao, while he himself indulged in a plate of meat buns, devouring them with fervor. Huang Qingyao chuckled at his voraciousness and handed him the porridge, advising him to eat slowly to avoid choking. Yuan Feng quickly finished the buns and began to sip the porridge. Afterwards, Yuan Feng ascended the cloud ladder and made his way towards the summit of the Five Elements Peak. As he passed the mountainside, he noticed that many of his senior brothers and sisters had yet to emerge, likely still lost in slumber. He soon reached the peak, swaying slightly as he approached his cave abode. "Ah, this misunderstanding. Would you believe me if I said I was cultivating outside all night?" Yuan Feng attempted to explain. "I believe you, you big-headed fool. Don't think I'm unaware that you were with that girl, Huang Qingyao, from Lingshui Peak." Yamim unveiled, "I truly want to cultivate. If you don't believe me, just sense the aura emanating from the source peak, which reveals a presence of mid-stage 9 heavens. Alas, did you truly break through? I find it hard to believe that you, little rascal, would diligently cultivate throughout the night." Yamim expressed her skepticism. "Senior sister, I swear on the Mingguang Pearl, if I have not cultivated, I shall perish along with the pearl's light, and Source Peak would meet its demise," he declared. "Very well, senior brother. By the way, I have heard that our Lianrui kingdom boasts 4 beauties. Might you enlighten me on this matter?" Source Peak inquired humbly. "What is there to elucidate? It's merely the frivolous arrangements of the younger generation," Yamim replied dismissively. "Aye, Yuan Erling, you jest at my expense again. Just wait. When the competition concludes, we shall settle the score. Hee, see if I don't make you regret it. How could I possibly be undignified, ungracious, or mundane? My beauty." Yamim mused. Chapter 35. The top 10 competition begins. In truth, Yamim had long since arrived at Jingsheng Peak. Today marked the finals, and the Peak Masters had already escorted their core disciples to the first arena early in the morning. Upon reaching the mountainside, Source Peak found no signs of his senior sister or senior brother. Could they still be asleep? Such laziness. Disregarding them, Source Peak made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he discovered Xiaolong diligently practicing the Jinyan divine art. Xiaolong joyfully approached. "Young master, how is it? I heard you defeated Lu Suifeng, who was ranked 6th on the roster. Haha, you should have no trouble making it into the top 10 of the core competition. Merely that young master will henceforth venture into the demonic for training, leaving me alone upon this peak. Indeed, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently. Young master, I am on the cusp of the 3rd heaven now. The golden flame divine incantation bestowed by Master Feng is truly well suited to me." Zhang Xiaolong articulated. "Well, that is heartening. I am off to the competition then. Once the results are in, I shall escort you down the mountain, and we shall revel at the Azure Crimson Tavern," Su of Peak declared. "I have faith that young master shall achieve triumph and seize first place. Go forth and prevail." "Young master," Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed, clenching his fist in encouragement. Su of Peak bid farewell to Zhang Xiaolong and swiftly made his way toward Peak. Arriving at the first arena square in short order, it was already teeming with people, far more than had attended the preceding day's matches. In a sequestered corner of the square, the Peak contingent espied Su's arrival. Erlong, we are over here," Li Xiaobai, that unscrupulous senior brother, bellowed forth. Su, recognizing the voice, reluctantly approached the group. Nearby, Some keen-eared disciples, having discerned that Su was being addressed as Erlang, began to murmur amongst themselves. Did you hear Li Xiaobai addressing Su as Erlang? I heard it plain as day. Ha! I am in stitches. The esteemed master who vanquished Lu Suifeng is being called Erlang. Several core disciples from other peaks chuckled quietly. Su, his countenance darkening, arrived before the peak group and said, Senior Brother Xiaobai, could you refrain from calling me Erlang in the presence of outsiders? I am, after all, the one who vanquished Lu Suifeng, the sixth of the core disciples. Indeed. Unexpectedly, when Yusin also chimed in, Meng Haoran, with a paper fan in hand and ill intentions, remarked, I have heard that Huang Qingyao, the core disciple of Ling Shui Peak, possesses beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden. In comparison, we are like the heavens and the earth. It is only natural for Xiaoba to spend the night away. At these words, when Yusin's eyes widened in disbelief, Meng Haoran quickly soothed her, of course. In my eyes, only you, junior sister one, are the most beautiful person in this world. Those celestial beings are merely fleeting illusions to me. Yuan Feng remained speechless. Guo Shizong patted his shoulder and inquired, So, do you still have the strength to fight? It's all right. We have all been there. We understand. Yuan Feng was once again at a loss for words. Dear seniors, I merely borrowed the splendid locale of Sister Qingyao to cultivate for a while, and I lost track of time. Yuan Feng explained, simultaneously releasing the aura within him. Ah, indeed. You have remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the ninth heaven. Zhang Ziheng chuckled. The others then circled around him, explaining that during the previous matches, they had lacked the enthusiasm to watch, yet they believed in Yuan Feng's abilities, which was why they did not cheer for him until today. The match was paramount, and they had come to offer their support. Senior brother, please release my neck. I can hardly speak. Yuan Feng managed to utter with great effort. Only then did Meng Haoran relent. Yuan Feng straightened his attire and clarified, that day. There was a reason. I was concerned that those students might turn into wolves, which is why I took Sister Xiuxiu and ran aside. This explanation is indeed rather feeble. Spare me your words. Are you deliberately taking advantage of my sister? Having Huang Qingyao is not enough? You dare to provoke my sister as well? Are you aware that my sister is already betrothed? Jin Mingyang has even threatened to report this to my father. He claims that Meng Xiuxiu lacks self-respect and is ambiguous with others. My father was furious and chastised my sister severely. Meng Haoran exclaimed, Brother, I am truly wronged. Following this, Yuan Feng recounted the circumstances of his acquaintance with Meng Xiuxiu. Meng Haoran frowned and remarked, I didn't expect that scoundrel Jin Mingyang to have such sordid affairs. Well then, leave this matter to me. Just watch how I deal with you, Jin Mingyang, for daring to let my sister suffer. Yes. Give him a good thrashing. Yuan Feng encouraged. Little late, let me tell you, my sister is currently engaged, and you must not provoke her. Once I uncover Jin Mingyang's misdeeds and annul the engagement, you can pursue my sister as you wish. Meng Haoran stated seriously. After all, the Meng family is a scholarly lineage, and they do not wish to be the subject of gossip. Moreover, Meng Haoran knows his sister all too well, since childhood. Meng Xiuxiu has never shown any interest in any male except for her own family. Even though the family has forcibly arranged her engagement, she has never regarded Jin Mingyang with any esteem. Meng Xiuxiu has only confided in her brother, Meng Haoran, saying that she feels destined for someone special, though she does not know who that might be. However, it certainly is not this Jin Mingyang. Fortunately, his sister is only 16 this year, and the family has not pressed her too hard. Now that they have learned of Jin Mingyang's dubious dealings, it is time to investigate him thoroughly. If what my sister says is true, then this alliance is doomed. Meng Haoran silently resolved. By the way, why haven't I seen my sister Xiuxiu today? Yuan Feng inquired. My sister has been confined at home. She cannot come to cheer for you today. She asked me to tell you that you must secure the first place. Meng Haoran cast a glance at Yuan Feng, unable to discern what quality this young man possessed that could captivate his sister. Oh, understood. For some reason. Yuan Feng felt a twinge of disappointment within. He then went to examine the leaderboard at the first arena, where the top 6 were as follows. 5 Elements Peak, Yuan Feng. Golden Prosperity Peak, Yan Qingshan, Spiritual Water Peak. Qing Lai, Golden Prosperity Peak. Li Mingho, Waterwood Peak. Lan Yunyu, and Fiery Blaze Peak, Qishao. It seems that Lu Suifeng, whom I injured, has indeed been eliminated. Yuan Feng merely glanced at the other arena leaderboards. Noting the top competitors, Golden Water Peak, Lai Tianjiao in first place, Thick Earth Peak, Feng Heng in 4th, Uthwood Peak, Tu Shao in 5th, Waterwood Peak, Lan Tianyue in 7th, Spiritual Water Peak, Qing Lian in 8th, Golden Prosperity Peak, Jun Sheng in 9th, and Springwood Peak, Chui Yinyan in 10th. Except for Lu Suifeng, who was eliminated. The rest of the top 10 had firmly secured their positions among the top 6 in their respective arenas. Before long, Yuan Feng's name was called to the stage to draw for numbers, and as per usual, it was an elimination match. This time, Yuan Feng drew number 3, meaning he would compete in the 3rd match. After everyone had drawn their numbers, only the contestants who drew 1 and 30 remained on stage. Once the others had departed, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Neither of these students ranked among the top 10 on the leaderboard, yet both were at the 9th heaven realm, confirming that those who made it into the top 30 were primarily at the 9th heaven level. The prowess of the two contenders was nearly equal, and they engaged in a fierce exchange, with neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. The competition devolved into a test of endurance, and to everyone's surprise, the first match became a stalemate. Soon after, the second match commenced, featuring Li Mingho from Jinxing Peak, number 2, against Qinglian from Lingshu Peak. Number 29. Qinglian, renowned as one of the 4 beauties of the kingdom, was met with an enthusiastic ovation upon her entrance, confirming the validity of her esteemed title. Qinglian had a twin sister, Qinglai, and together they shared the honor of representing 2 of the 4 beauties. Li Mingho, possessing only the strength of the 8th heaven, stood little chance against Qinglian. The fervent cheers from the audience only heightened the pressure on Li Mingho, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow and his composure to falter. It was not long before he succumbed to defeat. Yuan Feng pondered how Li Mingho could have been so easily vanquished. He concluded that the loss stemmed from a lack of resilience under pressure. A person lacking fortitude and the ability to withstand stress, regardless of their noble lineage or innate talent, will ultimately achieve limited success. One must question how someone who retreats at the slightest adversity can shoulder significant responsibilities. Such was the case with Li Mingho, who, upon stepping off the stage, faced a stern reprimand from Yen Qingshan. It appeared that Yen Qingshan had discerned Li Mingho's vulnerability, leaving Yuan Feng uncertain whether he could amend it in the future. As the contest between Qinglian and Li Mingho concluded, Yuan Feng, drawing number 3, ascended the arena. His opponent was Jin Mingshu from Chuanmu Peak, number 28, a practitioner of the dual-element water and wood physique. The illustrious Jin Mingshu ranked 20th on the roster, marking him as a formidable young talent. The two competitors stood on opposing platforms, and the referee signaled for them to commence their duel. Yuan Feng adopted the stance of the tiger's roar, preparing to engage, while Jin Mingshu, instead of retaliating, scrutinized Yuan Feng intently. The intensity of his gaze sent a chill down Yuan Feng's spine. Could it be that this fellow harbored ulterior motives? Yuan Feng, regaining composure, politely remarked, "Senior brother Jin, I am not interested in that matter. Let us focus on the competition." Jin Mingshu, taken aback by Yuan Feng's words, was bewildered, wondering what that matter entailed. He retorted, "Nonsense. I am the cousin of Jin Mingyang. I am only here because he mentioned you, curious to see what merits you possess that could captivate the princess of the Ming family. Yet, upon closer inspection, you appear to be nothing more than a babbling fool." Jin Mingshu and Jin Mingyang were indeed cousins. Jin Mingyang sought out Jin Mingshu to enlist his aid in confronting Yuan Feng. Without hesitation, Jin Mingshu agreed, unaware of Yuan Feng's true identity. It was only after hearing that Lu Suifeng had been defeated that he grasped the situation. Driven by curiosity, he began to assess Yuan Feng, only to find himself mistakenly perceived as harboring dubious intentions. At that moment, a torrent of frustration surged within Jin Mingshu, wishing to unleash his wrath upon Yuan Feng. Had it not been for his royal status, he might have vociferously expressed his ire. Yuan Feng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his dark thoughts, realized his mind had been tainted by the influence of his senior sister and others. Being insulted as a fool was simply intolerable. First strike, and then speak. Without further ado, Yuan Feng activated the dragon dance technique and charged towards Jin Mingshu. As a member of the royal family, Jin Mingshu possessed superior martial arts skills, both in terms of quality and quantity, far surpassing those of typical core disciples. Moreover, after the past 2 days of battles, he had successfully advanced to the 9th heaven. Though he had just entered this realm, the royal techniques allowed him to envelop any part of his body with spiritual energy, albeit for a brief moment. Jin Mingshu was now confident that he could secure a place in the top 10. Encountering Yuan Feng today was an opportunity to use him as a stepping stone. Jin Mingshua's hands emanated a faint, pale green radiance, prompting gasps from the onlooking students, though with absolute divine palm. I can't believe he has mastered it. Yuan Feng, however, paid no heed, relying on his swift movements. He thought, let us see if you can hit me first. With a swift motion, he drew his left foot outward, evading the attack of Jin Mingshua's with absolute divine palm. He then pivoted his body 90 degrees, appearing to Jin Mingshua's left side. Without hesitation, Yuan Feng unleashed a fierce strike, the fierce tiger breaking out of the den. Jin Mingshua was no coward. Seeing that evasion was futile, he decided to channel his water element spiritual energy to fortify his left shoulder for a direct confrontation. Simultaneously, he gathered wood element spiritual energy in his right hand and struck at Yuan Feng. This time, Yuan Feng miscalculated. He did not anticipate Jin Mingshua's swift reaction and his choice to confront head-on. Yuan Feng's fierce tiger struck Jin Mingshua's left shoulder, while Jin Mingshua's right fist landed squarely on his shoulder in return. Both were sent flying. Jin Mingshua was propelled away, and Yuan Feng staggered back a few steps. This outcome served as a wake-up call for Yuan Feng, who furrowed his brow and began to reflect whether he had relied too heavily on the dragon dance technique. The dragon dance technique is swift, yet if an adversary remains unyielding or engages directly with brute force, its effectiveness is significantly diminished. Had it not been for my physical prowess, I might have faced dire consequences. Ultimately, lightness and movement serves merely as an auxiliary function. One must not become overly reliant on it. At this moment, Jin Mingshu unsteadily rose to his feet, although he had hastily channeled water elemental energy into his left shoulder. Yuan Feng's fierce technique, the tiger's charge, rendered that shoulder immobile. After several futile attempts to move, he extended his right hand to retrieve a pill from his bosom and consumed it. There were no regulations against taking pills during the competition, prompting only a slight frown from the referee, who chose to remain silent. Upon ingesting the pill, Jin Mingshu's aura noticeably strengthened, propelling him to the late stage of the ninth heaven. This was the explosive spirit pill, capable of temporarily enhancing the prowess of postnatal practitioners. From the stands, observers murmured their astonishment. Yuan Feng, sensing the change in Jin Mingshu, shook his shoulders and began to take the matter more seriously. Recognizing his shortcomings, he resolved to adapt in the heat of battle. Onlookers, including Yin Mimi, noted Yuan Feng's shift and commented, "Humph, so he has recognized his own flaws." Mastering a technique of lightness is commendable, yet relying on it in every instance is akin to forsaking the essence for trivialities. Below, Li Xiaobai and others chuckled, remarking, "This serves that arrogant lad right. This is the consequence of excessive dependence on agility." Yuan Feng, with newfound determination, adopted the stance of the tiger's roar and declared his intent to engage with unyielding strength. From the crowd, Guo Shizong boisterously called out, "Xiaoba. A true man must stand firm and fight." Jin Mingshua, having suffered a setback at the hands of Yuan Feng, contemplated his strategy carefully. He discerned that Yuan Feng's physical cultivation was remarkably formidable and resolved to engage him in a protracted struggle to deplete his spiritual energy, biding his time to exploit any weaknesses that might arise. Although Jin Mingyang was regarded as exceptional among the royal offspring, he paled in comparison to Jin Mingsha, who stood out as one of the elite disciples within the Royal Academy's core. Thus, the two once again clashed. Yuan Feng maintained a steadfast stance while Jin Mingshua danced around him, searching for an opening. During the skirmish, Yuan Feng sought to rectify his previous mistakes, while Jin Mingshua relentlessly sought vulnerabilities in Yuan Feng's defenses. However, he was unable to find any, and with each engagement, he noted that Yuan Feng's punches had grown considerably heavier. The dense golden spiritual energy clung thickly to Yuan Feng's hands, prompting Jin Mingshua to realize that if he continued to rely on the wooden absolute divine palm in a direct confrontation, he would likely suffer fractures with just a few exchanges. The moment the potency of the elixir faded, it would mark Jin Mingshua's defeat. Gradually, he came to understand that he was entirely outmatched by Yuan Feng, even after consuming the explosive spirit pill. It was no wonder that Yuan Feng had triumphed over Lu Sui Feng. Rather than face a humiliating defeat, he wisely chose to concede. Resolute in his decision, Jin Mingshua sought an opportunity to withdraw from the combat arena and raised his hand to signify his surrender. Upon witnessing Jin Mingshua's concession, Yuan Feng too relaxed. Having gained valuable insights from the battle, ready to contemplate them thoroughly, The referee announced Yuan Feng as the victor, and both descended from the platform. Yuan Feng, your prowess is impressive and your combat awareness is keen. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Although I have lost this time, I shall challenge you again when the opportunity arises. Humph. Li Mingshu expressed his displeasure as Guo Shizong stepped forward and delivered a punch to Yuan Feng. Haha, Xiaoba. I truly did not misjudge you. A real man indeed. Unlike certain dandy scholars who spend their days prancing about, waving fans without an ounce of masculinity. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaobai and Meng Haoren. Meng Haoren was busy fanning himself while showering Wen Yusin with attention, and Li Xiaobai appeared to be engrossed in a lively conversation with a young woman from another spiritual peak. The two seemed accustomed to ignoring Guo Shizong's remarks. Don't listen to that brute's nonsense. Li Xiaobai retorted to the girl. He is merely barbaric, not manly at all. Just uttering drivel. This sharp-tongued senior sister always had a way of twisting her words, even when she expressed concern. The beauty of her visage belied the harshness of her speech, leaving Yuan Feng feeling somewhat dissonant about it all. He could only respond with an understanding nod, not daring to voice his true thoughts. Thus, the morning passed by. They had only completed 3 matches. The first match took a bit longer, the second concluded swiftly, but the third dragged on for a while. As lunchtime approached, the referee announced that the competitions would resume in the afternoon. Li Xiaobai and Meng Haoren approached Yuan Feng, saying, "So this is Huang Qinglan's sister." "Indeed. She is a paragon of beauty, exquisite and unparalleled. It seems you, my lad, are quite fortunate." Yuan Feng chuckled heartily. "Indeed. In my eyes, Sister Qingyao is the epitome of perfection." Meng Haoren, feeling slighted, interjected, "My sister is no slouch either." Humph. Chapter 37. The fierce heavenly beauty as Li Xiaobai, Meng Haoren, and Yuan Feng engaged in idle chatter. The fourth match had already commenced on the stage. This time, the contestant was Yin Qingshan from Jingsheng Peak, who was set to duel with a disciple from Huda Peak. The crowd erupted with cheers and shouts of Yin Qingshan. Yin Qingshan. How is it that these female students lack the grace and subtlety? In my eyes, Yin Qingshan pales in comparison to my own elegance, Li Xiaobai mused, shaking his head in mock disbelief. Observing the Hutu Peak disciple on stage, one could discern an air of calmness devoid of any tension. His aura revealed he too had attained the 9th heaven. When did it become so effortless to break through to the 9th heaven? It's almost as if it has become as commonplace as cabbage. In our day, which one of us didn't have to traverse the demon ruins to reach the 9th heaven? Meng Haoren unfurled his paper fan with a flourish. This predicament can be attributed to our indolent master. Aside from sending us to experience the trials of the demon ruins, what miraculous elixirs has he ever bestowed upon us? Have you not noticed that some disciples of the 9th heaven present here exhibit an aura that seems somewhat superficial? Clearly, they have forcefully elevated their cultivation. Can it truly compare to our painstaking, step-by-step ascent? Guo Shizong approached the trio to share his thoughts. Indeed. Is there any consequence to this forced elevation of cultivation? Yuan Feng inquired. The repercussions are significant. It is highly likely that one may remain trapped in the acquired 9th heaven for a lifetime. Becoming a core disciple does not guarantee a breakthrough to the innate level. Some core disciples are merely seasoned veterans from the inner courtyard, having ascended to their positions through years of arduous training. These individuals often possess lesser innate talent compared to those who directly enter the core. Once within the core, they do not receive substantial cultivation support, leading some to willingly consume spiritual elixirs to step into the 9 heavens and participate in this crucial competition, hoping to secure a spot, venture into the demon ruins, encounter fortuitous opportunities, and perhaps overcome residual effects to attain the innate realm. Zhang Ziheng earnestly remarked, "Yet, how easily can one find opportunities in the demon ruins?" In contrast, among past disciples who underwent trials, only a scant few have seized opportunities to directly ascend to the innate realm. By the way, our senior sister achieved her innate status through an opportunity in the demon ruins. Meng Haoren interjected. Enough, you all should focus on the competition, particularly at the source peak. Hurry and watch. You might just encounter Yin Qingshan. Li Xiaobai urged. It appears that the opportunities in the demon ruins are not easily come by. Thus, my aspirations of breaking through to the innate realm through such trials may not be a simple endeavor, Source Peak mused. At that moment, the disciples of the thick earth peak could no longer withstand Yin Qingshan's onslaught and were on the brink of defeat. Observing Yin Qingshan, who remained as poised and effortless as when he first took the stage. It was evident that his prowess was indeed well-deserved, as reflected by his ranking on the roster. The female disciples in the audience, captivated by Yan Qingshan's elegance and grace, erupted in cheers once more. His popularity is truly formidable. The disciples of the thick earth peak, unable to endure Yan Qingshan's relentless assault, conceded defeat and left the stage dejectedly. Yan Qingshan effortlessly claimed victory in the match. From the commencement of the first arena preliminaries, I have witnessed several matches featuring Yan Qingshan and have gained a certain understanding of her. However, I have yet to fully grasp her true potential. In all these contests, no one has managed to compel Yan Qingshan to exert her utmost strength. She has consistently triumphed with ease. It appears that Yan Qingshan is not to be trifled with. Yuan Feng mused to himself. Look, it's Lai Tianjiao. She has taken the stage. A chorus of admiration erupted from the male students below. Yuan Feng gazed upon her and beheld a figure of alluring grace. With striking features and skin as pristine as snow, exuding a natural air of spirited confidence that left onlookers in awe of her remarkable presence. Is she not captivating? Does her mere presence not evoke a desire for conquest? Indeed, she is the second most beautiful of the kingdom's four beauties. Lai Tianjiao, Li Xiaobai inquired of Yuan Feng. Upon noticing Huang Qingyao approaching, Yuan Feng promptly turned to her, whispering a few words that caused her cheeks to flush with a charming allure. The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback, forgetting that a renowned beauty of the kingdom graced the scene. Yuan Feng hastily urged Huang Qingyao to don a veil, unwilling to allow the unscrupulous onlookers to take advantage of her beauty. An unprecedented sense of possessiveness surged within him. Huang Qingyao found his behavior amusing, yet she complied and adorned herself with the veil, concealing her enchanting visage. Opposite Lai Tianjiao stood another beauty, Lan Yunyu, who had previously been bested by Yuan Feng. While Lan Yunyu was indeed a rare beauty, she paled in comparison to Lai Tianjiao. At present, Lan Yunyu has only reached the late stage of the 8th heaven, making her a far cry from the top contender on the rankings. Lan Yunyu smiled and said, Sister Tianjiao, I concede, I cannot compete with you. To this, Liao Tianji replied with a melodious voice, Dear sister, I am merely a few years your senior. Perhaps when you reach my age, you may surpass me. The referee promptly announced the victory of Liao Tianjiao. Have you heard? Since the beginning of the competition, Liao Tianjiao hasn't even had to lift a finger, remarked a student. Oh, how could that be? Does no one dare to challenge her? Another student inquired. Not at all. It is said that Liao Tianjiao has a multitude of admirers, and her opponents are mostly her admirers. Who could bear to confront her? Furthermore, with her status as the top contender, engaging in battle would only lead to embarrassment. One student retorted, his tone tinged with envy, clearly one of the many admirers. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head and said to Huang Qingyao, Trust me, if she were to compete, she would undoubtedly have numerous admirers, winning without a fight. Huang Qingyao chuckled softly. Sister Tianjiao has outshone all of you male core disciples to claim the top spot. Such brilliance brings joy even to us female students. Yuan Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Even the nearby senior brothers felt somewhat sheepish, as the 9 major spiritual peaks were dominated by a single woman. Despite her captivating beauty and radiant charm, it was not a particularly flattering narrative to share. Beside the 5 elements peak, several senior brothers discreetly gave a thumbs up to Yuan Peak. Huang Qingyao, blushing with shyness, seemed lost in thought. Following a few more rounds of competition, there were hardly any remarkable matches to speak of. By the end of the day, over 10 participants had been eliminated. It was anticipated that the top 15 would be determined by tomorrow, followed by the selection of the top 10, culminating in the final placement competition for the top 10. As dusk approached, the people from 5 Elements Peak sincerely invited Huang Qingyao to visit their abode. Noticing Yuan Peak's eager expressions, she could not bring herself to decline and agreed. Thus, the group descended from Jinsheng Peak, making their way toward 5 Elements Peak. Huang Qingyao was filled with curiosity about what 5 Elements Peak might be like. She had only heard that currently it was led by the esteemed elder sister Yin Mimi, while the previous master was untraceable. It was said that the disciples of 5 Elements Peak had once dominated the academy, all personally trained by the former master. Moreover, rumors circulated that Yin Mimi was a prominent figure among the younger generation in the royal city. Despite being a woman, she was remarkably formidable. With a sense of wonder, Huang Qingyao followed the crowd to 5 Elements Peak, only to find it similar to an ordinary mountain, Compared to Ling Shui Peak, it was a world apart. However, the air was rich with spiritual energy, encompassing all 5 elemental essences. It seemed the name 5 Elements Peak was well-deserved. No wonder the disciples there exhibited a variety of physiques, yet all possessed the same formidable 9th-layer celestial realm. As the crowd gathered at the mountainside, they chanced upon Yin Mimi, who lay gracefully upon a large stone, her eyes gently closed. Though veiled in delicate fabric, her enchanting figure was undeniable. The several brothers quickly diverted their gazes elsewhere, save for Yuan Feng, who stole furtive glances at her. Zhang Ziheng nudged Yuan Feng, urging him to approach Yin Mimi. Although Yuan Feng was the youngest disciple, he held a special place in everyone's hearts, a fact that was indisputable. Despite having faced his share of reprimands, these were merely for his own betterment. There were reasons why Yin Mimi had chosen to place Yuan Feng at the summit. "Senior sister, are you asleep?" Yuan Feng inquired cautiously. Huang Qingyao, observing Yuan Feng's timid demeanor, could not help but smile, thinking that this little brother had surely been through quite a bit. Indeed, what good fortune little Ba possesses. How could such a captivating beauty like you take a liking to this scoundrel? Yin Mimi shot a glance at Yuan Feng. Huang Qingyao's complexion flushed a rosy hue, yet she refrained from responding. Noticing her silence, Yuan Feng hastily suggested, "Senior sister, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? Consider it a means to make amends for yesterday." Yin Mimi replied, "Well, today I shall indulge you for the sake of Qingyao." I shall reluctantly acquiesce. With that, she gracefully rose and glided over to Huang Qingyao, taking her hand as they made their way toward the mountain's peak. Such lightness in her movements was truly ethereal. With merely a delicate touch of her toes, she traversed such distance. Yuan Feng marveled at Yin Mimi's agile prowess, pondering when he might attain such abilities himself. The grace of her movements is truly ethereal, as if she merely touches the ground with her toes and glides effortlessly through the air. I wonder when I shall acquire such prowess? Yuan Feng, witnessing Yin Mei's exquisite lightness in her martial arts, couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 38, Held in Heart. Cradled in hand. After arranging everything at the foot of the mountain, Yuan Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to ascend to the summit, seemingly anxious about Huang Qingyao. Perhaps fearing that a certain senior sister might divulge some of his little secrets to her. In the presence of the beautiful lady, Li Xiaobai was equally reluctant to be outdone and exclaimed, "Pure water emerges from the lotus, unadorned by artifice." Indeed, these words from Li Xiaobai harmonized splendidly with Huang Qingyao's exquisite beauty. Consequently, Meng Haoran found himself on the receiving end of a sharp pinch from Wen Yusin at his waist, while Li Xiaobai was struck by a small stone tossed by An Ruming, causing him to leap high in surprise. Guo Shizong and Zhang Ziheng watched in delight as the two endured their misfortune. Yuan Feng's dragon dance technique proved exceptional for traversing the terrain, allowing him to reach the mountaintop in no time. Just as he overheard the praises from his 2 senior brothers and witnessed their comical predicament. "Haha, to my 2 senior brothers, I offer 2 words. You deserve it," Yuan Feng gleefully remarked. "It is fortunate that you are scholars. Today, I shall share a few lines to enlighten you on what it means to be well-versed in knowledge." Meng Haoran, feeling spirited, was well aware of this junior brother's capabilities. Despite his youth, he carried the aura of one steeped in literary depth. "Very well, we shall listen to you, but in our praise, we shall only acclaim Sister Huang. You must also extol the virtues of your 3 senior sisters." Suddenly, Huang Qingyao smiled gently, while Yin Mimi cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Feng. Enrumo and Wen Yusin gazed at him curiously, seemingly anticipating his grand creation. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment and began, "Let us commence with the senior sister. The daughter of the Yin family has blossomed into maturity, her enchanting beauty captivating hearts. A smile from her can bewitch 100 souls, rendering the kingdom's beauties pale in comparison." How does that resonate? Meng Haoran snapped his paper fan shut with a resounding clap. "This poem is truly fitting for our senior sister." The others nodded in agreement, praising, "Indeed, Xiaoba, you possess remarkable talent." Yin Mimi savored the line, increasingly finding it aligned with her own sentiments, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meng Shixiang continued, "Next comes our junior sister, as light as a swallow. Her brows as delicate as mist, her crimson lips reflecting the sun, her red sleeves adding fragrance." Yuan Feng swayed his head in delight. What a splendid line about the fragrance of red sleeves. Absolutely extraordinary. "Xiaoba, you truly possess profound talent and depth," Meng Haoran exclaimed with enthusiasm. The gazes of the crowd toward Yuan Feng grew increasingly inscrutable. Who was this Xiao Ba's master, capable of nurturing such exceptional talent? At a tender age, he had already reached the mid-stage of the nine heavens, with a solid foundation and physical prowess rivaling Guo. With such talent, his future seemed boundless. Curiosity ignited. The group observed Yuan Feng intently. Even Huang Qingyao found it difficult to decipher this young disciple. Now, it is my turn, dear Qingyao, she declared. Clouds envision garments. Flowers imagine beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing. Dewy brilliance is rich. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, one would seek the moonlight beneath the Yao Terrace. Sister, do you like it? Yuan Feng expressed his deep feelings. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingyao's complexion flushed a rosy hue. Her eyes shimmering with brilliance, overwhelmed with joy as Yuan Feng's poem revealed his heartfelt sentiments, placing her in his heart and elevating her to the heavens. Shyly, she nodded gently. Haha, young man, are you confessing your feelings in front of all of us? Meng Haoran was the first to respond, laughing. Yuan Feng scratched his head, feeling bashful. No, not at all. I was simply expressing my feelings. As long as Sister Qingyao is pleased, that is enough. Guo, feeling perplexed, remarked, I, Guo, am but a simple man, lacking your literary finesse. I shall check if the meal is ready. Haha, wait for me, junior brother. Let us go together while these three poets keep the lovely ladies company, Zhang Ziheng chimed in. Xiaoba, I never expected you to possess such talent. Today, on account of your poem, I, your third senior sister, shall treat you to a drink. And Rumming suddenly grew exuberant, evidently delighted with the poem that described her. Yes, junior brother, I too wish to share a drink with you later. When Yusin joined in the merriment, giggling, since both junior sisters wish to drink with Xiaoba, how can I, as the elder sister, be left out? I truly adore it. Each word is exquisite, worthy of a grand toast. Yen Mimi declared with a charming smile. Li Xiaobai, his eyes darting, remarked, it seems today our junior brother Xiaoba will be thoroughly intoxicated. Haha. It appears Huang's sister will have her hands full taking care of him. Indeed, today Xiaoba shall not escape unscathed. I, too, wish to indulge in a hearty drink with this talented individual, not returning until we are inebriated, Meng Haoran proclaimed with nonchalance. Before long, Zhang Ziheng and Guo entered the grand hall, accompanied by several attendants from the miscellaneous office, setting a lavish spread upon the stone table. Guo even kicked over 2 large jars of aged wine. Though I may lack in the art of poetry, I am certainly proficient in the art of drinking. Today, dear junior brother, we must raise our cups several times. Indeed, I wish to share a few drinks with you as well, on that day. Your victory over Lu Suifeng truly avenged our 5-element peak, for that scoundrel has made life difficult for us in the royal city, relying on his family's influence. Zhang Ziheng continued. Yuan Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the fact that everyone wished to drink with him today. It seemed there was no escape. Yuan Feng inwardly sighed in dismay. By the way, esteemed brothers and sisters, what grudge does Lu Suifeng hold against our 5-element peak? Was his mockery during the competition not enough? Li Xiaobai chuckled and replied, you see, Lu Suifeng almost became one of us at 5-element peak. It was his failure to join that birthed his resentment. While our master was present, he dared not show his true colors. But ever since our master's disappearance these past few years, he has frequently caused us trouble. Although it is of little consequence, it has become quite bothersome, which is why everyone feels a sense of relief at your triumph over Lu Suifeng. Enough of this idle chatter. Come, Xiaoba, let us drink to our heart's content. Guo raised his wine bowl. Brother, could you not allow me to have a bite to eat first? Yuan Feng implored eagerly. What food? A man must drink. Guo exclaimed, tilting his head back to finish his cup in one go. Laughter erupted as Guo exclaimed, nothing compares to the joy of drinking. With a resigned smile, Yuan Feng downed his drink in one go. The fiery sensation surged through his stomach, while the rich aroma lingered on his palate. Having just nibbled on a few dishes, he noticed Meng Haoran approaching with a wine bowl, proclaiming, as the saying goes, when wine meets a confidant, one can drink to oblivion. We, as scholars, should down 3 bowls together. Hold on, brother, Yuan Feng interjected, let us savor it cup by cup. For I still wish to toast to our esteemed seniors. With a hint of reluctance, he acquiesced. Subsequently, Yuan Feng and several sisters, including Yen Mimi, indulged in considerable libations, while Huang Qingyao partook only sparingly, for she had been assigned the duty of attending to Yuan Feng shortly. Thus, After consuming more than 10 bowls, Yuan Feng finally completed a round, only to find the 2 large jars of wine nearly emptied. Guo Shizong promptly fetched 2 more substantial jars. Once everyone was satiated and content, they departed the grand hall one by one, leaving only Yan Mimi, Huang Qingyao, and Yuan Feng, who lay drunkenly across the stone table. As the servants tidied up the stone table, Yuan Feng, in a daze, mumbled, "Come, come, a toast to the gentleman." He continued, "Brother Xiaobai, why does your mouth seem to have grown ears?" The 2 ladies erupted in laughter. "Oh, by the way, Qingyao, it is said that you are unable to cultivate. How is it that you suddenly became a disciple of Ling Shui Peak?" Yan Mimi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Huang Qingyao cast a gentle glance at Yuan Feng and replied, "This is all thanks to Yuan Feng. He enabled me to resume my cultivation by awakening my cold spirit body. Senior sister, do you think Xiaoba is happy?" Huang Qingyao countered with a question of her own. "It is indeed difficult for me to articulate, yet I observe that he often engages in light-hearted banter, harmonizing well with everyone, and this mischievous little junior is quite beloved by all. What could possibly trouble him?" Yan Mimi pondered with curiosity. "Oh, therein lies the crux of the matter. His fervent dedication to cultivation is driven by a deeper reason. Today, I shall confide in you, sister, in hopes that you might lend him your assistance," Huang Qingyao declared. "What troubles him? Does Xiaoba face any difficulties? He is my junior brother, and I shall shoulder any burden on his behalf." Yan Mimi replied without hesitation. "Sister, my Huang family possesses limited influence within this royal city and in the vast empire. We are but a mere drop in the ocean, utterly incapable of aiding him. Yuan Feng has been frail and ailing since childhood, and his parents traversed the kingdom in search of remedies, yet to no avail. After Yuan Feng turned 8, his parents departed from Taiyuan County, rumored to have ventured to the wood spirit continent, and they have not returned for nearly a decade, leaving their fates unknown. Yuanfeng's relentless pursuit of cultivation is for the hope of one day locating his parents." Huang Qingyao poured forth her heart's burdens. Yan Mimi understood at last. "No wonder Xiaoba is so relentless, Sai. Rest assured, Qingyao, I shall devise a means. My Yin family operates a merchant fleet that traverses the Golden Spirit continent. I will notify them to seek news of Yuanfeng's parents. Whether we can uncover any leads, however, is left to fate. After all, this world is exceedingly vast, and even with my innate abilities, I possess little leverage to navigate its expanse." Yan Mimi sighed. "Younger sister, you are being rash. I apologize for troubling you, sister." With that, Huang Qingyao prepared to bow in gratitude. "What are you doing, Qingyao sister? Xiaoba is also my junior, and since he has matters to attend to, I shall naturally lend my assistance." Yan Mimi hurriedly supported Huang Qingyao, preventing her from bowing. "Xiaoba, how fortunate you are to have captured his heart. I wonder which lifetime's blessing has bestowed this upon you." Yan Mimi chuckled lightly. Huang Qingyao's face flushed, and she joined in the gentle laughter. With ease, Huang Qingyao located the Yuanfeng cave abode, tenderly laying him on the bed. She fetched warm water and prepared a towel, gently wiping away the perspiration from Yuanfeng's brow, feeling a warmth blossom in her heart as she gazed at him. "Since you hold me dear, how could I not cherish you in return?" Chapter 39. The guardian of Yuanfeng. Early the next morning, Huang Qingyao diligently prepared the toiletries, nudging Yuanfeng awake. He, still in a haze, mumbled, "Who is it? Stop disturbing me. Let me sleep a little longer." Realizing the time, he added, "Oh, understood. I shall wash up first." Approaching the basin, he discovered it already filled with water. Testing the temperature, he found it just right, instantly knowing who had prepared it. He proceeded to wash with a swift efficiency. After finishing, he noticed Huang Qingyao preparing his attire for the day. Silently approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Sister, how wonderful it is to have you," he said, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Quickly let go. I need to dress you, and time is running short." Huang Qingyao replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Just one more hug, please." Hee. Yuanfeng persisted, unabashed. "Is Yuanfeng awake, dear Qingyao? We must rise and greet the day at Jinxing Peak," came Yan Mimi's voice from outside the cave. Huang Qingyao turned, pushing the clothes into Yuanfeng's arms, urging him to change quickly while she made her way towards the entrance. "Sister master, your timing is quite unfortunate," Yuanfeng exclaimed as he hastily changed. Yuanfeng swiftly donned his attire and tidied himself before stepping out of the cave. "Good morning, senior sister. Qingyao, have you all had breakfast?" he inquired. After indulging in copious amounts of liquor last night, I scarcely ate anything, and now I find myself rather hungry, Yuan Feng said, rubbing his belly. At that moment, Yan Mimi presented him with a steaming bag of meat buns. Here, Erling, have some buns. We've already eaten. Let's enjoy them while we make our way. The competition is about to commence, Yan Mimi remarked. Haha, splendid, Yuan Feng exclaimed as he began to eat. Nearby, Huang Qingyao stifled a laugh, then handed him a large jar of warm water, saying, You devour those buns so quickly. Aren't you afraid of choking? Take your time and sip some water. Oh, how considerate of you, sister. Yuan Feng chuckled heartily. Yan Mimi shot him a sidelong glance, suggesting that her offering of buns was not merely an act of concern. As the trio reached the mountainside, Yuan Feng's fellow disciples were already prepared. They followed Yan Mimi towards Wuxing Peak. Today, Jincheng Peak was particularly lively, as the square was filled with disciples eager to witness the competition. Look over there. Aren't those the people from Wuxing Peak? This year, they have a remarkable talent in Yuan Feng. One disciple whispered to another. Indeed, the buzz is quite palpable, especially after he defeated Lu Suifeng, who was ranked 6th on the roster. Another disciple chimed in. Ha ha, Erling, you've become quite the celebrity, and we share in your glory. They teased. After years of Wuxing Peak not participating in the grand competition and being rated at the bottom of the 9 peaks, this time, you must bring honor to our Wuxing Peak. Administer a sound thrashing to their countenances. Yan Mimi jested with captivating allure. Indeed, in recent years, as I descended the mountain to gather disciples, the mere mention of my affiliation with the 5 Elements Peak sent them scurrying away as if from venomous serpents. During this grand competition, Little 8, you must exhibit the true mettle of our 5 Elements Peak. Zhang Ziheng exhorted. Alas, I reminisce about bygone days when I once ascended to the zenith of the core disciples, securing a position within the top 3. Li Xiaobai proclaimed vaingloriously. As if you were the sole achiever, pray tell, which among us has not graced the top 10 of the core disciples? Our esteemed senior sister even clinched the coveted first place. Your meager accomplishments hardly warrant such ostentation. Meng Haoran retorted mercilessly. I find myself pondering the whereabouts of our venerable master. His absence spans 5 years now. I confess, a profound longing for his esteemed presence stirs within me. When Yusin lamented with a tinge of melancholy, Verily, were it not for our master, we would not have attained our present achievements. Perhaps we would now be akin to Lu Suifeng, merely gaining entry into the top 10, and Rumeng mused. Speaking of our venerable master, he possessed considerable prowess. Our 5 Elements Peak was not originally christened as such. It was known as the Elders' Peak. Legend has it that our master wrested it from the grasp of the assembled elders through sheer force of will. Li Xiaobai divulged tantalizingly. This piqued Yuan Feng's curiosity, prompting the inquiry, Pray, elaborate. Since my arrival at Spirit Peak, none have regaled me with tales of this peak master. I implore you, enlighten me forthwith. Yuan Feng's contemplation grew increasingly uneasy. Was the 5 Elements Peak a name adopted subsequently? Could it be that their master is indeed the master of this 5 Elements Peak? Moreover, the timing aligns perfectly. My master has been guiding me for nearly 4 years. Yuan Feng increasingly sensed something amiss, and the temperaments of several senior brothers and sisters seemed to resonate with that of the master. The competition commenced, and behold, Qi Xiao from the Blaze Peak has taken the stage. He appears formidable this year. Indeed, yet it remains uncertain if he can secure a place in the top 10. Look, his opponent is actually Hang Xiaoxiao from the Solid Earth Peak. It seems Qi Xiao is destined to lose. Some surrounding students were speculating. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this, shifted his thoughts. He was acquainted with Qi Xiao, a contestant from the first arena. While Hang Xiaoxiao ranked 4th on the roster, Qi Xiao was no match for him. As Yuan Feng anticipated, Qi Xiao could not withstand Hang Xiaoxiao's formidable onslaught and failed to breach his defenses, ultimately being eliminated from the stage. Observing Hang Xiaoxiao's effortless demeanor made it seem as if he exerted little effort. He is indeed a master of body refinement, Yuan Feng pondered. Subsequently, several more contestants ascended the stage, all of whom were, without exception, bested by those in the top 10 of the roster. Throughout the competition, it appeared that only Lu Suifeng had been ousted from the ranks of the top 10. Soon, the list of the top 15 emerged. Liao Tianjiao from the Golden Water Peak, Yan Qingshan from the Golden Prosperity Peak, Qing Lai from the Spiritual Water Peak, Yuan Feng from the 5 Elements Peak, Hang Xiaoxiao from the Solid Earth Peak, Tu Xiao from the Earthwood Peak, Lan Tianyue from the Waterwood Peak, Qing Lian from the Spiritual Water Peak, Jun Sheng from the Golden Prosperity Peak, Chui Mingze from the Springwood Peak, Lu Xiaoyang from the Golden Prosperity Peak, Du Ming from the Golden Prosperity Peak, Yin Ba from the Blaze Peak, Dong Mingze from the Solid Earth Peak, and Jin Mingtua from the Blaze Peak. You. It appears that this year, the Five Elements Peak may no longer find itself at the bottom. Rather, it seems that the Blazing Fire Peak might take that unfortunate position. A student chuckled, remarking on the camaraderie of the struggling peaks. In previous years, the Five Elements Peak languished at the bottom due to a lack of participants. Yet this year, they have one disciple who has already triumphed over Lu Suifeng in the preliminary round. I have high hopes for this Source Peak. It could very well be the dark horse of the competition. Someone came to the defense of the Five Elements Peak, saying, "I heard there's been a betting pool established. Should we join in the fun?" Li Xiaobai inquired. "Oh, is anyone bold enough to set up a betting pool here?" "It must be those core disciples from the royal family," Meng Haoran replied knowingly. "Indeed, it is precisely those individuals." Li Xiaobai teased Zhang Ziheng. "Come on, shall we go?" "I will join you," Guo Shirtsong added. "Not long ago, we lost 8,000 taels to that little rascal. Today, we must reclaim our losses. With all four senior brothers going, how could I possibly miss out?" Source Peak quickly joined the group, leaving a few girls behind to engage in idle chatter. A 10-to-1 payout. If Little 8 secures first place, that's a tenfold return. Such enticing odds. Guo Shirtsong pondered, shaking his head. "I'll wager 1,000 taels on Source Peak." Zhang Ziheng disregarded the three others and boldly placed his bet on Source Peak's victory. Those around him who recognized Zhang Ziheng looked on in astonishment, realizing he was likely to incur a significant loss. "Have you not noticed that this year's favorites are Lai Tianjiao, Yin Qingshan, and Qing Lai? Do you possess such confidence in your Five Elements Peak Junior?" They laughed. "Oh, but the second senior brother has a discerning eye. While you three deliberate, I shall bet 4,000 taels on my own victory." After speaking, Yuan Feng placed a golden ticket on the table. Jin Mingshu cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Feng and remarked, "Have you lost your mind, kid? Do you really think you can secure first place? Be careful not to end up unable to afford even your underwear." Unfazed, Yuan Feng replied, "Why not? You all engage in business, yet I cannot wager on myself. If I lose, it's my own loss. If I win, it's your loss. Who knows who will end up unable to afford their underwear?" Jin Mingshu chose not to argue further. Accepting the golden ticket and handing Yuan Feng a placard inscribed with the words "Betting on Yuan Feng" for 1,000 taels of gold. Yuan Feng tucked the placard away and, filled with pride, made his way toward the arena, where the draw for the top 15 competitors was about to commence. Li Xiaobai, with an air of mystery, produced 2 golden tickets, placing bets on 2 individuals whose identities remained unknown. Meanwhile, Meng Haoran opted for a more cautious approach, wagering on Lai Tianjiao, as he did not believe that Yuan Feng could claim first place. After all, Lai Tianjiao stood at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, just a step away from the half-step innate stage, far beyond what Yuan Feng, in his mid-stage of the 9 heavens, could contend with. Guo Shirtsong chuckled and also pulled out 2 golden tickets to bet on Yuan Feng, remarking that whether he could enjoy fine wine next year depended entirely on Yuan Feng. "My delectable little 8 is quite puffed up." At that moment, an Rumming mysteriously approached, producing 3 golden tickets to place her bets on Yuan Feng. The 3 women had deliberated for quite some time, deciding to take a risk and back the competitor with the highest odds. Thus they chose Yuan Feng. It was truly peculiar how so many individuals were betting on Yuan Feng for first place. Could it be that this young man genuinely possessed remarkable skills? Whispers began circulating among the crowd. Before long, individuals began to take out their money and place bets on Yuan Feng's victory. Several members of the royal family did not believe that Yuan Feng could secure first place. Thus they were disinclined to lower the odds. After all, who would refuse money? Chapter 40. The affection for Long on the morning's grand competition proceeded smoothly, leaving only Yuan Feng and 14 other students. There were 10 slots available for the MOSU trials, necessitating the elimination of 5 participants. Having observed the matches of the top 10 competitors, Yuan Feng felt a sense of confidence. Even relying solely on the Tiger's roar technique, he believed he could defeat several of his past rivals. In the morning, Yuan Feng drew his number, 1. He was the first to take the stage in the afternoon, facing off against Lu Xiaoyang of Jinsheng Peak. Jinsheng Peak boasted 4 representatives in the top 15, nearly a third of the competitors, underscoring the undeniable prestige of their first peak. Lu Xiaoyang, at the mid-stage of the 9th heaven realm, wielded the golden cloud palm with remarkable proficiency. He immediately engaged Yuan Feng in a fierce contest. However, Yuan Feng's tigress roar was not to be underestimated. Within just a few exchanges, he executed a white tiger heart-piercing strike, sending Lu Xiaoyang tumbling off the stage. Lu Xiaoyang's agility and physical prowess were simply no match for Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng not only faced his opponent head-on, but did so with a decisive and clean victory. As he stepped down from the stage, Guo showered him with encouragement, assuring him that maintaining his current form would guarantee a spot in the top ranks. Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, this senior brother had placed a bet on his success. Guo support was not only a boost for Yuan Feng, but also a source of motivation for himself. Thus, with the elimination of one participant, Yuan Feng secured his position among the top 10, now awaiting the outcome of the matches for the remaining 4 eliminations. In the second match, the enchanting Lan Tianyue from the Erheo Waterwood Peak bore a striking resemblance to Lan Yunyu, yet her figure was even more alluring. Upon her entrance, she was met with an enthusiastic chorus of supporters cheering for her. Her opponent, Du Ming from the Shijia Jinxing Peak, was at a distinct disadvantage. While Lan Tianyue possessed the formidable cultivation of the late stage of the ninth heaven, Du Ming was merely at the mid-stage of the same realm. Consequently, he succumbed in a matter of mere dozens of exchanges. However, Lan Tianyue's victory was not as effortless and exhilarating as that of Yuan Feng. Her style, being that of a woman, differed from that of her male counterparts. In the third match, Tu Xiao from the Sanhao Dimu Peak, handsome and distinguished, shared a certain air with Li Xiaobai. Yuan Feng remarked, "Just another pretty boy, a delicate young lad." Yet, this pretty boy proved to be quite formidable. His opponent, Dong Mingze from the Shisanhou Hota Peak, was of a diminutive stature, rugged in appearance, and brimming with muscle, presenting a stark contrast to Tu Xiao's tall and elegant demeanor. The aesthetic appeal of this duel was lacking. Tu Xiao, furrowing his brow, exerted his utmost effort to barely conclude the battle. After his defeat, Dong Mingze spat disdainfully. "Pretty boy, you have no spirit, always dodging. Why not face me head-on?" Tu Xiao could only respond with resignation. However, his words sent shivers down the spines of the 5 Elements Peak disciples. "Ah, fifth junior brother, I finally comprehend why you have remained solitary all these years. Never joining us in our revelries, your interests and inclinations are simply divergent from ours," Li Xiaobai exclaimed, enlightened. "Fifth senior brother, of all virtues, filial piety ranks foremost. Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Do not stray from the righteous path." Meng Haoren lamented, shaking his head. "What are you discussing? I fail to comprehend your words. Can you refrain from using such convoluted expressions?" Guo frowned in response. The gazes of Wen Yusen and An Rumeng made him feel utterly uneasy. Yuan Feng stepped back a pace and remarked, "Senior brother, the harmony of yin and yang is the ultimate truth of the universe. A solitary yin cannot endure, and a solitary yang cannot thrive. They repel one another." Yuan Feng's words only deepened Guo confusion. Huang Qingyao, upon hearing their exchange, along with An Rumeng and Wen Yusen, stifled their laughter. Zhang Ziheng, unable to contain himself, leaned closer to Guo and whispered, "What they mean is that you cannot favor the company of men." Upon hearing this, Guo felt a rush of heat to his cheeks, his anger surging as his muscles tensed. He bellowed, "You 3 rascals, stand right there. I will show you what it means to be a true man." The surrounding students were startled by Guo roar, and as they protested, he effortlessly toppled them to the ground. Looking at the students, each one fair-skinned and delicate, they seemed too feeble to withstand his might. "You 3 rascals, stand still." Guo ignored the fallen students and continued his pursuit. On the viewing platform, Yen Mimi was infuriated, her teeth grinding in frustration. "What nonsense are these rascals up to? They are truly embarrassing me," she exclaimed. "Haha, Yen Shiji, your disciples from the 5 Elements Peak are indeed full of vigor. Perhaps they should undergo some rigorous training," laughed Yen Nantian, the master of Jinsheng Peak, implying that the disciples of the 5 Elements Peak were idly causing a ruckus at the event. "Hurry and go out to unleash your madness." "Haha, what Brother Yen has said is indeed true. That Guo is nothing but a brute. I believe he should be assigned some trivial tasks, for we cannot allow the esteemed Lady Liang to expend her strength in vain," chuckled Zhao Donglai, the master of Chuanmu Peak. Fortunately, there is only a single competition at Yuan Peak, and the contest has commenced in a state of intense rivalry. In the clashes between the top 10 competitors, as long as the disparities are not too pronounced, One can expect such fervor, for every contestant possesses an indomitable spirit. The fourth match exemplifies this, with the fourth participant, Qinglian from Lingshui Peak, facing off against Cui Yinyan from Chuanmu Peak. Qinglian, hailing from the kingdom of Qinglian, is undoubtedly a vision of beauty, captivating and enchanting. However, Cui Yinyan is no less remarkable, with an alluring figure and a fiery presence that captivates the audience. Both have garnered considerable support, and given their closely matched standings, the competition is exceedingly fierce. The spectators are treated to a visual feast, although there are no indecent displays. The mesmerizing forms of the competitors incite roars of enthusiasm and waves of cheers that rise higher with each passing moment. Ultimately, the two women astonishingly ended in a draw, with neither able to best the other. The masters seated in the stands are at a loss for a resolution. Particularly, the master of Chuanmu Peak, Zhao Donglai, wears a grim expression. Should Cui Yinyan be eliminated, Chuanmu Peak would have no representatives among the top 10, leaving them absent from the Demon Ruins trials. Would they not become a laughingstock, finishing at the very bottom? Thus, he began to persuade others, proposing a temporary halt to the contest between the two. Now, with only 12 contestants remaining, and since neither can claim superiority, it would be only fair to draw lots for a showdown against the other 10 participants. The master of Lingshui Peak had no objections, and naturally, the master of Jinsheng Peak, being on friendly terms with him, nodded in agreement. The other peaks remained silent, except for the master of Jihua Peak, who harbored some concerns. Finally, the top 10 rankings were announced. Lai Tianjiao from Jinshui Peak, Yan Qingshan from Jinsheng Peak, Qing Lai from Lingshui Peak, Yuan Feng from Wuxing Peak, Heng Xiaoxiao from Hotu Peak, Tu Xiao from Dimu Peak, Lan Tianyue from Shuimu Peak, Jun Sheng from Jinsheng Peak, Yin Ba from Jihua Peak, and Jin Mingtua also from Jihua Peak. Additionally, there were two other participants, Qing Lian from Lingshui Peak and Cui Yinyan from Chunmu Peak. Upon the referee's announcement of the decision made by the Peak Masters, the contestants had no objections, as neither of the two had been eliminated, and the random draw for the matches further solidified their agreement. Consequently, two additional matches were scheduled for the afternoon. In the draw, Qing Lian from Lingshui Peak faced Jin Mingtua from Jihua Peak, while Cui Yinyan drew Qing Lai from Lingshui Peak. The outcome of the matches was predictable. Ultimately, Cui Yinyan was eliminated, leading the master of Chunmu Peak to storm off in frustration. Conversely, Qing Lian emerged victorious against Jin Mingtua, successfully securing a place among the top 10. The final tally confirmed Qing Lian's inclusion and Jin Mingtua's exclusion. Yin Mimi stifled a chuckle, recalling how she had just been mocked, only for Chunmu Peak to find itself at the bottom, losing its chance to leave a mark in the Mo Su trials. Nearby, the master of Lingshui Peak, Bai Yuxuan, gently nudged her to indicate that she should quiet down, as the students in the stands were watching intently. "What's the matter with you laughing nonstop?" She chided. Does that make Aunt Bai appear older? I'm still so young. How could I possibly resemble an elder?" Yin Mimi retorted playfully. "Then it falls to you. Privately, you may call me sister, but do not disrupt the hierarchy in public, as it would be unseemly." Bai Yuxuan, being an enlightened individual, is not one to impose such demands. Yin Mimi approached the crowd with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Where's Guo Shirtsong? Where has he gone? What was all that ruckus about earlier?" And Ru Meng, with a cheerful smile, leaned in to share the details of the situation, nearly causing Yin Mimi to break into laughter. "These three scoundrels only know how to bully that brute." She playfully delivered 3 light taps on their heads and then scolded them collectively. Zhang Ziheng felt helpless, while Huang Qingyao chuckled lightly, and Wen Yusin joined in the laughter, with Ru Meng taking delight in their mischief. Yuan Feng was even more curious. "You could ask Qingyao to inquire with her master, Bai Fengzhu." Yin Mimi continued, "Sister Qingyao, I am eagerly awaiting your news." Yuan Feng replied without reservation, "Rest assured, I will seek an opportunity to ask my master." Huang Qingyao nodded in agreement. Although Yin Mimi had just heard Ru Meng's account and had reprimanded the three, she was still quite curious about whether Guo Shirtsong indeed harbored a penchant for Dragon Yang. Thus, she quietly asked, "Where has Guo Shirtsong gone? Surely he hasn't truly gone to seek out Dongmingza?" "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Yuan Feng and his companions burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 41. The Victory of the Yanqing Shirt. Before long, a robust and anguished scream echoed from the mountaintop. It is said that after Guo Shirtsong dealt with Meng Haoran and Li Xiaobai successfully, He rushed to the summit intending to give Yuan Feng a good thrashing. However, upon arriving at the mountaintop, he was swiftly detected by Yan Mimi's spiritual awareness and was met with a severe beating. Guo Shirtsong's attempt to steal a chicken resulted in a loss of rice. Humph, those three scoundrels have tarnished my reputation with the absurd nickname of Long Yansong. This matter will not go unaddressed. For heaven's sake, I also like women. It's just that I haven't encountered the right one yet. Damn, that hurts. Guo Shirtsong muttered to himself while rubbing his bruised spot. The following day, Yuan Feng rose early to stretch his body before the cave. While Yan Mimi lazily stretched and called out to him, "Erlong, let's go." Yuan Feng hurriedly approached, saying, "Thank you for last night, senior sister, hee. Yan Mimi cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng. "Haha, senior sister, how is it that you look so beautiful today? Truly worthy of being the most stunning in the kingdom." Seeing that Yan Mimi remained silent, Yuan Feng hurried to flatter her. "Did you not say the other day that I am not gentle or virtuous? Humph, humph. Don't think you can dismiss me with just a few words. I am a woman who holds grudges." Yan Mimi retorted. What did you say, senior sister? I can't quite remember, hee. In my eyes, senior sister, you are dignified, graceful, cultured, gentle, virtuous, and magnanimous," Yuan Feng continued to jest. It's no wonder that Qing Yao is utterly captivated by you. With that silver tongue of yours, who knows how many more young ladies you will ensnare in the future. Yan Mimi chuckled with satisfaction. "Oh, come now. I speak only the truth from my heart." Yuan Feng laughed in response. "Well then, I shall let you off the hook today. Let us go? They are all waiting for us at the mountainside. Today's top 10 positioning competition awaits, and we must strive for an excellent outcome." With that, Yan Mimi set off towards the mountainside, followed closely by Yuan Feng. At the mountainside, a few individuals were awaiting Yuan Feng and Yan Mimi. Guo Shirtsong was humming a cheerful tune, evidently in high spirits, while Meng Haoran and Li Xiaobai stood to the side, looking rather sullen. "You deserve it. Do you know what the students in the academy are calling me now? Long Yansong. What kind of nonsense is this? Serves you right. Your mouth should have stayed shut. Now, look at the consequences." Guo Shirtsong smirked with a rare, mischievous grin. Li Xiaobai and Meng Haoran merely rolled their eyes in exasperation, still pretending. "It was clearly you who launched the sneak attack. Oh dear, my two senior brothers, did you not rest well yesterday? Your eyes seem quite bruised," Yuan Feng mocked gleefully. With Yan Mimi present, the two had no choice but to shoot Yuan Feng a fierce glare. "Brother Guo, how did you sleep last night? I could have sworn I heard your cries of anguish in my dreams, though I may have misheard," Yuan Feng teased, shaking his head playfully. Guo Shirtsong, wishing to retaliate, longed to knock Yuan Feng to the ground and bestow upon him a pair of black eyes as well. How could the enchanting master sister Yan may not be present? He dared not make a move. Last night, he was thoroughly dealt with. "Enough of your chatter. Hasten along now and grab a bite before the competition. If you fail to achieve a commendable result today, I shall ensure that your three senior brothers engage in some affectionate interactions with you." The sight of Yuan Feng's smug expression only fueled Yan Mei's irritation. Li Xiaobai, Guo Shirtsong, and Meng Haoran exchanged knowing smiles, sending shivers down Yuan Feng's spine. After partaking in breakfast, they made their way to Jingsheng Peak. Huang Qingyao had also arrived early, waiting for Yuan Feng. Upon seeing her, Yuan Feng approached and gently grasped Huang Qingyao's small hand, saying, "Sister, women must prioritize their sleep. It is essential for beauty and vitality. Do refrain from rising so early in the future." Huang Qingyao's face flushed as she gently withdrew her hand, replying, "You should hurry to the arena. The participants are nearly all gathered and awaiting the draw." "All right, sister. Wait for me to secure first place, hee. Yuan Feng responded with a hint of earnestness. Brother Yuan Feng, I have arrived." A cheerful voice interjected. It was Meng Xiuxiu, adorned in a lovely green outfit, radiating warmth and charm. Her gentle smile seemed capable of melting hearts. Yuan Feng quickly approached her, inquiring, "I heard from senior brother Meng that you were confined. How is it that you have managed to sneak out today?" I slipped away with my mother's help. Today is the positioning competition. How could I possibly miss it?" Meng Xiuxiu replied with a playful grin. "Come here quickly, you troublesome girl. Not even greeting your elder brother, and instead seeking that rascal Yuan Feng." Meng Haoran exclaimed in frustration. "Humph, Sister Yusin, do you see how my elder brother treats me? All day long, I have been bullied, and he does not come to my aid." Meng Xiuxiu, having finished her lament, buried her face in Wen Yusin's embrace, feigning tears. "Meng Haoran, If you continue to torment Xiuxiu, do not blame me for ignoring you. Wen Yusin said fiercely, holding Meng Xiuxiu close. That wretched girl. Meng Haoran gritted his teeth. What did you say? Wen Yusin arched an eyebrow. Nothing. Nothing. Meng Haoran replied helplessly. Meng Xiuxiu secretly stuck her tongue out at Meng Haoran, making a face. Hello. Sister Qingyao. Hee, I missed you so much during these past 2 days. With that, Meng Xiuxiu approached Huang Qingyao, naturally taking her hand. Huang Qingyao, equally delighted, replied, I missed you too during these 2 days. At this moment, Yuan Feng had already arrived at the arena, making his way toward the drawing area, where others had also gathered. This competition had introduced a new rule. Following the positioning matches, any student who felt unsatisfied could challenge any other participant. A victory would earn them the right to replace their ranking, while a defeat would leave them unchanged. The rest of the competition remained in elimination format. Yuan Feng drew number 1, and unfortunately, his first duel was against him. The one who drew number 10 was Jin Shengfeng, Yan Qingshan, ranked second on the roster. Yuan Feng was thrilled, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Upon seeing that his opponent was Yuan Feng, Yan Qingshan did not relax in the slightest, focusing all his energy. After all, Yuan Feng's agility was formidable. The two eyed each other, waiting for the referee's command to commence the match. The match began. The referee called out, White Tiger Heart Extraction. With the infusion of golden spiritual energy into his hands, Yuan Feng radiated a dazzling brilliance, enhancing his control. In stark contrast, Yan Qingshan, equally empowered with golden spiritual energy, wielded the golden sand palm. In their initial clash, both combatants spared no effort, driven by the formidable strength of their opponent. They engaged in a fierce contest, resulting in Yuan Feng being sent flying several meters, nearly toppling off the stage. He shook his shoulders, acknowledging the impressive force of his opponent. The second-ranked fighter indeed lived up to his reputation. Yan Qingshan, however, only staggered back a few steps. And after a brief rotation of his wrists, he felt as though his palms had struck an iron wall, the impact causing a sharp pain. At the peak of the 9th level, Yan Qingshan's spiritual energy surpassed that of Yuan Feng, making his recoil understandable. Nevertheless, Yuan Feng's physical resilience exceeded Yan Qingshan's expectations. Despite being pushed back, he sustained little damage. Conversely, Yan Qingshan's palms bore some injury. In that moment, Yan Qingshan's hands blossomed with a faint green hue, indicating the presence of wood-type spiritual energy. This infusion alleviated much of the pain in his palms, and he assumed a stance, ready to resume the fight. Yuan Feng, too, prepared himself, invoking the water sword technique, which he had transformed into a water-based fist technique. Realizing his spiritual energy could not match that of his opponent, he resolved to probe for weaknesses. Yan Qingshan shaped his hands into claws, emanating a gentle green light, unleashing a flurry of claw winds towards Yuan Feng. In response, Yuan Feng maintained his composure, employing his water fist techniques with exceptional skill. Yan Qingshan felt as though he were battling a slippery eel. Every time he was on the verge of seizing Yuan Feng, his grasp would slip away. The young man was relentless in his attacks. My continuous assaults were proving futile. If this persisted, I would undoubtedly be drained of my spiritual energy. A swift resolution was imperative. Yan Qingshan resolved to conclude the battle with a single decisive move. With a roar akin to that of a golden tiger, he positioned his hands like claws, his stance resembling that of a ferocious tiger hunting its prey as he lunged towards Yuan Feng. In response, Yuan Feng dismissed the water movement technique and executed the fourth form of the tiger's world fist, White Tiger Embrace, adopting a defensive posture. Yuan Feng once again assumed the stance of the tiger's world fist, while Yan Qingshan prepared his wood monkey claw. During their clash, it was Yan Qingshan who was sent flying. I concede, he exclaimed, panting heavily. Yuan Feng approached to assist him, asking, Senior brother, are you all right? Junior brother, I am fine. Your mastery of physical cultivation is truly remarkable. Today, I concede due to this, Yan Qingshan replied, shaking his head. Haha, senior brother. My engagements with you have largely relied on physical strength. Thus, when we exchanged blows, my spiritual energy was significantly more abundant than yours, Yuan Feng explained. With that, Yuan Feng helped Yan Qingshan off the stage. The audience fell into a hushed silence, clearly surprised by Yuan Feng's victory, which seemed to have come with little exertion. Chapter 42. The might of spiritual energy fusion. After assisting Yan Qingshan down, the second match was about to commence, featuring the second contestant, Jin Shuifeng Lai Diangio. Against the ninth contestant, Ho Tufeng Hang Xiao Xiao. Hang Xiao Xiao, a simple and earnest youth with a robust build, reluctantly ascended the stage. He had drawn the ninth number, corresponding to the second. Sister Tianjiao, I am well aware that I cannot defeat you, but I shall make every effort to try, Hang Xiaoxiao declared earnestly. As the radiant Tianjiao made her entrance, a chorus of cheers and encouragement erupted from the crowd. Not only was she tall and enchanting, with exquisite features and a commanding presence, but her innate talent for cultivation was also remarkable. Possessing a dual constitution of both gold and water, she embodied the gentleness of a woman while exuding the valiant spirit of a heroine. More importantly, she was the daughter of the Lai family, a lineage renowned for its martial prowess and historical governance of the kingdom's armies, akin to the Ming family, which held hereditary titles of nobility. It could be said that, apart from the royal family, the Lai family was the most esteemed in the Lianrui kingdom. Anyone fortunate enough to marry this beautiful maiden would find themselves elevated to greatness, potentially sparing them decades of hard work. Huang Xiaoxiao shook her shoulders and summoned the earth element's spiritual energy, concentrating it in several key areas of her body. In an instant, a yellowish glow enveloped her entire form. The onlookers were utterly astonished, questioning how Huang Xiaoxiao had achieved such mastery over earth element energy. Was this level of control even attainable by an ordinary practitioner? Seeing Huang Xiaoxiao distribute the earth energy so adeptly throughout her body, Lai Tianjiao was equally taken aback. Had it not been for her presence, it seemed that Yin Qinshan would have likely been bested by Huang Xiaoxiao. With an air of composure, Lai Tianjiu began to channel the exquisite golden water peak technique, the radiant palm, gathering golden energy between her palms, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Although Huang Xiaoxiao had managed to concentrate earth energy in multiple parts of her body, the depth of her energy was comparatively feeble, falling far short of Lai Tianjiao's prowess. Huang Shidi, it appears you have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, demonstrating such nimble control over the spiritual energy within you, Lai Tianjiao remarked gently. Senior Sister Lai, please make your move, Huang Xiaoxiao replied, adopting a defensive stance with an earnest expression. In stark contrast, Lai Tianjiao appeared unfazed, as wisps of spiritual energy began to surge violently from his palms. Suddenly, strands of aquamarine energy commenced converging toward his hands. Good heavens! He was capable of merging two attributes of spiritual energy, even at the postnatal stage. How could this be possible? A chorus of astonished gasps arose from the audience. At that moment, the prominent leaders of various peaks had already risen in astonishment. This Lai Tianjiao was actually able to fuse two types of spiritual energy at the postnatal stage. His talent was undoubtedly on par with those disciples who possessed singular attributes. Only the leader of the Golden Water Peak remained seated, a look of appreciation gracing his face. He was immensely satisfied with Lai Tianjiao. Had it not been for the existence of a successor disciple at Golden Water Peak, he would have already appointed Lai Tianjiao as his heir. Observing the astonished expressions of the peak leaders today filled him with unparalleled pride. Yin Mimi also chose to remain seated. Lai Tianjiao had been her little shadow and confidant since childhood, and she was well aware of his capabilities. She had known all along about his ability to merge dual attributes. Junior brother, I shall not hold back. Behold my technique. Golden Palm. Lai Tianjiao boldly opted for a direct confrontation. Although Hang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, she stood her ground. The earthy spiritual energy enveloping her intensified significantly. With a fierce roar, she summoned her thick earth shield. The golden and blue palms of Lai Tianjiao struck fiercely against Hang Xiaoxiao's thick earth shield. The sharpness of the metallic energy combined with the water energy's inherent restraint against earth energy, causing Hang Xiaoxiao's shield to shatter instantaneously. Gold, water, and earth energies erupted and splattered in all directions. The arena bore witness to its first instance of damage, with fist-sized craters dotting the vicinity of their fierce clash. Hang Xiaoxiao was sent flying several meters, nearly teetering off the edge of the arena. In the face of the backlash, Lai Tianjiao merely staggered back 2 steps. The formidable power of the fusion of gold and water energies was truly astounding. Hang Xiaoxiao gasped, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Lai Tianjiao's complexion flushed, indicating that she too had endured some backlash, yet it was of no grave consequence. Senior sister, your skills are remarkable. I concede, Hang Xiaoxiao reluctantly uttered. There was no choice. He could not continue the battle. for doing so would certainly lead to severe injury and defeat, ultimately impacting the subsequent matches. Thus, it was wiser to concede outright. Hang Jr. Brother's thick earth shield is indeed extraordinary. Had I not recently achieved a breakthrough, I might not have been your match, Lai Tianjie remarked. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng in the audience wore a contemplative expression, revealing his own dual nature of gold and water, capable of effortlessly merging two attributes. He could even integrate wood energy without difficulty. However, he had not anticipated the sheer potency of this merged energy. It was evident how formidable the power of fusion was, as Hang Xiaoxiao's solid thick earth shield had been shattered. It was apparent that during Lai Tianjiao's merging process, she appeared somewhat strained, suggesting a lack of familiarity with the technique. In the midst of his contemplation, Yuan Feng's hands began to gather a faint golden blue hue, a delicate layer that he controlled with precision. He was experimenting, seeking to comprehend the power of fused energy. Until now, he had only attempted to infuse different energies into his weapons to augment their strength, never considering the fusion of diverse attributes within his own body. To his surprise, merging distinct energies within himself proved to be remarkably simple, a testament to the absence of a mentor's guidance. If Zhang Sanfeng were to guide him, he would likely have realized long ago that merging different types of spiritual energies within oneself is far more effortless than infusing them from external sources. Moreover, there would be no concern regarding the body's capacity to endure, for one's own spiritual energy, when maintained within a controllable range, poses no threat to oneself. However, this does not apply to conflicting energies. For instance, when the energies of metal and fire coexist within the body, they may clash, necessitating the use of a dual cultivation technique to maintain harmony. Zhang Xiaolong's golden flame divine technique serves as an example of such a method. It can be said that the fundamental principles of the five elements, including their generative and restraining interactions, are intricately woven throughout the cultivation system of the entire five-spirit continent, from which no one can transcend, except perhaps those beyond the five elements themselves. Soon after, a gentle green aura began to emanate from Yuanfeng's hands. Indeed, it is much easier now. The last time he gathered spiritual energy towards the broken sword, he nearly exhausted himself. Yet this time, it was astonishingly effortless. Yuan Feng mused to himself. However, the three types of spiritual energy could not be sustained in Yuanfeng's hands for long before they were absorbed into the demon blade. As managing the three energies while also focusing on the breath-concealing technique was quite taxing. Although Yuan Feng had already mastered the ability to multitask, he could only maintain this for a limited duration. Meng Xiuxiu, who had been accompanying Yuan Feng, inadvertently noticed the convergence of three colors of spiritual energy in his palm. She was genuinely astonished and whispered, "Sister Qingyao, look at Brother Yuanfeng's hand. It's changing colors." Huang Qingyao then became aware of the transformation occurring in Yuanfeng's hands. Gently nudging him, she interrupted his contemplation, prompting him to realize that there were many people surrounding them. He smiled faintly at the two girls. "Brother Yuanfeng, ever since you left the stage, you have been intently watching Sister Lai Tianjiao's match. Do you know her? Why do you seem so entranced?" Meng Xiuxiu's lively eyes darted back and forth. Huang Qingyao appeared to share the same curiosity, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng. "How could I possibly know Sister Late? I am merely intrigued by her ability to merge two attributes," Yuan Feng replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence, his ears tingling with a sense of anticipation. Turning his gaze to the delicate, slightly youthful face before him, he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, a longing to be in Meng Xiuxiu's company. Several meters away, Meng Haoren observed his sister's unexpected closeness to Yuan Feng, and a surge of irritation flared within him, wishing he could rush over and give Yuan Feng a few solid punches. Meanwhile, Wen Yusin chuckled softly. "Do you not find that when Yuan Feng and Xiuxiu are together, they seem remarkably harmonious? It is as if they were meant to be a pair." He resolved to have a serious conversation with his sister later, considering that Yuan Feng already had Huang Qingyao as a companion. How could he allow his esteemed Meng family daughter to be left in such a position? Oh, what a perplexing situation. In the meantime, the pit on the arena had been filled in, ensuring it would not affect the upcoming match. The third bout featured Qing Lai from Ling Shui Peak facing off against Lan Tianyue from Shui Mu Peak. Both were among the top 10 on the roster, with Qing Lai ranked 3rd and Lan Tianyue 7th, indicating a discernible difference in their respective strengths. "Sister Qing Lai, I shall not compete against you. I am well aware of my own capabilities and recognize that I am no match for you." It would be wiser for me to conserve my energy and strive for a better position in the subsequent rounds, Lan Tianyue declared with a smile. Promptly conceding and stepping down from the stage. The spectators below expressed their disappointment, having anticipated a captivating duel between the two women. At that moment, Guo Shizong approached Yuan Feng, who instinctively attempted to slip away. However, Guo Shizong swiftly caught up with him, exclaiming jovially, "Little brother Ba, you must rally your strength. After all, Yan Qingshan has been defeated by you, placing you among the favorites for the championship." The audience, still reeling from the awe-inspiring display of dual energies exhibited by Lai Tianjiao, had momentarily forgotten Yuan Feng's victory over Yan Qingshan. With Guo Shizong's arrival, they quickly gathered around, eager to engage. "Say, could you kindly remove your arm from my shoulder? I am not particularly fond of male affection," Yuan Feng said, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Guo Shizong's expression darkened. Chapter 43. Forgetting myself, the crowd erupted in laughter at Yuan Feng's words, while Guo Shizong's face turned as dark as a black pot. "Heavens, Guomanzi, what has caused you to darken in hue? I recall you placing your bet on Yuan Feng to win, which amounted to 2,000 taels of gold. Do not frighten our little brother. If he loses, you shall be left with nothing," and Rumming remarked, her sharp tongue surprisingly defending Yuan Feng for the first time. Little did they know that this sharp-tongued sister had also wagered 1,000 taels of gold on him. Enough of this jesting. Let Yuan Feng focus on the competition. "We are yet unaware of who he might face next," Zhang Ziheng suggested. Indeed, the others chorused in agreement. Meng Haoran initially intended to confront Yuan Feng alongside Guo Shizong, feeling indignant that the scoundrel dared to take advantage of his sister. However, upon hearing the words of his second senior brother, he resigned himself to compliance. If Yuan Feng were to learn of Meng Haoran's desire to retaliate, he would undoubtedly feel wronged, for it was Ming Xiuxiu herself who had leaned close to him, provoking a natural response from any man in the face of such a captivating woman. Furthermore, his self-control had proven commendable. Li Xiaobai bore an uneasy expression. He had not staked Yuan Feng's success. While Yuan Feng's victory would surely bring him joy, it would also weigh heavily on his heart, considering the precious gold at stake. In the fourth match, the fourth-ranked Ling Shui Peak's Qing Lian faced off against the seventh-ranked Jin Sheng Peak's Jun Sheng. Qing Lian was an epitome of beauty, while Jun Sheng exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeing Qing Lian approach, he promptly conceded defeat and gracefully leapt down from the stage. Qing Lian smiled softly and followed suit. The master of Jin Sheng Peak chuckled helplessly, and the other peak masters joined in the laughter. Jun Sheng was indeed a fascinating individual. Since arriving at the academy, he had actively pursued Qing Lian. Not only did he possess considerable talent, but he also had a charming disposition that endeared him to many. Consequently, the disciples of Ling Shui Peak held a fondness for Jun Sheng as well. Although Qing Lian had not verbally acknowledged his advances, it appeared she harbored a favorable impression of him. The referee, noting that it was still before noon and 4 matches had already been held, resolved to continue the competition. In the fifth match, the fifth-ranked Dimu Peak's Tu Xiao faced off against the sixth-ranked Ji Hua Peak's Yan Ba. Ji Hua Peak had consistently ranked at the bottom in the annual core competition, thus achieving a place in the top 10 this year was already quite commendable. The blazing peak, Yan Ba, stands tall and formidable, his countenance resolute, unmistakably not one to settle for a subordinate role. On the other hand, the graceful Tu Xiao of the Earthwood Peak, akin to Li Xiaobai, exudes an air of charm and elegance. His handsome and dashing appearance attracts a chorus of support, predominantly from female students. "Pretty boy number 3, murmured Yuan Feng. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiuxiu inquired softly, "Who is number 1? And who is number 2? With a chuckle, Yuan Feng replied, "Li Xiaobai is number 1, Yan Qingshan is number 2, and Tu Xiao is number 3. Huang Qingyao, overhearing their banter, couldn't help but smile, thinking, "This younger brother of Feng enjoys provoking others. I wonder when he will receive a stern lesson from a few senior brothers." Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, "Oh, by the way, you two mustn't forget our wager." Yuan Feng chuckled, "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Meng Xiuxiu tilted her head, pretending to be oblivious. Huang Qingyao laughed. "Indeed, what are you rambling about? Didn't we make a pact?" Yuan Feng, feeling speechless, turned his attention back to the contest. Suddenly, after a flurry of frenzied assaults, Yan Ba unleashed a sweeping attack. Bellowing, the flames of war consume all. As the chaotic fire energy surged through his body, it converged in his arms. The crimson flames roared to life, igniting the very air around him and transforming it into an inferno of heat. Tu Xiao's entry into the top 10 of the roster is no trivial feat. Confronted with a widespread assault, the space for evasion has all but vanished, leaving only the option to withstand the onslaught. A rich, earthy yellow aura coalesced around his arms, meeting the fiery limbs of Yanba head-on. The robust earth energy clashed violently with the explosive fire energy, resulting in sparks flying and fragments of soil scattering. Fortunately, their confrontation was limited to the clash of elemental energies, unlike the devastating power exhibited by Lai Tianjiao and Hang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, the arena would have required repairs. Nevertheless, the surface of the arena bore the marks of their struggle, with scratches resembling the width of fingers sprawling around them. Although Yanba launched a fierce attack, the broad area of his techniques diminished the precision of point-to-point confrontations. While Tu Xiao managed to send Yanba reeling, he too did not emerge unscathed. However, he fared significantly better. Yanba's aura was more dispersed, leading to a disadvantage in their clash. The two exhibited a level of control over their energies that was noticeably inferior to that of Lai Tianjiao, Yan Qishan, and Hang Xiaoxiao, though they could achieve coverage. Their energies lacked the refinement of their counterparts, resulting in the considerable splatter of energy during their collision. Seizing the momentum, Tu Xiao began to press his advantage, and the disparity in their strengths gradually became apparent. Yanba, already lagging behind Tu Xiao in cultivation, found his energy reserves severely depleted after the direct confrontation. Within just 3 to 5 moves, Tu Xiao succeeded in knocking Yanba off the arena. Thus, the top 5 contenders of the competition were temporarily established: Lai Tianjiao from Jingshifeng, Yuan Feng from Wuxingfeng, Tu Xiao from Dimyufeng, Qinglian from Lingshuifeng, and Qinglai from Lingshuifeng. The morning's competition has come to an end, leaving some male participants downcast. The top 5 comprised 3 women and 2 men, a clear indication of the prevailing dominance of femininity over masculinity. Shortly thereafter, the referees summoned 5 individuals to the stage for the draw. Yuan Feng drew number 2. While it is noteworthy that Lai Tianjiao drew number 3 and received a bye, Qing Lian drew number 1, Tu Xiao drew number 5, and Qing Lai drew number 4. The first match was set to be Tu Xiao against Qing Lian. Qing Lian, originally ranked 8th, faced Tu Xiao, who was ranked 5th, a discrepancy of 3 places. Tu Xiao had engaged in an intense match earlier in the morning, leaving uncertainty about her performance in the afternoon, whereas Qing Lian appeared to be in pristine condition. The outcome remained unpredictable. "Junior sister Qing Lian, please," Tu Xiao said with grace. Qing Lian nodded slightly, and with a soft utterance, her gentle water palm unleashed a torrent of ethereal water energy from her elegant hands. Tu Xiao countered with the spirit wood palm of the earth would peak. The gentle water palm flowed incessantly, resembling a meandering stream, encircling her opponent and waiting for an opening. This technique bore some resemblance to the water-based sword techniques from Yuan Feng's 5-element swordplay, yet the intricacy and application of spiritual energy were worlds apart. Water inherently lacks an advantage over wood, which is why Tu Xiao opted to channel wood energy instead of earth energy, the principles of the 5 elements. Their interactions and oppositions are not mere abstract concepts. Ultimately, Qing Lian emerged victorious in the match. "Thank you, senior brother, for showing mercy," she said graciously. "You are too modest, junior sister. My strength pales in comparison to yours," Tu Xiao replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. The second match featured Yuan Feng from the 5 Elements Peak, drawing number 2, facing off against Qing Lai from the Spirit Water Peak, who drew number 4. Upon his debut, Yuan Feng was met with unwavering support from numerous disciples. It was evident that if Yuan Feng were to suffer another defeat, there would be no male competitors left among the top 3. At this juncture, concerns about the peaks paled in comparison to the significance of a man's honor. Yuan Feng, taken aback, surmised the situation with a fair degree of accuracy, noting that the loudest cheers emanated from Guo Shizong, who seemed to shout fervently for the sake of the golden tickets. With that, Qing Lai similarly employed the soft water palm technique of Ling Shui Peak, aiming to test Yuan Feng's capabilities. Intrigued by the novelty of the soft water technique, Yuan Feng engaged it with his water movement palm technique. Qing Lai retreated from the fray, invoking the divine wood palm technique in an attempt to subdue Yuan Feng. However, the divine wood technique proved ineffective, as its patterns could not withstand Yuan Feng's water movement technique. Lost in the rhythm of his own maneuvers, Yuan Feng experienced a state of blissful forgetfulness which, paradoxically, enhanced his performance. This state allowed him to grasp the intricacies of his techniques with greater ease. Had he wielded a sword at that moment, he might have even attained a preliminary understanding of sword intent. As Qinglai found herself gradually cornered at the edge of the ring, the onlookers were left in astonishment, witnessing Yuanfeng entering a state of selflessness. What was transpiring? This was still a competition. Realizing Yuanfeng's current state, Qinglai hesitated to interrupt and resorted to evading around the ring. The peak masters in the stands could not help but praise. Remarkable. This time, the Five Elements peak has truly acquired a treasure. Bai Yuxuan furrowed her brow, remarking, Mimi, why do I feel that Yuanfeng's techniques do not resemble those of the Five Elements peak? Aunt Bai, before entering the Five Elements peak, Yuanfeng already had a master. And there are some matters I am unclear about, Yan Mimi replied candidly. His palm technique appears to have evolved from a sword technique. However, it remains uncertain whether it was self-developed or imparted by his master. If it is indeed self-evolved, then Yuanfeng's comprehension is remarkably profound, Bai Yuxuan remarked. On the competition stage, Yuanfeng was completely immersed in his water-style fist, seemingly isolated from the external world, with only the movements of the water-style fist lingering in his mind. At this moment, Qinglai was drenched in fragrant sweat and, unable to endure any longer, leaped down from the arena, resorting to this desperate measure. The referee, noticing that Yuanfeng remained unresponsive, chose not to intervene. After a while, the water elemental energy on the stage began to wildly converge towards Yuanfeng's body, spirals of spiritual energy merging into him. And a brilliant azure glow erupted. Bai Yuxuan on the spectator stand was taken aback and sprang to his feet. Yuanfeng's water technique was astonishingly evolving towards cold spirit. Could it be that a dual-element physique could also undergo mutation? Immediately thereafter, the surrounding gold elemental energy began to form spirals, rushing into Yuanfeng's body. Chapter 44. The true spirit of the broken sword emerges. Indeed, while the crowd below was in shock, Yuanfeng initiated his breakthrough, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy. His body seemed to be an endless abyss, devouring the surrounding gold and water elemental energies entirely. The air, now devoid of water elemental energy, began to dry out. At this moment, Yuanfeng's entire being radiated with a golden blue light, dazzling and resplendent, showcasing the remarkable density of the gathered spiritual energy. Li Tianjiao, who was preparing backstage, was taken aback upon witnessing the extraordinary display. Among the core disciples of the Royal Academy, she had never encountered anyone capable of refining spiritual energy to such an extent, far surpassing her own abilities, particularly that ethereal blue water element. The sight left her astounded. If this Yuanfeng could indeed fuse the powers of both gold and water, her confidence in claiming victory in the first battle of the core competition would wane significantly. Excitement began to flicker in her eyes, revealing her combative nature despite being a woman. Mimi, this little one is a remarkable talent, not inferior to those of the inherited disciples, and in fact, may even surpass them considerably. You must nurture her well, Bai Yuxuan advised Yan Mimi earnestly. I observe that my disciple, Huang Qingyao, is quite close to this Yuanfeng. Have they known each other for long? Bai Yuxuan mused casually. Yes, indeed. They are quite the little lovers. Hee. They met even before entering the academy. Yan Mimi chuckled. Oh, it seems the one Huang Qingyao brought to the secluded peak last time was indeed this Yuanfeng. Their connection appears to be quite profound, Bai Yuxuan pondered thoughtfully. Considering the mysterious origins of Huang Qingyao's cold spirit technique, along with the relationship between the two and Yuanfeng's enigmatic master, Bai Yuxuan couldn't help but speculate that the cold spirit technique was a gift from Yuanfeng's master. Truly, a cultivator capable of attaining the transformation realm possesses a keen intellect. Even the slightest connections can lead to such deductions. It was evident that Qingyao's cold spirit body was at least of the transformation realm, and possessing such a technique could only be attributed to either a supreme being or an individual who has traversed numerous continents. Otherwise, such a collection would be unattainable. Considering this, Bai Yuxuan paused slightly and said to Yan Mimi, regarding the cultivation of Yuanfeng, you may assist in the future, but do not interfere. He has his own legacy. Why is Bai Yi so concerned about Yuanfeng today? Could it be that this brat has some formidable backing? Yan Mimi felt a spark of curiosity. All right, rest assured, Bai Yi, I shall remember. Hearing that she could share in the glory, her face blossomed with a smile. As the two conversed, Yuanfeng's breakthrough was nearing its conclusion. The The spirals of spiritual energy from the two elements of gold and water were entirely absorbed into Yuanfeng's body, awakening him from his state of self-forgetfulness. His cultivation naturally advanced to the late stage of the nine heavens. Moreover, he was at the peak, just a step away from breaking into the realm of half-step innate. What does half-step innate signify? It exists between the acquired and the innate, serving as an essential pathway for those who wish to transcend from the acquired to the innate. Many cultivators fail to enter the innate realm because they become stuck at this juncture. Half-step innate can be regarded as a threshold for acquired practitioners. Crossing it ensures a smooth journey towards the innate, while failing to do so results in an irrevocable severance from that path. At this moment, Yuanfeng was on the verge of breaking into half-step innate. His inability to advance was due to the imbalance of the 5 elements within him. Although he had absorbed the remaining 3 elements of spiritual energy fiercely during his last encounter at the Qing Shui Peak's Qing Yuan Cave, the duration was too brief to reach the levels of the gold and water elements. Hence, he could not break through. Upon achieving his breakthrough, Yuanfeng opened his eyes and met the astonished gazes of those below. Feeling a bit bashful, he scratched his head and swiftly exited the arena, while the judge announced Yuanfeng's victory in the competition. After several rounds of combat at Yuanfeng, coupled with Yuanfeng's breakthrough in realm, the spiraling spiritual energy wreaked havoc, leaving the arena battered and bruised once more, particularly due to the destruction caused by Yuanfeng's advancement. Reluctantly, the competition had to be suspended to repair the arena, with the promise of resuming the next day. As for why they could not continue the contest at other arenas, it is a tradition of the Academy that the core competition's top 10 ranking matches have historically been held on Arena Number 1. Li Xiaobai and Meng Haoran approached Yuanfeng, scrutinizing him closely, poking and prodding. Yuanfeng's lips quivered in confusion. What was happening? In the span of a single match, had these two senior brothers' orientations changed? Brothers, perhaps you should focus your attention on Brother Guo instead. He has an affinity for this sort of thing. Yuanfeng glanced at Guo Shizong and said, "Get lost. We merely wish to ascertain what your physique is composed of." After absorbing so much spiritual energy, Yu Haven Ti even burst. Meng Haoran lamented. "What do you mean by that regretful expression?" Yuanfeng began to inquire, but before he could voice his thoughts, Meng Haoran covered his mouth, saying, "You rascal. If you dare to stir up trouble, do you believe I won Ti have Li Xiaobai and Guo Shizong join me in giving you a good thrashing? Heh. Even if you have broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, you would still be no match for the 3 of us." Yuanfeng chose to disregard him. He then turned to Zhang Ziheng to inquire about the local apothecaries. Zhang Ziheng proceeded to introduce Yuanfeng to several reasonably priced establishments that offered a diverse array of medicinal products. Yuanfeng decided to take a stroll after securing the first bet, seeking out more primary 5-element spiritual herbs akin to the earth spirit grass to rectify the imbalance. He aimed to advance his cultivation further before the onset of the Demon Ruins trial. Suddenly, Yuanfeng was startled, searching for the source of a voice. "Do not search any longer. I reside within your mind. At present, I am but a remnant of true spirit. The last time you infused spiritual energy into my essence, it awakened me, and I entered your body along with the 5 elements energy. I intended to communicate with you, but alas, my frail state led me to fall into slumber. What is that golden light in your mind? It is extraordinarily formidable. I am currently unable to approach your soul." The true spirit articulated. "What purpose do you have in approaching my soul? It is a protective gift bestowed upon me by my ancestral master." Yuanfeng regarded the true spirit with considerable suspicion, as he was well acquainted with the concept of possession from his readings. Subsequently, Yuanfeng felt a haze before him, and a sword shadow materialized. This sword shadow was approximately 1.5 meters in length and nearly 20 centimeters in width, indistinguishable from the width of a broken sword. Aside from its length and width, Yuanfeng could discern nothing more, highlighting the true spirit's current frailty. The sword shadow vanished in an instant, and the true spirit's voice echoed once more in Yuanfeng's mind. "What a pity. The bit of spiritual energy I managed to absorb during your breakthrough has now been depleted. You should feel reassured. I have no intention of possessing you." Yuanfeng then slightly relaxed his vigilance and inquired, "What level of divine sword are you?" "As far as I know, a weapon must at least be of divine grade to possess sentience." "Divine grade? What level is that?" "In recent days, although I am unable to communicate with you directly, I have been observing the world around me. I have come to realize that the cultivation system here is entirely distinct from that which I am familiar with. particularly regarding the five-element constitution, which bears some resemblance to the world I previously inhabited. In my realm, the five-element constitution is regarded as exceptional. Aside from a few aberrant physiques, Junling exclaimed in astonishment, "You are not a weapon from the five-spirit continent? How did you arrive here?" Since there was no apparent threat to himself, Yuan Feng refrained from further inquiries. However, Junling pressed on, "Why was it that during your breakthrough, you only absorbed the energies of metal and water, but not those of wood, fire, and earth? It is well known that the five-element constitution cannot cultivate in the five-spirit continent. I obtained a legacy to cultivate. How could I dare to absorb openly?" Yuan Feng replied helplessly, "Oh, no wonder there is always a certain technique operating within you. It seems to be a means of concealing your constitution," Junling remarked. "You notice that? Do you know everything about what is within my body?" Yuan Feng inquired. "And what of the other energy? What could it be?" "I am unaware." Yuan Feng furrowed his brow. "Do not ask me. I am unable to recall anything at present," Junling lamented. "Do you have a name?" "I am called Yuan Feng." "What about you?" Yuan Feng asked. "I am simply Junling. You may call me Junling from now on," Junling replied listlessly. "Oh, you can balance the energies within me? That is splendid. How do you accomplish that?" Yuan Feng inquired. "This is merely the simplest method of harnessing the energies of the five elements. Your cultivation level is too low for me to assist you further. Once you elevate your skills, you will be able to manage on your own." With that, the true spirit fell silent. Yuan Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued, lay down on the stone bed and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 45. Extermination of the Immortals. Yuan Feng's sleep lasted until the latter part of the night. Groggily awakening, he ventured outside the cave, where a crescent moon hung delicately in the sky. A whisper of chill permeated the air, instantly invigorating Yuan Feng. Since he was already awake, he resolved to engage in some cultivation. Returning to the cave, he grasped the broken sword and stepped outside, beginning to practice the five elements sword technique. Starting with the metal element sword technique, he unleashed a series of condensed golden energies, each strike of the broken sword cleaving through the air with both ferocity and unpredictability. Having entered a state of self-forgetfulness the previous day while practicing the water element fist technique, he had made significant progress. His moves became more fluid and powerful. He wondered if the water element sword technique would also benefit from this advancement. Eagerly, Yuan Feng began to wield the water element sword. Enveloped by a mist of azure energy that emanated from the remnants of his sword, casting an eerie, cold light. Why has this water element energy turned so chilling? It resembles Sister Qin Yao's frigid aura, Yuan Feng mused. The water element sword technique, typically characterized by its gentle nature, was designed primarily for entanglement in combat. However, Yuan Feng's water element energy seemed to have undergone a transformation, and as he struck with the broken sword, its power rivaled that of the metal element energy. Given that the water element sword technique inherently possessed entangling techniques, infusing such formidable power into those maneuvers would surely catch opponents off guard. Yuan Feng was filled with excitement, passionately practicing the water sword technique. Alas, it was quite noisy. "You truly are a fervent cultivator. At such an hour, one would think you would rest." The voice of the true spirit echoed in Yuan Feng's mind. "Haha, I've awakened. Unable to sleep and with nothing to occupy my time. Naturally, I must cultivate. Furthermore, when I cultivate, you can absorb spiritual energy as well." Yuan Feng chuckled, finding it far more entertaining to have company in the dead of night than to practice alone. "Indeed, focus on your swordplay. Perhaps I might offer you some guidance." The true spirit's languid voice chimed in. Yuan Feng resumed his practice of the water sword technique. That move is incorrect. This strike should be a diagonal thrust, while the preceding one ought to be a sweeping slash. Your swordsmanship is rather crude." Before Yuan Feng could practice a few more moves, the true spirit interjected. Yuan Feng attempted to adjust his sword techniques as instructed by the true spirit. Indeed, not only did it enhance the entanglement of his strikes, but it also imparted a touch of unpredictability, rendering it even more difficult for opponents to defend against. It seems your understanding of swordsmanship is quite profound. This technique has been passed down from my ancestral masters. You can actually modify it?" Yuan Feng was astonished that the spirit could alter the five-element sword technique of the ancestor. "Of course, I am the true spirit of the sword. The sword is me, and I am the sword. Who could possibly be more familiar with the techniques?" The true spirit responded with a hint of pride. "Yet, you were reduced to a broken sword, a mere remnant. Yuan Feng muttered softly. What did you say? The true spirit inquired. That was a battle I endured. Do you understand? In my prime, even this wretched continent could have been shattered by a single strike from me. The true spirit boasted with an air of arrogance. All right. I shall continue practicing this sword technique. Do hasten to assist me with further modifications. Yuan Feng, disinterested in listening to its boastful claims, resumed his practice. He diligently went through the entirety of the 5 elements sword technique, only to be met with scorn from the sword spirit, which deemed it utterly trivial. The sword spirit proceeded to revise the 5 elements sword technique extensively. Yuan Feng, naturally, committed all these modifications to memory while simultaneously being astonished by the spirit's profound understanding of swordsmanship. In the eyes of the sword spirit, the 5 elements sword technique appeared to be merely a rudimentary form of swordplay. However, Yuan Feng was acutely aware that this technique was considered the most exquisite sword art in the 5 spirit continent. The 5 elements ancestor was a being that transcended the realm of the 5 spirit deities. Surely, the sword techniques he imparted could not be simplistic in nature. The sword spirit regarded Yuan Feng as an ignorant bumpkin, dismissing this continent as merely a vassal of the lesser worlds. A single lesser world typically encompasses at least 3,000 continents, implying that there exist 2,999 other continents akin to the 5 spirit continent coexisting within this lesser world. Yuan Feng was left astounded, struggling to fathom the vastness of this realm. The sword spirit then unveiled another astonishing revelation. Above the lesser worlds lie the middle worlds, each containing 3,000 lesser worlds. Above the middle worlds, one finds the grand worlds. The sword spirit could scarcely recall the enormity of the grand worlds, only remembering that there seemed to be 3,000 of them, each born from chaos and the divine demons. Furthermore, these lesser and middle worlds were all forged by the cultivators of the grand worlds. One can only imagine the true scale of the grand worlds. Yuan Feng felt utterly bewildered. So many continents, lesser worlds, middle worlds, and even grand worlds, all of which were formed from chaos and divine demons. How formidable must these divine beings be? What unfathomable magnitude do they possess? Jinling, perceiving Yuan Feng's troubled demeanor, promptly urged, "It is within human agency. Humanity is the closest entity to the Tao in this world. With diligent cultivation, who knows what accomplishments you may achieve after a few billion years?" What? A few billion years? I am merely 17. Are you speaking of billions of years to me? How long has the 5 spirit continent even existed? It likely hasn't been around for more than several million years. Yuan Feng exclaimed, visibly agitated. Haha, I merely seek to comfort you. Your innate talent is quite commendable. With a few billion years of cultivation, you might even carve out your own world. Jinling continued. Yuan Feng gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had never fathomed the vastness of the world, realizing that he was but an insignificant speck, scarcely more than an ant in this grand tapestry. In that moment, he felt his motivation for cultivation wane. No, even if this world is immense, it shall not hinder my path of cultivation. I must seek out my parents. Without formidable strength, how can I embark on that quest? The grudge against the 5 elements sect remains unavenged. I cannot afford to slacken my efforts. The 3,000 great worlds are vast, and I yearn to explore them. Since I exist in this world, I ought to leave my mark. How can I squander my time? One must be fervent and relentless to achieve greatness. Yuan Feng declared resolutely. Indeed. What a profound truth. One must be fervent and relentless to achieve greatness. Jinling praised. My former master was merely an ordinary mortal, but through sheer determination, they ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Even I, as a sword, have attained sentience and become a sword spirit, standing proudly in this realm. Jinling's words invigorated Yuan Feng's spirit. Yuan Feng nodded slightly, affirming that what others could achieve, he too could accomplish, especially as a practitioner of the 5 elements path. How could he allow such potential to languish? Jinling, I recognize your exceptional nature. Indeed, your lineage may even surpass that of our esteemed ancestors. However, none are more suited than I to assist you in your restoration. I hope you might also lend your aid in my cultivation, Yuan Feng declared earnestly. As his vow resonated, a series of thunderous roars reverberated across the skies above the Royal Academy, the sound echoing throughout the entire capital. In a night once adorned with countless stars, the unexpected claps of thunder drew many from their abodes to witness this extraordinary phenomenon. Bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, striking the three linked mountains, sending shards of rock flying from the peaks. Despite the presence of numerous transcendent beings among the higher echelons of the kingdom and the academy, no one dared ascend to investigate the source of this disturbance. Jinling chuckled merrily, exclaiming, The vow has been fulfilled. This thunder is merely a frightful spectacle. Had I been in my prime, I would have cleaved it with a single stroke. Such mundane celestial lightning does not even merit the privilege of tempering my sword. Witnessing the lightning wreak havoc upon the mountains, Yuanfeng could not suppress a cold sweat. What if an unfortunate soul were to be struck? After the thunder subsided, tranquility returned to the capital. Only then did a few practitioners of the transcendent realm dare to ascend into the sky to discern why the star-studded night had been pierced by thunder. Even the enigmatic headmaster rushed towards the struck peaks to investigate. Ultimately, however, the gathered crowd departed with nothing to show for their efforts. In the dean's view, the thunderclap that day rivaled the celestial thunder unleashed during the Great Tribulation of the Supreme Being. Initially, he suspected that some eminent figure had crossed over at the three linked mountains, yet he discovered no trace of such an entity. This perplexed the well-versed dean for quite some time. What could have provoked this celestial thunder? Could it be that some ethereal object was undergoing tribulation? But no, there were no remnants left behind. As the dean pondered, he soared towards the spirit water peak. Forget it, he thought. After days of absence from Shinner, he felt a profound longing. He decided to seek out Shinner, chuckling mischievously in the sky, startling a flock of birds into flight. From that moment on, Yuanfeng and the true spirit of the broken sword forged an unbreakable bond under the witness of the Tao. The two supported each other steadfastly, regardless of Yuanfeng's dire circumstances. The true spirit of the broken sword remained unwaveringly loyal, and Yuanfeng spared no effort in assisting the broken sword in regaining its former strength. In the distant, chaotic universe, a magnificent palace rested deep within the chaos, beyond the 33 heavens. Surrounding the palace were various extraordinary celestial birds that flitted in and out of sight, while countless auspicious signs cascaded into the chaos. Hundreds of floating celestial islands encircled the palace, forming a protective formation that accentuated its grandeur. Suddenly, within the great hall, a colossal manifestation of divine power rose upright. Above this manifestation, 3 flowers blossomed, and 5 energies converged, seemingly poised to uphold the chaotic universe. Rays of radiance surged from the manifestation into the chaos, while streams of light shot forth from the surrounding celestial islands towards the grand palace. "Master, is there something amiss?" inquired a radiant female immortal, her celestial sword upon her back, from outside the palace. "No worries. Begone, for I am merely experiencing a fleeting sentiment." A grand voice resonated from a vague silhouette. "Juxian, I have perceived your presence, yet it feels so distant. Were it not for the intertwining with that thread of the Tao, even I would struggle to detect it. Where exactly are you?" The indistinct figure murmured. Chapter 46. To the fiery celestial beauty the following day, dawn broke with a gentle haze. Yuanfeng, why do you not rise promptly?" The voice of Jinling echoed within Yuanfeng's mind. Startled, Yuanfeng sprang upright, leaping from his bed to attend to his morning rituals. "Jinling, do you not require slumber?" Yuanfeng inquired as he prepared himself. "Mortal, I am Jinling, an existence akin to an immortal ancestor. As long as I am well sustained with energy, nothing else matters. Last night, while you cultivated, I absorbed a considerable amount of energy, thus I am invigorated," Jinling declared with arrogance. "Oh, I see. But may I ask, since you are a great immortal, how is it that your sword was shattered?" Yuanfeng probed, revealing the flaw. "I have already explained. It was a grand battle. A battle. Were it not for sustaining grave injuries, this true spirit would traverse the stars and cleave the moon. Merely trifles," Jinling retorted, filled with ire. "Hasten. Do not dawdle. Grasp the broken sword," Jinling urged. With his right hand gripping the hilt, Yuanfeng began to practice the modified 5 elements sword technique imparted by Jinling, relying on his memory. It must be noted that the revised technique was far more suited to Yuanfeng. He found that the current 5 elements sword technique flowed more smoothly and powerfully, with its intricacies becoming increasingly unpredictable. During the first iteration of his practice, Yuanfeng felt somewhat awkward, yet by the second iteration, it began to unfold seamlessly. As the sword practice commenced, the surrounding elemental energies fervently merged into the blade and into Yuanfeng's being. "Ah, what a delightful sensation. Such pure elemental energy is truly remarkable." The ethereal voice of the true spirit resonated from the sword. After performing the technique 3 times in succession, Yuan Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The elemental energies were abundant. The energies of wood, fire, and earth had also significantly intensified. If this continues, achieving a harmonious balance of the 5 elemental forces is surely within reach. Well then, let us conclude for today. The broken sword returned to its original form and flew from Yuan Feng's grasp, effortlessly attaching itself to his back. The weight of the sword caused Yuan Feng to bend forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is going on, true spirit? Why has the broken sword suddenly become so heavy? Yuan Feng inquired. In the future, as the sword undergoes continuous restoration, its weight will increase. You must learn to adapt. At all times, you are to carry the broken sword upon your back. To master the art of the sword, you must familiarize yourself with every aspect of it. The true spirit instructed. Yuan Feng had no choice but to comply. Today marked the final day of the grand competition, where the top 10 rankings would be determined. The fierce contest for the top 3 positions was between Liao Tianjiao of the Golden Water Peak, Qing Lai of the Spiritual Water Peak, and Yuan Feng of the 5 Elements Peak. Meanwhile, Qing Lian of the Spiritual Water Peak and Tu Xiao of the Earthwood Peak were vying for the 4th and 5th places. As for Yin Qingshan of the Golden Prosperity Peak, Heng Xiao of the Thick Earth Peak, Lan Tianyue of the Waterwood Peak, Jun Sheng of the Golden Prosperity Peak, and Yin Ba of the Scorching Fire Peak, they were contending for the latter ranks. Finally, there would be a challenge match. The members of the 5 Elements Peak arrived, and Meng Xiuxiu and Huang Qingyao were also waiting for Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng approached them and greeted, "Sister Qingyao, Sister Xiuxiu, you arrived quite early. Hehe. Today you shall prepare to fulfill the wager." Both young women slightly smiled, disregarding Yuan Feng's remarks, merely encouraging him to secure first place. The top 3 contenders would soon be determined, and the referee quickly called out, "Yuan Feng, Lai Tianjiao, Qing Lian, please step forward to draw lots for the competition." Yuan Feng, embodying the grace of a soaring dragon, ascended the stage, his movements as ethereal as they were captivating. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he inevitably drew forth a chorus of gasps from the female participants. "What a show-off!" exclaimed Meng Haoran and Li Xiaobai in unison. "Sister, Yuan Feng brother called me a pretty boy, yet I can't help but feel he resembles one as well," whispered Meng Xiuxiu, causing Huang Qingyao to smile in amusement. Fortune favored Yuan Feng as he drew the first position, while Qing Lian secured the second, allowing her to rest, and Lai Tianjiao claimed the third. The referee promptly announced the match between the latter two. With a gentle smile, Qing Lian gracefully stepped down from the stage. Lai Tianjiao scrutinized Yuan Feng closely, noting that while he was undeniably handsome, he still bore an air of youthful innocence, clearly younger than them by several years. Lai Tianjiao, a core disciple, had already surpassed the age of 18, and at 20 herself, she mused that had it not been for her extraordinary talent, she might have already been a married woman by this age. Observing Yuan Feng's youthful visage, she inquired with a smile, "Yuan Feng, how old are you? I assure you, I want to go easy on you simply because of your youth. Senior Sister Tianjiao, it matters not. Feel free to unleash all your skills. I shall face them head on," he replied. Yuan Feng scratched his head, contemplating the situation. Li Tianjiao observed the youthful visage of Yuan Feng and chose not to act hastily. To her surprise, the prospect of contending for the coveted first position against someone who appeared several years younger was both intriguing and daunting, as her chances of victory seemed rather slim. This marked the first time she felt a flicker of interest in the opposite sex. The rankings prior to entering the academy were not merely determined by competition. The talented young men and women hailed predominantly from the royal city. Before their admission to the academy, these youths honed their skills in various arenas, where the rankings were established through rigorous contests. Had it not been for the pressing timeline of the core competition, Yin Mimi would have preferred to send Yuan Feng to these arenas in the royal city for further training, as the battles there were far less constrained by rules. However, the core competition represented a genuine opportunity for establishing one's standing within the academy. The significance of this event compelled her to pay closer attention, especially as the victor would be granted the choice of a spiritual weapon, a prospect that further captivated Li Tianjiao's interest. Noticing Li Tianjiao's hesitation, Yuan Feng reminded her, "Sister Tianjiao, I am about to make my move." With that, he executed a swift strike, the white tiger heart-piercing technique. "Well done, young man. If you declare war, then I shall not hold back," Li Tianjiao responded assertively. Although Yuan Feng had issued a reminder, both fighters displayed a tacit understanding, refraining from employing their most powerful techniques and instead engaging in a mutual test of skill. While Yuan Feng felt confident, he opted for caution, choosing to probe his opponent's capabilities first. As they exchanged blows, the audience below watched in astonishment, fully aware of Li Tianjiao's formidable prowess, which had been well established during her time in the royal city. Although Yuan Feng triumphed over Yin Qingshan, Qing Lai, and Lu Suifeng, and even entered the state of forgetfulness to break through his realm yesterday, he still could not overshadow the esteemed position of Li Tianjiao in the hearts of the crowd. No one expected that Yuan Feng could engage in such a fervent and evenly matched battle with this senior sister. Truly, my brother is remarkable. The audience fell into a deep silence, devoid of the usual cheers, as the students earnestly observed the match, fearful of missing even a single move. Seeing Yuan Feng's impressive prowess, Li Tianjiao furrowed her brows slightly and directly unleashed her complete mastery of the ninefold heavens, maximizing her speed. Yuan Feng, in turn, employed the Dragon-S dance technique, skillfully maneuvering around Li Tianjiao. After several hundred exchanges, Yuan Feng grew confident in his ability to win the match. In a bid to refine his combat skills and test the power of Li Tianjiao's dual attribute spiritual energy, he continued to engage her in combat. At this moment, the various peak masters in the stands began to notice the trend. Yuan Feng was indeed audacious, taking this opportunity to hone his fighting techniques during the contest. One could only wonder how much confidence he possessed. 2 years can bring about significant change. At 17, Yuan Feng demonstrated such caliber. One could only imagine what level he would reach by 19. At 19, I am still merely at this stage indeed. Yin Qingshan's words rang true. Li Tianjiao, noticing that Yuan Feng continuously exchanged blows without any intention of a direct confrontation, merely shifting through techniques, remained oblivious to the fact that he was using her as a means to practice. A surge of flames ignited within her heart, and seizing an opportunity, she withdrew from the combat circle. You little trickster, how dare you use your sister for practice? Do you think I am easy to bully? Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Li Tianjiao declared with indignation. Yin Feng, recognizing her insight, responded with a chuckle, Sister, are you not also testing me? Are you not practicing your techniques? At this rate, we might linger indefinitely. Why not settle this with a single decisive strike? I am eager to witness the might of your dual attribute gold and water fusion aura. Very well. If that is the case, I shall oblige you. Li Tianjiao retorted, her confidence in her dual attribute fusion aura unwavering. After sparring for a while, she believed she had gauged Yin Feng's capabilities. With her golden palm technique, she was certain he could not withstand her power. Consequently, Li Tianjiao began to channel her aura into her palms, and soon, golden and azure energies entwined and amalgamated, culminating in her dazzling golden blue palms. Yin Feng, however, did not falter. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, his palms transformed into a resplendent golden blue as well, exuding an aura that surpassed that of Li Tianjiao. Oh my! Meng Haoran, pinch me! Li Xiaobai exclaimed, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Meng Haoran promptly delivered a sharp pinch to Li Xiaobai. Ouch! Why such force? Li Xiaobai complained. You are not dreaming. That lad, Yin Feng, can also fuse the dual attribute gold and water aura. Meng Haoran's voice still bore a hint of disbelief. Sister, brother Yin Feng is truly remarkable. Look at his palms. They are far more formidable than Sister Tianjiao's. Meng Xiuxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Who would have thought that brother Feng could achieve such prowess? No wonder he was so confident in our wager. Wang Qing'ao remarked, astonished yet smiling ruefully. As the various masters in the stands looked on in awe, everyone stood up in astonishment. Even Bai Yuxuan, who usually maintained an expression of indifference, displayed a look of incredulity. Yuan Feng truly is an extraordinary talent. Not only does his water attribute spiritual energy exhibit a tendency to transform into cold spiritual energy, but he also seamlessly blends it with golden water attributes. Moreover, he appears to do so with remarkable ease, demonstrating a level of proficiency that surpasses Li Tianjiao. This revelation must be communicated to that villain. How could Yuan Erling conceal such a skill from me? Could the aura that emanated from his cave that time have been the result of him merging these attributes? Yin Mimi pondered. While the audience below erupted in a frenzy of excitement, their shock and disbelief palpable. It is astonishing that yet another student capable of merging different attribute powers has emerged within the academy. They gazed at Yuan Feng with envy, wishing they could replace him on the arena stage. Lia Taijao, too, was engulfed in a tumultuous surge of emotions. The impact of Yuan Feng on her was overwhelming. Since childhood, she had dominated her peers in Wangqing, earning the prestigious title of first place on the academy's roster. Her talent indeed warranted such recognition. Yet today, she found herself utterly overshadowed by Yuan Feng, who was 3 years her junior. A frenzied determination ignited in her eyes. I cannot afford to lose. I aspire to become a genuine leader among the younger generation, just like Sister Mimi. With that, the golden water spiritual energy surged explosively from her palms, rivaling Yuan Feng's own. The outcome of this confrontation hinged upon this decisive strike. As Yuan Feng observed the surging golden water dual energy in Lia Taijiao's palms, a grave expression enveloped his features. Sister, be cautious. As Yuan Feng concluded his words, he swiftly executed the dragon dance technique, launching himself towards Lai Tianjiao. At that moment, Lai Tianjiao was exerting every ounce of her potential. Although the gathered spiritual energy was increasing, she found herself unable to manipulate it freely and could only reluctantly raise her palms to meet Yuan Feng's advance. The two palms collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent all nearby spectators flying. Even the innate realm referee was propelled off the stage by the force. The arena then trembled. Fissures as thick as arms appeared across its surface, suggesting that if this continued, the stage itself might collapse. Yuan Feng and Lai Tianjiao were enveloped in a swirling tempest of dense golden and water-like spiritual energy, rendering the events within obscured from view. Sister, please hold back. If this continues, you will surely suffer grave injuries. Yuan Feng strained to control the intertwining energies resulting from their clash. Lai Tianjiao, with her stubborn countenance drenched in sweat, clenched her teeth, refusing to relent. She disregarded Yuan Feng's pleas entirely. Yuan Feng, feeling helpless, realized that if the spiraling energies continued to escalate, they would become increasingly difficult to manage, risking complete chaos. In the eye of the storm, neither of them perceived the overwhelming force of the colliding energies. They were merely subdued by the swirling currents. With heavy steps, Yuan Feng moved towards Lai Tianjiao, who was on the verge of collapse, her palms trembling uncontrollably, unable to harness the golden and water-like energies. Had it not been for Yuan Feng's desperate attempts at control, she would likely have been swept into the sky by the vortex of energy. The control exerted by Yuan Feng over the two was profound. As he found himself drawn to both sides by the vanguard, the few steps appeared to stretch into eternity, and Yuan Feng was utterly exhausted, relying solely on his own strength to sustain the rampant aura of golden water. The once formidable Lian Tianjiao was now rendered ineffective. Yuan Feng felt a pang of regret. Had he known that the merging of spiritual energies would incite such a violent upheaval, he would never have ignited Lian Tianjiao's competitive spirit. At long last, he reached her side, disregarding any notions of propriety, and enveloped her delicate waist, leaping toward the vortex of spiritual energy. In that fleeting moment, as he safeguarded Lian Tianjiao, she succumbed to unconsciousness, and their control over the spiraling energies dissipated, causing the vortex to begin its frenzied inward collapse. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Yuan Feng cradled Lian Tianjiao in his arms and charged toward the vortex's edge. With a resounding crash, he burst forth from the swirling tempest, cradling the unconscious Lian Tianjiao. Meanwhile, Bai Yuxuan had already ascended the stage, poised to rescue the two, for any mishap befalling them would constitute a grave loss for the academy. To her astonishment, Yuan Feng emerged, holding Lian Tianjiao tightly, and Bai Yuxuan swiftly conjured a soft barrier of spiritual energy to shield him. At this juncture, Yan Mimi also descended from the stands, her gaze filled with concern for the pair. Yuan Feng, unable to continue embracing Lian Tianjiao, entrusted her to Yan Mimi and expressed his gratitude to Bai Yuxuan, saying, "Thank you, Master Bai, for your assistance." Just then, the master of Jin Shui Peak arrived at the arena, his expression laced with concern for Lian Tianjiao, assuring, "Sister Tianjiao is unharmed. She merely exhausted her strength." Yan Mimi cast a glance at the master of Jing Shufeng and exclaimed, "You rascal! If Tianjiao has any issues, just watch how I deal with you." Humph. With a fierce tone, Yan Mimi continued, "Thus, it can be proclaimed that Yuan Shan has triumphed over Li Tianjiao, establishing itself as the first in the core competition. Although a final match against Qinglian remains to solidify this claim, it is evident to discerning eyes that Qinglian stands no chance against Yuan Shan. From this moment forth, the name Yuan Shan echoed throughout the entire Royal Academy. The students who had been propelled away by the shockwave were left disheveled, yet none uttered a complaint. Instead, they were filled with admiration and envy. Particularly, the female students gazed at Yuan Shan with eyes green with jealousy, as if they wished to devour him whole. The male students collectively sighed in relief, exclaiming, "At last! At last! The Royal Academy is no longer dominated by the feminine. The era of Yanming and Li Tianjiao has irrevocably passed. The time has come for the male students." It is easy to imagine how severely the male students of the Royal Academy have been suppressed by their female counterparts over the years. Yuan Shan, Yuan Shan, Yuan Shan. Some students below cheered the name of Yuan Shan. At this moment, Yuan Shan felt a touch of shyness. He followed the others from the 5 Elements Peak back to their abode. "Brother Yuan Shan, you are truly remarkable. Even senior sister Tianjiao has been defeated by you. That spiritual whirlwind blew us all away. I admire you so much." Meng Xiuxiu remarked with a sly glint in her eyes, "Since you are so formidable, could you assist me with something?" She blinked her large eyes and added, "Speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will certainly help you." Yuan Shan replied readily. "Very well, we have an agreement. When I require your assistance, you must not renege on it." Meng Xiuxiu exclaimed joyfully. All right," Yuan Feng replied, somewhat uncertain of what tricks Meng Xiuxiu might be plotting. "Junior brother, how does it feel to embrace the warmth and softness of beauty?" Rum inquired. Recalling his proud demeanor, Huang Qingyao smiled lightly and cast him a sidelong glance, her expression suggesting indifference, as if she found amusement in Yuan Feng's apparent unease. Meng Haoran, witnessing this, contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained, for it was clear that when Yusin was fixated on him. "Xiaoba, Erlong, you have hidden your true self quite well, managing to deceive us all," Li Xiaobai remarked as he walked by. "Indeed, you have successfully merged the dual attributes of gold and water spiritual energy. Quite impressive. It seems that even I shall not stand a chance against you in the future." Guo Shirtsong added, "I suspect it will take the combined efforts of the 3 of us to take you on. Shall we give it a try shortly?" Meng Haoran suggested with mischievous intent. This scholar, Meng, always seemed intent on challenging Li Xiaobai, while Guo Shirtsong aimed to take down Yuan Feng. 3 esteemed senior brothers. In my heart, you are like towering mountains, forever the objects of my pursuit. Yuan Feng flattered. "I have just finished my match and wouldn't want to embarrass myself." Guo Shirtsong broke into a broad smile, and although Li Xiaobai understood that Yuan Feng was merely flattering them, he too couldn't help but laugh. Meng Haoran, seeing his attempts at instigating strife fail, shook his head, pondering what mischief he might concoct next. Ever since Meng Xiuxiu began to cling to Yuan Feng, Meng Haoran had consistently sought to put Yuan Feng in his place. It appears my foresight has proven correct, as I have unearthed a treasure for our 5 Elements Peak. Rarely did Zhang Ziheng wear such a triumphant expression, remarking, "It seems you found quite the amusing character." And Ru Ming interjected, "And when you Xian chuckled softly upon hearing this." Yuan Feng thoroughly enjoyed this atmosphere, where fellow disciples exchanged light-hearted banter, truly delightful. Free from any treacherous schemes, he was certain that choosing the 5 Elements Peak was the right decision. Zhenling chuckled, "Although you wield the same energy attributes, bear in mind that there exists a distinction between male and female. The energy emanating from your bodies naturally carries a trace of yin and yang. It is this interplay of yin and yang that attracts and entwines, giving rise to the energy vortex." Yuan Feng nodded, though his understanding remained vague. How could he possibly perceive any yin and yang? The 5 Elements continent made no mention of such energies. Your current realm is too low to detect yin and yang. Do not fret over it, Zhenling continued. Young man, you must strive harder. While your spiritual energy is depleted, double your efforts tonight. Practice the reverse method thrice. The normal method thrice, alternating between the 2. Zhenling jested. Yuan Feng's interest was piqued by these unknown concepts, and he devoted himself even more diligently to his evening cultivation. After completing 6 rounds, he relentlessly pushed himself through 2 more. Zhenling couldn't help but acknowledge the young man's tenacity in his cultivation. Yuan Feng soon drifted off to sleep on his bed, exhausted from the day's efforts. Chapter 48. Double blessings. The following day, after practicing the 5 Elements swordplay, Yuan Feng joined the others from the 5 Elements Peak on their way to the Golden Prosperity Peak. Today, Yuan Feng had his match against Qing Lian. Victory over Qing Lian would secure him the first place in the core competition, and Yuan Feng would finally obtain the reward he so desired. Regarding the competition, Yuan Feng harbored no concerns. He held a steadfast belief that with his current prowess, he could face any challenge without trepidation. In the Jingxingfeng Plaza, Huang Qingyao and Meng Xiuxiu were engaged in a lively conversation, their laughter brightening the atmosphere, and Yuan Feng naturally made his way towards them. Sister Qingyao, Sister Xiuxiu, what delightful tidings are you sharing? Yuan Feng inquired with curiosity. It was merely an accident yesterday, he added, somewhat speechless. Young brother Feng, do be gentle. Senior sister Qinglian is a precious gem of our Lingshui peak. Pray, do not be disrespectful, Huang Qingyao gently chided with a playful smile. Sister, what disrespect? Yuan Feng scratched his head and sighed. The crowd from Wuxing Peak found his awkwardness before the two ladies to be quite amusing. The referee's voice rang out. Is Yuan Feng from Wuxing Peak present? Please come forward for the match. Is Qinglian from Lingshui Peak present? Please step onto the stage. Yuan Feng pushed through the throng and ascended the platform, where Qinglian also made her appearance. The referee announced the commencement of the contest. Junior brother Yuan Feng, do not engage. I am not your match, merely passing through, Qinglian remarked as Yuan Feng assumed a combat stance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng relaxed and responded, Then I thank you, senior sister. Hee. Referee, I concede. Qinglian addressed the referee, who nodded in acknowledgement, announcing Yuan Feng as the victor of the match, thereby securing the first position. Next, the fourth and fifth matches commenced. Lingshui Peak's Qing Lai and Dimu Peak's Tu Xiao took to the stage in succession. Their strengths were comparable, leading to a fierce contest. Ultimately, Qing Lai emerged victorious, claiming the fourth place, while Tu Xiao settled for fifth. Subsequently, at Jinsing Peak, Yin Qingshan, at Hota Peak, Hang Xiaoxiao, at Shuimu Peak, Lan Tianyue, at Jinsing Peak, Jun Sheng, and at Jihua Peak, Yin Ba, ascended the stage to draw lots and determine the order of the competition. Hang Xiaoxiao secured the sixth position, Yin Qingshan the seventh, Jun Sheng the eighth, Lan Tianyue the ninth, and Yin Ba the 10th. The judges noted that there was still ample time and thus announced the commencement of a free challenge match. Hang Xiaoxiao stepped onto the stage to challenge Qing Lian, ultimately emerging victorious. Yin Qishan also challenged Qing Lai and triumphed. The others refrained from engaging in challenges. Thus, the final rankings for the top 10 were established. First place went to Yuan Peak of the Five Elements, second to Lai Tanjiao of Jinshui Peak, third to Hang Xiaoxiao of Hota Peak, fourth to Yin Qingshan of Jinsing Peak, fifth to Tu Xiao of Dimu Peak, sixth to Qing Lian of Lingshui Peak, seventh to Qing Lai of Lingshui Peak, eighth to Jun Sheng of Jinsing Peak, ninth to Lan Tianyue of Shuimu Peak, and 10th to Yin Ba of Jihua Peak. Lai Tanjiao was absent today, yet no one dared to challenge her, indicating her esteemed reputation among the crowd. Yuan Peak finally achieved its long-desired goal. Yuan Peak submitted a request to the Academy for a water element spirit sword and subsequently received a breaking barrier pill. The water element spirit sword would soon be delivered to Five Elements Peak. With this, the core competition came to a close. The core leaderboard was posted throughout the Academy, and the name of Yuan Peak resounded in every corner of the institution. The weakest peak among the 9 at Five Elements Peak once again caught the attention of many inner disciples, prompting them to join the Copperman Array in hopes of entering Five Elements Peak. That night, the members of Five Elements Peak gathered in the grand hall atop the mountain, where Huang Qingyao and Meng Xiuxiu were also brought forth. The gathering was filled with merriment as they celebrated Yuan Peak's triumph in securing first place. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the clinking of glasses as Ming Haoran engaged in playful banter with Li Xiaobai, while Guo Shizong encouraged Yuan Feng to drink heartily. As for the senior sister Yin Mimi, she indulged in her share of drinks as well, ever since she assumed the role of acting peak master. The Five Elements Peak had never been as splendid as it was today. Elated, she naturally embraced the revelry. Meng Xiuxiu and Huang Qingyao flushed with joy from their own libations, while the sharp-tongued senior sister and Rumeng coaxed them to drink even more. Zhang Ziheng, brimming with pride, raised his glass frequently with Yuan Feng, celebrating his newly acquired junior disciple and the windfall of 10,000 taels of gold. How could one resist such an occasion? Li Xiaobai and Meng Haoran felt a mix of envy and admiration, joining Guo in toasting with the second senior brother. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng had received a staggering 40,000 taels of gold, and he vividly recalled the pained expression on Jean Mingshua's face, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Who, after all, could not afford their undergarments now? Haha. When Yusin busied herself arranging the food and drinks for everyone, abstaining from alcohol, this lad cannot hold his liquor. It's truly baffling to be amidst such a crowd. The true spirit within Yuan Feng stirred, engaging in self-dialogue. It only awakened during his cultivation, remaining dormant otherwise to facilitate better recovery. Even so, the energy it absorbed merely sufficed to maintain its wakefulness once each morning and evening. How peculiar that there is a force on the 5 elements peak akin to that within Yuan Feng. The true spirit mused suddenly. It seemed to emanate from a young girl. What could this force be? It felt strangely familiar. Despite its efforts to comprehend, the true spirit could not grasp the essence of it. Is that a small gathering of elemental forces beneath the 5 elements peak? What a delightful surprise. Zhenling, brimming with excitement, burst into laughter within Yuan Feng's mind. Alas, it is unbearably noisy, making it impossible to sleep. Yuan Feng was roused from his slumber by Zhenling's incessant chatter. What are you doing? Zhenling, it's the middle of the night. I still need my rest. Yuan Feng groggily protested, shaking his heavy head. Yuan Feng, you must awaken. I have discovered a method to help you transcend to the innate realm of your world. Zhenling exclaimed. At this revelation, Yuan Feng's spirits soared. He summoned the water element's spiritual energy within him, directing it towards his heavenly spirit, where shimmering blue light enveloped the area, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Zhenling, is this truly the case? What method do you possess? My internal elemental forces are yet to be balanced, and breaking through to the half-step innate realm is already a challenge, not to mention the immense amount of elemental spiritual energy required. Yuan Feng inquired eagerly. I just extended my spiritual awareness and discovered that beneath the 5 elements peak, there lies a small reservoir of exceptionally pure elemental forces gathering. That energy is sufficient for you to achieve equilibrium within your internal energy. Transcending to the innate realm will be a mere formality, Zhenling elucidated. However, I cannot draw it up myself. My capabilities are still limited to the acquired realm. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's head drooped in disappointment. You foolish one. If you cannot, I certainly can. Zhenling teased. Indeed, how could I not have realized this? Quickly, gather that elemental spiritual energy, Yuan Feng urged. With that, he swiftly dashed out of the cave dwelling and, in a few strides, arrived at the grand hall, calling out, Senior sister, elder sister, come forth quickly. I have something urgent to discuss. Yun Mimi, Huang Qingyao, and Meng Xiuxiu were still engaged in conversation and had not taken a break. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's call, they all came out together. You rascal, weren't you just drunk? How quickly you've sobered up. Yun Mimi teased. Senior sister, let us not dwell on that. Do you have any spirit stones? The ones infused with the essence of the 5 elements. Yuan Feng hastily replied. Indeed, once one reaches the innate realm, acquiring these 5-element spirit stones is essential for enhancing one's cultivation speed. I possess spirit stones of the metal and water elements, but unfortunately, I lack the others. However, I can devise a solution for you. Yun Mimi responded. That's splendid. Senior sister, I urgently need those spirit stones. Please help me. Yuan Feng exclaimed, producing a handful of gold notes from his pocket and offering them. The exchange rate for spirit stones in our Golden Heaven Empire is approximately 5,000 taels for one. I can certainly manage to spare a few spirit stones. Consider it a reward from your sister for bringing glory to the 5-element peak. Yun Mimi barely glanced at the gold notes. Hee, senior sister, how can I accept this? Yuan Feng chuckled as he tucked the notes away. Hee, brother Yuan Feng, your grin is reaching your ears. Meng Xiuxiu chimed in. Yun's sister's family is the wealthiest in our kingdom. Their business extends throughout the entire empire. That small amount of gold notes is hardly of any concern to her, she added with a smile. Huang Qingyao chuckled, thinking Yuan Feng somewhat unreasonable for feeling embarrassed after already pocketing the gold notes. You little girl, is it just your wits that are sharp? And here you are, already siding with Yuan Erling. Yami mercilessly exposed Meng Xiuxiu. Upon realizing that her ruse had been uncovered, Meng Xiuxiu's face flushed crimson as she buried herself in Yan Mim's embrace. Yuan Feng could only gaze at the 2 peaks before him swaying gently, a small deer frolicking in between. What should not be seen, must not be seen. Then I must trouble you, senior sister. Hee, the sooner the better. I have urgent matters to attend to. Yuan Feng's eyes wandered restlessly. Qingyao, Since we have some leisure time, shall I show you around Wishing Peak? Yuan Feng shamelessly extended his invitation. Just as Huang Qingyao was about to accept Yuan Feng's offer, she was suddenly tugged by Meng Xiuxiu, who held her arm, prompting a shy smile in Yuan Feng's direction. Chapter 49. The First Kiss the Following Day. The Academy sent over a mid-grade water element spiritual sword named the Soft Water Sword. The blade was slender, approximately 1 meter in length, and a striking azure hue, perfectly suited for Huang Qingyao. Yuan Feng approached Huang Qingyao's room and gently knocked on the door. She opened it, welcoming him inside. Yuan Feng swiftly closed the door behind him, took a couple of steps forward, and encircled Huang Qingyao's delicate waist with his arm. Huang Qingyao gasped in surprise, not expecting Yuan Feng to be so audacious. She quickly turned around, resulting in their foreheads colliding. "Oh, did I hurt you, sister?" Yuan Feng asked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Huang Qingyao did not struggle out of Yuan Feng's embrace. Instead, she leaned gently against his shoulder. "No, it's nothing serious. Did you summon me to the Qinghong Tavern for such mischievousness?" she inquired, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Not quite, sister. Hee. Let me hold you for a moment before I explain." With unmitigated gall, Yuan Feng spoke, to which Huang Qingyao responded with a soft murmur. They stood embraced, a warm feeling pervading Yuan Feng's heart, causing him to hold her even closer. Huang Qingyao's entire being was pressed against him. Yuan Feng's thoughts began to wander, his hand clasping her slender waist, his chest against her soft curves, and a certain part of him stirred. Huang Qingyao let out a soft cry and swiftly broke free from Yuan Feng's embrace. Yuan Feng, with a flushed face, stood there scratching his head, saying, "Sister, this is a natural reaction. Who told you to be so beautiful?" Hee. Huang Qingyao responded, "Little Feng, please tell me what you came here for." She was concerned about what might happen if they continued like this. Yuan Feng smiled sheepishly, took off the soft water sword from his back, and placed it on the table. "Sister, this is the reward from the core competition. I chose a water attribute spiritual sword. This sword is called the Soft Water Sword. As gentle and tender as you. Hee. It suits you perfectly. Little Feng, I don't want this spiritual sword. You're about to participate in the Demon Ruins trial, and this spiritual sword will definitely be a great help to you. I don't want it." Huang Qingyao refused outright. "Sister, please don't rush to refuse." Yuan Feng then took off the broken sword from his back and placed it on the table. "Sister, do you still remember this broken sword? I obtained it in Tianyuan County. We searched all over Tianyuan County, but no one could discern its material. In fact, it is much stronger than a spiritual sword," Yuan Feng said. Yuan Feng then channeled his metal and water spiritual energy into the broken sword, causing it to emit a dazzling light, appearing incredibly mystical. The gentle water sword beside the broken blade seemed more like a lady's sword, with its elongated and delicate blade. "What do you think, sister? Don't I look formidable wielding this broken sword?" Hee. Isn't a great sword the quintessential choice for a man? This water sword is truly suited for you, Yuan Feng remarked. "Once I find an even better sword in the Devil's Ruins, I shall present it to you." Huing Qingyo this time did not refuse but gently nodded and sat beside Yuan Feng. A refreshing and icy fragrance wafted into Yuan Feng's nostrils, prompting him to involuntarily sniff. Sister, you smell delightful. What perfume are you using?" he inquired with curiosity. "Silly, I don't use any perfume. Ever since my cold spirit body was activated by you, this subtle and crisp fragrance has lingered around me," Huing Qingyo explained. "By the way, sister, I have a barrier-breaking pill for you. I originally intended to give it to Qngln, but considering your current status as a disciple with only a cultivation level of the 7th layer, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to break through your realm." Yuan Feng took out the barrier-breaking pill from his pocket and placed it on the table. Huing Qingyo gazed at the water sword and the pill, realizing that even seasoned disciples of the postnatal lineage might not possess such treasures, especially that medium-grade water sword. She felt a surge of emotion. Ever since they met in Tianyuan County, Yuan Feng had continually devoted himself to her, while she had little to offer in return. Fortunately, she had found a few spirit stones today, hoping they might aid her younger brother Yuan Feng. She mused silently. Suddenly, Huang Qingyao retrieved 3 spirit stones from her bosom, wood, fire, and earth, and presented them to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was utterly elated, realizing that he could now arrange an energy formation. He embraced Huang Qingyao once more and exclaimed, "Sister, you have truly aided me immensely. How wonderful." Huang Qingyao lifted her gaze from Yuan Feng's embrace and replied, "Little brother Feng, My cultivation is far too low, and I do not possess a lineage like that of senior sister Yan. I obtained these from my master at Ling Shui Peak. As long as you hold me in your heart, I am already content. Hee. When my cultivation improves in the future, you must look after me. For cultivating the cold spirit body allows me to channel water element spirit energy without any barriers. As long as you put in the effort, you will surely surpass me. Yuan Feng grinned widely. Huang Qingyao leaned against Yuan Feng's shoulder once more and remarked, Little brother Feng, I sense that Sister Xiao seems to have quite the affection for you. Dear sister, do not let your thoughts wander. There is nothing between me and Sister Xiao. We are merely friends. Yuan Feng hastily clarified. No, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely observe that you and Sister Xiao share a remarkable harmony, as if you were destined to be together. Huang Qingyao countered with a shake of her head. Dear sister, I must speak candidly. I have always felt an inexplicable closeness to Ming Xiao. From the very first moment we met. Yuan Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. You feel a sense of kinship as well. I share the same sentiment with Sister Xiao. Huang Qingyao exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy the feeling of being in Sister Xiao's company. It is simply a pure delight to be with her. Huang Qingyao continued. It is truly peculiar that we both harbor the same feelings for Sister Xiao. Yuan Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. You fool. As long as you hold me in your heart, nothing else matters. Besides, I genuinely adore Sister Xiao. Perhaps even more than I do you. Huang Qingyao shook her head, saying, That simply won't do. I shall endeavor to minimize my interactions with her in the future. After uttering these words, Yuan Feng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. You fool. How am I to express my thoughts on you? I truly cherish Sister Xiao. If you dare to distance yourself from her, you shall see how I will deal with you. Upon finishing her sentence, Huang Qingyao seized Yuan Feng under his arms. The two became entangled, with Yuan Feng naturally taking advantage of the situation. Suddenly, both ceased their movements. Huang Qingyao, nestled in Yuan Feng's embrace, blushed deeply, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of moisture, smiling radiantly at him. Yuan Feng, unable to resist, lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against hers. The moment their lips met, a delightful shiver coursed through their bodies as they lost themselves in that tender kiss. It felt as though the kiss lasted an eternity. After what seemed like an age, they finally parted, Huang Qingyao's breath coming in quickened gasps, while Yuan Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Yuan Er, unaware of his own fervent reaction, exclaimed, Sister, that was truly sweet. I have bestowed my first kiss upon you. Hee. Huang Qingyao lightly smacked Yuan Feng, saying, I told you not to take advantage, and then speak so frivolously. As if I were not your first kiss. For a fleeting moment, Huang Qingyao did not extricate herself from Yuan Feng's embrace, feeling the surging warmth emanating from his lower abdomen. A wave of languor washed over her, rendering her limbs powerless as she leaned against him. Elder sister, if you continue to enchant me so, I fear my self-restraint will falter. Yuan Feng said with a wry smile, his ardor becoming increasingly difficult to contain. After an indeterminate span, they parted once more, Huang Qingyao reclining limply in Yuan Feng's arms, her breath coming in soft gasps. Yuan Feng's face was flushed, his control seemingly nearing its breaking point. Huang Qingyao invoked the chill spirit art, a tendril of icy energy piercing her crown, finally restoring some clarity to her mind. If things were to continue in such a manner, she knew not what might transpire. Though she held deep affection for this younger brother, their relationship was yet without formal commitment, and she could not lightly transgress that boundary. As the chill spirit art circulated, a slight coolness emanated from Huang Qingyao's form. Yuan Feng, sensing the chill, also regained some composure. He offered a sheepish smile, saying, Elder sister, your beauty is simply too captivating. I cannot help but lose control. I implore you, do not lay the blame upon me. Huang Qingyao cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng, her loveliness such that he yearned to embrace her once more and lavish her with affection. Noticing Yuan Feng's dazed expression, Huang Qingyao chuckled softly, remarking, Look at your impetuous manner. Hee, who told elder sister to be naturally beautiful, so lovable that I feel pity for you? Any man would be unable to control himself. Yuan Feng grinned mischievously. Is it not enough that you have already taken advantage of me? Huang Qingyao retorted playfully. How could it ever be enough? I intend to monopolize your affections for eternity. Source Peak began to cajole. Huang Qingyao, hearing such candid words, felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, nearly succumbing to the urge to embrace him once more. Oh, Peak, little brother, with such a silver tongue. I shudder to think how many maidens will fall prey to your charms in the future, Huang Qingyao jested. Impossible, this mouth is reserved solely for you, Qingyao. My dear sister, he retorted, as he once again opened his maw to bestow a kiss upon Huang Qingyao. However, Huang Qingyao would not allow him to succeed once more, and she unleashed her frigid spiritual energy, causing waves of icy air to emanate from her body, sending shivers down Source Peak's spine. Hee, are you subdued now? My strength is not to be underestimated, Huang Qingyao said triumphantly. Indeed, my dear sister, you have become formidable, but you shall never escape my clutches, Source Peak responded. With that, Source Peak employed the drifting dragon technique, swiftly appearing behind Huang Qingyao and embracing her once more. You rogue, you scoundrel, resorting to such tactics. This is unfair. Release me. Huang Qingyao protested, struggling against his grasp. This struggle, however, proved to be a catalyst, reigniting the embers of desire within Source Peak's heart. As the two were on the verge of succumbing to unspeakable passions, Huang Qingyao's voice echoed from beyond the door. Qingyao, Source Peak, are you within? The following day, the Academy dispatched a messenger bearing a mid-grade, water attribute spiritual sword, known as the Supple Water Sword. Its blade was slender, approximately 1 meter in length, and possessed an azure hue, exuding an air of refinement, making it a fitting gift for Huang Qingyao. Source Peak approached Huang Qingyao's chamber, knocked upon the door, and was welcomed inside. Yuan Feng gently closed the door behind him and swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Huang Qingyao's slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Startled, Huang Qingyao exclaimed, unable to anticipate Yuan Feng's audacity, and quickly turned around, resulting in a gentle collision of their foreheads. Oh, did I hurt you, sister? Yuan Feng inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. Huang Qingyao did not break free from his embrace. Instead, she leaned softly against his shoulder. No, it's nothing to worry about. Did you summon me to the Qinghong Tavern for such mischief? She spoke with a blush adorning her cheeks. Ah, no, dear sister. Hee. Let me hold you for a moment before I explain. Yuan Feng replied shamelessly. Huang Qingyao murmured softly in response. Thus, they stood entwined in each other's arms, Yuan Feng feeling a warm glow within, instinctively tightening his hold, their bodies pressed closely together. At that moment, Yuan Feng found himself somewhat distracted, his hand resting on her waist, his heart racing as he felt her warmth against his chest, leading to an involuntary reaction. With a soft gasp, Huang Qingyao swiftly extricated herself from his embrace. Yuan Feng, slightly flushed, stood there scratching his head, saying, Sister, this is a normal reaction. How could I help it when you are so breathtakingly beautiful? Hee. Huang Qingyao replied with a hint of exasperation, Little brother Feng, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. Huang Qingyao was increasingly concerned about what might happen between the two of them if things continued in this manner. Yuan Feng smiled sheepishly as he removed the Ro Shui sword from his back and placed it on the table. Sister, this is the reward from this core competition. I chose a water elemental spirit sword, aptly named Ro Shui sword, as gentle and fluid as you, sister. It suits you perfectly. Feng Xiaodi, I cannot accept this spirit sword. You are about to participate in the Mo Su trial, and this sword will surely be of great assistance to you. Huang Qingyao firmly rejected the offer. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, sister. Yuan Feng then took a broken sword from his back and set it on the table. Sister, do you remember this broken sword? I found it in Tianyuan County. We searched high and low, but no one could identify its material. In fact, it is far superior to the spirit sword, Yuan Feng asserted. He then infused the broken sword with his golden water spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a dazzling light, appearing extraordinarily mystical. In comparison, the Ro Shui sword seemed more like a delicate weapon suited for a lady, slender and graceful. What do you think, sister? Do I not look formidable wielding this broken sword? Ha ha, a great sword is indeed a man's standard, is it not? This Ro Shui sword is truly a match for you. Once I find an even better sword in the Mo Su, I shall exchange it for you. Yuan Feng chuckled. This time, Huang Qingyao did not refuse again and gently nodded, sitting beside Yuan Feng. A refreshing scent, imbued with a chilly essence, wafted into Yuan Feng's nostrils, prompting him to unconsciously sniff the air. Sister, you smell delightful. What perfume are you wearing? Yuan Feng inquired with curiosity. Silly, I am not wearing any perfume. Since the activation of the cold spirit body, I have been enveloped in a faint, crisp fragrance, Huang Qingyao explained. By the way, sister, I have a breaking barrier pill for you. It was originally intended for Qinglan. But considering you are now a disciple of the inheritance with a cultivation level at the 7th heaven, it seems rather low. Thus, I believe it would be better suited for you to break through your current realm. Yuan Feng took out the breaking barrier pill from his bosom and placed it on the table. Huang Qingyao gazed at the soft water sword and the breaking barrier pill, realizing that such treasures were seldom possessed even by seasoned disciples of the later stages of inheritance, especially the mid-grade spirit water sword. A wave of gratitude surged within her. Since their acquaintance in Tianyuan County, Yuan Feng had consistently devoted himself to her well-being. In contrast, she felt she had little to offer him in return. Fortunately, she had recently discovered a few spirit stones that she hoped would assist her younger brother, Yuan Feng, she thought to herself. Subsequently, Huang Qingyao retrieved 3 spirit stones, wood, fire, and earth, from her bosom and handed them to Yuan Feng. Overjoyed, Yuan Feng exclaimed, "This is splendid. Now we can set up the energy formation." He embraced Huang Qingyao once more and said, "Sister, you have truly aided me greatly. This is wonderful." Huang Qingyao lifted her gaze from Yuanfeng's embrace and said, "Younger brother, my cultivation is still too low, and I do not possess the privileged background like Sister Yin. This is what I managed to secure while seeking my master at the Spirit Water Peak. As long as my sister holds me in her heart, I am already content. Once my sister's cultivation rises, you must look after me, all right? The cold spirit body has no barriers when cultivating water element spiritual energy. As long as you work diligently, you will undoubtedly surpass me." Yuan Feng chuckled. "Huang Qingyao, it seems that Sister Xiuxiu has quite an affection for you." Huang Qingyao leaned once more upon Yuan Feng's shoulder, replying, "Dear brother, do not let your imagination run wild. My relationship with Sister Xiuxiu is merely that of friends." Yuan Feng hastily clarified, "No, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply believe that you and Sister Xiuxiu share a remarkable harmony, as if you were destined to be together." Huang Qingyao shook her head, stating, "Brother, I must confess, I have always felt an inexplicable closeness to Meng Xiuxiu, ever since our first encounter." Yuan Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. You feel a sense of closeness as well?" "I share the same sentiment towards Sister Xiuxiu." Huang Qingyao looked up in astonishment. "Moreover, I genuinely enjoy being in her company. It is simply a pure delight to be with her." She continued, "How peculiar it is that we both harbor the same feelings for Sister Xiuxiu simultaneously." Yuan Feng frowned in bewilderment. "You silly one. As long as you hold me in your heart, it matters not. Besides, I truly cherish Sister Xiuxiu, perhaps even more than you do." Huang Qingyao shook her head, retorting, "That simply will not do. I shall endeavor to minimize my interactions with her." After uttering this, Yuan Feng inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "You foolish one, how am I to express my feelings? I genuinely adore Sister Xiuxiu. Should you dare to distance yourself from her, I shall make you regret it." Huang Qingyao, having spoken, reached for Yuan Feng under his arms. The two became entangled, and naturally, Yuan Feng took full advantage. Suddenly, both fell still, in Yuanfeng's embrace. Huang Qingyao, cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of moisture. Gazing at him with a radiant smile, Yuan Feng lowered his head and, unable to resist, gently pressed his lips against hers. The moment their lips met, a tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, and they became entranced in that tender kiss. It felt as if the kiss lasted an eternity. And after what seemed like an indeterminate span of time, they finally parted lips. Huang Qingyao's breath quickened, and Yuan Feng found himself utterly captivated. "Sister, that was truly sweet," Yuan Feng shamelessly remarked. Huang Qingyao playfully nudged him, saying, "You deserve it for taking advantage and still being cheeky." Yet, at that moment, Huang Qingyao remained nestled in Yuanfeng's embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from his abdomen. A wave of weakness washed over her, leaving her languidly draped over him. "Sister, if you continue like this, I may truly lose control." Yuan Feng chuckled wryly, already struggling to restrain himself. After an indeterminate span, the two souls disengaged once more, with Huang Qingyao languishing in Yuan Feng's embrace, utterly spent. Yuan Feng's countenance was flushed, a testament to his waning control. Huang Qingyao, channeling the frost spirit incantation, directed a tendril of frigidity towards her crown, which served to restore a modicum of clarity. She realized that if they were to continue on their present course, there was no telling what might transpire. Though her affection for this younger brother was boundless, she felt they should not transgress certain boundaries prematurely, as their relationship had not yet been formally defined. As the frost spirit incantation wove its magic, a subtle coolness emanated from Huang Qingyao's form. Yuan Feng, perceiving this chill, regained some composure and offered an embarrassed smile. "Sister," he began, "your beauty is so transcendent that I find myself unable to resist. Surely, I am not to be held solely accountable." Huang Qingyao cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng, her allure so potent that he yearned to enfold her in his arms once more. Observing Yuan Feng's enraptured state, Huang Qingyao chuckled softly, remarking, "Such impatience. It is hardly my fault if I possess an innate charm, eliciting a sense of pity and affection. Any man would find it challenging to maintain his composure." Yuan Feng grinned mischievously. "Umph, as if allowing you to take advantage wasn't enough?" Huang Qingyao retorted playfully. "Enough? Never. I intend to avail myself of your affections for eternity," Yuan Feng declared, his words a balm to her soul. Hearing such unabashed declarations of affection, Huang Qingyao's heart swelled with sweetness, and she nearly succumbed to the impulse to embrace him once more. "Little Feng," she sighed, "with a silver tongue like yours. I shudder to think how many maidens will fall prey to your charms in the days to come." Huang Qingyao chuckled. "How could that be? My mouth only opens for Sister Qingyao." She once again opened her mouth wide, aiming for Huang Qingyao. However, Huang Qingyao would not allow him to succeed again. An icy aura surged throughout her body, emitting waves of frost that made Yuan Feng shiver. "Hee, are you subdued now? My strength is not to be underestimated," Huang Qingyao declared proudly. "Indeed, sister is truly formidable now, yet you still cannot escape my clutches." With that, Yuan Feng activated the dragon's dance technique and positioned himself behind Huang Qingyao, wrapping his arms around her once more. "You scoundrel! You rascal! You dare to use your agility! This is unfair, let me go." Huang Qingyao began to struggle. However, this struggle reignited Yuan Feng's previously extinguished desires. It seemed that something scandalous was about to unfold between the two. At that moment, Huang Qingyao's voice echoed from outside. "Qingyao, brother Yuan Feng, are you there?" Hearing Huang Qinglan's voice, Huang Qingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she and Yuan Feng were left alone any longer, who knows what might transpire. The two quickly adjusted their attire and opened the door. "Ha! Congratulations on securing first place in the core competition, brother Yuan Feng. Today, let us celebrate at the Qinghong Tavern," Huang Qinglan exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, brother Qinglan." Yuan Feng then retrieved several postnatal elixirs acquired from Zhang Ziheng and presented them. "Hee. Thank you, little brother. I shall not be polite." Huang Qinglan chuckled. Since entering the room, she had noticed her sister's complexion was flushed. How could Huang Qinglan not perceive that the two had already reached a harmonious union? At noon, Li Xiaobai, Meng Haoran, and Guo Shizong arrived at the Qinghong restaurant, seemingly summoned by Huang Qinglan in some manner. Yuan Feng furrowed his brows upon seeing the three. They had certainly indulged him with their excessive drinking the previous night. The four of them naturally indulged once more in a lavish feast, for it is often said that relationships are forged over shared libations. Huang Qinglan had spent considerable time reveling with these companions, particularly with Li Xiaobai, fostering a deep camaraderie. By the time they returned to Wuxing Peak, dusk was approaching. Given their prodigious capacities for drink, they had indeed lingered until the afternoon. Truly, drinking proved to be a significant hindrance to their time. Upon returning to the cave abode, Yuan Feng discovered a small bundle placed upon the table. He unwrapped it, revealing 5 pieces of Wuxing spirit stones. It seemed they had been sent by the senior sister. With a hearty laugh, he realized he now possessed 2 sets of Wuxing spirit stones. Yuan Feng, filled with joy, exclaimed that everything was now in place, awaiting the awakening of the true spirit. As night enveloped the world, a slender crescent moon playfully hung in the sky. Inside Yuan Feng's cave, the true spirit was instructing him on how to inscribe certain symbols upon the ground. "You are truly quite foolish. After all this time, how can you still not inscribe it correctly?" The true spirit's voice echoed in Yuan Feng's mind. Moreover, these spirit stones are rather feeble, even combined. The 2 sets barely suffice to establish a gathering array. The true spirit continued unabated. "I must say, dear spirit, that merely acquiring spirit stones at my current nascent stage is quite an accomplishment. You ought to be a bit more accommodating." Yuan Feng felt a sense of helplessness. The eyes of the true spirit were exceedingly discerning. "Come, let us practice once more. This time, you shall depict it entirely on your own. Do not tell me that you have forgotten the steps of the engraving," the true spirit instructed. With his eyes slightly shut, Yuan Feng infused the broken sword with golden spiritual energy. Soon, intricate traces began to emerge upon the ground. With a sweeping motion of his large sleeves, fragments of stone flew into the air, revealing that all the marks were interconnected. The primary formation took on a circular shape, with 5 points evenly distributed outside the circle. Inside, peculiar patterns extended toward the 5 outer corners, appearing exceedingly complex. It was no wonder that even Yuan Feng, with his remarkable memory, had to engrave it several times. Well, that should suffice. Let us proceed with this for now, the true spirit remarked, albeit with a hint of surprise, not expecting Yuan Feng to possess such talent. With merely 3 commands, he was able to independently create the design, and every pattern was flawlessly executed. It seemed that the choice made was indeed correct. Yuan Feng's aptitude was truly extraordinary. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuan Feng said, "I shall take a brief respite before re-engraving it once more." After a moment, when Yuan Feng indicated he was ready to resume, he inquired of the true spirit, where would be the most suitable location to set the array. The true spirit pondered briefly before responding, "Let us engrave it upon your stone bed. The energy contained within the spiritual stone is far too weak, allowing only for the smallest energy-gathering array to be established. This will suffice for one individual's use. However, should you be unable to absorb all the elemental energy drawn in, some will inevitably dissipate. Consequently, your subsequent cultivation within this cave will not yield results that are significantly inferior to those achieved externally." "Very well, I understand," Yuan Feng replied. "Wait. The outer corners need to be fashioned into the shape of your spiritual stones, with 2 stones stacked together embedded within the pentagon," Zhenling advised. Yuan Feng removed all the bedding from the stone bed and began to meticulously engrave upon it. This time, Yuan Feng devoted even more time to his work. Yet the patterns of the formation became increasingly clear and intricate. The 5 outer corners were carved to match the size of the feathered spirit stones without exception. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yuan Feng swept away all the stone debris, leaving the cave in disarray. However, he paid it no mind as he diligently embedded the 5 elemental spirit stones into their respective grooves, following the sequence taught by Zhenling. As soon as Yuan Feng placed the last of the 5 elemental spirit stones, the energy-gathering formation suddenly erupted in brilliance. The quintessence of the 5 elements surged forth, rushing towards Yuan Feng, who, caught off guard, stumbled backward from the overwhelming influx of elemental energy. The richness of this elemental essence was astonishing, saturating the entire cave. Truly, the energy-gathering formation was extraordinary. Yuan Feng marveled, "Oh dear, Zhenling, do refrain. I still have much to cultivate." Noticing the situation, Yuan Feng interjected, "By the way, I've always had a question. If we were to absorb all the gathered elemental energy beneath the 5 elements peak, wouldn't that significantly lower the concentration of energy there?" This doubt surfaced from the depths of Yuan Feng's mind. Indeed, that small cluster of elemental energy acts as a natural energy-gathering formation, attracting surrounding elemental essence into the 5 elements peak. If we were to drain it entirely, it would certainly impact the energy concentration. Zhenling replied matter-of-factly. "Then we must refrain from such undermining actions." Yuan Feng shook his head. "Although I am eager to break through to the innate stage, my senior brothers and sisters still need to cultivate." Yuan Feng chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, the convergence of the 5 elemental energies over many years will not significantly impact your breakthrough into the innate realm. It is commendable that you remain unclouded by selfish desires. This is the true nature of a cultivator. Embrace the flow, the essence, the truth." The true spirit smiled, genuinely pleased. If the weak source peak prioritizes its own interests without regard for anything else, then I must be wary of them. Unbeknownst to them, source peak has garnered even more favor from the true spirit. Indeed, embrace the flow, the essence, the truth. Source peak pondered these 3 phrases, finding the profound truths within them increasingly captivating. After a while, the broken sword true spirit had absorbed all the 5 elemental spiritual energy within the cave. Even the energy-gathering formation struggled to keep up. "Now, it is your turn. Sit directly above the energy-gathering formation and begin by absorbing the spiritual energies of wood, fire, and earth. Utilize the energy flow techniques I have taught you, directing your thoughts to attract the spiritual energy," the true spirit instructed, urging you to absorb vigorously. Take in as much as you can. Strive to achieve balance among your 5 elemental energies tonight, aiming to break through to the peak of the acquired realm before seeking a breakthrough into the innate realm. At this moment, Source Peak focused entirely on absorbing the spiritual energies of wood, fire, and earth, leaving no time for conversation. He felt an unparalleled comfort, as if every inch of his skin was enveloped in spiritual energy, warm and soothing. At this moment, Source Peak was surrounded by the vibrant energies of green wood, yellow earth, and red fire, creating a dazzling spectacle. Indeed, such are the boons of possessing the 5 elements constitution. Provided one's mental cultivation is sufficient, the capacity to absorb energy and transcend realms remains unhindered. In this regard, even the fabled constitutions of legend pale in comparison. As the night surrendered to the dawn, Yuan Feng had imbibed a surfeit of the 3 elements spiritual energy, to the point where the 5 elements within his being verged on equilibrium. Though the water element still held dominance, its influence no longer impeded his progress. At the very instant of sunrise, the 5 elements within Yuan Feng surged, assaulting the threshold of the semi-innate realm. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and Yuan Feng effortlessly ascended into the semi-innate domain. A wave of lightness washed over Yuan Feng, and the energy-gathering array upon the stone bed once more gushed forth a dense mist of 5 elements spiritual energy. This time, the true spirit refrained from absorbing the metal and water elements. Yuan Feng once again plunged into a frenzied absorption. After a brief interlude, Yuan Feng ceased his cultivation, stretched languidly, and leapt from the bed. Grasping the broken sword, he ventured outside, eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound power. Emerging from the cave, Yuan Feng clasped the broken sword, channeling the metal element's spiritual energy into its form. He then directed a strike towards a boulder of considerable size. The broken sword shimmered with a golden radiance, and the fragmented blade cleaved into the stone with devastating force, causing it to explode into fragments. The stone offered no resistance to Yuan Feng's casual strike imbued with the metal element's spiritual energy. Remarkable. The transformation is far greater than I anticipated. Even when I previously channeled the metal and water elements, I doubt I could have shattered this boulder. Now, merely by focusing the metal element's spiritual energy, I possess such power? Yuan Feng clutched the broken sword, his excitement palpable. You have gathered the dual energies of gold and water within the sword's body. Give it another attempt. Yuan Feng nodded upon hearing this. The fusion of the dual energies enveloped the broken sword, which erupted in a brilliant golden blue radiance, dazzling like a resplendent sun. Compared to the previous fusion of gold and water energies, Yuan Feng's current mastery was markedly superior. The broken sword struck against a towering boulder, seemingly without resistance, shattering it into fragments that flew several meters away. The sound of crashing echoed as the debris pounded against the mountainside, disintegrating into dust. Yuan Feng leaped with exuberance, soaring nearly 10 zhang high. Even at such an elevation, he felt a thrill in his heart, an undeniable excitement. At last, I possess some measure of strength. Father, mother, await my return. I shall surely find you. Enough with the exuberance. You must consolidate your power. Although your breakthrough faced no significant obstacles, consolidation remains essential. The voice of the true spirit resonated in Yuan Feng's mind. Ah, thank you, true spirit. Without your assistance, I could not have advanced to this level so swiftly. Yuan Feng expressed his gratitude. Chapter 51. The manifestation of spiritual awareness unbeknownst to him. Night had fallen. Yuan Feng had now begun to coalesce his innate spiritual awareness. Typically, practitioners only develop spiritual awareness upon reaching the innate realm. Yet Yuan Feng had achieved this even at the half-step innate stage. He endeavored to extend his spiritual awareness beyond his body, reaching outwards until it effortlessly traversed into the grand hall atop the mountain. Spiritual awareness, being formless, effortlessly passed through the stone layers of the hall and floated into the enchanting boudoir behind it. Yun Mimi, possessing an innate realm, naturally perceives the existence of spiritual awareness. Upon detecting the probing of a spiritual consciousness, she directly extends her own spiritual awareness towards the source peak. Her breakthrough into the refined spiritual awareness manifests as the form of a suspended white tiger. The white tiger awareness plunges directly into the cave of the source peak, with Yun Mimi following closely behind. At that moment, the source peak's spiritual awareness is scattered, leaving him with a throbbing pain in his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Yun Mimi boldly enters the cave of the source peak, surveying her surroundings in search of the owner of the spiritual awareness. To her surprise, She finds only the source peak seated upon a stone bed. A sense of confusion washes over her. Could it be that the earlier spiritual awareness belonged to the source peak? That seems implausible. Given his level, how could he possibly condense innate spiritual awareness? Furthermore, how could it extend such a distance? The source peak, with a faint smile, remarks, "Senior sister, what brings you to intrude upon your junior's cave at this hour?" "Impudent boy, I came to see if there were any suspicious individuals around." Yun Mimi continues her search. But wait, there are only the two of us at the mountain peak. How could there be anyone else? "You impudent boy. Have you somehow broken through to the innate realm?" "That is impossible. You have yet to reach the half-step innate stage. How could you possibly attain innate status?" Yun Mimi muses, furrowing her brow. "Senior sister, I have made some progress, albeit only into the half-step innate stage. However, as soon as I extended my spiritual awareness, it was disrupted by your great white tiger." The source peak chuckles wryly. "You are the white tiger. Your entire family is a white tiger." Yun Mimi, slightly irked, gazes at the source peak with an odd expression. "You little pervert, how extraordinarily abnormal you are to have broken through to half-step innate. And you have even produced spiritual awareness. The range of your spiritual awareness astonishingly extends several dozen meters. It is truly unfathomable. After several years of entering the innate realm, I have scarcely progressed this far. Truly, comparison with others can lead to despair. Hee, dear sister, it is merely my good fortune. The emergence of spiritual consciousness may indeed be related to my ability to merge with the dual attributes of gold and water spiritual energy," casually remarked Yuanfeng. "Indeed, there is a possibility." Yin Mimi frowned in contemplation. "Humph, you are full of questions. Can't you ponder it yourself?" Yin Mimi cast a sidelong glance at Yuanfeng, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. "Sister, there are no outsiders here. Please enlighten me." "Hee, my curiosity is insatiable." Yuanfeng persisted in a playful manner. "That white tiger is merely a manifestation of my spiritual consciousness. When spiritual consciousness condenses to a certain extent, it can be sculpted into form. As long as your spiritual consciousness is sufficiently powerful and cohesive, you may shape it into any form you desire. However, you only have one chance. Once the spiritual consciousness takes shape, it cannot be altered again. Otherwise, one must shatter it and cultivate anew, enduring the arduous process of recondensation. Believe me, that kind of pain is unbearable for anyone." Yin Mimi ultimately divulged this to Yuanfeng. She then released her own white tiger spiritual consciousness. The essence of spiritual consciousness is imperceptible to the naked eye. It can only be perceived through spiritual awareness. As Yuanfeng emanated his own spiritual consciousness, he could clearly see the white tiger, which measured approximately 2 meters in size, with a pristine white coat, soft lines, and eyes slightly open, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts, quietly resting beside Yin Mimi. This spiritual consciousness could also be regarded as Yin Mimi's spiritual avatar. Prolonged use of spiritual consciousness can lead to debilitating fatigue and mental depletion. In contrast, Yuanfeng's spiritual consciousness resembled mere wisps of mist, lacking refinement or any form of sculpting. Yan Ming gazed at Yuanfeng's spiritual consciousness, finally convinced of his words. Yuanfeng gently maneuvered his mist-like spiritual essence closer to Yan Ming's white tiger spirit, which, this time, lacked its earlier ferocity. Yuanfeng's ethereal presence closely examined the white tiger spirit. At that moment, he remained oblivious to Yan Ming's flushed complexion, radiant and alluring. This spiritual essence essentially represented both of their mental forms. Thus, Yuanfeng's intimate scrutiny of the white tiger spirit mirrored the sensation of his essence being in close proximity to Yan Ming herself. However, as a novice in spiritual consciousness, Yuanfeng was unaware of such nuances. His essence drifted onto the tiger's back, playfully leaping upon it, and he truly felt its softness akin to fur. Indeed, the spiritual essence crafted by his senior sister was remarkable. "You little rascal, have you played enough? Get down immediately. My back is not a mount for you." Yan Ming retorted fiercely. Simultaneously, the white tiger's spirit flipped, pinning Yuanfeng's essence to the ground with a paw. "Ouch! Senior sister, be gentle, don't crush me," Yuanfeng exclaimed. "Humph! What do you, a mere child, understand? The techniques for refining and sculpting spiritual essence require personal exploration. They cannot be directly imparted by others. My white tiger spirit was forged through serendipity. Do not aim too high. Take your time." Though Yan Ming felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, She nonetheless imparted this wisdom to Yuan Feng. Understood, senior sister, he replied. Yuan Feng was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why there had been a sudden urgency when everything seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Well, from now on, we can converse freely within our minds. You can communicate with me through your consciousness. Are you attempting to experience a profound connection by staying so close to me? The spirit of Ling mischievously chuckled. How was I to know? You should have alerted me sooner, Yuan Feng retorted in silence. A series of chuckles echoed within his mind. Yan Mimi had regained her composure, and upon noticing Yuan Feng lost in thought, she approached him and playfully delivered a light slap to his head, exclaiming, You simpleton, what are you pondering? How did you suddenly break through to half-stepinate? Just moments ago, my consciousness was unexpectedly atop my senior sister's. The more he pondered, the more he felt he had truly overstepped. No wonder his senior sister's white tiger consciousness had suppressed his own with ease. The sensation of softness from before Yuan Erling once again found himself in a daze. Yan Mimi, speechless, thought to herself how this foolish boy could be so absent-minded all the time. All right, I'm leaving. I'm utterly exhausted. Upon finishing her sentence, Yan Mimi stretched, revealing a glimpse of her snowy skin, making Yuan Feng's spirit soar with fiery energy. His senior sister was truly a captivating enchantress. Yuan Feng lowered his head in respectful farewell. Wait a moment, something does not add up. That day, you manifested your sword-shaped true spirit and stated that you could not possess me. However, my senior sister mentioned that consciousness could be shaped into any form. Yuan Feng posed a question. Yet he could hardly comprehend the notions of swordsmanship and the understanding of the Tao. Focus on your sword practice. As you cultivate your swordsmanship to a certain level, your sword will gradually manifest a spirit akin to mine. This spirit embodies your attainment in the art of the sword. Zhenling elucidated further. Yuan Feng grasped a fragment of understanding, relinquishing his previous entanglements, acknowledging that the concept of swordsmanship felt exceedingly distant. He then released his spiritual awareness once more, delving into meticulous study. My senior sister possesses the white tiger's spiritual awareness. What form should I carve my own awareness into? Contemplating the misty essence of spiritual awareness before him, Yuan Feng began to ponder. A myriad of weapons, creatures, and even figures flashed through his mind, yet none seemed fitting. Was he troubled by the manifestation of his spiritual awareness? Zhenling interrupted his reverie. You are merely overthinking this. You possess a 5 elements constitution, embodying 5 types of energy within you. Why limit yourself to a singular form? Zhenling continued. Observing my senior sister is but one manifestation. Yuan Feng, perplexed, replied. That girl possesses a metal constitution. The white tiger, being of the metal element, is naturally most suited to her. Yet you are different. You embody the 5 elements. Your spiritual awareness inherently nurtures 5 attributes. At your current stage, how could you possibly condense it into a single form? Unless you wish to risk a catastrophic mental collapse. Zhenling explained. Without the guidance of a master, navigating the path of cultivation was indeed a daunting endeavor. Fortunately, Zhenling was present. He nearly overlooked such a crucial matter. His spiritual awareness began to seek the 5 elements scripture within his mind. Chapter 52. The 5 elements of spiritual awareness within the vast and enigmatic recesses of his mind. Source Peak's spiritual awareness diligently searched. After an extensive exploration, it was unable to locate the 5 elements Taoist scriptures, yet it fortuitously discovered the golden light bestowed by the ancestor. This golden radiance welcomed Source Peak's spiritual awareness, which effortlessly penetrated the luminous aura, revealing that the 5 elements Taoist scriptures were indeed ensconced within this golden glow. Before Source Peak's spiritual awareness appeared a tome of ebony, inscribed with 5 golden characters, 5 elements Taoist scriptures. The moment Source Peak's awareness made contact with the scriptures, they opened of their own accord, and a spectral figure materialized before him. This ethereal apparition intoned, Source Peak, what you see before you is my residual consciousness. Your arrival here indicates that you have undoubtedly attained the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Your spiritual awareness has begun to take form. Do not rush to refine it into shape. The 5 elements Taoist scriptures contain methods for cultivating spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness forged from the 5 elements constitution possesses myriad wondrous applications. You may refer to the cultivation techniques delineated within the scriptures, or follow your own inclinations. Every individual possesses a unique path. What is suitable for one may not be for another. Upon reaching the ultimate state, You must forge your own journey. The 5 elements spirit jade is a treasure to be cherished. That stone has a significant origin, which I could not fully ascertain during my descent to the lower realms. With these words, the spectral figure dissolved into luminous particles, vanishing from Source Peak's mind. The 5 elements Taoist scriptures opened autonomously within Source Peak's consciousness. Flipping to the section on cultivating spiritual awareness, which detailed the methods for refining and sculpting the 5 elements spiritual awareness. The 5 elements ancestors' quintessence of elemental consciousness has been meticulously crafted into 5 distinct weapons, each corresponding to the attributes of the 5 elements. The golden sword, the wooden vase, the water net, the fire spear, and the earth shield. This method embodies a harmonious and comprehensive approach, perfectly mirroring the character of the 5 elements ancestor. Upon entering the innate realm, many adept practitioners engage in combat utilizing their consciousness. There are even instances of battles fought within the realm of consciousness itself. Often, the outcome of these mental skirmishes determines victory or defeat. It can be asserted that in the innate realm, the one with the most formidable consciousness remains invincible. Just as the initial manifestation of Yuanshan's consciousness was scattered by Yin Mimi's white tiger consciousness, causing unbearable pain to its essence. One must ponder, if such a situation were to arise in the midst of a life and death struggle, how could one avoid exposing vulnerabilities? The Book of the 5 Elements also chronicles a legendary method, that of coalescing the 5 divine beasts, the azure dragon of wood, the white tiger of metal, the vermilion bird of fire, the black tortoise of water, and the yellow dragon of earth. The 5 elements ancestor elucidated this method, stating that the sculpting of the 5 divine beasts is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day. It is an arduous and time-consuming process, with few achieving success. Even those who do succeed often end up with something unrecognizable, possessing powers that remain unexploited. One must remember to act within their capabilities. Shortly thereafter, Yuanshan beheld a technique that transformed the elemental consciousness into swords. This method condenses the 5 elemental consciousness into 5 swords, providing a significant advantage in mental combat. It boasts unparalleled attacking power, yet it carries a fatal flaw. It allows for but a singular mode of use, attack after relentless attack. However, should one cultivate to a state of consummate mastery, they may wield that singular method to vanquish myriad others. After carefully contemplating these 3 methods, Yuanshan resolved to sculpt his consciousness into the 5 divine beasts. Yet, what exactly are these 5 divine beasts? The Book of the 5 Elements merely records their names, devoid of any accompanying illustrations. Uncertain of how to refine his skills, Yuanfeng swiftly dashed out of his cave dwelling, making his way towards the training chamber atop the mountain, where countless books awaited his perusal. Over the past few months, he had focused solely on his cultivation, neglecting to delve into the vast array of texts, having only skimmed through a few manuals. As he hurriedly searched, a large white tiger observed him from a short distance. Upon noticing Yuanfeng's frantic activity, it shook its head and vanished through the wall, a testament to Yamamai's spiritual presence. After nearly an hour had elapsed, Yuanfeng had scoured every tome on the shelves, yet he found no reference to the 5 elemental divine beasts. Intrigued by Yuanfeng's fervor, Zhenling inquired, "What book are you searching for? It has been an hour." "Huh? Are you foolish? How could your world possess the 5 elemental divine beasts? They are the sacred beings of my realm. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise. How could your diminutive continent possibly record such entities?" Zhenling's laughter echoed mercilessly. With a furrowed brow, Yuanfeng retorted, "In this diminutive continent of ours, if you are so capable, why not fly away? Yet here you are, remaining steadfast." The spirited exchange continued, but before Zhenling could finish, Yuanfeng interjected, "All right, I understand. In your glory days, you conquered realms with a single strike. Enough of these mundane tales. I demand refined steel. Bring me several thousand pounds at once." Zhenling spoke bluntly, stating that the 5 sacred beasts were regarded as significant entities even in our world. I had previously encountered their true forms alongside my master, yet with my current capabilities, I am unable to imprint all of them upon you. I can only inscribe the image of the white tiger. The others will have to wait until I regain some strength. Rest assured, Brother Zhenling, I shall certainly aid you in reclaiming your original state." Yuanfeng replied earnestly. Soon after, a vivid image of the white tiger appeared in Yuanfeng's mind. This majestic beast exuded an aura of power, its body a striking blend of black and white, adorned with golden armor. It bore a pair of wings and a golden horn atop its head, surrounded by countless stars, as if manifesting a grand world. In comparison, the white tiger conjured by Yin Mimi was truly insignificant. Was it even a tiger? It resembled more of a large white cat. Now that the image of the white tiger had been established, the time had come to carve the spiritual consciousness. According to the records of the five elements path, the spiritual consciousness must be divided into 5 strands, each corresponding to one of the elements. This division of consciousness would entail immense suffering. Thus, Yuan Feng had to endure the pain, persistently tearing apart his spiritual consciousness. Throughout the night, Yuan Feng had transformed into a waterlogged figure, completely drenched and pallid, lying exhausted on the bed as though he had just recovered from a severe illness. However, this was merely the tearing of one strand of golden elemental consciousness. 3 more such trials awaited him. Spiritual consciousness, being a manifestation of the mind, is intricately linked to the body's nerves. The uneven tearing and fracturing would undoubtedly provoke intense neural pain, a torment distinct from physical injury, stemming from the depths of the psyche. It is exceedingly difficult to endure. Even the resilient character of Yuan Feng has been subjected to such torment. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Remarkably, he has withstood this mental anguish. Onward. Young man. Originally, the true spirit could have effortlessly wielded the sword to shatter the essence of the true spirit for you, but considering your lack of experience, I allowed you to struggle through it on your own. Look at your pitiful state. This is merely the beginning. If you are a man, rise quickly and seize this moment of fatigue to practice the 5 elements sword technique a few times. Do not tell me you cannot even endure this slight pain. The shattered spirit trembles as if mocking Yuan Feng. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Feng rolled off the bed and, grasping the broken sword, staggered toward the cave entrance. He endured the pain and forcibly practiced the 5 elements sword technique 3 times, followed by 2 rounds of the 5 elements body refinement technique. He sensed that his feeble body was rejuvenated considerably by the nourishment of the 5 elements spiritual energy. The pain in his mind, however, had lessened somewhat. Moreover, the 5 elements spiritual energy within him seemed to have become even more refined. How is it? Do you not feel that the spiritual energy within you is more concentrated? The journey of cultivation resembles the ascent of a mountain, overcoming peak after peak, striving for the highest summit. When you reach the pinnacle, the most exquisite vistas await you. Yuan Feng nodded. Indeed, were it not for the provocation of the true spirit, he might have lain in bed, indulging in a deep slumber. Although he felt relieved and the unbearable pain had eased, he would have missed this splendid opportunity to refine his spiritual energy. Now go and eat something. Then, have a good sleep. We shall continue tonight, the true spirit advised. Yuan Feng nodded, sought out some food, consumed it, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. As night fell after a prolonged slumber, Yuan Feng diligently practiced the 5 elements sword technique and the 5 elements body refinement technique. He then resumed the arduous task of tearing apart his spiritual consciousness, an experience too profound to articulate. After 3 days of relentless effort, Yuan Feng finally succeeded in unraveling his spiritual consciousness into 5 equally sized fragments. The suffering endured during this process had long ceased to concern him. Indeed, by the time he was on the verge of tearing the final piece, he had learned to endure the excruciating pain while continuing his cultivation. Over the course of a few days, the refinement of the 5 elements spiritual energy had progressed significantly. According to the true spirit, Yuan Feng merely needed to solidify his foundation for a time before attempting to break through to the innate realm. Excitement coursed through him at the prospect of entering the demon ruins with this newfound capability, promising even greater rewards. Having not seen Huang Qingyao for several days, Yuan Feng felt a deep yearning and decided to descend from 5 Elements Peak to seek out his beloved sister, Qingyao, at Ling Shui Peak. Master, how extraordinary is the leader of 5 Elements Peak. Even the Academy's head is unaware of his origins. At that moment, Huang Qingyao was engaged in conversation with Bai Yuxuan. A disciple entered the grand hall to announce, Peak Master, Brother Yuan Feng from 5 Elements Peak has come to pay his respects to Sister Qingyao. Bai Yuxuan smiled at Huang Qingyao and said, Go on, your beloved has arrived. With a shy pout, Huang Qingyao replied, Master, everyone in the academy knows about your relationship, yet you still blush. Bai Yuxuan teased, Then I shall take my leave. Huang Qingyao swiftly made her way toward the hall's exit, having missed Yuan Feng in the days they had been apart. Bai Yuxuan gazed at Huang Qingyao, and memories of his youth flooded his mind. The two settled at Qingshui Peak, where Huang Qingyao scrutinized Yuan Feng closely. She perceived a remarkable transformation in him. Even his aura had become elusive. Previously, she could sense the 9 layers of his essence, yet now, it seemed as if nothing was palpable. Moreover, Yuan Feng appeared to have lost considerable weight, which tugged at her heartstrings. Sister Qingyao, your gaze is so intense that it makes me feel bashful. Yuan Feng chuckled. Huang Qingyao reached out to caress Yuan Feng's face, her eyes shimmering with moisture. How is it that just a few days apart, you've become so emaciated? Chapter 53, Innate Haha. It's nothing, sister. Please do not fret. I came specifically to see you and to inquire about the master of the 5 elements peak. Yuan Feng replied with a gentle smile. Very well, brother, shall we descend the mountain for a stroll? Being in seclusion for several days has indeed been rather exhausting, she suggested. The image of the white tiger from the true spirit world was vividly etched in Yuan Feng's mind. Having observed it intently in recent days, he had developed a preliminary understanding of the creature. The foremost task for Yuan Feng's spirit consciousness was to replicate the form of the white tiger. He endeavored to simulate it repeatedly, yet he struggled to grasp the essence. Although his spirit consciousness could perfectly mold the exterior of the white tiger, it lacked the overwhelming presence that could command respect across the realms. Fool, where do you think such an aura can be mimicked in a single step? You need only to establish the initial form. The rest will evolve as your spirit consciousness cultivates. Zhenling ceased to indulge in futile deliberations and fell silent. His spiritual consciousness had been intricately shaped into the form of a white tiger, now resting upon the 5 elements scripture, engrossed in the methods of spiritual cultivation. The transformation of spiritual consciousness was indeed fascinating. Zhenling reveled in the playful manipulation of his white tiger consciousness within the confines of his mind. According to the records within the 5 elements scripture, once spiritual consciousness takes form, it requires specialized cultivation. Distinct from the 5 elements sword technique and the 5 elements body refinement art that Zhenling practiced, the methods to enhance spiritual consciousness are categorized into 3 types. Firstly, the consumption of celestial and earthly spiritual materials that can elevate one's spiritual cultivation. This method not only promotes rapid advancement but also avoids the pitfalls of spiritual deviation, as these purest celestial essences are devoid of impurities and can harmonize with any individual's consciousness. However, such celestial materials are rare and can only be acquired through great fortune. Secondly, there exists the practice of devouring the consciousness of others to bolster one's own. This is the swiftest route to cultivating consciousness. Yet it bears the greatest risk of spiritual deviation, for assimilating that which is not one's own can lead to myriad complications. Thirdly, one may rely on dedicated cultivation techniques. The most common approach, albeit these techniques are exceedingly rare and not easily accessible to ordinary practitioners. The 5 elements scripture, however, contains such methods for the cultivation of spiritual consciousness, including specialized techniques for the 5 elements. Zhenling felt reassured in this regard. He diligently committed to memory the wondrous celestial materials that could enhance his consciousness, for should the day come when he encounters such treasures without recognizing their worth, he would be left with a lifetime of regret. Yuan Feng possessed an extraordinary ability for retention, and now he had also mastered the art of multitasking with remarkable proficiency. His cultivation of spiritual awareness did not hinder the operation of his breath-concealing technique. Rather, it seemed that the 5 elements Taoist scripture was guiding the breath-concealing technique to function autonomously, much to Yuan Feng's delight. He could now divert his attention to other pursuits. The spiritual awareness of the white tiger radiated with vibrant light, and its fur color grew increasingly vivid and lifelike, a testament to Yuan Feng's control over his spiritual awareness and training. After a whole night of cultivation, the white tiger's spiritual awareness appeared to have become even more majestic. As the true spirit had proclaimed, spiritual awareness would gradually evolve into the image of the white tiger through diligent practice. Despite a night of rigorous training, Yuan Feng felt invigorated and refreshingly alert, devoid of any fatigue. At present, his white tiger spiritual awareness measured merely half a meter in size, significantly smaller compared to Yan Mimi's. Yet it exuded a more extraordinary and imposing presence. Yuan Feng extended his white tiger spiritual awareness once more towards the mountain peak where Yan Mimi resided, and this time, The external probing of his spiritual awareness was swifter. The white tiger's spiritual awareness unfurled its wings and vanished from Yuanfeng's cave, only to reappear directly in Yan Mimi's chamber. Due to the rapid speed of Yuanfeng's spiritual awareness, Yan Mimi barely had time to react before the white tiger's spiritual awareness manifested before her in her room. Startled, she instinctively unleashed a nearly 2-meter-tall wingless white tiger's spiritual awareness that lunged towards Yuanfeng's presence. "Senior sister, it is I? Hee. My spiritual awareness has also been sculpted into the form of a white tiger." Yuanfeng's voice resonated in Yan Mimi's ears through the spiritual awareness. "What? In just a few days, you have managed to sculpt it?" Yan Mimi gazed in astonishment at the imposing, pocket-sized white tiger, adorned with a majestic pair of wings and a body entwined in an intricate tapestry of black and white patterns. "Haha, what could possibly challenge me?" Yuan Feng declared with pride. This junior brother possessed remarkable talent, if only the sect leader were present. Yan Mimi mused to herself. "Sister, it has been several days since the academy competition concluded. When shall we venture to the demon ruins?" Yuan Feng inquired telepathically. "Perhaps in about a month. During this time, I suggest you train at the various martial arenas across the kingdom. The duels there between innate practitioners and academy students differ vastly. Life and death are at stake, and participants must sign a life and death agreement prior to combat," Yan Mimi advised. "Oh, that sounds exceedingly intriguing. I shall descend the mountain tomorrow. It is the perfect opportunity to solidify my cultivation," Yuan Feng replied, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, go ahead. Strive to temper your cultivation to the 9th heaven realm and hone your combat skills. Do not be misled into thinking that holding the title of core champion in the academy renders you invincible. Your fighting techniques are woefully inadequate," Yan Mimi cautioned. Nodding in agreement, Yan Mimi watched as Yuan Feng withdrew his consciousness. On that day, Yuan Feng refrained from training, understanding that cultivation requires a balance of diligence and rest. Instead, he borrowed several books from the academy library and dedicated the day to meticulous study. Possessing an exceptional memory, he typically read swiftly. However, today he chose to savor the text, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. On the following day, after inquiring about the dueling arena from several senior brothers at the mountainside, Yuan Feng descended the mountain, heading straight for the arena. Time swiftly passed in the span of half a day as Yuan Feng guided Zhang Xiaolong through several large arenas in the royal city, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The upcoming battles would not be constrained by any realm. Anyone daring enough to participate would be accommodated, regardless of their level, even those at the first heaven. Moreover, each arena also featured betting houses, with the primary profits originating from the wagers placed by spectators. As participation in the battles required no fees at all, Yuan Feng successively registered at various arenas, embarking on his journey of combat. Before long, half a month had elapsed in a blink. During this period, Yuan Feng's experience was immensely fulfilling. He had fought in nearly every martial arena in the royal city, sometimes engaging in multiple battles within a single day. The name of Yuan Xiaoba resonated throughout the major arenas, as he relentlessly swept through opponents in the under-20 category with a fervor akin to madness. After enduring dozens of battles over the span of 2 weeks, Yuan Feng's combat skills had significantly improved, facing adversaries who were equally reckless. He had to approach each encounter with caution. Despite this, there were instances where he sustained injuries, albeit minor ones. Yuan Feng consistently maintained his cultivation at the 9th heaven, and through the accumulation of progress over the fortnight, he had firmly established himself at the threshold of the innate realm. Sitting quietly on a stone bed, he directed his spiritual awareness to a corner of the cave, causing the elemental aura within to intensify. Gradually, Yuan Feng calmed himself and began to absorb the enriched elemental energies. Yuan Feng, sensing a more potent influx of the 5 elements' spiritual energy, began to absorb it with increasing fervor. The accumulation of this energy within him grew ever more substantial. Yuan Feng absorbed and refined it with unwavering focus, the 5 elements' spiritual energy within him coalescing into a viscous, paste-like substance that gradually began to circulate in a circular motion within his dantian. This was the process of condensing energy into elixirs. However, the task was not as simple as it seemed. While others could break through to the innate realm by refining a single energy elixir, Yuan Feng needed to condense 5. Despite his ability to multitask, this undertaking proved to be quite challenging. The white tiger's spiritual consciousness guided the refinement of the gold element elixir, while he had to manage the remaining 4 elements himself. The 4 uncarved spiritual consciousnesses controlling the formation of the other 4 elixirs were far less adept than the fully formed white tiger consciousness. Initially, the 5 elements' spiritual energy within the cave could hardly meet Yuanfeng's demands. It was only after the true spirit personally activated the energy-gathering array that the 5 elements' spiritual energy began to successfully condense into elixir form. At this moment, Yuanfeng found himself enveloped by the rich spiritual energy, with the 5-colored essence fully absorbed into his being, resembling an insatiable abyss consuming the 5 elements' spiritual energy. Fortunately, the 5 elemental Tao scripture autonomously initiated the breath-concealing technique, preventing Yuanfeng from foreseeing the chaotic consequences that might have ensued. After 3 whole days, Yuanfeng managed to preliminarily condense all the 5 elements' spiritual energy into elixirs. Each elixir was now distributed within his dantian. At this stage, the elixirs had yet to exhibit the orderly interaction of the original 5 elements' spiritual energy. Instead, they were haphazardly dispersed, necessitating further adjustments by Yuanfeng. When the 5 spiritual elixirs harmoniously aligned for their operation, it marked the moment of Yuanfeng's breakthrough into the innate realm. For 3 consecutive days, Yuanfeng toiled without respite or sustenance, reaching his limits, only to be forcibly halted by the true spirit. The cultivation ceased. The true spirit, too, found the strain considerable. The elemental energy absorbed over the days was rapidly consumed as they activated the energy-gathering formation, leaving the true spirit somewhat fatigued. Despite his exhaustion, Yuanfeng was filled with exuberance. He sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy within him had multiplied tenfold. Is this the innate realm? And yet, I have not fully broken through. Yet such an abundance of spiritual energy already exists? Yuanfeng's delight was palpable. Thank you, dear true spirit. Please take a moment to rest. I shall procure some nourishment, and we shall pursue the final breakthrough tomorrow. Yuanfeng indulged heartily in a feast. The true spirit, having absorbed a full day's worth of elemental energy, finally felt some relief, regaining much of its vigor. The following day, Yuanfeng resumed his endeavor to break through. The 5 elemental consciousnesses gently propelled the 5 spiritual elixirs. Yuanfeng was drenched in sweat. It was evident that guiding the spiritual elixirs with consciousness was no trivial task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It took Yuanfeng an entire day to position the 5 elixirs at the center of his dantian. As if responding to an unseen call, the 5 elixirs began to rotate. The sharp energy of the gold elixir, the vibrant life force of the wood elixir, the chilling essence of the water elixir, the ferocious energy of the fire elixir, and the solid essence of the earth elixir commenced their slow, synchronized motion. The innate barrier within Yuanfeng shattered in response. Yuanfeng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his entire being brimming with vitality. A foul odor began to permeate the air, prompting him to frown as he observed the layer of grimy filth that had settled upon his skin. This was likely a consequence of breaking through to the innate realm, resulting in the expulsion of impurities from within. Hastily, Yuanfeng fetched water to cleanse himself vigorously. Only then did he begin to appreciate the transformations brought about by reaching the innate realm, as the concentration of spiritual energy surged exponentially. His spiritual awareness expanded significantly, with the white tiger spirit consciousness growing from half a meter to nearly a meter in length, and the other fragments of spiritual awareness also increasing considerably. Upon inspecting his skin, he noticed it had become remarkably smooth and fair. Was he on the path to becoming a pretty boy? This was certainly not the style he aspired to. Chapter 54. The 5 Elements Spiritual Jade. While Yuanfeng was indulging in his vanity, the 5 Elements Spiritual Jade, which had always remained within his cave abode, suddenly began to levitate, hovering in front of him. How could this 5 Elements Spiritual Jade float on its own? His master had mentioned that this stone held great significance, yet he had not been able to ascertain its true nature. Why had it suddenly taken to the air? Yuanfeng pondered, then reached out to grasp the jade, intending to set it aside once more. However, whenever he placed it in his bag, it would simply float back to him, repeating the process several times until Yuanfeng comprehended its intent. It wished to accompany him. He tucked it into his bosom, and the jade emitted a faint glow, adhering itself to the skin of his chest. Yuanfeng felt waves of warmth surging into his body. the sensation so comforting that it left him feeling as if he were floating in a blissful reverie. Thus, the 5 elemental spirit stones were embedded upon the chest of Yuan Feng. He shed his garments and approached the copper mirror, whereupon his smooth, fair skin was adorned with a gem emanating a faint, ethereal glow, a 5-colored jade that exuded an uncanny beauty. "Brother Jinling, are you still there?" Yuan Feng inquired. "Huh, of course, I am. What do you mean, am I still here?" Came the somewhat weary voice of Jinling. "This stone is incredibly hard. Not even my true form can inflict the slightest damage upon it. Although I cannot recall its exact nature, I sense that it harbors no malice towards you. Moreover, it seems to be absorbing the 5 elemental energies autonomously, nourishing your organs," Jinling asserted with certainty. "Indeed, why can't I recall it?" Yuan Feng pondered aloud, as Jinling's fragmented sword body swayed, as if in a gesture of negation. "Forget it, it matters not. Haha, brother. Do take a look at the jade upon my chest. Is it not exquisite?" Yuan Feng exclaimed with a smile. "Nonsense. If it is beautiful, it is the jade itself. In my prime, I was renowned as the illustrious sword of splendor, captivating countless spirit swords. You pale in comparison," Jinling boasted, proudly shaking his blade. "Is there a distinction between male and female swords?" Yuan Feng asked in astonishment. "Why don't you engage your mind a little? Everything possesses dualities of yin and yang. Humans have male and female, so is it not logical that even our spirited artifacts can embody such distinctions?" "Huh, what male and female? You speak as if we were beasts. Your elder brother is the yang sword spirit. Naturally, there are also yin sword spirits," Jinling replied, somewhat irately. "Then, brother, does yin and yang surpass the 5 elements?" Yuan Feng queried. "You previously mentioned that within the 5 elemental energies, due to the presence of both male and female users, there exists a hint of yang and a hint of yin. This is what causes the energies to intertwine and form a whirlwind." Yuan Feng posed a question. His curiosity piqued. "Is it truly that formidable? What realm does the elder brother immortal occupy?" With the inquisitiveness of a child, he inquired once more. Yuan Feng chuckled heartily, tidied his surroundings, and embarked on a new day of cultivation. He soon realized that he could now suffuse his entire being with spiritual energy. Experimenting with the 5 elemental energies, he adorned himself in a vibrant array of colors: gold, yellow, green, each transformation more delightful than the last. The innate realm's spiritual energy coalesced within him, significantly enhancing its refinement. Through his spiritual awareness, Yuan Feng could even manifest the energy into an ethereal armor, adorning his exterior with a resplendent golden glow. He felt immensely powerful, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Savoring a moment of pride, he mused, "If my master were to discover my swift breakthrough into the innate realm, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed." This achievement was all thanks to the elder brother of true spirit. I must descend the mountain to seek some ores for the elder brother to repair his sword. With this thought in mind, Yuan Feng made his way down the mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he once again brought along Zhang Xiaolong for the journey. "Young master, why do I feel as though you have transformed into an entirely different person? You seem to have grown paler," Zhang Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. After all, Yuan Feng had only just turned 17 and had already transcended into the innate realm. In the eyes of imperial families or hidden sects, such an achievement at his age might be deemed merely acceptable and not exceptional. However, for the diminutive kingdom of Lianrui, it was indeed a remarkable feat, one that could potentially invite complications. Thus, Yuan Feng resolved to keep his advancement a secret. With the techniques of breath concealment and the 5 elements Tao scripture at his disposal, he was confident that no one would discern his true realm. In the future, entering the Devil's Ruins for training at such a profound realm is certain to yield greater rewards, while significantly reducing the associated dangers. The two scoured nearly every weapon shop and/or store throughout the royal city, bypassing the likes of refined steel in favor of superior minerals such as 1,000 forged steel, 10,000 hammer steel, and fine iron ore. As night fell, the spirit of the broken sword stirred and said, "Pang, my boy, hasten your training. Do not grow complacent after reaching the innate stage. There remains a long journey ahead for you. Hey, big brother, take a look at these treasures. Are they not appetizing?" Pang declared, unveiling a bag filled with ores. "Honestly, I feel nothing upon seeing such minerals. No matter how much I absorb of this grade, it holds little significance. Let it merely whet my appetite," the spirit replied, still yearning for more. Big brother, this is worth over 100,000 taels of gold. You merely savor them, and they vanish, and you still claim they are of no use? Pang retorted, somewhat speechless. These earthly minerals provide me with negligible assistance. Nonetheless, having something to eat is certainly a delight. The spirit laughed heartily without a care. Dear brother, if continents collide, might there emerge some extraordinary ores? Pang inquired. Indeed. It is likely that some will be birthed. The devil's ruins you mentioned might possess some resources of use to me. I shall ensure to explore thoroughly. The spirit nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall commence my training. We embark for the devil's ruins in just 10 days. After speaking, Pang seized the broken sword and ventured outside to practice. Accompanied by the cultivation of Yuan Feng, the 5 elemental spirit stones at his chest flickered rhythmically, akin to the heartbeat of Yuan Feng himself. Simultaneously, a portion of the 5 elemental spiritual energy that Yuan Feng absorbed was drawn away by the spirit jade, subsequently merging back into his chest and disseminating throughout his various organs. The spiritual energy exhaled by the jade was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible at this moment. Yuan Feng's spiritual consciousness was undergoing refinement in his mind, leaving him completely unaware of the process. Only the true spirit seemed to sense something. Yet it regarded it as inconsequential as long as it benefited Yuan Feng. Moreover, the 5 elemental spiritual energy reabsorbed by the jade appeared to be even more refined and gentle upon returning to Yuan Feng. This energy did not blindly distribute itself to all organs. Rather, it followed a systematic pattern. The golden metal energy converged toward the lungs. The green wood energy flowed to the liver. The deep blue water energy directed itself to the kidneys. The red fire energy coalesced around the heart, and the yellow earth energy gathered at the spleen. Each elemental energy nourished its designated area. Yuan Feng felt a profound sense of ease throughout his body, which only intensified with further cultivation, as if something were incessantly nurturing his being. The 5 elemental jade silently enriched Yuan Feng's body, a phenomenon that even the 5 element Taoist had never encountered. Upon acquiring the 5 elemental spirit jade, he had merely named it for its contained energy, treating it as a means to assess one's constitution. Yet, he never truly comprehended the jade's mysterious properties before ascending to divinity. If this process were to persist, Yuan Feng's body would undergo significant enhancement, and his internal organs would consequently become more vibrant. Such transformations were beyond Yuan Feng's imagination. It was merely attributed to the innate realm that had caused such changes. Therefore, Yuan Feng remained oblivious to the transformations within his own body, attributing it entirely to the benefits bestowed by his breakthrough into the innate realm. After ceasing his cultivation, Yuan Feng pondered deeply. With the guidance of his elder brother, the true spirit, and the assistance of the 5 elements Tao scripture, along with the aid of the true spirit's broken sword, he had already refined his white tiger's spiritual consciousness, now capable of radiating nearly 100 meters. He believed that the path of cultivation ahead would be considerably smoother, and he was determined to seize the opportunity during this Golden Demon Ruins experience to strive for the greatest fortune. It was essential to break through to a higher realm to expedite his journey in search of his parents. Chapter 55. Meng Xiuxiu's Kiss in the Blink of an Eye. 10 days had swiftly passed. Yuan Feng's innate realm had been thoroughly solidified, and his strength had significantly improved since his initial breakthrough. According to his estimations, his current prowess should surpass that of a practitioner at the 3rd level of the innate realm. If compared to those who had not yet condensed their spiritual consciousness, Yuan Feng's strength would be equivalent to that of a 5th-level practitioner. Today marked the departure for the imperial capital. Accompanied by Huang Qingyao, Meng Xiuxiu, and the others from the 5 Elements Peak, Yuan Feng arrived at the inner courtyard, awaiting their journey. The eyes of Huang Qingyao and Meng Xiuxiu were red, clearly having wept. Huang Qinglan also came to the inner courtyard to bid farewell to Yuan Feng. Little brother, be cautious in all matters. Prioritize your safety above all else. Do not be careless. Huang Qinglan admonished. Read a myriad of books and travel 1,000 miles. Yuan Feng, strive diligently. Meng Haoran said with a flourish of his fan. Junior brother, remember to wear the Xian turtle shell. And Rumung reminded with a chuckle. That is our heartfelt intention as your elder brothers and sisters. Yuan Feng wore a solemn expression. Were he still at the postnatal realm, he might truly find himself in a predicament. Rest assured, senior sister, I shall certainly bring it along. Yuan Feng feigned enthusiasm. Junior brother, I have faith that you will return triumphantly. When Yusin encouraged softly, Dear junior sister, I am aware. You should be wary of those with ulterior motives. Yuan Feng chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Haoran. Meng Haoran shot a fierce glare at Yuan Feng before quickly adopting a playful demeanor and sidling up to Wen Yusen. Oh, by the way, junior sister, if anyone dares to bully Sister Xiuxiu, you must deal with them decisively, Yuan Feng urged. Beside them, Meng Xiuxiu blushed at Yuan Feng's words, while Huang Qingyao chuckled, remarking how Yuan Feng, despite his departure, still worried for Sister Xiuxiu, all the while professing a desire to keep his distance from her. Indeed, action spoke louder than words. All right, Guoshidi, enough of your antics. Yuan Feng, we trust that with your prowess, you will return safely even from the demon ruins. Here is the map for our 5 Elements Peaks expedition to the demon ruins. Keep it safe. It is the most detailed map within the Academy, outlining the fortuitous locations within the postnatal realm's training areas, Zhang Ziheng said as he handed the map to Yuan Feng. Now, stop lingering and hurry along. Truly, you lack awareness. Yan Mimi chided, her eyes narrowing. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Huang Qingyao and Meng Xiuxiu blushed, with Huang Qingyao leading Meng Xiuxiu closer to Yuan Feng. Meng Xiuxiu, positioned between the two, glanced left and right, observing that both Yuan Feng and Huang Qingyao wore smiles, leaving her perplexed. Wasn't this a moment of parting? Why was Sister Qingyao showing no signs of concern? Yuan Feng appeared equally nonchalant. Huang Qingyao's smile stemmed from her knowledge of Yuan Feng's recent breakthrough into the innate realm. The trials in the acquired realm posed no challenge to him. As long as Yuan Feng refrained from recklessly venturing into higher-level trials, he could return unscathed. Yuan Feng smiled, understanding the significance of Huang Qingyao placing Meng Xiuxiu between them. It was a testament to the affection she held for him, filling him with joy. Meng Xiuxiu, with a whimsical demeanor, glanced around, and as her cheeks flushed, she too joined in laughter, realizing that Sister Qingyao's arrangement implied her tacit approval of her feelings for brother Yuan Feng. The onlookers gazed at the trio's silhouettes, feeling an indescribable sense of harmony. What a remarkably graceful and elegant woman, Meng Haoran remarked approvingly, fully aware of Huang Qingyao's intentions. The others, being perceptive individuals, silently praised Huang Qingyao in their hearts. However, Guomanzi remained oblivious. At that moment, the top 10 individuals, including Liao Tianjiao from Jinshifeng, Yan Qingshan from Jinshanfeng, Qing Lai from Lingshuifeng, Hang Xiaoxiao from Hoda Feng, and Tu Xiao from Dimyufeng, arrived at the inner courtyard square amidst the crowd's admiration. Liao Tianjiao approached Yuan Feng courteously, expressing, "Thank you, brother Yuan Feng, for your assistance on that day. For over a month, I have been in seclusion, nursing my injuries and unable to express my gratitude in a timely manner." Lian Tianjiao's speech carried an awkward tone, clearly indicating that she had never spoken to any man in such a manner. After all, she had never been defeated by her peers. Well, I shall await the challenge from my senior sister, though that can wait until after the trials in the demon ruins. Yuan Feng was left speechless. Her mood changed too swiftly. Women are indeed capricious. Just moments ago she was expressing gratitude, and now she was brimming with defiance. All right, you two. Xiao Jiao, Yuan Feng. The Academy has appointed you both as the captains for this trial. You must unite and refrain from any foolishness. Yan Mimi approached, offering her reminder. Mimi Jia, I understand. I am merely feeling indignant, but that will not affect the trial. Besides, Lian Tianjiao whispered conspiratorially into Yan Mimi's ear. Oh, then I am even more at ease. Hehe. This year, our Lian Rue kingdom should manage to secure a commendable position. Yan Mimi chuckled. Yet she refrained from informing Lian Tianjiao that Yuan Feng had already reached the threshold of innate mastery. She was content to let this proud little tail discover it for herself. At this moment, all 10 individuals had gathered, and Elder Shi, who was responsible for escorting them to the imperial capital, had also arrived at the courtyard. Elder Shi, both a venerable figure within the academy and a revered priest of the royal family, is said to possess the prowess of a high-level innate being, rendering him nearly invincible in a world where many have yet to transcend the mundane. His presence to escort them to the royal city underscores the kingdom's academy's significant investment in this trial, especially considering the exceptional talents of the current cohort, which can be deemed the finest in years. Notably, among the top 10 core disciples, aside from Yuan Feng, most hail from prestigious families in the royal city. It is only fitting that both the kingdom and the academy place great importance on this endeavor. Elder Shi produced a flying vessel from his robe, known as the sky-crossing boat. As it expanded in size, it resembled a fisherman's craft, albeit slightly larger, which, when cast upon the river, might easily be mistaken for an ordinary fishing boat by the untrained eye, despite its capability of flight. Yuan Feng gazed at the vessel with curiosity. Could this humble craft truly carry them aloft? He had encountered descriptions of such aerial vehicles in books, leading him to envision them as grand and opulent. The simplicity before him was unexpected. However, Yuan Feng's assumptions were somewhat misplaced. The literature merely offered a cursory overview. Aerial vessels are categorized into four main types: the sky-crossing boat, the sky-crossing ship, the sky-crossing tower ship, and the sky-crossing shuttle. In truth, possessing a sky-crossing boat is already a considerable privilege for a high-level innate being. Such manned flying vessels require the craftsmanship of an artifact master at the transcendence realm to create, although some prodigious masters may achieve this feat even at the innate level. Nonetheless, these creations are typically limited to single-person flying swords and cannot accommodate others. All 10 of you, please board and enter the cabin directly, Elder Shi announced from the bow of the vessel. The kiss from Meng Xiuxiu ignited a fervor throughout the academy, as several royal offspring swiftly disseminated the news. Regardless of the circumstances, Meng Xiuxiu was the fiancée of Jin Mingyang. Such a public display of affection towards another was a blatant disregard for royal propriety. Meanwhile, Meng Haoran remained unfazed. For just yesterday, the Meng family had formally declared the cancellation of the betrothal. Over the past month, they had thoroughly investigated Jin Mingyang's background. Beneath his facade of a courteous gentleman lay a multitude of unsavory deeds. By now, he should have faced retribution in the royal ancestral hall. This allowed Meng Xiuxiu the audacity to publicly kiss Yuan Feng, a clear breach of the etiquette expected from a scholarly family. Yet, Meng Xiuxiu boldly expressed her affection. Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Meng Xiuxiu's audacity was indeed startling. Casting a cautious glance at her senior, Meng Haoran, and seeing his indifference, she surmised that the engagement with Jin Mingyang had indeed fallen through. After greeting the crowd, she ascended the floating vessel. "Sister, you are truly daring. I never expected this." Huang Qingyao teased. "Oh, sister, please don't say that. I simply couldn't help myself. I don't know what came over me," Meng Xiuxiu replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You've already kissed him, so why are you still shy?" Huang Qingyao continued to jest as the two stood at a distance, gazing at the vessel drifting slowly into the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Yuan Feng was waving to them, while tears streamed down their faces like falling blossoms. Chapter 56. The journey. 10 individuals gradually entered the cabin. The cabin was quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters, and each person had their own resting area. Yuan Feng found a spot and sat down. Several female students gathered around Lai Tianjiao, chattering animatedly about something. Before long, Elder Shi's voice rang out. "Hold on tight. We are about to set off." Yuan Feng felt a sharp pain in his back as he abruptly crashed against an unknown partition within the cabin, startled by the sudden speed. The others turned to look at him, and Yuan Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, exclaimed, "I didn't expect this vessel to be so swift. It far exceeds the speed of the carriages I've ridden before." "Haha, brother Yuan Feng, it's nothing. You'll get used to it in no time. Our journey to the imperial capital is quite lengthy, likely taking close to a month," said Junxing, chuckling. "Junior brother Yuan Feng, after a month's absence, have you made a breakthrough? I can hardly sense your aura," asked Yin Qingshan, stepping forward. "Hee, just a minor breakthrough. It seems you've already taken a half step into the realm of innate mastery, brother," Yuan Feng replied, smiling. With his spiritual perception, Yuan Feng could accurately gauge the cultivation levels of those around him. Aside from Yin Qingshan, several others had also approached the threshold of half-step innate mastery. It appears everyone has made progress since the core competition. "Junior brother, can you really discern my cultivation? Have you perhaps crossed into half-step innate mastery?" Yin Qingshan asked in surprise. Yuan Feng nodded slightly. "Alas, brother Yuan Feng, are you not human? Have you truly ascended to the threshold of innate mastery so swiftly?" Junxing, taken aback, exclaimed much like Yin Qingshan. "Well, I practiced, and voila, I broke through," Yuan Feng replied with an air of nonchalance. "But why is it that my relentless efforts have yet to yield such a breakthrough?" interjected Hang Xiaoxiao. "Indeed, Yuan Erling of 5 Elements Peak is remarkably formidable," Yin Ba from Fire Peak remarked. "Haha, do not be disheartened, for each individual has their own path to enlightenment. You simply have yet to discover yours. Yuan Feng offered words of encouragement. As the captain of the team facing this recent heartbreak, he understood the necessity of demonstrating undeniable strength and thus had no intention of concealing his advancement to the realm of half-step innate mastery. I had intended to seek an opportunity to challenge you again, but perhaps it is best to let that thought go. Yan Qingshan responded. The nearby ladies, having overheard the conversation, were equally astonished. Who would have imagined that Yuan Feng had indeed crossed into the realm of half-step innate mastery? It was quite astonishing. How long had it been since he entered the nine heavens? Lai Dianjiu, initially believing that with her own entry into half-step innate mastery, Yuan Feng would no longer be her match, was taken aback to realize he had also attained this level. No wonder Mei had been sporting such a radiant smile. She must have known all along. The crowd, eager to learn, began to inquire about the intricacies of achieving half-step innate mastery, and Yuan Feng attentively addressed each question. What had once been a somewhat unfamiliar gathering transformed into a lively exchange of camaraderie. Laughter and conversation filled the air, causing time to slip away unnoticed. As dusk descended, the speed of the ferry slowed. Suddenly, Elder Shi's voice rang out. Young ones, come up to the deck. One by one, the crowd ascended onto the deck. Yuan Feng, however, was left astounded by the spectacle before him. He beheld the floating vessel gracefully gliding at an altitude of several thousand meters, with the setting sun to the west casting a fiery glow across the clouds, painting the horizon in vibrant hues of red. It seemed as though the sun had been magnified infinitely. The surrounding elemental energies surged with a wild intensity, though inferior to those of his own abode. They were still quite abundant. Yuan Feng promptly settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the rich spiritual energy. The others quickly followed suit, sitting cross-legged and channeling their techniques to draw in the plentiful essence. Elder Shi stroked his beard and remarked, this lad is quite quick to react. You all should sit and cultivate. I grant you 2 hours. After that, we shall partake in some sustenance and continue our journey. The rest of the group was equally astonished. Had Yuan Feng lost his senses? Could his physical form withstand such a torrent of energy? Yet there he was, sitting motionless as a mountain, calmly absorbing the tumultuous spiritual essence. Truly, the moniker Mad Little Eight was well-deserved. As the 5-element scripture in his mind activated the breath-concealing technique, the 5-element spirit jade at his chest quietly absorbed the surrounding elemental energies under its protective veil. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Elder Shi called out to the group. With a gentle motion of his belt, a large table materialized, laden with an array of delectable foods. The crowd marveled at the convenience of a storage belt, unlike them, who had brought cumbersome packages that could scarcely hold any provisions. The crowd gazed enviously at Elder Shi's storage belt. With a gentle smile, Elder Shi encouraged, once you reach the innate realm, or even transcend the mundane, you too shall possess your own storage belt, or perhaps a storage ring. Strive diligently in your cultivation. In this world, it is cultivation that holds the utmost respect. Only by elevating your skills can you seize control of your own destiny and even influence the fates of others. You have entered the trial of the demon ruins with great expectations. Otherwise, I would not be here to escort you. Persevere, young ones, and may you all ascend to the innate realm after this trial. Upon returning to the cabin, the group began discussing methods to attain the innate realm. Yuan Feng listened intently as their exchanges were quite entertaining. Those monsters in the demon ruins are the perfect opportunity for me to step into the innate realm, Liao Tian declared with pride. Jun Sheng chuckled. Once we enter the demon ruins, I think I'll find a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate properly. By the way, Qing Lian, why don't you join me? I've heard that cultivating together with the opposite sex is less tiring. Qing Lian's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, indicating that she held a favorable impression of Jun Sheng. Oh, you shameless fellow, I feel embarrassed for you. Yan Qingshan sighed. How did someone as brazen as you come to be? Senior sister Qing Lian, why not pair with me? My sturdy build will shield you from any monsters. Hang Xiaoxiao chimed in, eager to offer his assistance. You, a mere child, could hardly ensure senior sister Qing Lian's safety. Let me take the lead. Ji Huofeng, Yanba interjected. Qing Lai cast a fleeting glance at Yanba and retorted, you should strike me first before uttering anything. At this, Yanba fell silent. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. Yan Qingshan, Jun Sheng, and Tu Xiao pointed at Yuan Feng, chiding, you still dare to mock others while being the youngest here. Xiao Xiao is already 19, yet you are merely 17. Ambition knows no age, Yuan Feng replied mischievously, even a mere child like me can handle you all. Count me in. Hu Xiaoxiao interjected, I stand with Yuan Feng. Yan Qingshan, Jun Sheng, and Tu Xiao exchanged exasperated glances. What about your dignity? You are already on the brink of innate mastery. Have you no pride left? Exclaimed Yan Qingshan, shaking his head in disbelief. Let us reach that level first before speaking. This Yuan Feng certainly knows how to provoke others. It seems we must devote ourselves to training. Jun Sheng and Tu Xiao thought to themselves, feeling the pressure of being constantly overshadowed by a mere child. In truth, the age difference between the three of them and Yuan Feng was only a few years. Soon, Yan Qingshan chose to ignore Yuan Feng and, adjusting his attire with a refined demeanor, addressed Qinglai, if you do not mind, let us train together once we enter the demon ruins. I vow to keep you safe. Qinglai, shyly nodding in agreement, refrained from rejecting the offer. It appears Qinglai harbors affections for someone. Hu Xiaoxiao and Yinba's hopes seemed dashed. Meanwhile, the nearby girls watched the amusing exchange with smiles. As the atmosphere grew more intimate among the group, Yuan Feng also began to understand the personalities of his companions better. In the realm of the demonic abyss, Jun Sheng, Tu Xiao, and the quintessentially debauched and cunning individuals appear to thrive without hardship. Yan Qingshan, embodying the qualities of an upright gentleman, is not devoid of intellect, suggesting that he too would navigate the challenges of the demonic abyss with relative ease. Heng Xiaoxiao, earnest and simple-hearted, ought to receive ample support. As many have observed, transcending the innate realm is primarily achieved through trials of life and death, while the absorption of abundant spiritual energy from rich sources serves as a secondary endeavor. The breakthrough at Source Peak was indeed facilitated by the assimilation of ample five-element spiritual energy. Now, having entered the demonic abyss, he seeks higher opportunities. It seems that the postnatal training area offers scant prospects. It appears that he must venture into the innate realm's training zone, yet before that, he could lend a hand to others and, in passing, seek opportunities for Sister Qing Yao and her companions. Source Peak pondered these thoughts quietly. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Elder Shi's voice resonated once more. Everyone, come to the deck. After a night of rest, the group appeared rejuvenated, and upon ascending to the deck, they resumed their cultivation, just as they had the previous day. After 2 hours, they were roused again, and following breakfast, they returned to the cabin. Chapter 57. Ancient Capital City. At this juncture, the collective impression of the group towards Source Madman and Source Pervert deepened significantly. As evening descended, Source Peak found himself increasingly adept at cultivation. The speed of the void fairy diminished, and the fierce winds abated. Yet, the chill was particularly oppressive. Source Peak devoted himself tirelessly to his practice, a spectacle that did not escape the notice of his companions. No wonder he appeared so formidable despite being a few years their junior. Little did they know, Source Peak had only dedicated 4 years to cultivation, a timeline constrained by the restraint imposed by Taoist Feng. Otherwise, it was likely that Source Peak would still be unaware of his current realm. Young Peak, not bad at all, quite diligent. The languid voice of Jinling echoed in Yuanfeng's mind. Haha, Jinling, my brother, you have finally awakened. Yuan Feng exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I merely took some time to recuperate. Jinling replied, tapping Yuanfeng's white tiger spirit consciousness with the Jinling sword. By the way, I informed Sister Qing Yao about the energy convergence array. I believe she can cultivate there in my absence, as the spiritual energy is abundant. Yuan Feng continued. It matters not. After all, she is but your little sweetheart. Her constitution is quite suitable for cultivating there. After all, the mutated water elemental body is not to be underestimated, Jinling remarked nonchalantly. Speaking of which, I have missed my sister and the others terribly during these past few days. Yuan Feng admitted, a hint of shyness in his tone. A true man, with ambitions that reach far and wide, should not indulge in such sentimental longings. Jinling reprimanded. You speak wisely. Brother Jinling. Indeed, I should not be so sentimental. My recent cultivation has been exceedingly smooth, and I may have become a tad complacent. Yuan Feng reflected. Indeed. A promising disciple you are? One must understand that in my world, the innate realm is merely akin to a gatekeeper of mortal cultivation sections. Young man, your journey is still long. Jinling delivered another admonition. A gatekeeper? Well, that is rather lowly. Even in this world, compared to those great empires, I am hardly noteworthy. I must strive harder. Yuan Feng resolved, and then resumed his cultivation. The group in the cabin, witnessing Yuanfeng's relentless dedication to his training, also began to cultivate diligently. Elder Shi stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. Yuanfeng was utterly immersed in his cultivation, only regaining awareness when hunger struck. Elder Shi occasionally offered guidance to the group, elucidating the profound nuances of the innate realm, which inspired great admiration among all, propelling them to strive even harder in their training. Before they knew it, a month had swiftly passed, and the fruits of their labor were indeed remarkable. Lai Tianjiao had firmly established herself in the threshold of the semi-born realm, while Yin Qingshan was but a moment away from breaking through. The others, too, were on the verge of grasping the threshold of the semi-born stage. This remarkable progress was not solely attributable to their fervent practice, spurred on by Yuanfeng, but also to Elder Shi's occasional, valuable insights. Observing the enhancements among the students, Elder Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. This cohort had proven to be stronger than previous years. Historically, only the top 3 students reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, whereas this year, all 10 students had achieved at least that level, with Yuanfeng and Lai Tianjiao having already ascended to the semi-born realm. There was a strong belief that the upcoming expedition in the demon ruins would yield significant rewards, and the kingdom's ranking would surely improve. You little rascals, take a moment to recuperate. We are soon to arrive in the imperial capital of the Golden Sky Empire, Elder Shi remarked, stroking his long beard. After a month of rigorous training, the group was brimming with vitality. As they stepped onto the deck, a gust of wind swept through, making several male students appear exceptionally dashing. Jun Sheng, in particular, flamboyantly fanned himself with a folding fan. "You fool," they exclaimed in unison. "What do you know? The noble ladies of the imperial capital are waiting for me. I shall soon make my entrance." Jun Sheng chuckled mischievously. Since young Master Jun has already associated with a socialite, I shall embark on a journey to the magic ruins alongside the spirited Xiaoba. Qing Lian, nonchalantly, bid farewell, declaring, "In my heart, my only goddess is you, Qing Lian. All else is but fleeting shadows." Jun Sheng hastily sought to appease. "Rest assured, senior sister Qing Lian. While we traverse the magic ruins together, I shall ensure your safety. I am certainly far stronger than Brother Jun." Yuanfeng intentionally mocked, "Haha." Observing Jun Sheng's awkward demeanor, laughter erupted among the crowd, with Yin Qingshan playfully kicking Jun Sheng, exclaiming, "You flamboyant fool. What a disgrace. Master brother, we have shared years of brotherhood. How could you behave so?" Jun Sheng retorted, "Haha," giggling. The laughter continued to resonate. Elder Shi smiled and sighed, "Ah, youth is truly delightful." Amidst their jovial banter, they approached the capital city within 100 miles. Yuanfeng was awestruck by the spectacle before him. The capital appeared to be at least dozens of times larger than Lianshan City. How many years of history had the scarred city walls endured? The colossal stones constituting the walls were each at least 10 zhang in size. What realm of cultivator could possibly move such boulders? Could they all be innate realm cultivators? Or were the walls constructed by those of the transformation realm? Furthermore, below the city lay a vast river, flowing relentlessly for several miles. A massive suspension bridge spanned the river, linking the city to the opposite bank. The bridge was teeming with a throng of people making their way toward the grand city. To think a suspension bridge could be of such magnitude, one can only imagine the height of the city gates. It is hard to fathom that this immense city towers several thousand meters high. The sight before Yuanfeng expanded his horizons. The walls of Lianshan City, already impressive at dozens of zhang, had truly opened his eyes. Yuanfeng had previously believed that Lianshan City was sufficiently grand and magnificent. However, upon arriving in the imperial capital today, he comprehended the true essence of magnificence and grandeur. His prior perspective was indeed akin to that of a frog confined to a well. Within the city, resplendent golden halos shimmered, illuminating the surroundings for miles. What edifices could possibly exceed the height of the city walls? How elevated could they be? Yuanfeng felt as if he were a rustic countryman entering the metropolis. Not only was Yuanfeng astounded, but the onlookers beside him were equally captivated by the breathtaking sight before them, each person gazing in awe at the colossal city. "Are you not astonished? This is the imperial capital, Tonggu City. When I first arrived, I was just as overwhelmed as you are now," Elder Shi remarked with a gentle smile. It is said that Tonggu City was constructed over generations by emperors, and the laborers who built it were all of at least a high-level innate realm, individuals of my caliber. Moreover, There were even experts of transcendent realms involved in its construction. As for the radiant golden light, it is the core of the defensive formation of Tonggu City. Though I am not entirely familiar with its specifics, you shall learn more once you enter the city. Elder Shur stroked his beard thoughtfully. In the eyes of the world, entering the innate realm signifies a remarkable achievement, yet they remain oblivious to the vastness beyond. This innate realm merely represents a humble tile maker in the imperial capital. Elder Shur lamented. Yuan Feng's heart felt as if struck by lightning. If a high-level innate individual was merely a tile maker, what did that make him? He was but a novice in the innate realm, and even with the strength equivalent to the 5th level of the innate realm, what significance did that hold? Not only Yuan Feng was struck by the thunder, the entire group found themselves similarly bewildered. Despite having cultivated to the innate realm, in the eyes of the Empire, they were merely akin to humble craftsmen. Look at your dejected expressions. My previous words were merely intended to inspire your onward journey. It is evident that a high-level innate practitioner cannot be merely a true craftsman. They are simply formidable individuals summoned by the Empire to construct the capital. In fact, even a high-level innate practitioner is considered an expert within the capital. Elder Shur chuckled, and upon hearing this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, attaining the innate realm could grant them the stature of a lord in certain counties within the kingdom. Becoming a mere craftsman would truly be a disgrace. Yuan Feng also regained his composure. At merely 17 years of age, the innate realm was not his final destination. There would be ample time for advancement in the future. As long as he remained diligent, his achievements, bolstered by his 5-element physique, would undoubtedly be remarkable. Let us proceed. We shall enter the city. Our kingdom of Jinrui has languished for far too long, and I hope that the youth of your generation will shoulder the great responsibility of revitalizing our kingdom. Once we enter the capital, be cautious not to cause any trouble. This place is not like the royal capital, Elder Shur admonished. The group responded affirmatively. Elder Shur, aboard the Sky Ferry, arrived at the Grand Suspension Bridge, waved his hand to retract the ferry, and the group followed the flow of people toward the city gate. The distance of several miles was negligible for them, and in just a short while, they reached the city gate. Approaching the entrance, they gazed upward at the colossal gates, feeling a profound sense of insignificance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept overhead. Several enormous sky vessels floated out from the city gate, each adorned with the banner of the Golden Sky Empire at the bow. The ship was adorned with numerous pavilions, where shadows occasionally flitted about. On the deck stood dozens of young individuals clad in garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Empire Academy. Elder Shur, are these disciples of the Empire Academy? Where are they headed? Junsheng could not help but inquire. They are likely en route to the triennial competition of the Golden Spirit Continent. If fortune favors you and the Empire Academy selects you, you might also have the chance to participate in such a contest. However, your age must not exceed 25. Strive forward. It is said that the rewards of that continental competition are remarkably generous, drawing even the envy of some transcendent experts. Elder Shur stroked his beard as he spoke. The crowd gazed upwards at the gradually receding aerial vessel, filled with a sense of yearning. Yuan Feng recalled his master's words. The Empire Academy is indeed the true gathering place for geniuses, the ultimate realm for cultivation. How splendid it is! Just by observing a few aerial vessels, one can imagine the immense wealth of the Empire Academy. The resources for cultivation must be abundant. Chapter 58. The initial emergence of talent. The group followed Elder Shur towards the kingdom's relay station. Within the city, the streets were spacious, lined with neatly arranged storefronts on either side, while patrol soldiers mingled among the throngs of people who respectfully parted to make way. Tonggu City attracted merchants from the 18 kingdoms of the Jintian Empire and even from the other 2 great empires, thus placing great emphasis on public order. The patrol's duty was precisely this, and each member was notably powerful, with strengths no less than that of peak-acquired stage cultivators. Typically, the captain of a small squad is an individual who has just begun their journey as an innate warrior, while the captain of a medium squad possesses moderate innate abilities. The captain of a large squad is generally someone of advanced innate prowess, often akin to esteemed figures such as Elder Shur. Have you observed those patrolling squads? In this ancient city, many young individuals are eager to join their ranks. I recall my own attempts to enter the patrol team, only to be turned away. Elder Shur gently stroked his beard. The crowd appeared puzzled. What could possibly be so commendable about a mere patrol team? Yuan Feng expressed his skepticism, questioning whether there were any benefits to be gleaned from such an endeavor. Haha, do not underestimate the patrol team. If any of you manage to gain admission to the Imperial Academy, I encourage you to consider joining. It would greatly aid your development, Elder Shi tantalizingly hinted. Could it be that the members of this patrol team are students of the Imperial Academy? The crowd was filled with curiosity, yet Elder Shi remained silent, leading them swiftly toward the kingdom's post station. Even though the Lian Rui kingdom ranks at the bottom of the Jintian Empire, the post station could hardly be situated in a thriving location. Competition is omnipresent. The superior post stations of the 6 prominent kingdoms are located in the central city, coexisting with the noble clans of the empire. In contrast, the medium post stations are found in the southern district, where the influence of various mid-tier families is prevalent. The inferior post stations reside in the remote southwestern district, a place teeming with a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. It is here that the Lian Rui Kingdom's post station is established. Gazing at the rather humble 3-story building before him, Elder Shi felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, this modest inn was even less luxurious than some taverns and inns within the kingdom. Surrounding him were several neighboring inns that appeared to be significantly more opulent than the one in Lian Rui Kingdom. Well, no time to dawdle. This is the kingdom's outpost. Come with me, Elder Shi instructed. Elder Shi, you have finally arrived. It has been quite a journey, haha. Is this the trial participant from our kingdom's academy this year? He seems far stronger than those from previous years. An official clad in the attire of Lian Rui Kingdom stepped forward to greet them. Ah, Brother Jin, it is good to see you. You all should greet him promptly, Elder Shi remarked. The group bowed in unison, and they were swiftly assigned accommodations. Elder Shi was then led away by Lord Jin for an unknown purpose. Yuan Feng remained in his room, channeling his cultivation technique. He noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him was significantly greater than that within the kingdom's academy, though it paled in comparison to the energy present in his own cave dwelling. Nevertheless, this only heightened his anticipation for the Imperial Academy. As Yuan Feng sat in meditation, his spiritual consciousness extended from his mind to the roof above. The white tiger spirit sensed its surroundings and, upon observing the distant prosperity of the imperial capital, was taken aback. Towering above were immense spiritual presences, casually surveying their surroundings. What level of cultivation would be required to manifest such vast spiritual awareness? At that moment, Yuan Feng was drenched in sweat, his mind shaken. The true spirit, awakened by Yuan Feng's unusual state, inquired, "What troubles you, little eight? It seems your white tiger spirit has sustained some damage." At this moment, the immense figure of the spiritual master in the distant central city expressed a hint of surprise. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a spirit to dare to roar at him. Observing the level of this spirit, it appeared to be merely of the innate realm, quite impressive nonetheless. Who could have imagined that the younger generation of the imperial capital still harbored such talents? However, this esteemed individual did not take it to heart, for those of the transcendent realm seldom concern themselves with the trivialities of the innate realm's youth. Take some time to readjust yourself, refrain from further cultivation, he advised. In the path of cultivation, haste leads to stagnation. One must balance diligence with leisure. With that, the true spirit scrutinized Yuan Feng for a moment before he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until the following day. Upon awakening, Yuan Feng felt rejuvenated, free from the previous agitation. After tidying himself, he descended the stairs. In the hall below, several companions were engaged in animated discussions, their faces adorned with expressions of ire. Yuan Feng approached them, puzzled. "Have you rested well? You have been asleep for an entire day and night," Jun Sheng remarked. "Why do you all appear so agitated? What has transpired?" Yuan Feng inquired. "Humph. Students from several neighboring kingdoms have come to provoke us. Both I and Xiao Xiao have suffered defeats, and even Brother Qin Shan could only manage a draw, leaving us to endure their scorn." Yin Ba exclaimed furiously. "Oh, what of Sister Tianjiao? I have not seen her," Yuan Feng queried, perplexed. Sister Tianjiao was taken by her family to the residence of the Lai clan and did not encounter those students from the kingdoms. "The outcome might have been different had she been present," Qing Lian replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuan Feng made his way toward the station's exit. "Where are you headed? Junior brother Yuan Feng?" Yin Qingshan followed Dao, laughing. "Come on, let's go together." Tu Xiao echoed, and the others silently joined in. "Haha, this Yuan kid is quite amusing." Lord Jin chuckled. "He's no simpleton. He has been cultivating against the gale all the way here. Elder Shi grinned. Hee. This year we should be able to advance a few ranks. Oh, such prowess? Generally, those who have just entered the innate stage can hardly withstand the gale, right? Let us hurry and catch up. We must keep a close watch on these treasures, Lord Jean remarked. With that, the two swiftly took their leave from the inn. The 5 kingdoms of the golden scales of the Lianrui kingdom were Qingfeng, Tieli, Duanqing, Jinshui, and Yaolu. Soon, they arrived at the nearest inn of the Qingfeng kingdom. Junsheng boisterously stepped out of the group, shouting, "Qingfeng lads, come out quickly. It's our turn to challenge this time." As his voice faded, over a dozen elegantly dressed men and women emerged from the inn. Who dares to bark recklessly in front of the Qingfeng kingdom's inn? The leader of the Qingfeng trial team inquired, seemingly displeased. Yuan Feng stepped forward to halt Junsheng, who was about to speak further, and stated plainly, "We come with no other intention but to spar. I am the leader of this trial, and I have heard of your formidable reputation. Humph, you, a mere lad yet to grow a beard, wish to spar with us? Truly overestimating yourself." A member with yellow hair from the Qingfeng team mocked upon seeing Yuan Feng's youthful appearance. Yuan Feng remained unfazed, smiling slightly. "It seems you lack appreciation for the situation. Then, do not blame me for being impolite." The prowess exhibited by Yuan Feng was that of a half-step into the innate realm. Thus, the youthful challenger, brimming with confidence, approached with fervor, suggesting he possessed commendable skills. The two soon engaged in combat. However, once the duel commenced, the youth began to regret his impulsive decision, realizing that Yuan Feng was adeptly masquerading as a mere novice. His techniques were effortlessly neutralized, and it appeared that Yuan Feng was entirely unfazed by the youth's offensive maneuvers. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the youth's thoughts wavered, allowing Yuan Feng to exploit this lapse. With a glimmer of golden blue light, the young challenger was forcefully propelled away. Yuan Feng dusted off his hands and proclaimed, "Onward to the next one." Unperturbed by the astonished reactions of the onlookers, he strode purposefully towards the Ironly Kingdom station. Now that yellow-haired lad understands our captain's formidable prowess, Tu Xiao taunted. The members of the Qingfeng kingdom stood in shock. They had never anticipated that their captain, at the half-step innate level, would be so easily vanquished in mere exchanges. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, unable to muster the courage to challenge further. Qing Lian, Qing Lai, and Lan Tianyue hastily pulled Tu Xiao along as they followed Yuan Feng towards the next destination. During their journey to the Qingfeng station, the group elaborated on the long-standing rivalries between the 5 lower kingdoms and the Lianrui kingdom. Annually, the participants from these 5 kingdoms would take turns challenging the Lianrui kingdom's trial team, resulting in countless instances of mockery and derision directed at the Lianrui students. Consequently, after defeating the captain of the Qingfeng kingdom, Yuan Feng made his way directly to the Ironly station, this time with a call from Hang Xiaoxiao. It was no surprise that Yuan Feng once again decisively triumphed over the Ironly captain, continuing on his path with unimpeded confidence. Heading towards the next destination without any hesitation, in less than a morning, Yuan Feng decisively vanquished all the captains of the 5 nations trial teams, each defeat occurring in no more than 5 moves. How refreshing! I have taken a liking to this Yuan fellow. He must be rewarded splendidly tonight. Lord Jean danced with joy, having endured years of frustration, never experiencing such satisfaction as today. Even the trial team from a few years ago, led by Yin Mei Mei, did not exhibit the same vigor as Yuan Feng, who managed to challenge all the captains of the 5 nations in merely a morning. Chapter 59. The enemy nation on their return journey. The members of the 5 nations glared fiercely at Yuan Feng. Had their glares possessed lethal intent, he would have been torn to shreds. Tu Xiao, Jun Sheng, Yin Qingshan, and Hang Xiaoxiao strode confidently, their expressions brimming with pride, eliciting increasingly hostile looks from the other teams. The women from Qinglai also attracted considerable attention, though it was tinged with envy and desire, as they were all exceptionally beautiful. Even the composed elder Shi chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. That lad has truly brought honor to the kingdom of Ling Rui. Seeing those old geezers' faces as if they had swallowed flies fills me with glee. Today deserves to be celebrated. Elder Shi exclaimed, "Come, let us go and have a few drinks." "Wait a moment, there is no need to rush. Yuan Feng is still up next," Lord Jean said, tossing a spirit pill towards Yuan Feng. "Thank you, Lord Jean." Yuan Feng graciously accepted the elder's gift without hesitation, recognizing the respect due to one of his elders. If you little ones could exhibit the same prowess as Yuan Feng, I would certainly not hesitate to reward you. With a chuckle, the old man Jin departed alongside Elder Shi. The crowd gathered around to examine the elixir in Yuan Feng's hand, which turned out to be a breaking spirit pill capable of aiding practitioners at the perfected postnatal stage to advance into the semi-innate realm. Moreover, those at the semi-innate stage could use it to solidify their foundation. Lord Jin truly exhibits great generosity, remarked Lan Tianyue, who had considerable knowledge of elixirs, with a look of envy shared among the others, all of which Yuan Feng observed keenly. In light of this, let us give this pill to Brother Qing Shan for his consumption. Yuan Feng addressed the crowd. Such a precious item cannot be accepted. Yen Qing Shan shook his head. Brother, I have already stabilized myself at the semi-innate stage. Taking it would merely be a waste. The other senior brothers and sisters would also find it difficult to achieve a breakthrough in a short time to enhance their combat strength. You should accept it. Yuan Feng insisted. Indeed, brother, Yuan Feng's reasoning is sound. You should accept it. When we obtain valuable items from the demon ruins, we can always gift something to Yuan Feng later. Jun Sheng interjected. Exactly. I too agree that this elixir should be consumed by Brother Qing Shan, added Hang Xiao. In that case, I shall accept it. Whatever I acquire in the demon ruins will be available for my junior brother to choose from. Yen Qing Shan earnestly stated as he took the elixir. The crowd, touched by Yuan Feng's generosity, engaged in lively conversation with him. Moreover, the matter regarding Yuan Feng's selection for the Five Kingdoms trial squad was deliberately publicized by the astute old man Jin, igniting curiosity towards Yuan Feng's name among the other 13 kingdoms. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the more radiant one is, the greater the attention one garners, and, consequently, the more opportunities for advancement arise. Yuan Feng's ostentatious declaration of existence is not without intention. Firstly, it serves to vindicate the collective and bring glory to the Royal Academy, for Yuan Feng has spent nearly a year within its halls. Secondly, it aims to capture the attention of the Imperial Academy. Without any substantial support, and with his only mentor in seclusion, Yuan Feng understands that to receive better cultivation, one must possess talents worthy of nurturing. Although he possesses the secret texts left by his master for cultivation and guidance from the true spirit of the broken sword, resources remain scarce. His parents are in search of them, and the burden of revitalizing the five elements lineage rests heavily upon his shoulders. He cannot afford to squander time in pursuit of various resources. Thus, he must take shortcuts to gain the Imperial Academy's recognition and support. The results are evident, as evidenced by the gift of a high-quality elixir from Old Jin. Soon, several days elapsed, and one day a group of Imperial officials clad in official attire summoned Old Jin. While the elders of the Academy had spoken of the terrors of the demon ruins, an undercurrent of yearning stirred within the hearts of the crowd. After all, despite the myriad dangers, the potential opportunities there are abundant. And should one be fortunate enough to discover some, transcending the innate realm would not pose a significant challenge. The following day, under the guidance of Elder Shi, the group traversed the West District and South District, ultimately arriving at the Central District. Remarkably, it took them nearly an entire day to traverse these two districts. After being arranged for accommodation, they were informed that they would gather at the teleportation array square the next morning for departure. Yuan Feng gazed at a procession of foreign students, among whom were several exceptionally talented individuals, including numerous who had reached the threshold of the half-step innate realm. It was evident that these were the elite students from the 6 medium-sized nations and the 6 prestigious nations. One could only imagine the profound impact experienced by the group of 8th and 9th level postnatal martial artists from Lianrui Kingdom upon their arrival in the royal city over the years. Yen Qingshan had already transcended to the half-step innate realm. Thus, including him, this year's trial team from Lianrui Kingdom boasted 3 members at this level. The remaining members were predominantly at the pinnacle of the 9th level, leaving one to ponder the reason behind the apparent surge of gifted students from Lianrui Kingdom this year. This phenomenon was a source of intrigue for the students from the other 17 nations. As Yuan Feng's team scrutinized the other groups, they too were being observed in return. The leader of the Lianrui Kingdom trial team, though youthful in appearance, emanated an aura of scholarly sophistication. Could this be the same Yuan Feng who had effortlessly bested 5 nations in just a single morning? Next, the second member of the team, a striking woman, possessed an enchanting figure and a spirited demeanor that rivaled that of any man. evoking a profound desire for conquest. Such a woman was undeniably captivating. The third member, equally distinguished, was another impressive figure at the half-step innate realm, catching the attention of several female students from other kingdoms who were drawn to Yin Qingshan. Just as Yuan Feng was contemplating these remarkable individuals, a team of 30 approached them. Under the scorching sun, Lai Tanjiao gently nudged Yuan Feng and remarked, "Judging by their attire, they must belong to the Tianfeng Kingdom, one of the 6 upper kingdoms. In the past, when our Lianrui Kingdom was also a prestigious realm, we forged enmity with them. Many of our academy's disciples have perished at their hands over the years. Although there is no concrete evidence, the surviving members of our teams have claimed they were ambushed by soldiers from the Tianfeng Kingdom." The young man in the golden robes, upon hearing this, did not express anger. Instead, he chuckled sinisterly. "You may be young, yet your tongue is sharp. I wonder if you possess any genuine skills to back it up. Why don't you test my skills and find out?" Yuan Feng provocatively retorted. The golden-robed youth frowned at Yuan Feng's taunting words. His companions clamored for retribution against Yuan Feng. However, the golden-robed youth raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Huh, at your age, if you dare not strike, just admit your fear. What excuses are you concocting? Whether you are worthy of a match is for me to decide. I doubt you can last long against me." Yuan Feng continued to incite him. Indeed, what one desires often manifests unexpectedly. Yuan Feng had been seeking an opportunity to make a name for himself, and with an opponent presenting himself, he intended to seize the moment. The surrounding academy students were puzzled. How could this seemingly scholarly and youthful boy display such a stark contrast in his words? "Feng Cheng, go teach this ignorant brat a lesson," commanded the golden-robed youth. "Yes, Captain," replied the young man named Feng Cheng, a smirk of flattery on his lips. "Kid, do you dare to step onto the arena at the square?" Feng Cheng provocatively challenged Yuan Feng, questioning, "What gives you the right to go around with me? Who do you think you are? I am a captain, and you, a mere foot soldier, dare to spar with me?" Yuan Feng cast a disdainful glance at Feng Cheng, while the students of the Tianfeng Kingdom gritted their teeth in indignation. "This insolent fool dares to label us as mere foot soldiers. Truly, he is courting disaster." They seethed with fury, wishing nothing more than to tear Yuan Feng apart. Words are nothing but empty boasts. How does Feng Cheng compare to Yuan Feng's sharp tongue? One remarked. "Yuan Feng, do you have confidence? I cannot see through him. He must have reached the pinnacle of half-step innate realm," Yin Qingshan cautioned. "Indeed, Yuan Feng, that fellow appears quite formidable." Others chimed in with concern. Lai Tianjiao, aware of Yuan Feng's prowess, felt a twinge of worry for him, but remained silent. She could sense the fiery intent in Yuan Feng's words, yet the purpose eluded her comprehension. Meanwhile, other students from various kingdoms, entertained by the spectacle, flocked to the arena. Many sought to gather additional spectators, for knowledge of one's opponent is the key to victory in battle. Before long, Yuan Feng and his companions arrived at the arena, where they beheld the golden-robed youth standing atop the stage, sporting a look of contempt as he gazed down upon Yuan Feng and his group. Yuan Feng, uninterested in further dialogue, recognized that his aim had been achieved. Now, it was time to decisively vanquish his adversary. Yuan Feng gracefully ascended the arena with the fluidity of a soaring dragon, captivating the audience with his elegant and refined demeanor, eliciting gasps of admiration from the numerous female apprentices below. Their unabashed enthusiasm left him feeling somewhat bashful. He mused silently. The two stood on opposite sides of the stage. One, strikingly handsome, and the other, youthful with an aura of scholarly charm that endeared him to many a gaze. Chapter 60. A slap in the face. The arena within the teleportation square was established primarily to resolve various disputes, devoid of any formal rules. Life or death hung by a mere thought. However, it was rare for such stakes to be met with fatal consequences on this platform. Should one find themselves unable to continue, the worst outcome would be to concede defeat, losing merely their reputation. Yet, should one perish, they forfeit a lifetime of glory and wealth. After all, those who had arrived at the teleportation square were undoubtedly exceptional talents from their respective kingdoms. As long as one survived, they were destined to become formidable forces within their realm. Boy, it's not too late to concede now. It would save you from a reckless fate, Feng Cheng remarked gleefully from below, viewing Yuan Feng as a mere shadow of a man for daring to provoke that esteemed figure. Why do you speak so much? If you have the skill, step up yourself. What is the point of your incessant chatter from the sidelines? Jun Sheng retorted sharply, casting an unyielding glance at Feng Cheng. If you lack the qualification to ascend the stage, refrain from your incessant prattle. Tu Xiao chimed in, and the other girls turned their attention toward her. Intrigued by her boldness, Tu Xiao hastily donned an ingratiating expression. Dear senior brothers, do refrain from engaging with such obsequious individuals. Uttering even a single word is a waste of precious life. Hang Xiao Xiao, with her forthright demeanor, was indeed sharp-tongued despite her simplicity. At that moment, Feng Cheng's countenance darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he wished he could devour the three insolent rascals. You three scoundrels, if you possess any courage, dare to challenge me. You are merely braggarts relying on the prowess of your tongues. Senior brothers, I've noticed this child seems to possess a few intellectual shortcomings. How audacious to challenge us. Mere mortals at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, while he is still but a step away from the innate realm. Is there no shame? Hang Xiaoxiao remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Jun Sheng and Tu Xiao found Hang Xiaoxiao's words amusing, while the other girls looked on with a mix of exasperation at the trio's antics. Enough of the nonsense. Brother Yuan Feng is about to commence the battle, Yin Qingshan declared. Thus, the group fell silent, leaving only the sullen Feng Cheng standing aside. Though it was not entirely unjust to label Feng Cheng as sycophantic, his relentless attempts to curry favor with the captain had garnered significant disapproval from the other team members, which explained their reluctance to support him. There were no judges in the arena. It was purely a display of unrestrained prowess. Yet there existed a strict decree. During the contest, no one was permitted to intervene, or they would forfeit their chance at the magical ruins trial of the kingdom. I am Li Xiaoyan, the 16th prince of the Tianfeng kingdom. I do not slay nameless individuals. State your names. The golden-robed youth gazed disdainfully at Yuan Feng. Allow me to measure whether your words or your skills are more formidable. Li Xiaoyan scoffed, noting the royal prince's extraordinary demeanor. Throughout their exchange, he remained unperturbed by Yuan Feng's provocations. His ascent to the arena was merely a manifestation of his disdain for the Lianrui kingdom, an embodiment of deep-seated animosity that had been passed down through generations. With that, Li Xiaoyan summoned streams of golden light from his hands, launching an assault with the Golden Divine Fist, a secret technique of the Tianfeng royal family, rumored to possess the potential to reach the realm of the adept. It is a fiercely domineering martial art, complemented by corresponding training methods, forming a comprehensive path to mastery. Although Yuan Feng had verbally taunted Li Xiaoyan multiple times, he remained mentally unfazed. Sensing the ferocity of Li Xiaoyan's assault, he opted for evasion, employing the dragon flow technique to deftly sidestep the blows. Li Xiaoyan, possessing commendable agility, managed to keep pace. Yet he perpetually fell short of landing a strike on Yuan Feng. Look at your pathetic captain, reduced to mere evasion. It seems that verbal prowess ultimately proves unreliable. Feng Cheng observed Yuan Feng's dodging and immediately commenced his derisive commentary. Many from the Tianfeng team echoed, "It appears this fellow is nothing but a minor player." The Lianrui kingdom's members, well acquainted with Yuan Feng's tactics, anticipated his next moves with keen interest, awaiting the spectacle to unfold without interjecting. However, on the arena, Li Xiaoyan grew increasingly astonished as he pursued Yuan Feng. Despite unleashing his most adept Golden Divine Fist and accompanying footwork, the Golden Divine Steps, he remained perpetually a breath away from his target, a distance that stubbornly refused to close. Yuan Feng, unfazed, remarked, "Indeed, I am merely adept at evasion. What of it? You cannot even graze my sleeve. Forget it. I shall not play with you any longer. Since you are unwilling to retreat, I shall engage you in combat." Li Xiaoyan resolved in his heart that as long as this Yuan Feng dared to confront him directly, no matter how formidable he might be, he would inevitably succumb to his Golden Divine Fist. "In 3 moves, I shall compel you to bow in defeat." Li Xiaoyan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately activated the Dragon Dance technique and advanced with intent. Li Xiaoyan's right fist, enveloped in resplendent golden light, struck towards Yuan Feng with the ferocity of thunder. Yet, before his fist could connect, 2 sharp sounds echoed, slap, slap. Li Xiaoyan felt an intense burning pain on his cheeks. Yuan Feng had appeared several meters behind him, leaving Li Xiaoyan momentarily stunned from the unexpected slap. The insult to his face ignited a fury within him, compelling him to long for nothing less than to flay Yuan Feng alive. Never had he been struck in such a manner throughout his life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his rage surging to celestial heights. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun was enveloped in a thick golden aura, his presence surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the initial innate stage. Truly, he was deserving of his status as a prince of the esteemed Six Nations. Have you already lost your mind after just one move? Take your time to adapt, Yuan Feng callously remarked. The spectators below were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. A few members from the Rue kingdom burst into laughter, having anticipated that Yuan Xiaobao would not hold back, and indeed, he had not. No matter how superior you may feel, those two slaps have brought you down a notch. Simultaneously, they broke into a cold sweat, relieved that during the previous tournament, no one had dared to provoke Yuan Feng. Otherwise, they would have faced the humiliation of public disgrace. The agility and skill of disciple Yuan are truly remarkable. How come I cannot recall such techniques from our academy? Yan Qingshan expressed his confusion. Now it makes sense. Only then did everyone realize they had been considering approaching Yuan Feng for guidance once he descended. However, it seemed that would not be possible. Enveloped in a golden radiance, Li Xiaoyun's movements had significantly accelerated, and the potency of the golden divine fist had already reached the innate realm. Yuan Feng, who had long since surpassed this stage, could easily discern Li Xiaoyun's extraordinary prowess. The two charged towards each other once more. With a resounding slap, Yuan Feng's palm landed once again on Li Xiaoyun's face. Goodness, this fellow is quite mischievous. As the saying goes, one should not expose flaws nor strike at the face. Yet, this lad seems to always aim for the visage. It is imperative never to offend this young man, being slapped in public and not tossing him away to his grandmother's house. The countless spectators murmured among themselves, "Ha! I cannot contain my laughter. What nonsense about a prince. He is nothing but a target for Yuan Feng's slaps." Junsheng chuckled heartily. In stark contrast, Li Xiaoyun appeared utterly dazed, his once handsome face marred by several prominent handprints, rendering him quite disheveled. Fortunately, this time he had only received a slap at that moment. Li Xiaoyun felt an anger that soared to the heavens, wishing nothing less than to have Yuan Feng subjected to 1,000 tortures. Without uttering another word, he turned and charged furiously at Yuan Feng, his fist shimmering with golden light, sharp as a blade, aimed directly at Yuan Feng's head. This time, Yuan Feng did not invoke the dragon's dance technique. Instead, he gathered the golden and blue energies in his fists and met Li Xiaoyun's strike head-on. The two figures collided with a resounding thud, causing the surrounding air to ripple like waves, dispersing outward. Quick to react, the students near the arena hastily withdrew. Yet many were still swept off their feet by the invisible shockwave. Observing the two combatants on the stage, one radiated a brilliant gold and blue aura, while the other shimmered with golden light, their fists colliding in a fierce display of energy. The clash of their spiritual forces intensified the competition between them. Yuan Feng's dual elemental energy of gold and water was indeed remarkable. However, the golden energy generated by Li Xiaoyun's physique was vastly superior to the waning gold energy. As a result, the two remained at a stalemate, neither willing to yield. The surrounding spiritual energy blasted the arena, creating numerous craters. Sensing the situation, Yuan Feng decided against further entanglement and channeled all his energy into his fists. Li Xiaoyun suddenly felt an overwhelming force coursing through his fists, and in the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing down beyond the arena. Yuan Feng effortlessly brushed off his hands as he descended from the stage, appearing completely unscathed, as if he had not just endured a fierce battle. Chapter 61. Transmission. Haha, well done. That was absolutely exhilarating, Junsheng exclaimed, draping his arm over Yuan Feng's shoulder with a hearty laugh. The onlooking ladies, witnessing Yuan Feng's effortless victory over the 16th prince of the Tianfeng kingdom, Li Xiaoyun, wore smiles of admiration, showering him with words of concern and encouragement. Tu Xiaoying provocatively raised her middle finger towards the team of the Tianfeng kingdom. Yanba, akin to a courting gorilla, pounded his chest vigorously. Yuan Feng, appearing unfazed, engaged in light-hearted conversation with others as he made his way back to his base. Li Xiaoyun's condition remained uncertain, whether he was genuinely gravely injured or merely feigning unconsciousness to preserve his dignity. He was swiftly carried away from the square by a group of Tianfeng students. Today, the news of Yuan Feng's victory over the esteemed 16th prince of the Tianfeng kingdom, Li Xiaoyun, spread throughout the encampment and even reached the imperial city. Although it did not create a significant stir, the name Yuan Feng became more widely recognized. After all, Li Xiaoyun was known for his exceptional innate talent, possessing a singularly refined gold attribute physique. And it was rumored that he had already caught the attention of the Imperial Academy. While the Academy valued innate talent, it placed even greater emphasis on comprehension and insight. The Imperial Academy boasted a diverse array of students, each with various attributes, and one's inherent gifts were not the sole criterion for evaluation. More crucially, the students' understanding and insight were paramount. It is said that the path of heaven demands both gains and losses. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. However, this does not imply that there are no students who embody both talent and insight. Such prodigies are typically taken under the wings of formidable mentors, cherished and protected, making it unlikely for them to be released into the world. Generally, these exceptional disciples are only permitted to venture forth for practical experience after attaining the transcendence realm. Yuan Feng is indeed one of those individuals endowed with both innate talent and profound comprehension. Were it not for the deliberate suppression by Elder Feng and the lack of time for proper guidance, Yuan Feng would have undoubtedly reached the advanced innate realm by now. After all, the five elements constitution possesses no barriers to cultivation. It requires merely energy. Moreover, Yuan Feng's understanding is exceptional, a fact that Elder Feng, despite never articulating it, often reflects upon with admiration. While talent may facilitate a swift ascent to the transcendence realm, or even the higher levels thereof, transcending to the human realm necessitates both opportunity and insight. Opportunity is serendipitous and cannot be sought, yet insight is an inherent attribute of one's nature. At the Imperial Academy, students are categorized solely by their year of study, devoid of distinctions such as internal or external colleges, core or inheritor disciples. The minimum requirement for a first-year student is to attain the peak of the postnatal ninth layer, with an age cap of 18 years. Second-year students must be at the threshold of innate cultivation, not exceeding 20 years of age. Third-year students should have just entered the lower innate level, capped at 22 years, while fourth-year students are limited to 25 years in the intermediate innate level. Finally, fifth-year students must not surpass the age of 30 in the advanced innate level. As long as one's cultivation reaches the requisite level, entry is permitted at any age, provided they do not exceed the stipulated limits. Currently, if Yuan Feng were to represent his true cultivation, he would qualify for fourth-year studies. It is noted that he has just turned 17. With his prowess, he could directly enroll in the second year of the Imperial Academy. Recently, he has triumphed over Li Xiaoyun, a student highly favored by the Academy's Golden Institute. It is certain that he will be selected by the Imperial Academy. Indeed, at such a tender age, his level of achievement suggests that he will likely break through to the innate realm in no time. Perhaps he refrained from making a breakthrough in anticipation of the upcoming trial in the realm of magic, as his companions were merely at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven, surely to accompany him. At the Teleportation Square's encampment, numerous students engaged in animated discussions regarding matters of the Source Peak. That evening, several individuals from the Rue Kingdom gathered to converse, and Source Peak discerned the actual ages of the group. Yan Qingshan was 21 years old, while Qing Lai, Qing Lian, Jun Sheng, Lai Tianjiao, and Lan Tianyue were all 19. Yin Ba and Tu Xiao were both 20, and Hang Xiaoxiao was 18. With Source Peak being the youngest at merely 17. All were beyond the age requirement for first-year students at the Imperial Academy. If they wish to gain admission to the Academy, they must seize the opportunity for a breakthrough during this trial in the realm of magic. For someone like Yan Qingshan, who was 21, a breakthrough to the innate stage must occur before he turns 22 to qualify for study at the Imperial Academy. Otherwise, without significant opportunities, he would face considerable challenges. The others found their paths somewhat easier. They merely needed to advance to the half-step innate stage to enter the Academy. Yet, lacking opportunities, their hopes would be dimmed as well. As for the grand competition in the Golden Spirit continent, although they were under the age of 25, their chances of participation appeared bleak. The Academy was replete with prodigies who had surpassed 25 and reached the mid-innate stage, with some even a step away from the higher innate realm. Compared to the talents of the Imperial Academy, they were but ordinary individuals, unless a fortuitous event could alter their innate qualities and comprehension. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare, and even within the trial areas for the innate stage, it was a formidable task to discover such prospects. The following day dawned. As the sun ascends in the east, its warm rays illuminate the entire square. which is now filled with rows of international students eagerly awaiting the commencement of the teleportation array. Spanning nearly 100 meters in circumference, the array can accommodate participants from 18 nations. The 6 lower-tier nations each contribute 10 representatives. The 6 mid-tier nations provide 20 each, and the 6 upper-tier nations send 30 each. Additionally, around 500 scions of noble empires have gathered to partake in the trials of the magical ruins. The herald calls out the names of the nations, and the students swiftly take their designated positions, anticipating the teleportation. Soon, all 500 trial participants stand uniformly within the teleportation array. The herald commands attendants to pour carts of stones imbued with rich elemental energy into 5 enormous stone mouths. Witnessing this, Xuan Feng feels an intense yearning. The quality of these spirit stones is such that even innate-level cultivators seldom possess them. With a sufficient supply of these spirit stones, one could undoubtedly accelerate their breakthrough in cultivation. In no time, 5 carts of spirit stones are emptied into the stone cavities, and the array begins to emanate dazzling white light, intricate patterns spreading across the entire teleportation array. Each individual becomes enveloped in the somewhat frigid white glow, and in an instant, the square is devoid of all presence. Xuan Feng experiences a tumultuous sensation, dizziness overwhelming him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Observing his companions, he notices several of them retching, while only a few remain steadfast and upright within the teleportation array. Xuan Feng surmises that this reaction may be linked to his 5 elements body refinement technique. Those with weaker constitutions cannot withstand the effects of the teleportation. With a few discreet gestures, the figure named Xuan Feng commanded the scattered individuals to proceed towards the teleportation array below. Once all had descended from the grand formation, several attendants swiftly ascended to commence their cleaning duties, exhibiting a remarkable familiarity with their tasks. Attention, everyone. Locate your respective kingdom's designated area and take immediate residence. No errors permitted, bellowed another envoy resembling a herald. Elder Shur had already informed them en route that within this realm of trial known as the Demon Ruins, formidable masters from the venerable lineage of the Lianrui kingdom were stationed here, all of whom had attained the transcendent realm. The number of such experts in the transcendent realm far surpassed that of Lianshan Royal City, and they were all exceptionally powerful warriors. Not only had the Lianrui kingdom deployed its main forces to the battlefield of the Demon Ruins, but so had the other 17 nations. Should this border be compromised, the demon army would directly invade the 5-spirit continent, leaving no one to escape the fate of annihilation. The demon forces were exceedingly ferocious, and the 5-spirit continent could barely withstand their onslaught. If one border fell, it would inevitably lead to the collapse of others, plunging the 5-spirit continent into a state of siege, resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. In light of such dire circumstances, there was no room for any nation to resort to treachery. They could only toil relentlessly, risking their lives for the sake of their homeland. The formidable defensive line, erected collaboratively by the 3 great empires of the Golden Spirit continent, was bolstered by a plethora of experts. Among them, the lowest cultivation level belonged to the participants of the trials, while even the attendants who had just been cleaning the teleportation array possessed innate prowess. Life and death coexist with opportunity. The esteemed ancestors, who usually dwell high above, have left the royal capital to take their posts in the Demon Ruins. Their motives are threefold: to safeguard their homeland, to seek breakthroughs into higher realms, and to secure opportunities for their descendants. Thus, while the intersection of the demon realm and the 5-spirit continent may appear as a calamity, it is also a divinely bestowed opportunity. Since the emergence of the Demon Ruins from the convergence of these 2 realms, cultivators transcending the mundane have sprung forth like bamboo shoots after rain. This is undoubtedly the result of opportunity. Many peak innate experts, facing insurmountable barriers to breakthrough, have come to the Demon Ruins to fight desperately for their lives, battling against death itself, which naturally elevates their realms. Furthermore, there are the opportunities presented by the Demon Realm. The confluence of the Golden Spirit continent and the Demon continent has formed a semicircular region, where the outposts of the lower 6 nations encircle the imperial stronghold on either side, followed by the intermediate kingdoms and culminating in the superior kingdoms. This arrangement is primarily dictated by the strength of the kingdoms. The superior 6 nations can stand alone, while the inferior 6 are significantly weaker and require the Empire's assistance to withstand the onslaught of the demon realm. However, the Empire's aid is not without cost. The battle spoils from the lower 6 nations must be surrendered, often amounting to half or more. Thus, while these nations can fend off external threats, their opportunities are simultaneously diminished. This disparity has led to an increasing gap between the various kingdoms. After a brief moment, the students from each nation began to make their way back to their respective outposts, and the crowd in the square quickly dispersed. The delegation from the Lianrui kingdom, consisting of 10 individuals, followed Yuanfeng towards their stronghold. The banner of the Lianrui kingdom is a mere reflection of the 3 mountains, and Yuanfeng swiftly discerned the direction. The group swiftly took to the air, employing their lightness skill to hasten their journey. Chapter 62. The spatial ring outside the encampment of the Lianrui kingdom. Numerous soldiers clad in crimson armor were on vigilant watch. Upon the arrival of Yuanfeng and his companions at the camp's entrance, a warrior adorned in azure armor emerged from within. With an expressionless demeanor, he addressed the group, instructing them to follow him. The crimson-armored soldiers, upon sighting the azure-clad warrior, immediately ceased their movements and saluted with utmost seriousness. Within the camp, iron tents were meticulously arranged, with a massive iron tent at the center, surrounded in a protective formation. Soldiers, warriors, officers, and generals engaged in rigorous training within the encampment. The azure-armored soldier leading Yuanfeng and the others halted before the officers and generals clad in blue and white armor, executing a formal salute. He prompted the group to do the same, and they complied with a similar display of respect. The presence of several elderly figures in black armor suggested they were experts of the transcendence realm. The black-armored elders exchanged glances with expressions of mild surprise, silently communicating through their spiritual senses. The proficiency of this year's trial participants exceeds that of previous years. Even the least among them has reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. Truly remarkable. Indeed, we hope these youngsters can bring honor to us old fellows. Let us proceed to the main tent. With a slight sway, the black-armored elders vanished from sight. Before the main tent, an officer donned in blue armor received Yuanfeng and his companions, announcing their arrival before guiding them inside. Before the grand tent stood 2 rows of commanders clad in white armor, alongside several elderly men in black armor seated upon stone chairs. At the center, on the largest stone chair, sat an elder adorned in golden armor. Upon the entrance of Yuanfeng and his companions, the commanders within the tent turned their gazes toward them. The high-ranking innate experts, some even at the transcendent realm, swept their eyes over, and Yuanfeng and his companions felt as though they bore the weight of a 1,000-pound stone, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Standing at the forefront, Yuanfeng experienced the most intense oppression. Were it not for his spiritual awareness, he would likely have crumbled to the ground. Instead of maintaining his upright posture, the young women appeared relatively unaffected, while the commander's attention was predominantly directed at the young men. Observing Yan Qingshan and Jun Sheng, they seemed to be hunched over like elderly men, and should the commander's scrutiny persist, they would soon find themselves in an uncomfortable predicament. Cough, cough. Now, you old fellows, must you derive pleasure from watching these youngsters wilt under your gaze? This is the same every year. The Grand Marshal in golden robes chuckled heartily. Laughter resonated throughout the tent. Brother Jean, this year's talent from the kingdom of Lianrui is quite remarkable, remarked the first elder in black armor to the left of the Grand Marshal, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Indeed, Brother Jean, look at that lad from the Yin family. Qingshan, he's already half a step into the innate realm. Truly astonishing, praised the first elder in black armor to the right of the Grand Marshal, beaming with pride for his own descendant. Oh, come now, you old crow. Just look at our Liao family's prodigy. Clearly, she far surpasses your little Yin. Another elder clad in black armor remarked, haha, this year, the Tianyue girl from the Lan family is quite impressive. Another elder in black armor chuckled. Our Qing family has sent 2 young ladies. A triumphant laughter erupted from one of the black-armored elders. The elder in golden armor stroked his beard and said, June, you rascal, why don't you come forward and pay your respects to your great-grandfather? The realization struck. Ah, so this lad is a scion of the royal lineage. Although the others were descendants of noble families from the royal city, they had not anticipated that Jun Sheng would belong to the royal lineage. The black-armored elders nodded in acknowledgement. Goodness, it seems these fellows are either descendants of royalty or officials. Yuanfeng mused silently. Are you the captain of this year's trial? The elder in golden armor inquired kindly. The elderly men in the large tent exhibited peculiar expressions. The Five Elements Peak was reputed to be the weakest spiritual peak in the kingdom's academy, yet unexpectedly, it had emerged victorious this time, and not even from a noble family of the royal city. However, upon recalling the master of the Five Elements Peak, the crowd's expressions grew awkward, pondering what events may have transpired in between. Indeed, with you leading the team, we are assured. They noted his ability to stand so upright under the pressure of those elders, clearly indicating that his willpower was formidable. Have you already condensed your spiritual consciousness? The golden-armored elder inquired. Haha, wonderful. Finally, our kingdom of Jinrui has produced another genius after all these years, boomed the Grand Marshal in golden armor, his mood even more buoyant than when he had first encountered Junsheng. Several elderly men clad in black robes wore expressions of joy and nodded slightly. Our kingdom of Lianrui has long been weakened, and this year's cohort of students is indeed the most exceptional among all previous groups, with 3 individuals already reaching the semi-innate realm. As you enter the trial grounds of the magic ruins, remember to assist one another, remain united, and strive to seize opportunities for breakthroughs. The elder in golden armor stroked his beard and remarked. Junsheng stepped forward once more and bowed, saying, Esteemed elders, during our time in the imperial capital, under the guidance of junior brother Yuan Feng, we successfully dealt with the leaders of the lower 6 kingdoms and the upper-ranked Tianfeng kingdom. It truly restores our kingdom of Lianrui's dignity. Oh, haha, that is truly wonderful. Those wretched kingdoms have oppressed our nation for far too long, and now to think that you young ones managed to handle them. Haha, just recalling the expressions of those old fellows brings me joy. Haha. The elder in golden armor laughed again, even more delighted than when he heard that Yuan Feng had initially begun to condense his spiritual consciousness. Esteemed elder, we merely provided support for Yuan Feng. All the arduous tasks were accomplished by him alone. Junsheng rubbed his hands and continued. Yuan Feng, touched by Junsheng's words, recognized that he was seeking some favor for himself, and the others echoed in agreement. The elderly men exchanged glances and nodded slightly, regarding Yuan Feng with newfound respect. This young man truly possesses some talent, managing to earn the trust of these noble descendants. Now that the matter has been brought up, let us make an exception this time. The elder in golden robes gently caressed the ring on his left hand, retrieving a jade box from within. With a wave of his right hand, the jade box floated gracefully before Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng once again exemplified the spirit of humility and gratitude after receiving the jade box, carefully tucking it away. Well, let us conclude our affairs for today. The gate has been recognized, and you may take a moment to rest in the nearby tents. Tomorrow, we shall gather at the imperial encampment and proceed to the trial grounds, declared the elder clad in golden armor. After bowing respectfully, the group followed the lead of the azure-robed youth to the 2 smaller tents adjacent to the main pavilion. Inside the tent, several individuals eagerly urged Yuan Feng to reveal the contents of the jade box. With a smile gracing his face, Yuan Feng retrieved the box and gently opened it. Goodness, it is indeed a spatial ring, exclaimed one of them. Yuan Feng, my dear junior, you have struck gold this time. Quickly, don it and see how vast its space is, Junsheng said with a grin. Nodding in agreement, Yuan Feng placed the ring on his left hand, allowing his spiritual consciousness to subtly probe the ring, which willingly inscribed his spiritual mark. Within his mind, a volume of 1 cubic meter manifested. It possesses a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Yuan Feng announced. Haha, splendid. My miserly master merely bestowed upon me a paltry spatial belt, nowhere near the majesty of your ring. Junsheng remarked enviously, clicking his tongue. No wonder you have never taken your studies seriously atop Ginseng Peak, spending your days trailing behind Sister Qinglian. Turns out you are a prince. Yan Qingshan shot a glance at Junsheng, clearly displeased with his concealed identity. Haha, elder brother, you are my dearest companion. My royal siblings hardly remember me. Junsheng chuckled. Now, splendidly, both of you possess treasures of spatial nature, which shall greatly ease our burdens during this trial. We can stow all our acquired treasures within. Tu Xiao remarked. Indeed, this way we won't have to run around burdened by heavy packs. Hang Xiao added, how delightful. This ring is simply exquisite. Yin Ba displayed an infatuated expression, evoking a sense of discomfort among several women. I have heard that during the Demon Ruins trial, one must remain vigilant not only of the demonic creatures before us, but also of our own companions. He chuckled ominously. If anyone dares to provoke us. Yuan Feng chose to withhold further commentary. Rest assured. Is there anyone here who has not suffered at the hands of those scoundrel enemies who pillage and murder? Hang Xiaoxiao interjected with narrowed eyes, her voice laced with disdain. Although the other girls remained silent, their expressions conveyed a strong agreement with the sentiments expressed. After all, those rogues have never shown mercy to the people of the Lianrui kingdom, especially with such an opportunity at hand. Chapter 63. The Vast Forest. The following day, under the guidance of the elderly patriarch of the Lai family, the group proceeded towards the central camp of the Golden Sky Empire. Throughout the journey, the old man offered numerous insights, addressing any questions regarding cultivation without the slightest hint of arrogance. It was evident that he was eager to impart all his knowledge to the group. From his words, Yuan Feng discerned the old man's fervent desire for everyone's cultivation to soar as if propelled by a rocket, suggesting that the situation in the demon ruins was quite dire. The Lianrui kingdom's encampment was in close proximity to the empires, merely a few dozen miles apart, which was insignificant for the group. In fact, the battlefront of the Golden Sky Empire stretched only a few hundred miles. The collision between the Five Spirits continent and the Demon Spirit realm is indeed fascinating. Each continent possesses a limited border with the other, and the extent of this interface is rather modest. The empires, kingdoms, and various sects on each continent are just about capable of managing it. Take, for instance, the Golden Spirit continent, where the combined battlefront of the three great empires spans merely close to 1,000 kilometers. Each empire, with its subordinate forces, steadfastly defends the boundaries where the demon spirit realm meets its territory. Although their strength may be insufficient at times, they consistently maintain stability on the battlefield. Any shortcomings are promptly compensated for by the sects within the empires. Though the Five Spirits continent is predominantly governed by empires, it is not devoid of talented individuals who establish their own sections. The most powerful sect is the Five Spirits Temple, a legacy of the Five Spirits deities. Each continent boasts a grand temple, yet with the passage of time and evolution, the Five Spirits Temple can no longer exert dominion over the entire continent as it did hundreds of thousands of years ago. Presently, the Five Spirits Temple, while still boasting countless followers, is far removed from the era of the legendary Five Spirits deities. Otherwise, it would not have been compelled to descend to the mortal realm to manifest its divine power in response to the challenges posed by the Five Elements Taoist Temple. Moreover, several empires have long since broken free from the constraints of divine right, and the long-standing development of these great empires has given rise to superlative masters who surpass the leaders of the Five Spirits Temple. Faced with these invincible figures, the temple inevitably experiences a series of setbacks and exclusions, forcing it to lower its banner. Were it not for the impending catastrophe threatening the temple's existence, the Five Spirits deity would not have descended to the mortal realm to eradicate all opposition. In no time, a group of individuals traversed a mere few dozen miles and soon arrived at the Imperial camp. The Imperial faction was vastly larger than that of the Lianrui kingdom, with warriors clad in blue armor being abundant, while those in white armor were also quite numerous. However, the presence of those adorned in green armor was scarce, and none donned red armor. The black-armored warriors, as calculated by Yuan Feng, numbered at least 50, and this was merely the count of those outside the main tent. The might of the empire was indeed formidable, and the disparity with the Lianrui kingdom was glaringly apparent, a thought shared by many. Numerous trial teams from other kingdoms had also arrived, with representatives from the remaining 5 nations of the lower 6 kingdoms gradually making their way to the imperial camp. Many students cast resentful glances at Yuan Feng and his entourage. Old Master Lai had already struck up a conversation with some elderly black-armored figures from the empire. Upon seeing the arrival of delegates from the other 5 nations, he enthusiastically greeted the leaders of each, his expression brimming with pride that he could hardly conceal. The black-armored leaders from the other 5 nations, noticing his smug demeanor, were disinclined to engage with him, offering only perfunctory responses. Yet, Old Master Lai, with his thick skin and lack of subtlety, continued his chatter unabated. Yuan Feng and his companions caught snippets of his remarks. "Ah, you young fellows are truly impressive. Such outstanding talents. Oh, you're already half a step into the innate realm. Truly the heroes of youth." Initially, the young man, buoyed by the black-armored general's commendation, felt a surge of pride, only to be deflated by the next comment. which reminded him of how he had been effortlessly defeated by Yuan Feng. Old Master Lai, oblivious to the expressions of the black-armored leader, moved on to the next individual, repeating his praises like a parrot. Junsheng, with a cheerful grin, gave a thumbs up to Old Master Lai. Yin Ba chuckled heartily, and Yuan Feng harbored a profound admiration for the fiery old man's demeanor. His message was unmistakable. When I am strong, I will unequivocally convey to you all to refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. There exists a wise saying. If one must feign weakness when strong, it indicates that one has yet to attain true strength, one that bestows sufficient confidence to disregard all adversaries. The old man from the Lai family, with his elevated perspective, could easily discern the caliber of the students from the Six Kingdoms. Even if the few semi-inborn captains united, they would still be no match for Yuan Feng. This illustrates the stark contrast between those who have condensed innate spiritual awareness and those who have not. It is safe to assert that Yuan Feng, at the postnatal stage, has reached an invincible state. Of course, if the elder from the Lai family were aware that Yuan Feng had already transcended into the innate realm, and that even some mid-level innate individuals who have yet to condense spiritual awareness might not be his match, he would likely be left astounded. In no time, the trial teams from the 18 kingdoms had all assembled. An elder clad in black armor from the Empire took the stage to deliver a discourse, essentially advising the trial participants to unite and strive for opportunities, cautioning against mutual slaughter, and so forth. Yuan Feng surmised that no one would heed his words. When opportunities arise, who would willingly concede? It is likely that they would fight fiercely, even if it meant bloodshed. After all, who would notice amidst the vast expanse of the magical ruins? Once the lecture concluded, the students from the Six Kingdoms proceeded to enter various channels, all of which had been established by the Empire as relatively safe zones, replete with numerous opportunities for breaking through from the postnatal to the innate realm. The Six Kingdoms enjoyed the privilege of priority selection, followed by the medium and low Six Kingdoms. Although the Empire's magical ruins defense line was not extensive today, it harbored many opportunities, and the deeper one ventured into the magical ruins, the more abundant the opportunities became. Upon entering the realm of magic, each nation's trial teams must rely on their own capabilities. Subsequently, Yuan Feng and his companions, driven by curiosity, ventured into the passage. These 18 passages were painstakingly established by the Empire, and although termed passages, they also contained small teleportation arrays that corresponded to specific locations. While a distance of several hundred miles may seem trivial to the group, it becomes immensely daunting in the presence of countless beings from the demon realm. Throughout years of trials, many have failed to reach the teleportation array in time, with none managing to exit the realm of magic alive. From the Empire's camp extending deep into the realm of magic, only beings of innate realm or those below, both from the demon realm and the Five Spirits continent, are permitted entry. This agreement was reached between the higher echelons of the Five Spirits continent and the demon realm. Thus, if the trial participants cannot access the teleportation array, any rescue efforts can only be undertaken by those of innate realm, as violating this agreement would inevitably lead to a battle of transcendent realms or even those of supreme beings. The demon realm, too, will dispatch its youthful generation during the trials to hone their juniors. Hence, Yuan Feng and his companions must not only be wary of attacks from rival kingdoms, but also remain vigilant against assaults from the younger generation of the demon realm. Although they are all of the acquired realm, the beings from the demon realm possess formidable strength and are significantly more powerful than their counterparts from the Five Spirits continent at the same level. However, Yuan Feng need not fret. He has already transcended to the innate realm and is unafraid of those at the initial to intermediate stages of innate who have yet to consolidate their spiritual awareness. In essence, Yuan Feng stands as an almost invincible presence in this trial. Certainly, we cannot dismiss the possibility that there are students or entities from the demon realm possessing advanced techniques to conceal their true prowess. Nevertheless, even so, Yuan Feng's capabilities are sufficient to contend with such threats. In an instant, Yuan Feng and his companions were transported to a vast and expansive forest. Yuan Feng swiftly extended his spiritual perception, scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss. He instructed everyone to make a mark and promptly depart from their original location. Under the guidance of Yuan Feng's extraordinary spiritual awareness, they quickly discovered a colossal tree hollow. This tree, nearly 20 meters in diameter, stood surrounded by towering woods. with the hollow situated just beneath the canopy, several dozen meters above the ground. It was only due to Yuan Feng's keen spiritual perception that this hidden spot was revealed. The group, following Yuan Feng, swiftly ascended to the treetop, crafting a rudimentary soft ladder from branches. Yuan Feng descended into the hollow first, observing distinct charred marks around its perimeter, presumably created by lightning strikes. He called for the others to follow him down. Yin Ba summoned fire elemental energy, rapidly evaporating the damp air within the hollow, while Jun Sheng, Yin Qingshan, and others began clearing the surrounding scorched timber. Lai Tianjiao and the others gathered large leaves and branches to adorn their small gathering point. Observing his companions efficiently tidying up, Yuan Feng employed his agile movement technique to float back to the treetop. His movements were indeed graceful. If only I could master such skills, I would surely captivate many. Jun Sheng remarked with a chuckle, while Qilian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where is Yuan Feng going? I shall accompany him." With that, she prepared to leap up to the treetop. Jun Sheng hurriedly stepped forward to restrain her, engaging in a bit of flattery to smooth over the situation. As Yuan Feng advanced, devoid of any companions, he exerted all his might to employ the dragon's dance technique, swiftly forging ahead. Through his spiritual perception, Yuan Feng once again located 2 tree caves, marking them accordingly before continuing his exploration of the surroundings. After half a day's search across a radius of several dozen miles, Yuan Feng discovered the absence of any other team members, and it appeared that there were also no magical beasts or spirit creatures present. Logically, this forest ought to be teeming with numerous spirit beasts and magical creatures.